Chapter 2801, Contagion. It started slowly. Red Hill was a small city, as far as human settlements in the dream realm were concerned. It was situated in one of the most remote regions of this dire world, far away from both Bastion and Ravenheart. The glass hell bordered the chained isles to the east and Godgrave to the west. From the south, it was confined by a breathtaking sea. The sea was placid like a lake and beautiful like a dream, but its water was deadly poison. In fact, it was capable of melting human flesh in a matter of moments. In a minute or two, only bones remained. That was why it was called the Bone Sea. From the north, the vast plain of the glass hell was washed by the mists of the hollow mountains. Considering how remote the glass hell was, Red Hill rarely saw visitors. The only people who visited it were the merchant traveling from Bastion to Ravenheart or the Lake of Tears. The caravans from the east arrived battered and in need of respite after a long journey, so they spent some time in the city before leaving for its final leg, the arduous crossing of Godgrave. The caravans arriving from the west, meanwhile, needed rest and repairs because of that crossing. The merchants brought with them building materials, food, and luxury items. They left loaded with mystical glass, which was the main export of Red Hill. Apart from the merchants, the Lord of Hell himself was a source of resources that locals needed to survive. As a saint, he was capable of bringing plenty of supplies from the waking world. That was one of the most vital roles saints played in remote settlements like Red Hill. Their power and martial prowess were of grave importance, of course, but their value as logistical powerhouses was perhaps even greater than that. With a transcendent watching over a settlement, its citizens were not going to starve to death or die of thirst, at least. Masters were the same, even if they could only carry a modest load across the boundary of two realms. Having a personal relationship with a master meant living a more comfortable life than your neighbors. People of Red Hill were split very visibly between those who had little and those who had more. The latter could enjoy privacy and shade in their homes, because the walls of their homes were covered by wood or stone. The former lived in full view of their neighbors, because the walls of their homes were made of bare glass. There were very few secrets in Red Hill. Life here was simple and rewarding. Apart from hospitality services aimed at the passing merchants, the main local industry was mining, processing, and transporting glass. Mining glass in Hell was a tough and dangerous job, and sometimes it was very dangerous. If a quarry grew too deep, it ran the risk of collapsing into the tunnels below and unleashing a swarm of the ghastly abominations of the hive. Luckily, the forces of the Maharana clan were strong and disciplined, while its fearsome lord seemed almost omniscient. Not only did the Lord of Hell govern the city and guarded the miners, but he also watched over the entire region, extending his protection to the caravans traveling from Godgrave or the Chained Isles. So, even if he was stern and strict, at times ruthless, the citizens of Red Hill had a lot of goodwill toward him and his clan. They felt like they had a future under his rule, which was a stark difference from the quiet hopelessness they had felt on the dying earth. And of course, there was their radiant goddess, Changing Star, whose grace reached the subjects of the human domain even in this remote region. Protected by the Lord of Hell and guided by Changing Star, people felt satisfied with their lives. Most of all, they felt motivated to work hard and look forward to the next day because of how palpable the rewards of their labor were. Like all human cities in the dream realm, Red Hill was young. It was still in its founding stage, with an endless ocean of work that needed to be done. But because of that, people saw their city transform a little every time they woke up. Every day, there was something new to see. Their city constantly took steps forward, growing and becoming better suited for human life. So it seemed like the future was bright. The present was bright as well. Nothing really cast a shadow on the hellish, measured lives of the people of Red Hill. Until strange, ideas started to spread among the people. They seemed to have been brought into the city by the passing merchants, or maybe by those awakened who still dwelled in the waking world, only traveling to the dream realm in their sleep. At first, no one really paid the odd conversations any attention. A miner who was sent to the field hospital with a gruesome burn on his shoulder scoffed when he heard a patient on the nearby cot denouncing Changing Star and revealing dire crimes she had supposedly committed. An awakened warrior of the Maharana clan frowned when he heard a member of his cohort sharing the news she had heard in the waking world, feeling like the human domain did not need a new supreme stirring up trouble. A waitress working in an inn near the city gates was confused when she heard the cook using an unfamiliar name as a blessing. Because of how remote and isolated Red Hill was, news took time to reach it, and when it did, many facts were usually twisted or lost. So, it took time for the news of the Dreamspawn's clash with Changing Star to get here. Even when it did, locals did not pay it much attention. They did not know back then that this news was a sign that the plague had already reached their city. Chapter 2802, Inner Conflict. The first time the locals felt that something was off came when the odd conversations failed to die down after a week or two. Instead, they only seemed to grow louder, and more people seemed to accept the baseless rumors as the truth. It was fine when there was only an occasional oddball or two who decried Changing Star, but when their number grew, the mood in the city shifted for the worse. The rumor-mongers continued to spout nonsense about Lady Changing Star and the Immortal Flame clan, and the people slowly started to get angry. After all, these two ideas, the Immortal Flame clan and its last daughter, were not merely representing the authority of the human domain and the sovereign who ruled it. In this world where the gods were dead and dreadful beings were looking at humanity with hunger, they were the closest thing people had to something sacred. Changing Star was a symbol of their hope, and at the same time, the source of that hope. The tenacity of the immortal flame was synonymous with humanity itself. Naturally, emotions ran high when someone cast doubt and maliciously undermined either. Especially here in Red Hill, where most people lived in broad view of each other and rarely kept secrets, such sacrilege was bound to cause a few altercations. On more than a few occasions, fists followed insults. The clear glass was marred with blood, and the retainers of the Maharana clan had to pull the brawling citizens apart. The situation was only made worse by the fact that it wasn't only the usual suspects who believed the rumors. The eerie part was that even people whom everyone considered bright and reasonable would suddenly start to side with the apostates. Even one's own friends and family could suddenly abandon their deep-rooted beliefs and principles, changing the way they saw the world. The miner finally returned home after a long shift in the remote quarry, happy to see his wife and parents. To his dismay, however, the former seemed to have had a serious quarrel with the latter, to the point that they were not speaking to each other. The cause of the quarrel was that his wife had somehow become an ardent fan of the new sovereign, Dreamspawn, whom his father despised. The awakened warrior and his siblings held a memorial dinner for their late older brother, who had died in Godgrave. The youngest gritted his teeth and spat that if it wasn't for Changing Star, their family would have still been whole. When the warrior looked at him in utter confusion and said that it wasn't true, the young man only got bitterly angry with him. The waitress couldn't understand her daughter as of late. She felt like a stranger. Her reverence for Lady Nephis, whom she used to idolize, was suddenly gone. It was replaced by admiration toward the man called Asterion, which seemed almost zealous. When the waitress asked her about it, her daughter just stared at her hollowly. It was upsetting. It was unsettling. Most disturbing of all, no amount of logic and persuasion seemed capable of changing their minds back. Trying to argue with the apostates felt like slamming your head against a wall, because all arguments simply washed over them or were turned upside down to be used against you. even if all rational meaning was lost in the process. That was because most people did not argue with logic, of course. Most people argued with emotions. As long as they were attached to an idea emotionally, their subconscious would find all manner of ways to make that idea into truth with an illusion of reason. And as those loyal to the changing star argued with the growing number of Asterian's zealous supporters, the very idea of truth gradually turned blurry. When it did, the nightmares came. Perhaps they had been tormenting the citizens of Red Hill for a while, but no one noticed because of everything that was happening. People just woke up tired, having spent a restless night tossing and turning in their sleep. It was a few people at first, then more, until half of the city seemed to be walking around with bruises under their eyes. Their expressions, too, were subtly haunted. Still, no one really paid attention until the nightmares became clear and vivid. In them, the people of Red Hill were burning. The soothing flames that had brought tea. Hope once turned scathing and hungry instead. Their skin blistered and then blackened. The flesh beneath turned into charcoal, then crumbled into ash. The white bones cracked and melted. The nightmares repeated themselves over and over again, instilling a new fear in people's hearts. That was when some of them began to ask themselves a question. The blessing of changing star could reach them across the entire world, washing away their wounds in a wave of white flames. But those flames of hers could not only heal, but also destroy. So, did that mean that if Nephis of the Immortal Flame clan wanted to, she could burn anyone, anywhere, at any point in time? Did it mean that, for as long as they were a part of her radiant domain, their lives depended solely on her mercy, and that there was no escaping her wrath? Or rather, there had not been, until the Dreamspawn came to the shores of the Mirror Lake and offered his help. Once that realization crawled its way into the minds of the citizens of Red Hill, the number of apostates among them began to grow with great speed. Until a day came when the awakened warrior saw a fight while patrolling a market. A miner with bronze skin had found himself in an altercation with a cook from a nearby inn, shouting obscenities. "Shut your mouth! Shut your damn mouth! I'm so tired of you crazies! Stop spouting that crap everywhere you go, damn it!" The awakened warrior frowned, then walked over to the fighting pair and forcefully pulled them away from each other. It took him one glance to realize what was happening. The cook was one of the apostates, and the apostates could never just have an opinion. They seemed hell-bent on spreading the news of their changed worldview as far and as wide as possible, ignoring the fact that it could make some people uncomfortable. The awakened warrior's frown deepened. He supported the battered cook, dusted his clothes off, and then turned to the miner somberly. When he spoke, his voice sounded grave. "Why are you bothering a faithful servant of Lord Asterian?" Standing atop the Red Hill, Dar of the Maharana clan was observing his city with a grim expression. He seemed tired, and there were dark circles under his eyes. His gaze was a little unfocused. At some point, his fingers twitched, and he looked into the distance with a sigh. His imposing figure was reflected in the polished glass, drowning in sunlight. Just as he turned away to look at the horizon, his reflection seemed to smile faintly for a brief, fleeting moment. Chapter 2803, Mirror Hell. Things were turning for the worse in Red Hill. Even more disturbingly, things were turning for the worse everywhere. The awakened who still dwelled in the waking world were bringing concerning news every time they returned to the dream realm. Humanity seemed to be reeling in the wake of the recent revelations. What had started as scandalous rumors spread like a plague, and slowly, the unassailable glory of the Immortal Flame clan became a source of anxiety instead. For a great and swiftly growing number of people, at least. The streets of NQSC were restless. The mood in other quadrants was tumultuous as well. Some people felt uneasy about the rumors, others believed them and wanted to express their indignation. They clashed often, just like it was happening in Red Hill, only on a far greater scale. Suddenly, the situation in the waking world turned even more tense and grim than before. The same was happening in the dream realm, albeit some regions seemed to be faring worse than others. The critics of the immortal flame were few and far between at first. Then, their numbers gradually swelled. Eventually, they began to unite and congregate, forming groups and cliques. From there, the apostates established themselves as a significant faction instead of a few disparate, marginal groups. It was still disorganized and lacked cohesion, but was already far more than an inconsequential curiosity. Instead, it had an undeniable presence in all layers of society. Mundane people awakened and even ascended. Only the saints were still a bastion of loyalty, standing by Changing Star and the immortal Flame clan like a fortress made of human souls. At least outwardly they were. Naturally, those who had lost faith in Changing Star did not simply become nihilists. Quite conveniently, a new supreme had presented himself as an alternative target for their respect and admiration, just as their confidence in the immortal flame was crumbling. It was Asterion, the Dreamspawn. The enigmatic sovereign did not do anything in particular to win their support, preferring to keep to himself. Instead of a magnificent palace, he lived in a ramshackle church on the outskirts of Bastion. Instead of a glorious retinue of powerful saints, he seemed content being tended to by a few mundane volunteers. And yet, his esteem and popularity only seemed to grow. The loyalists who still revered Changing Star and the turncoats who now put their hopes in the Dreamspawn were often at each other's throats. There were no large-scale clashes between the loyalists and the turncoats yet, but the number of ordinary quarrels and confrontations was incalculable. Random strangers were getting into fights on the streets. Long-standing friendships were ending in bitter resentment. Tender relationships turned fragile and shattered. Family members got into shouting matches and stopped talking to each other. Comrades who fought side by side against the nightmare creatures on the front lines of the human domain suddenly couldn't trust their fellow awakened anymore. Of course, this endemic disruption could not fail but result in actual harm. All across the human domain, the spinning chains of industries and infrastructure were screeching as they slowed down. Services and logistics were becoming strained. The military cohesion was suffering, as well, which led to more blood being spilled on the battlefield. The rate of the dream realm being tamed fell. The same disruptions were harming Red Hill, too. In fact, if the denizens of this remote city had access to the big picture, they would have known that their citadel was hit by the plague harder than any other. Just a couple of months after the rumors first arrived at Red Hill, it changed. The awakened were looking at each other with hostility and apprehension instead of keeping an eye out for the nightmare creatures. The lively streets had become tense and quiet. The inns and markets were full of unfriendly stares and hushed voices. There were more accidents in the glass manufactory. The mining output reduced, and when the situation worsened even more, it came to a halt. The miner had no work to do, so all he could do was ruminate at home. His wife was not fighting with his parents anymore, at least, because his parents now admired the man named Asterion too. Instead, he was the odd one out, suffering their silent treatment. The awakened warrior had lost a few comrades in the battle against the creatures of the hive. They could have lived, perhaps, if they had stayed loyal to the immortal flame. Those who accepted the Dreamspawn could not be blessed by the grace of Changing Star anymore, and so they had died from wounds that could have been washed away by the white flames. He should have felt lucky to still be a part of her domain, but strangely enough, he felt like a hostage instead. The waitress wanted to find a way to understand her daughter again. She used to think that the cook was full of nonsense, but now she sought him out to ask questions. He spoke at length about the oldest supreme, Lord Asterion, and the more he spoke, the more his words seemed to make sense to her. Things in the outside world, meanwhile, were becoming worse and worse. There were protests in NQSC. Blood spilled on the streets of Ravenheart. In Bastion, a large fire broke out, swallowing entire streets before being put out. A new rumor spread faster than the fire. The rumor that Changing Star had tortured and imprisoned one of her own saints. That was when Red Hill was suddenly cut off from the outside world. The awakened who used to bring news from the waking world stopped returning to the dream realm. The merchant caravan that was supposed to arrive at the end of the month never came. The Lord of Hell sent several cohorts of warriors west to investigate what had happened. They found the enormous wagon standing in the palm of the dead god's skeletal hand, the giant echoes that used to pull them gone. The merchant and the guards were dead. Some of the corpses were torn apart and devoured by abominations, but some remained intact. The fatal wounds on the bodies seemed to have been delivered by human weapons. The news that the scouts brought back plunged the city into an anxious quiet. Strangely enough, the Lord of Hell did not send his masters to the waking world to request assistance from the forces of the human domain. He did not leave his city to perform that task personally, either. A few more weeks passed in tension and anxiety. The quarrels continued, visible to everyone through the glass walls. The nightmares of vicious flames and horrid pain continued, as well. People were angry and tired. More than that, many of them started to feel like they were going insane. Some were convinced that their reflections were behaving strangely. Others swore that they had caught them staring back from the countless glass surfaces. It felt like Red Hill was nearing a breaking point. But then suddenly, the city found peace again. There were no more fights or quarrels. People were not distrustful of each other anymore, and neither did they show any hostility toward their fellow citizens. A pleasant atmosphere of unity and togetherness returned to Red Hill, and it slowly regained its former liveliness. The mining resumed. The manufactory got busy processing the mined glass. The warriors of the Maharana clan cooperated flawlessly to protect the city, the quarries, and the roads leading to them. The nightmares stopped as well. Red Hill had not regained peace because its citizens learned to overcome their differences, though. Instead, it had regained peace because everyone became united in venerating the true sovereign of the dream realm, Lord Asterion, the Dreamspawn. The miner was finally happy with his life again. The work at the glass mine was as tough as ever, but all miners were united by a shared zeal. His wife and his parents were getting along nicely, and his transparent home was filled with warmth. The waitress made up with her daughter and finally saw her smiling again. Although the inn she worked at stood empty, many locals still visited to eat a lavish meal. Watching them enjoy the food and the hospitality, she was able to remember why she had found her job so rewarding. The awakened warrior was relieved to see that his comrades were acting like a proper cohort once again. Whatever conflict had broken the cohesion of their unit was gone, and on top of that, his younger sibling seemed to have gotten over his adolescent anger. Their family had found harmony once more. All by the grace of Lord Asterion. The city had become idyllic, well, as idyllic as a city situated in hell could get. It was united in pursuit of the greater good, of togetherness, of communion. Strangely enough, the Lord of Hell had not been the last to be free of the plague. Instead, it was his cousin, a master of the Maharana clan by the name of Karna. When things had seemed to be utterly calamitous, Karna came to talk to Saint Dar on the spire of the Red Hill. From there, the strange movements of the people below could be seen clearly, revealed by the transparent glass. Dar, we've lost most of our awakened warriors to the plague. It feels like there's no one sane left in the city by now. The quarantine measures you put in place are not working. Isolating ourselves from the waking world was of no use. You need to escape and seek help from Lady Nephis now. The Lord of Hell, however, did not seem to share in his agitation. Instead, he looked at his cousin calmly. Why? Karna was shocked by the question. What do you mean? We've lost the city. The entire population is under the mind hex of that monster. St. Dar sighed, then shook his head with a smile. Lord Asterion is not a monster. He is the greater good. He looked into the distance. He is salvation for all. Karna's eyes widened in horror. He took a step back, but Dar was upon him in an instant. Grasping his cousin by the throat, the fearsome saint raised him into the air with one hand. He studied Karna indifferently for a moment, then snapped his neck and threw the body over the edge of the observation platform. Turning to the horizon, Dar inhaled slowly and smiled. If for all. Below him, Red Hill was finally at peace. The idea of changing Star could not reach it anymore, and so she held no power here. Finally, he wouldn't dream of burning alive. His people would be safe both now and in the future. The future was bright. Dar's expression was blissful. But then it darkened slightly. Looking north, he frowned. They're thousands of kilometers away. The mists of the hollow mountains were boiling. Do you really think that? Dar of the Maharana clan spun, searching for the being who had somehow avoided his gaze and got so close to him. However, all he saw was his reflection on the surface of the clear glass. The reflection smiled pleasantly. That the dream spawn will save everyone. It laughed. How can he save everyone? He can't even save you. Dar's eyes narrowed as he glared at his own reflection. Far in the north, grotesque figures were emerging from the billowing mist. The smile slowly drained from the reflection's face, his own face. It spoke in a cold tone. However, you can help me save myself. For that, you have my gratitude truly. Dar's hand moved and the glass exploded, erasing the sinister reflection. At the same time, he closed his eyes tightly. In the silence that followed, the sounds of glass shards falling were like a dreadful melody. And from that melody, a chilling voice came once more. Open your eyes. Dar took a step back. Open your eyes, open your eyes. He refused. The voice laughed. Ah, I am just joking. I have already entered your eyes and took everything I wanted from them. When Dar of the Maharana clan heard those words, he realized that something had indeed entered his eyes. And then it entered his soul. At the same time, millions of reflections around Red Hill moved. The miner blinked a couple of times, noticing that his reflection had stopped mirroring his movements at some point. Besides him, his wife was looking at the wall of their home in confusion as well. The waitress had been taking an order from a client, but found herself getting distracted. Was she just seeing things, or was the reflection looking at her instead of at the guests? The awakened warrior saw a body falling from the height of the Red Hill. It struck the surface of the glass with an appalling squelch, painting the square below red. He rushed toward it, shocked, and saw his pale reflection in the growing puddle of blood. The reflection looked strangely indifferent despite his fear and dismay. The citizens all across the city stopped to stare at the eerie spectacle of misbehaving reflection in shock. And as they looked at the glistening glass, a merciless presence made its way into their eyes. A litany of screams flooded the streets of Red Hill, making the mystical glass vibrate. There was no blood. There were no corpses either. But by the time the sun rose the next day, Red Hill was no more. Chapter 2804, Second Front. Sonny rushed to the glass hell as soon as the news of what had transpired there reached them. Of course, it was already too late. Red Hill was gone. Half of the longing domain was already gone. Both on Earth and in the dream realm, the authority of the immortal flame was swiftly collapsing. The plague had consumed every human city, rampaging across the population. By now, it was not even clear if the followers of Asterion were the minority. What was clear, however, was that things would only turn worse in the future. Soon enough, the hunger domain was going to devour the longing domain completely, like what had already happened in the glass hell. Red Hill was the first human city to fall into the Dreamspawn's hands entirely, but it wasn't going to be the last. Nephis and Sunny were losing the bet Asterion had offered them. In fact, the bet was as good as lost. They were utterly defeated in the war of ideas. Well, of course they were. After all, the bastard was cheating from the very start. The war of ideas, fighting to secure the support of the public. What was the point if the enemy could freely manipulate human minds? Truth did not matter. Facts did not matter. One's views and ability to communicate those views did not matter either. All that mattered was how susceptible one was to the eerie influence of Asterion, the descendant of Heart God, the god of souls, emotions, and hunger. And since Asterion was supreme, there were few beings in the world who could resist his insidious aspect. Sunny and Nephis had anticipated this result, though. They had realized how the war of ideas was going to end early on. That was why they had been searching for a way to cheat, as well, for a way to seal Asterion without slaughtering every person who knew of his existence, and who thus carried the idea of him in their minds. So, they had never really intended to win his bet. They had just been buying time until a solution was found. And in the end, they did find it. Cassie had found it, to be precise. It was just that the way to cheat Asterion out of consuming all humanity was no less difficult, and in many ways far more perilous than waging an all-out war on him. It was also not something that they could make happen immediately. So, although losing an entire city to the hunger domain, complete with its citadel and transcendent ruler, was a heavy blow, Sunny had not been too concerned about Red Hill. Its fall into the hands of the Dreamspawn was not the reason why he had hurried here from Ravenheart, traversing the Moonriver Plains and Godgrave at a dire speed. The reason was entirely different. By the gods! Standing on a radiant glass plain with not a shadow in sight, Sunny looked ahead in stunned, appalled silence. The human city known as Red Hill had undergone a profound transformation since his last visit. First of all, there seemed to be two identical cities and two identical citadels standing on the glass plain now. That, of course, was merely an illusion. In truth, a colossal dream gate towered on the plain behind the city. Its surface was like a flawless mirror, and so, a perfect copy of the city was reflected in it. In the reflection and in reality both, the city was full of people. It was full of enormous, grotesque nightmare creatures as well. A vast ocean of them flooded the streets, spilling on the plain beyond. The view of the boundless horde of powerful abominations, with humans peacefully moving between them, was both eerie and chilling. Looking at them, Sunny could not help but scowl and grit his teeth. That damn psychopath. Of course, he knew that the millions of people and the myriad of nightmare creatures were, in fact, a single person. They were all vessels of Mordred, the king of nothing. He killed them all. Sunny closed his eyes, a pained grimace contorting his face. A city full of people was gone, in an instant, countless lives snuffed out by the will of a sinister supreme. He had not witnessed a slaughter on that scale since Antarctica. Damn it, damn it, damn it. A murderous anger ignited in his soul for a moment. It was as if they did not already have enough problems dealing with Asterion. Now, Mordred just had to go and throw his hat in the ring, too. The sun was setting, and the entire glass plain was shining like an ocean of molten gold. Out there in the distance, the vessels of Mordred were busy moving in and about Red Hill. Sunny could sense their shadow ahead of him, and below him, too. He looked down. Despite the fact that the glass plain looked tranquil, there was a harrowing slaughter boiling under its surface. The vessels of Mordred flooded the tunnels of the hive, waging a bloody war on the abominations that dwelled in its depths. Some nightmare creatures were killed and harvested for meat and soul shards. Others were taken by the King of Nothing and became conduits of his fragmented soul themselves. As Sonny stared into the depths of shining glass, his reflection stared back at him. It smiled. "Welcome, Lord of Shadows." Sonny stared at his own reflection, feeling a strong impulse to shatter the glass plane and erase it. The only thing that stopped him was the knowledge that if he did, there would be 1,000 reflections smiling at him from the shards. Taking a deep breath, he held himself back and hissed, "What did you do, you demented psycho?" His reflection lingered for a few moments and then chuckled. "Why, I simply was tired of being homeless, so I made myself a home." It grinned. "It's only fair that an honorable king like myself builds himself a castle, isn't it? People might call me Mordred of Nowhere, but living without a single citadel to my name did not suit my fancy. So I endeavored to correct that injustice." The reflection pretended to look around, taking in the vista of the endless glass plain. "This place suits me wonderfully. Yes, it is quite fitting indeed. Don't you agree?" Chapter 2805, Fine Print. Having crossed the remaining distance, Sonny entered the city. The humans and nightmare creatures both moved aside to make way, ushering him to the strange, towering shape of the glass citadel. He studied them as he walked, feeling a bit strange to see lumbering nightmare creatures coexisting peacefully with humans. The streets of Red Hill were busy, but tranquil. The strange scene was both eerie and idyllic, like a twisted illustration of an old myth about a world where predators and prey were supposed to live in perfect, harmonious peace with each other. At the same time, Sonny could not help but feel how alien it all was. Even Asterion and the plague he had unleashed did not feel as odd and alien as the city where Mordred ruled, where the endless variety of life was reduced to a single point of view, a single mind, a single soul and single will, where there was no us in them, only boundless I. In and of itself, it was strange and a little unsettling. It became truly disturbing when one reminded himself that all the vessels of the King of Nothing had been someone once. They had been living beings whose souls he destroyed to take their bodies. Sonny had thought that he was truly disturbed by the sights around him, at least, until he saw a horrid scene on one of the Red Hill squares. Then, he realized that he had not seen anything yet. There on the square, a long line of humans had assembled in front of several enormous, grotesque nightmare creatures. The abominations opened their maws, and humans calmly walked inside, only to be torn apart by sharp fangs and devoured moments later. More and more blood pooled on the glistening glass, shining in the glow of the sunset. Sonny stopped and stared at the vile spectacle, aghast. "Are you devouring yourself?" Reflected in the blood, his own face looked at him in amusement. "Some of my vessels need sustenance, Sunless. Some are more useful than others as well. I was a little starved there in the Hollow Mountains, so sacrifices had to be made. Things are going to get better now that I have access to the hive, though. Ah, what a wonderful feeling. My new home has a bottomless pantry." Sonny looked at his own reflection in disgust. "Those are people, you bastard. You are feeding people to nightmare creatures." His reflection smiled politely. "Those were people. Now they are me. The same goes for the abominations. I must say, though, I did not expect you, of all people, to have such prejudices, Sunless. Your powers are much creepier than mine, after all. In fact, a less enlightened person would find them terrifying." Scowling, Sonny looked away from the horrid scene with an expression of disgust and continued on his way. Reaching the citadel, he made his way to the very peak of the Red Hill. There, an imposing man with dark skin and flawlessly sculpted muscles met him with the same pleasant smile. Saint Dar of the Maharana clan, or rather, what was left of him. The Maharana clan had been wiped out, and its saint was an avatar of Mordred now. Mordred smiled. A stolen face. I suppose we can have a proper conversation now. Sonny stared at him somberly, then spoke through gritted teeth. You've done it now, madman. You've crossed the line. Mordred studied him for a moment before laughing. Oh, did I? What line did I cross exactly? Sonny pointed to the city below them. Red Hill, you bastard. You slaughtered the entire population of a human city. You killed them all. You broke our deal. Mordred crossed his tan, muscular arms and raised an eyebrow. Let me remind you of the nature of our deal, Sunless. We agreed not to attack each other, you, Changing Star, and me. You gave me the Hollow Mountains, and I promised not to prey on the human domain. What condition did I break exactly? He shook his head. I never attacked you or Changing Star. I never harmed the human domain either. I waited patiently until the two of you lost this city entirely to the hunger domain, and only acted then. If anything, I'd say that I showed incredible restraint. His expression twisted. Or did you want me to sit quietly and let the Dreamspawn take everything while doing nothing, like the two of you fools have been doing? Sonny took a step forward and snarled. Yes, that is exactly what I want you to do. Sit quietly and do nothing as you have been. Mordred laughed, then looked at Sonny with a wry smile. Far below, millions of people and myriads of abominations all stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at them, as well. Mordred's smile slowly turned colder. Or what? His stolen eyes, the all-seeing eyes of Saint Dar, glistened dangerously. What will you do if I refuse? Will you call upon Changing Star to burn me? Will you unleash your legion of enslaved souls to wipe me out? Look around you, Lord of Shadows. His smile was entirely gone now, replaced by a cold, threatening ire. Do you really think you can destroy me? Ah, you might have stood a chance immediately after I attained supremacy, but I have not been idle since then. I hunted restlessly, conquering countless corrupted souls and taking their vessels as my own. It wasn't easy, but I felt very motivated. Mordred took a step forward and looked at Sonny darkly. Changing Star's flames are not hot enough to burn me. Your legion is not enough to drown me. Nothing can destroy me, Sunless, but nothing can destroy you and swallow all that you've built. He stared at Sonny for a few moments, and then suddenly gave him a friendly smile. So let's remain civil. There's no reason to forget our manners, is there? I, for one, see no reason to quarrel. Chapter 2806, Fourth Throne. Sonny exhaled slowly. If he was honest with himself, he felt a little ragged. Even with his 7 bodies, there were simply too many things he had to do. It wasn't easy to fight a world war against an immortal sociopath of a demigod, while simultaneously fighting a universal war against the entire dream realm and the tide of nightmare gates flooding the waking world. While simultaneously preparing for the inevitable apocalypse and getting ready to conquer not one, but 2 entire death zones. At some point, the taste of defeat had become familiar to him. Was it because he was overwhelmed and buckling under pressure, making mistakes, or simply because the problems he faced these days had grown beyond the scope of being solved without an occasional error? Or was it because he was not fated anymore, and a convenient solution did not present itself at an opportune moment anymore, as if by magic? He had rarely found himself feeling so ineffective before. Sonny did not think that he had changed from the man he used to be that much. Before, he had only ever cared about solving his personal problems. That had not really changed. It was just that he had grown far more powerful. So powerful that his personal problems were the world's problems now. And solving the problems plaguing the world was a far more complicated matter than slaying nightmare creatures. It was a kind of work meant for a god, while Sonny, despite his great and terrible power, was still merely a demigod. His human mind was failing to keep up with the demands of his station. Maybe that was why he had not anticipated the massacre of Red Hill. I should have known, I should have prevented it. Mordred had been clear about his goals and plans when they made the deal. He did not make a secret of his fear of Asterion. He had entered Mirage City to retrieve his other self, so that Asterion couldn't get to his flaw first. He threw himself into a deadly soul battle against Skinwalker to attain supremacy, because only a Supreme could have a hope of prevailing against the Dreamspawn. And finally, he settled for the Hollow Mountains, because they were a perfect fortress to wage war against the human domain. Mordred had been convinced from the very beginning that Sunny and Nephis would not be able to last long against Asterion, Sim. Ply due to the fact that they were weighed down by the burden of humanity. His opinion proved to be correct, considering how Asterion was now holding humanity hostage to protect himself from their wrath. So Mordred had always assumed that the human domain would become the hunger domain one day soon. Safely hidden in the Hollow Mountains, he had been hunting nightmare creatures from the surrounding regions and making them into his vessels, thus increasing the size and power of his own domain. With that power, he would then be able to attack the hunger domain from the mists of nothingness and retreat back, preventing the enemy from pursuing his raiding parties or counterattacking. Sunny had known all of it, and yet he always assumed that Mordred would continue to hide and accumulate power until the human domain was completely destroyed. In hindsight, it was a foolish assumption. Mordred was ready to wage war on the Dreamspawn right now, far in advance of the hunger domain reaching critical mass. Surprisingly, he was also not satisfied with hiding in the mists of the Hollow Mountains despite the great advantages they offered him. Instead of preparing for a long defensive war, he was going on the offensive instead. Sunny took a deep breath. I do think that I can destroy you. My source element is death, after all. As for whether or not I will commit to ending your strange existence, that depends entirely on your actions, I suppose. Mordred chuckled. You seem to think that your Shadow Legion possesses superior strength to my vast collection of fashionable vessels. Personally, I am of a different opinion. Does it matter, though? Even if you manage to eradicate this host army, I have plenty of vessels hidden away all over. And even if you somehow manage to find and destroy every single one, I'd still survive. Sunny smiled coldly. It doesn't matter, indeed. You might have a myriad of vessels, but you only have one soul. And what would you know? I am someone who excels in damaging the soul. All he had to do was plunge his sword into Mordred's shadow. And since Mordred had millions of vessels now, he also had millions of shadows, each leading to his very own precious soul. He tilted his head a little, looking at Sunny with amusement. Do you think that my father did not try to destroy my soul? That was one of the first things Clan Valor went for. In fact, they did manage to destroy my soul quite easily, but that did not help them in the end, did it? Sunny stared at him evenly. Did they try destroying your shadow instead? Finally, Mordred's smile dimmed a little. He remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. What an interesting question. Admittedly, I do not know what would happen if someone targeted my shadow. Maybe it will kill me, and maybe it will not. But it will definitely require a lot of effort. Do you really want to start a war with another Supreme while fighting desperately against the Dreamspawn? Sunny grimaced. I might. The Dreamspawn is a threat to all of humanity, but until now, the actual death toll he caused is not even a fraction of what you, Psycho, did. Do you even know how many people you killed? Mordred looked at him in confusion. What are you talking about, Sunless? I didn't kill anyone, not a single human. He smiled faintly and pointed to the vast ocean of vessels below. These people died the moment they surrendered themselves to the Dreamspawn. He is the real killer. I merely stole what he had already taken. Who do you take me for, some kind of unhinged butcher? His smile widened a little. Well, I might be a bit unhinged and a bit of a butcher. However, unlike you, I am quite confident in the fact that I don't want to start a war against two more Supremes while already fighting desperately against the Dreamspawn. I truly do not wish to antagonize you or Changing Star. That is why I have been behaving myself, holding back from taking the northern citadels in advance. Despite how convenient it would have been, I was willing to wait a little longer. Sonny scowled deeply. Two small details about what Mordred had said did not escape his attention. The first detail was that he had been willing, but apparently no more. The second was that he mentioned citadels, not a citadel. A citadels. Mordred laughed. Of course, you did not think that I would be satisfied with just one, did you? He shook his head. No, of course not. One citadel is too few, so I will only be satisfied when I take a few more, when I take all of them, when I take everything the Dreamspawn hungers after. Sonny stared at him silently for a few moments, and then cursed inwardly. Damn it all. Chapter 2807, Nothing Else. Mordred looked at Sonny with an amused smile, his familiar expression looking eerily alien on the face of Saint Dar of Clan Maharana. He exhaled slowly, and then spoke in a cold tone. Are you delusional, Sunless? No, do not answer, Al. Eleva Supremes are, after all. It takes a madman to impose his will upon the world and expect the world to change shape to fit it. However, did you really think that I would stand idly and watch as the Dreamspawn conquers the human domain? Billions of souls, countless citadels, all making his already frightening power truly insurmountable, not to mention the divine lineages that you and Changing Star carry in your blood. Sun God and Shadow God, everything he needs to complete his collection. Sonny met his gaze with a grim expression. Yes, I was under the impression that you wouldn't want to become our enemy. Mordred shook his head. You and Changing Star have already failed. It would have been wonderful if you had managed to defeat the Dreamspawn all on your own without involving me. But you didn't, and therefore, you left me no choice but to act. After all, you know what they say, if you want something done well, do it yourself. So I am going to eradicate that abomination and his ghastly domain myself. He pierced Sonny with a dark look. Why are you here, berating me for taking the population of a single city? You have already lost half of humanity. If anyone should be condemning anyone, it should be me condemning you. Sonny gritted his teeth. Because these people were alive, you fool. Yes, the Dreamspawn had enthralled them and stolen them from the longing domain, but they were still living, breathing souls, which means that there was still a possibility that we would be able to save them in the end. But you destroyed that possibility. Because of you, their loss became final and irreversible. He glared at Mordred, overflowing with killing intent. So don't try to pretend like you did nothing wrong or that this massacre did not count because they belong to the hunger domain. Back in the second nightmare, when you wiped out the entire northern population of the Kingdom of Hope, you at least had an excuse. They were phantoms conjured by the spell. But these were real people. Hundreds of thousands of actual people. Men, women, and children, all dead by your hand. His eyes darkened. I thought you followed your own set of rules, twisted as they might have been. What happened to that, Mordred? Do you still think that you didn't cross the line? Mordred blinked a couple of times, then said in a tone of confusion. Rules, rules. Well, now that you mention it, I do vaguely remember having something like that. I guess I've forgotten, but then again, if it was something important, I would have remembered. He shook his head. But I will have to disagree with you, Sunless. There was no possibility of saving them. That is just wishful thinking. You know very well that the Dreamspawn is functionally immortal. The only way to kill him is to make sure that no one in the world knows that he exists, and therefore, the very people you so wish to save make him impossible to defeat. You can't save them unless you destroy him, but you can't destroy him because they live. That is an inescapable paradox that even you cannot solve. Sunny stared at him somberly. I can, there is a way. I just need time, and you are stealing that time. You are making this abhorrent situation even worse. Mordred laughed. I don't believe you. Even if I believed you, I wouldn't trust in you. The only way for you and Changing Star to defeat the Dreamspawn is to give up on humanity, and since you are unwilling to abandon it, you are already doomed. You had lost before this mess even started. Sunny scoffed. What is your plan, then? The Dreamspawn already shared his vision of the future with me, and it is as demented as you'd expect. Are you the same? Imagine everything goes your way. The hunger domain consumes humanity, and you consume the hunger domain. Everyone is gone in the end except for you. Nothing exists in the world except for you. Are you going to be happy, standing alone atop a mountain of corpses? That was what the future Mordred envisioned looked like. The eerie sameness of Red Hill extended to all of existence. Asterion would conquer all of humanity and dispose of Sunny and Nephis, and Mordred would steal every single soul trapped in the hunger domain, until there was no one left who knew the name of the Dreamspawn except for him. By then, he would be able to face Asterion in battle and overpower him. And after Asterion was defeated, he would continue to walk the path of ascension and grow, until every nightmare creature in the dream realm was nothing but another vessel of his as well. Until there was nothing in the world but Mordred, in all his countless faces. And nothing else. He had once told Sunny that a mirror could only reflect what was in front of it, and that it was not his fault that the world he reflected was cruel, vile, and deceitful. What would become of Mordred when the only thing he could reflect was himself? Sunny did not know, and he was not interested in finding out. He was interested in what Mordred had to say about that, though. The King of Nothing stared at him for a while, thoughtful, and then chuckled quietly. What is my plan? Goodness, Sunless, you really are overestimating me. To be honest, I haven't had any plans since you killed my father. I had no luxury of making plans. After Godgrave, all I could do was focus on surviving. He smiled. I feel like I want to survive, Sunless. I must survive no matter what. Mordred sighed, his smile turning a little menacing. And if everyone else has to die for it, well, what a pity, so be it. Chapter 2808, Irreconcilable Differences. Sunny studied Mordred in silence. By now, it was clear that words were not going to solve anything. The King of Nothing was so wary of the Dreamspawn that he had given up on the human domain. That meant that nothing Sunny could say would move him, because as far as Mordred was concerned, Sunny and Nephis were already defeated. They were already as good as dead. Why would he be moved by the words of a corpse? Damn him. So what did it mean for the human domain? Sunny sighed. It meant that their time, which had already been woefully short, had run out completely. Asterion was slowly turning humanity against them. Now that entire cities were falling under his influence, the conflict between the Loyalists and the Turncoats was going to escalate until it reached the inevitable conclusion, the complete defeat of the longing domain. Nephis was going to lose even more of her power. At the same time, a new threat would begin spreading from the north. Mordred was on the warpath, preparing to completely consume the hunger domain or die trying. He had already taken the glass hell. That single conquest was going to increase his power tremendously, since he would not be forced to starve in the hollow mountains anymore. Instead, he was going to invade the hive and swipe it clean, eradicating every nightmare creature hiding in the crystal depths and making them his vessels. It was going to take some time, and it was going to take some effort. But eventually, the King of Nothing would spill out of the glass hell like a tide, washing over the neighboring regions first, and the rest of the dream realm later. He would not be able to cross the Bone Sea in the south, and Godgrave was mostly barren. However, Mordred controlled his own miniature realm, the Mirror Realm, and could fashion it into a bridge between any two reflections. So his armies could march directly from Red Hill to any of the nearby citadels. Which citadels were the closest then? Sonny's expression darkened. The sanctuary Noctis in the east, the citadel above the Lake of Tears to the west, and beyond it Ravenheart. Mordred was almost impossible to kill, but he risked his life every time he challenged someone to a soul duel. The Glass Hell offered him a unique advantage, so he had spent months studying Red Hill and all of its inhabitants in detail. That was one of the reasons he had been able to slither into their souls and destroy them all in the span of one night. A far more important reason, however, was that nobody had anticipated his attack. Now that he had revealed himself, conquering another city in the same manner would entail a much higher degree of risk, because both Sonny and Asterion could put countermeasures in place. Sonny could hide agents of the Shadow Clan among the population of neighboring cities. All members of his clan bore the mark of shadows, which meant that he could enter their soul seas freely. Therefore, challenging them to a soul duel meant challenging Sonny himself, which was one thing Mordred would never do. Asterion had his own methods, no doubt. As for Nephis, Sonny was not even sure that Mordred could invade the souls of those augmented by her flames, or at least do so unscathed. In any case, Mordred was not going to attack other citadels of the human domain in the same manner. That did not mean that they were safe, though far from it. By now, he could simply overwhelm their defenses through sheer military might, and his power would only increase after he absorbed the great swarms of nightmare creatures dwelling in the hive. It would grow further with every city he conquered. Sonny was concerned for the sanctuary of Noctis and the White Feather clan, of course. The Chain Isles were also a strategically important location, since they were a gateway to the Black Mountains and the heartland of the Dream Realm beyond. Needless to say, he was worried about Ravenheart too. It was one of the two most populous cities in the Dream Realm, after all, as well as where Kai lived. But actually, it was the former citadel of Clan Sorrow at the edge of the Moonriver Plains that was most vital. That was because the great waterfall Weeping Goddess created the Lake of Tears there, and that lake gave birth to the River of Tears, which connected all human settlements. In the west together, if Mordred somehow captured the Lake of Tears, his invasion of the human domain could very well become unstoppable. It will definitely become far more rapid, at the very least. And who could stop Mordred? It was unclear whether Sonny or Nephis could defeat him cleanly in a one-on-one clash, even if Sonny would gladly give it a go. What was almost guaranteed, though, was that they would most likely crush him if they fought together. However, that would only serve to weaken both sides, making Asterion the only winner. More importantly, Sonny and Nephis had to depart soon. In fact, now that Mordred had begun his invasion of the human domain, they had to leave as soon as possible. Because the swiftest and most effective way of stopping the King of Nothing, and preventing him from taking countless lives, was to eliminate the cause of his genocidal crusade, to eliminate Asterion as a threat. And they could only defeat Asterion by going away. That was the only one of Cassie's visions Sonny could not afford to doubt. I am wasting time here. Sonny looked at Mordred with a somber expression, questioning his past choices. Would the people of Red Hill have been alive if he had simply killed the other fragment of the King of Nothing in Mirage City? Regardless, even if he could not kill him now, he could at least slow him down a little. This body of yours. Mordred looked down at the mighty body of Saint Dar and smiled. Not exactly my style, is it? Ah, but it suits me well. I thought that his aspect would be redundant, considering the depth of my own perception, but it is actually quite different from my own abilities. Very useful. Sonny sighed. You can see everything, right? So no enemy can sneak up on you unnoticed. Mordred nodded. Well, that's the idea, yes. But in the next moment, he swayed and let out a pained groan, a river of blood escaping from his mouth. That was because a black arrow had pierced his throat. Walking closer, Sonny looked down at the collapsing figure of Saint Dar and said in a low tone, "Meet Slayer. You wouldn't believe the kind of being she hunted down in the past, so don't feel too bad." As those words escaped his mouth, a flood of scurrying black rats rose from his shadow, flowing toward the myriad of vessels below. His reflection sighed. "Ah, that is quite unfortunate. I like that body a lot. Are we really doing it then? Are we fighting?" Sonny smiled darkly. "I'll fight you some other day. Today, I'll just give you a farewell gift and leave." He spared his reflection a cold glance, grimaced, and dissolved into the shadows. Chapter 2809, Out of Nowhere. Get die 8 ing. Death Singer's shout was drowned in the deafening roar of the weeping goddess. The great waterfall stretched into the distance like a colossal white wall, and far below, the lake of tears glistened under the sun. The city on its shores was mostly empty now, the people who had populated it just days ago gone. Some escaped northwest toward Ravenheart, some were carried by enormous barges southward, embarking on a long journey down the River of Tears. But many were still waiting for their turn to be evacuated, and so, the forces of the human domain could not surrender the great waterfall just yet. Death Singer moved nimbly across the cliffside, using her serpentine body to cling to the rocks. Her transcendent form was that of a half-human, half-serpent, with the lower part of her body resembling a snake's tail. Rushing across weathered stone and water with incredible speed, she reached Sation and yelled again. "Get ready, the gate is opening." She straightened her enchanted cape and added just as loudly, "We're all going to die." Sation winced. The citadel clinging to the cliffs above the Lake of Sorrow belonged to her now, so she was naturally one of the saints meant to hold the enemy back until the evacuation was over. However, she was not the only one here. Soul Reaper Jet and the Night Garden were currently on the Chained Isles, helping the White Feather clan hide their people in the sky below. Here on the edges of the Moonriver Plain, however, it was the Song Sisters and Nightingale who had to hold the line. Sation, Beastmaster, Moonville, Lonesome Howl, Silent Stalker, and Death Singer. Today, they were going to fight side by side for the first time since Godgrave. Only Revel was missing, but since the radiant sun was shining high in the sky, she would not have been able to join this battle anyway. Instead, a few more saints from Ravenheart and the basin of the River of Tears, those who could be pulled to the weeping goddess in time, were going to fight in her place. Bliss, Heli, Ceres, Siord. And of course, there was Saint Kai, the steward of the West himself. Looking down upon the lake, he sighed and said in a solemn tone, "It used to be that we only feared gates opening in the waking world, unleashing nightmare creatures upon humans. But now, here we are in the dream realm, full of dread because of an imminent descent of a gate which will unleash a human." He meant a dream gate, of course, not a nightmare gate. Still, the irony was not lost on Sation. Suddenly, it struck her how strange the situation was. She had known Kai for a long time. The first time they met, she was the custodian of the Bright Castle, while he was a sleeper paying the tribute to find safety behind the castle's walls. Both of them had come a long way. Sation gave him a brief look. "I wouldn't call that man a human." The King of Nothing was coming, and they were the only ones who could stop him, or at least stall him. The Lord of Shadows had bought them time, but that time was running out now, and neither he nor Changing Star was coming to help them. Sation still couldn't believe that both sovereigns ruling the human domain, one openly, the other from the shadows, were missing, having placed the heavy responsibility of defending humanity against two demented supremes on the shoulders of their subordinates. She knew that they had a good reason, but still, Sation could not help but feel like she had been swindled. It did not seem quite fair to expect a group of saints and an army of awakened to stop a supreme, but at least Mordred would hold his main vessel back. He had to in order to protect himself, since throwing his most powerful assets into the battle risked luring a different, far more frightening predator to the Lake of Tears, the other sinister supreme, Asterion. Sacian had never expected that the Dreamspawn would one day serve as a deterrent against a different sovereign, who aimed to obliterate the human domain. Sadly, even that abomination was not fearsome enough to scare the king of nothing away completely. Is this what they call fighting evil with evil? Then again, Sacian herself was far from a good person. Even without his original vessel, Mordred was a fearsome adversary. He had already been tremendously dangerous after attaining supremacy and quietly absorbing countless nightmare creatures around the Hollow Mountains, but not that he conquered the glass hell and feasted on the great swarm of the hive. He was simply a walking calamity. Much worse than the scale of his power was its nature. He was a tricky opponent to fight. His ability to open portals between reflections made it impossible to build reliable fortifications against him, and even something as fundamental as battle formations was of no help. So the forces of the human domain were arrayed both atop the towering plateau, above the weeping goddess, and below it, on the shores of the Lake of Tears. A dozen saints, hundreds of masters, and countless awakened, all waiting for the enemy to reveal himself. Mordred did not make them wait long. A cold wind blew across the lake, and the mirror gate descended upon the world. It did not split the fabric of reality like a vertical scar left on the world by an invisible blade, though. Instead, the restless waters of the Lake of Tears rippled and then turned still like a vast mirror. "Archers, knock your arrows." Nightingale's voice resounded above the lake, easily drowning out the cries of the weeping goddess. Far below, the still waters foamed, and grotesque silhouettes rose from them, rushing at the loose phalanxes of awakened warriors and swarms of enthralled nightmare creatures guarding the shores. Smaller abominations followed the gargantuan champions of the mirror domain, and the transparent monsters of the hive moved under the water, unseen. There were too many of them to count, and more vessels of the King of Nothing escaped the mirror gate every moment. Loose. Far above the Lake of Tears, the warriors of the human domain and the hunger domain, too, released the strings of their bows, sending a storm cloud of arrows plummeting down upon the flood of soulless vessels. The world quaked. The foaming water exploded in great geysers and was then painted red. The hopeless battle against Mordred of Nowhere had begun. Chapter 28:10, Mirror Swarm. That first salvo was devastating. Countless vessels of the King of Nothing were destroyed, painting the Lake of Tears red. Pieces of flesh, bone, chitin, and glass flew in all directions like shrapnel. Tall geysers of foaming water rose high into the air, as if immense payloads of powerful explosives had detonated in the depths of the lake. Looking at the impact of the cataclysmic assault, Sacian could not help but admit that humanity had grown significantly more powerful than it used to be. It was not just about quantity either. Yes, there were far more awakened now than there had been in the past, including those of higher ranks, but those awakened were also stronger and far more seasoned than they had been before. The warriors of humanity had been honed and tempered by the chain of nightmares, the realm war in Godgrave, and the subjugation crusades ever since. Their prowess had undergone a qualitative leap under the whetstone of those calamities, making them more skilled, more experienced, and in better control of their aspects. Not only had they learned to wield their aspects with greater finesse and level of understanding, but they had also accumulated greater soul arsenals. Each awakened possessed more memories than before, and those memories were more potent. Their years of slaughtering powerful nightmare creatures had not been for nothing. Apart from that, awakened mostly operated in small units before the chain of nightmares. By now, however, they were used to large-scale warfare and even excelled in it, having learned bitter lessons in cohesion and cooperation across the countless battlefields in the waking world and the dream realm. So this ranged barrage was truly stunning. Countless awakened were unleashing their arrows, various projectiles, and aspect abilities. There were plenty of masters among the contingent stationed atop the towering cliffs, as well, and more than a few saints. Silent Stalker was there, wielding her bow with deadly intent. So was Moonville, Heli, and Sjord, the latter having partially assumed the form of a beautiful harpy. Of course, no one was more deadly than the Dragon Slayer. Standing close to Kai, Sation could appreciate his bowsmanship up close. The dark bow in his hands was a weapon forged for him by the Lord of Shadows in the depths of Ariel's game. The enchanted arrows he used seemed dreadfully potent, as well, and at least a few of them seemed like memories of the supreme rank. Far more lethal than his weapon and arrows, though, was his aim. Nightingale seemed to see everything and react to the smallest movements of his targets instantly. Due to the great distance separating the archers from the lake, most of them simply aimed in the general direction of the enemy. He, however, never failed to sink his arrows in the weakest points of his prey. His voice flowed over the battlefield, instilling confidence and power into the hearts of the warriors. "Draw your bows, strike true, stay strong." His words were like a magical song that lulled people into being stronger and braver than they were. The warriors of the human domain were fearsome, and the barrage of their arrows was devastating. And yet it was of no use. No matter how many of Mordred's vessels they destroyed, it was like a drop in the ocean. And no matter how disciplined and cohesive the human army was, it could not compete with the flawless unity of the countless vessels. After all, they were all controlled by a single wicked mind. Mordred made it to the shore in no time. Sation's expression darkened. "Send forth your echoes. Tell Beastmaster to unleash her thralls as well." The first line of defense, which was going to suffer the most damage, could not consist of humans. Instead, numerous echoes rushed forward to sap the momentum from the charge of the royal swarm, followed by the nightmare creatures controlled by Beastmaster. At the same time, winged abominations plummeted at them from the sky, aiming to tear the enemy apart. Sjord and other defenders capable of flight were with them, wreaking havoc among the neat, eerily precise formation of the attacking swarm. The vessels of the King of Nothing were bogged down in the defensive line of echoes and enthralled abominations, suffering greatly from the unceasing barrage of arrows and the destructive attacks of the flying defenders. Mordred's terrifying advance seemed to slow down, at least for a few brief moments. But of course, it wasn't without a cost. The powerful echoes simply melted under the attacks of his vessels, exploding into a maelstrom of dancing sparks. The thralls of Beastmaster were being butchered with terrible speed. A swarm of strange crystalline wasps rose from the surface of the lake, colliding with the winged defenders of the human domain and slaughtering scores of them in an instant. Sation sighed. "How long do we have to hold him back exactly?" Drawing the string of his bow with a focused expression, Kai answered in an even tone. "As long as we must in order to allow the rest of the people to flee toward Ravenheart. A day, maybe two." Her scarlet lips twisted into an amused smile. 2 days, I'm not even sure that we can hold on for an hour." Kai released the string, sending a menacing arrow flashing toward the lake, and glanced at her briefly. "Maybe you can appeal to his conscience. Weren't you two quite close back in the Song clan? Perhaps he'll listen." Sation stared at him for a few moments. "Oh my, I did not know you had such a biting sense of humor, Saint Kai. Where have you been hiding it?" Nightingale smiled. "It's gallows humor. Naturally, I developed it when it felt like there was a noose around my neck." Far below, the King of Nothing had already torn apart the first defensive line, and was on his way to clashing with the human defenders of the Lake of Tears. Sation inhaled deeply. I guess this is my signal then. Stretching her shoulders, she jumped onto the parapet gracefully, looked down from the great height upon the dreadful battle below, and spent a brief moment to appreciate the awesome majesty of the weeping goddess. I'll try to buy us 2 hours at least. With that, she took a step forward and plummeted toward the distant ground. She had a feeling that the goddess was going to weep blood tonight. Chapter 28:11, Mad Demigod. In the end, 2 hours passed, and then 4. After that, Sation lost track of time. She only noticed that the sun had touched the horizon, and the roaring white expanse of the weeping goddess seemed to be painted red by the flaming glow of the sunset. Or maybe the canyons were simply overflowing blood, since Mordred was now leading 2 assaults simultaneously, one below the great waterfall and one above it. He was also conquering the chained isles at the same time, as well as waging war against the deepest levels of the hive in the glass hell. And who knows what else? You look tired, Sation. An awakened man wearing a suit of plate armor smiled pleasantly at her from behind the visor of his helmet as his sword rushed toward her heart. Sation batted the sword away with her forearm and lashed with the other hand. Her fingers tore enchanted metal like paper, ripping the man's throat out. He died drowning in blood. The spell did not announce her kill, though, because the man was merely one of the countless vessels of the King of Nothing. All she destroyed was a minuscule shard of his soul, no more than that. The smell of blood crawled into her nostrils, making her see red. She was dying of thirst. It was ironic. All that was around her were corpses and blood, and yet she could not spare a moment to quench her flaw. Ugh. She sent the toppling body flying with a strike of her palm and rushed forward, her eyes trained on a lumbering nightmare creature that rampaged among the awakened warriors of the human domain. As if sensing her thirst, the abomination swiveled its long neck, allowing its head to fall back and hang upside down against its long spine. Its round eyes stared at her with a glassy sheen, and its terrible maw opened to let out a chilling wail. The familiar words of the human language could be heard in its inhuman shriek. "Yous don't look well at all." Sation activated her dormant ability, turning into a ghastly monster herself. She tore the towering creature apart with her claws and her fangs, finally drinking her fair share of blood. The blood of an abomination was fetid and bitter. Blood, blood. There was so much blood around her. The entire lake of tears was turning red with blood. Most of it belonged to nightmare creatures, but there was quite a lot of human blood mixed with it, too. The longer the battle continued, the more blood was spilled. And the more blood was spilled, the stronger Sation became. That was the boon of her ascended ability. She was a monster who reveled in slaughter. All around her, her blood sisters were battling the vessels of the King of Nothing, too. Her transcendent ability made them far more powerful and deadly than any ascended was meant to be, closer to saints than to masters, and their power made her stronger in turn. Her essence was replenished faster because of them, too. She was using her awakened ability as well, making her enemies bleed more profusely, while staunching the bleeding of her allies. But Mordred was right. She was tired. The forces of the human domain were being pushed back. Sation threw the dead abomination down, making the ground shake, and lunged at the next enemy. The enemy met her with a pleasant smile. "There, I like your true hideous face far better." Sation growled. All around her, humans and nightmare creatures were laughing at her with the same laugh, looking at her with the same amused gaze, the litany of their voices and howls fusing into a maddening choir. The King of Nothing moved his myriad of bodies with an impossible kind of consonance, their accord too flawless to seem anything but eerie. The defenders of the Lake of Tears were slowly melting under his merciless onslaught, but they were putting up a good fight, too, stubbornly clinging to every centimeter of the blood-soaked ground. The mad demigod they fought against was a harrowing foe, but the soldiers of humanity were not hapless prey, either. They were all seasoned veterans of Armageddon, having spilled their blood and felled dreadful foes on countless battlefields of the age of the nightmare spell. More than that, they were not without advantages in this battle. Far above, Siord clashed with an enormous crystal wasp. Her talons shattered the transparent carapace of the abomination, but the shards were like deadly razors. They pierced the flesh of the beautiful RPY, making her scream. In the next moment, the wasp closed its mandibles on one of her wings, tearing it. Siord barely avoided the great nightmare creature's sting and fell toward the ground, awash in blood. As she did, however, a soft radiance ignited under his feathers, erasing her wounds and mending her wing. She opened her wings and glided across the surface of the water, then sent herself barreling into the sky once again, colliding with the wounded wasp once more. Nephis might have been away, but her blessing was still protecting the warriors of the human domain, and somewhere far away, she seemed to be paying attention to this battle. As long as they weren't killed outright, her powers would eventually heal them. That was the horror of those who dared to challenge the human domain. It was just a shame that so many warriors defending the Lake of Tears had surrendered to the Dreamspawn instead. Curse him! A sharp spear tore Sation's flesh, making her wince. She grasped it with her clawed hand and attempted to break it, but the weapon must have been a memory of quite a high rank. Despite her bestial strength, the shaft of the spear held, refusing to shatter. I thought we were close. Ah, it hurts me to see you turn your back on me, Sation, to serve the woman who killed your mother, no less. The ascended vessel smiled and twisted the spear, widening Sation's wound and sending blinding pain through her body. Luckily, in the next moment, several awakened warriors attacked the vessel from 3 sides, pushing it back. Sation stared at them for a split second, blood dripping from her fangs. She was quite certain that these awakened were Asterian's thralls. Suddenly, she felt an impulse to laugh. It was truly ridiculous. No, it was outrageous. Who knew that the warriors of the longing domain would fight side by side with the thralls of the hunger domain in perfect harmony one day? Worst of all was the fact that she couldn't deny how reliable and helpful the Dreamspawn's thralls were. They were truly the best allies one could wish for. Have I gone mad, or have the world gone mad? Sation was almost happy that Asterian had her back in this battle. Just as he promised, he was there to help. It was just that even his help was not enough to salvage this bloody battle. Far above, atop the great waterfall, a mesmerizing song drowned out the roaring water. Nightingale had finally assumed his majestic transcendent form, it seemed. A day or two, Sation felt the soothing warmth wash away the deep wound in her side. She was willing to settle for lasting until dawn. Chapter 28:12, From Dusk Till Dawn. The majestic figure of a dragon whose scales were like the midnight sky had grown vague and unclear against the backdrop of a silver moon. It was not because of the darkness of the night, though, or because Sation's vision had turned hazy from sweat and blood. It was because the dragon was entirely covered by transparent silhouettes of the glass wasps, who were sinking their stings into his body and tearing his scales away with their razor-sharp mandibles. The dragon snapped its jaw shut, shattering the body of an especially powerful abomination, and then let out a deafening cry. The glass bodies of the lesser wasps vibrated, and then exploded, a cloud of sharp shards raining down upon the Lake of Tears. Diving down, Nightingale opened his maw once more. In the next moment, a devastating sonic blast slammed into the surface of the mirror gate, making it ripple. Sation could have sworn that a net of thin cracks appeared on the surface of the lake. Even driven mad by bloodlust and rendered numb by exhaustion, she felt stunned for a moment. He's attacking the gate. She had not even known that it was possible. Maybe it wasn't, But Nightingale made it possible through sheer will and his strange ability to command the world with his words. He did not manage to shatter the mirror gate, but he did manage to get Mordred's attention. A great number of the king's vessels pulled back from the assault on the frayed formation of the defenders of the Lake of Tears to concentrate their ire on him. Some of them could fly, some were capable of ranged attacks. The ascended human vessels were especially dangerous, each possessing an aspect and an array of memories. Those were the remaining warriors of the Maharana clan, no doubt, who had perished in Red Hill. Or maybe they were the unfortunate bodies who had been stolen by Skinwalker first, and then wrestled from under its control by the King of Nothing. In any case, it gave those fighting on the ground a little breathing room. Sation could not see what was happening atop the plateau, where Silence and Moonville were. The enemies must have breached the defensive line there, since some of them had spilled into the citadel that clung to the cliffs. There, Beastmaster and Deathsinger were barely holding Mordred back from reaching the gateway. Here on the shores of the Lake of Tears, it was Sation and her blood sisters who served as the anchor of the entire formation. Far away, Lonesome Howl and Ceres were locked in a battle against a gargantuan abomination that threatened to collapse the entire right flank of the human army, the former in the form of a ferocious wolf, the latter in the form of an enormous three-headed canine. On the left flank, Helly and Bliss were barely staying alive in the tide of weaker vessels of the King of Nothing. The casualties on that section of the battlefield were especially grave, and both saints seemed to be running low on essence. Most of them were at this point. Some of the saints had been forced to dismiss their transcendent forms and clash with the enemy in their human bodies. Others could not even use their aspect abilities and the enchantments of their memories anymore, conserving the last drops of essence they had left. Sation was not that desperate yet, but her blood sisters were slowly buckling. She had already been forced to pull a few of them back to save their lives. There used to be more than 100 handmaidens under her command, all the way back on the Forgotten Shore. Too few of them were still alive, so the loss of even one was painful. I wonder. Sation left a small cut on the body of a towering abomination and dashed back, using her awakened ability to make a river of blood flow from the modest wound. The abominable vessel ignored it and rushed at her, managing to rip her flesh before she could grasp its head and snap its neck. As the grotesque creature died in her arms, it whispered, "Careful, Sation, your weakness is showing." She tore off the creature's head. I wonder if hell was finally right. Are we all going to die today? Of course, she knew that they would not. Even if the battle reached a breaking point and the forces of the human domain collapsed, she and her sisters would abandon the civilians and escape. Countless lives would be lost, and Mordred would get more vessels to make up for the ones he had lost today, but at least they would survive. The same went for the other saints fighting on the shores of the Lake of Tears, powerful masters, and most fortunate of the awakened soldiers. But still, she was reluctant to lose this fight. Perhaps it was because she was a former princess of song, and Mordred was a former prince of valor, but Sation did not want to give him the satisfaction of winning. Perhaps it was because she had grown attached to the human domain and its people, becoming infected by the idealism of Changing Star. That girl. Sation remembered when she had first come to the Dark City. Others had been slow to catch on, but she had known that Nephis would become a catalyst of either destruction or salvation from the very start. After all, the girl had managed to survive countless assassination attempts made by the great clans. She was the heiress of the immortal flame. Granted, even Sation had never imagined just how far Changing Star would come. So where the hell is she now? Kai had not informed them why exactly Nephis and the Lord of Shadows were missing. In fact, Sation suspected that even he did not know. After all, the enemy they faced had the power to read minds, so if one wanted to keep a secret, they had to hide it really well. The ground quaked suddenly, and she fell to her knees. Looking up, Sation saw a tall plume of foaming water soaring into the air from the shallows of the lake. There, a black dragon had just fallen from the dark sky like a meteor, splitting the earth by the force of the impact. A few moments later, Kai crawled ashore in his human form, shaking his bleeding head dazedly. His usually refined appearance was gone, replaced by a haggard and disheveled look. In fact, he looked like he had been pushed through a meat grinder. But the soft white radiance was already igniting under his skin. The problem was that a swarm of powerful abominations was also rushing toward him, eager to finish the job. Damn it! Sation pushed herself off the ground and lunged forward. She managed to reach the steward of the West just before Mordred. Grabbing Kai, she dragged him away from the water while shielding him with her body and tearing the vessels apart with her claws. Hey Kai! Having finally shaken off his daze, he began summoning a memory and gave her a questioning look. Sation briefly wondered if she looked just as unpresentable herself. The thought made her uncomfortable. Granted, she was currently in the form of a ghastly blood beast, somewhere between a woman, a shark, and an indescribable horror, so she had no business wondering about appearances, really. She grimaced. I don't think we'll last 2 days. He stared at her for a long moment, then forced out a smile. Just a bit more, Sation. Our reinforcements are almost here. She gritted her monstrous teeth, unsure if he was telling the truth of lying to reassure her. Soon enough, the first rays of sunlight shot from behind the horizon. The sun slowly showed its molten crown in the east, chasing away the darkness. And in its light, a radiant figure seemed to reveal itself. When it did, something strange happened. Both the lake and great waterfall seemed to come alive, countless water whips rising to cut into the flesh of the King of Nothing. Then a river of liquid metal flooded from one of the canyons, drowning the upper levels of the citadels and eviscerating the vessels storming them. A ghastly creature that was half human, half goat landed on ground some distance away, tearing into an ascended vessel with its bare hands. Countless awakened poured over the cliffs, joining the fight with grim determination. Sation froze for a moment, staring at the rising sun. Summer night jest. It was Morgan. Morgan had finally arrived from the east, bringing the exiles of Godgrave with her. Chapter 28:13, Exile Army. Morgan's arrival bought them more time. The staunchest loyalists of the old domains, most of them former retainers of Clan Valor, had been exiled to Godgrave, where they spent their days keeping the Scarlet Jungle away from the Road of Shadows. Theirs was a stark and austere life, full of nothing but endless strife and a lingering taste of defeat. There were not too many of them, but also not too few. More importantly, those most loyal were usually the most dedicated. So, many of the exiles were the core of the great Clan Valor's forces in the past, seasoned knights who had subjugated the northern reaches of the Dream Realm with Anvil and Madoc, scores of promising squires, and several saints, as well. Saint Jest of Clan Dagoner and Saint Gilead the Summer Knight were the most powerful of them. Not only were they powerful, but Jest was greatly adept at playing with the enemy's mind. Against an adversary like Mordred, whose single consciousness controlled countless vessels, such an aspect was especially potent. Gilead's aspect, meanwhile, granted him great affinity to nature and its elements, including water. There was a reason why he had been called the guardian of Mirror Lake in the past. Now, the same power that had made him the champion of Bastion could help the human domain in defending the Lake of Tears. The problem, of course, was that neither of them was a subject of the human domain. They and the rest of the exiles had already refused to submit to Changing Star, so there was no reason for them to join the fight against either Mordred or Asterion. In fact, many of them were prime candidates to become thralls of the Hunger Domain. That was why Morgan had ventured into the hollows of Godgrave to meet the exiles and convince them to join the fight against Mordred. It had not been a given that she would succeed, but just like Sation was the former princess of song, Morgan was the former princess of valor, the princess of war. So, if anyone could convince the embittered exiles to put their lives on the line for the woman who had usurped the thrones of their monarchs, it was her. And she had. At the break of dawn, the small but powerful outcast army descended from the edges of the Moonriver Plains to join the battle against the King of Nothing. Summer Night turned the lake itself against Mordred, while just unleashed his insidious powers to mess with his mind. Of course, these powers were not enough to shatter the will of a sovereign, but they could at least serve as a persistent distraction. The rest of the exile reinforced the reeling forces of the human domain. And of course, there was Morgan herself. She alone was one of the deadliest transcendent warriors in the world, competing for the first place with people like Nightingale, raised by wolves, Soul Reaper Jet, Nightwalker, and Sation herself. So, when she joined the battle against her monstrous brother, the effect was both visible and immediate. The battles beneath and above the weeping goddess were still frenzied and precarious, but the citadel itself, at least, was firmly in the hands of its defenders once more. Out there on the walls of the fortress that clung to the cliffs, Morgan coalesced into her human form. The battlements around her were like a scene from hell, painted entirely red and littered by unrecognizable pieces of shredded flesh as far as the eye could see. Those were the remains of countless vessels she had sliced apart as her transcendent form washed over the walls and aerial bridges of the citadel. The scarlet blood suited the vibrant color of her vermilion eyes quite well. Looking around with a cold expression, she walked across the morbid carpet of rent flesh and offered her gloved hand to Beastmaster, who was kneeling in a small island of clean stone. Pulling her to her feet, Morgan gazed down upon the battlefield. Her expression darkened. Beastmaster, who had once commanded the Song army against Mo. Argan in the Battle of the Black Skull, gave the former princess a smile. Her smile was exquisite and enchanting despite the blood and grime covering the mesmerizing canvas of her beautiful face. "We're doing quite well, aren't we?" Morgan pursed her lips. "We're not." She lingered for a moment, and then pointed at the vast sea of vessels below. "Can't you see? Most of these vessels are of modest ranks, with relatively few great abominations participating in the fight. His reflections are nowhere to be seen, either." Beastmaster sighed, then chuckled bitterly. "So he's holding back on us." Morgan gave her a somber look. "Of course he is. We are not even his enemy after all. We are simply the obstacle on the road to facing the true enemy. So, he's saving the best of his forces for later." Beastmaster's smile faltered. Saving the best for later. Mordred's worst was already enough to make the strongest warriors of the human domain feel despair. The gap between saints and supremes was simply that vast, and he was not just any supreme at that. Just like Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows, he had clawed his way to supremacy by relying only on his own strength, without the support of the spell. In that regard, Mordred was perhaps more dangerous than Asterion. The worst thing about him, however, was that he was not interested in preserving anyone's lives. The Dreamspawn wanted to spare as many people as possible to devour them later, so he had not caused grave losses to humanity yet. Mordred, however, was the opposite. If anything, it was beneficial to him to kill as many of them as possible, so that Asterion could not add their strength to his domain. So the losses the human domain had suffered in this one battle were more grave than all the deaths caused by the spread of the hunger domain thus far, combined. It was enough to start questioning who the real enemy was, and who wasn't an enemy at all. "Come to your senses." Morgan's shout made Beastmaster flinch, and shake off her momentary reverie. What had she been thinking about? The battle must go on. Command your thralls to defend the gateway and do not let my brother get to it, no matter what. Beastmaster nodded. That was what I've been doing anyway. What about you? Morgan gazed upon the lake of tears, which looked black in the bleak light of early dawn due to all the blood mixing with its waters. I am going down. He is my brother, after all. We have a tradition of trying to kill each other every time we meet, so I ought to give him the opportunity to finish me off today, as well. Her scarlet eyes glowed with cold sharpness. And who knows, maybe I'll be lucky enough to chop his head off instead. Chapter 28:14, Second Sunset. The reinforcements Morgan had brought helped the defenders of the Lake of Tears buy the civilians more time to flee toward Ravenheart. They might not have lasted 2 days, as Nightingale had hoped for, but the furious battle did rage on throughout the morning and well past noon, almost reaching its second sunset. In the end, however, it was all pointless. Even while holding his best chess pieces back and spread thin across 3 battlefronts, Moonriver Plains, Glass Hell, and Chained Isles, Mordred still crushed them. The Saints had exhausted their essence. The Ascended were riddled with wounds and losing all hope. The awakened warriors suffered grievous losses, dying in scores despite the blessing of their goddess. Saishin had managed to keep herself alive, but many of her sisters would have been dead if not for Nephis. She witnessed Deathsinger and Lonesome Howl receive wounds that would have been fatal if not for the miraculous white flames of their sovereign. She saw a young saint who had only recently conquered his 3rd nightmare fall, never to rise again. Just like that, humanity lost one of its transcendent champions. It was Godgrave all over again. No, it was much worse than that. Her mother and the King of Swords had committed countless sins, true, but their goals, misguided as they might have been, had always been altruistic. They wanted to preserve as many human lives as could be saved, according to their cold logic, by sacrificing everyone else. The war they waged upon each other was meant to give humanity a chance to survive. The true cause of this fierce slaughter, though, was Asterion, a man who wanted to devour all of mankind. The perpetrator of the slaughter, meanwhile, was Mordred, who wanted to eradicate as many humans as possible to rob Asterion of excess power. Neither of them was aiming to save anyone except himself, which made this battle feel far more malicious than anything that had happened in Godgrave. In fact, what these 2 supreme horrors were doing felt more malevolent than even the atrocities committed by nightmare creatures. Nightmare creatures, after all, did not possess concepts of good and evil, moral and immoral, but Asterion and Mordor. It did, and chose to be no better than abominations anyway. All day. For the first time since becoming an awakened, Saishin felt nauseated by the stench of blood. I want to be a supreme too. She wanted to become as powerful as they were, so that she could bleed them and rip them apart, so that she could erase their vile presence from existence. The battle was swiftly barreling toward a breaking point. The battered formation of the defending army beneath the weeping goddess was about to collapse, and the warriors fighting atop the great waterfall had been pushed to the very edge of the cliffs, mere steps away from plummeting down. Only the citadel itself still held, stubbornly refusing to be conquered by the King of Nothing. At some point, Saishin found herself fighting side by side with Nightingale once again. We can't continue. Her voice was hoarse. We must abandon the remaining civilians and retreat. He looked at her, his eyes betraying a sense of anguish, fear, and fury. Not yet. Saishin gritted her teeth. If you don't command a retreat, you'll lose both the civilians and the soldiers. She pierced him with a scathing gaze, wondering if the man who had conquered Ravenheart without spilling a single drop of blood was truly worthy of ruling it. This is your burden, carry it. Kai's expression tensed. He looked over the battlefield, his mystical eyes seeing every little detail with flawless clarity. He saw the city, and the people who were frantically waiting for the enormous elevators to take them to the top of the plateau, or scaling the endless expanse of stairs carved into the stone, as well. Kai's task was to protect these people as they escaped the Lake of Tears, and to defend them on the road to Ravenheart, too. What do I do? Somewhere else on the battlefield, Morgan was ignoring the taunting voices of her brother as she calmly and methodically cut down one vessel after another. Kai should be sounding the retreat soon, if nothing happened to change the flow of the battle before that. Her thoughts were grim. She knew that Kai, as the steward of the West, would want to protect every single one of his people. No, even if he was not their ruler, he would have wanted to save them regardless. But what they needed to be protected from was not becoming vessels of the King of Nothing. Mordred did not really need thousands more mundane vessels. Taking the bodies of these people was not going to add much to his strength. He simply aimed to kill them all to diminish the future hunger domain. What he really wanted was the citadel itself, which would grant him far greater power. More important than even the citadel was access to the River of Tears. That was a far more important prize. Because both the River of Tears itself and the land surrounding it were home to countless nightmare creatures. It was these abominations that were his real goal, the true resource that could vastly empower his domain. In that regard, the true goal that Mordred pursued must have always been Godgrave. After all, the Scarlet Jungle of Godgrave possessed a unique ability to give birth to nightmare creatures at a rate impossible anywhere else in the dream realm. These nightmare creatures grew and climbed to higher ranks with astonishing speed, as well. In short, Godgrave was a lavish and nearly inexhaustible source of new vessels for Mordred, who desperately needed to match Asterian's growth. The Glass Hell was merely the staging ground for his invasion of Godgrave, while the attacks on the Lake of Tears and the Chained Isles were secondary goals at best, and nothing more than distractions at worst. There was one citadel in the Glass Hell. There was one citadel on the edge of the Moonriver Plains as well, and while there used to be two citadels on the Chained Isles, only one of them was left. Godgrave, however, contained no fewer than 4 citadels. That was where Mordred's most powerful vessels had to be at the moment, no doubt. If he entrenched himself in Godgrave, his power would keep growing steadily, endlessly fueling his genocidal campaign against the human domain. Why is my brother so ambitious? Morgan smiled darkly. Her brother Mordred was like a mirror. The person who had reflected in it first was his father, Anvil of Valor, and the person who had reflected in it the most was his captor and guardian, Asterian. The wretched boy took the worst parts of both and combined them into one unholy persona. Perhaps it was a miracle that he had not slaughtered any cities before now. What is taking Kai so long? At this rate, they would not even be able to retreat. An orderly retreat was the most difficult of military maneuvers, after all. Some distance away, Kai cut down a powerful vessel of the King of Nothing and looked around. No matter where he looked, he saw no path to salvage the battle. There was only one thing he could do. So Kai gritted his teeth and then whispered, "Erd, Asterian." His voice echoed above the battlefield. As soon as he spoke, a ripple seemed to spread across the world. Chapter 28:15. God out of the machine. As soon as Kai whispered the Dreamspawn's name, there was a subtle shift to the world. That shift was not something that could be seen or sensed, and yet every living thing on the bloody shores of the Lake of Tears had felt it. And somehow, all of them had the same thought when they did. They thought about Asterian, the Dreamspawn, invoking his name in their minds. And so Asterian appeared among them, as if he had always been there, walking by their side. "You've got yourself in quite the trouble, haven't you?" Kai flinched and reeled away when a pleasant voice suddenly resounded from behind him. There a tall man with golden eyes stood, untouched by the grime and carnage of the battle. His hands were folded behind his back, and a faint smile was playing on his lips. Kai regained his balance and looked at the dreamspawn with a guarded expression. Asterion chuckled. "Why are you acting so surprised, young man? Didn't you call me yourself?" Shaking his head, he took a few steps forward and looked at the lake of tears, or maybe at the mirror gate that had subsumed its surface. "If anyone should be surprised, it's me. I did not expect you to conjure me voluntarily. After all, you should have a good idea of what the consequences of this decision will be." Asterion gave Kai an amused smile, prompting him to grit his teeth. Of course he knew. Despite how valiantly Kai and his warriors had fought, they were no match for the King of Nothing. Only a supreme could contain another supreme, and so he had no choice but to call upon Asterion if he wanted to save the settlers at least. Asterion had promised to help, after all. However, his help was a poisoned chalice. Kai was going to have to forfeit the lives of the fleeing civilians and watch more of his soldiers die during the retreat. But if Asterion appeared like a god out of the machine, that dreadful outcome did not need to happen. The Dreamspawn could thwart Mordred and save everyone. But by doing so, he would become a savior in the eyes of every soldier on this terrible battlefield. The news of his benevolence and valor would spread far and wide, sowing seeds of the plague in the hearts of those who were still stalwart in their loyalty to the immortal flame. In fact, this news could very well become the last drop. It could deal a fatal blow to the longing domain, which was already wounded and nearly brought to its knees. Kai knew it all too well. But what else could he do? If Asterion triumphed today, there was still hope of defeating him tomorrow. But if Mordred won, the lives of countless people would be lost forever, just like the lives of all the people of Red Hill had been lost forever. So Kai had made a decision that left him with a bit of hope, at least. He chose to save as many people as he could today instead of sacrificing them for the sake of tomorrow. Even knowing that he could not have chosen differently, he was not at all sure that he had made the right choice. But there was no turning back. The Dreamspawn was like an evil djinn. Once he was out of the bottle, nothing could put him back into its prison. Kai exhaled slowly. As if you were ever going to let this citadel fall into Mordred's hands. In fact, Asterion could have appeared on this battlefield at any point. It was not like there were no thralls here who could call out his name. So why had he even waited for Kai to do it? It's because the call of a saint carries a special weight. Kai looked at the Dreamspawn, who was not even hiding the fact that he was reading Kai's thoughts. It sounded reasonable, and yet, "You're lying." Kai knew that the Dreamspawn had a different reason. Asterion remained silent for a moment, then chuckled. What a peculiar flaw. He studied Kai silently, then leaned forward and said with a pleasant smile, "It's because I wanted to break you. You are one of Changing Star's most loyal companions, after all. So I wanted you and no one else to call me." He leaned back again, his smile widening. "And look, you aren't broken yet, but there is already a crack on you." Kai's expression turned dark. All around them, the battle had come to a lull. The King of Nothing pulled back his forces, and the warriors of the human domain received a sudden respite. They leaned on their weapons, breathing heavily and looking at the sea of vessels with dark, smoldering wariness. Many had already noticed Asterion, looking at him with shock and wonder. Sparks of timid hope ignited in their eyes, and they hurried to relay the news of a supreme appearing to support them to their fellow soldiers. Asterion sighed, turned away from Kai, and headed toward the lake. As he did, he halted for a moment and threw over his shoulder. "I suggest you run." He continued on, his way to the red waters of the Lake of Tears, paying no attention to Mordred's vessels that stood in his way. They parted in front of him, clearing a wide path to the shore. "If you want to talk to me, boy, come face me. We haven't seen each other in so long. Won't you come to greet your teacher properly, at least?" Asterion was halfway to the lake when a new figure appeared on the shore, having stepped out of the mirror gate moments earlier. It was a man with pale skin, dark hair, and two strange, mirror-like eyes. The King of Nothing and the Dreamspawn met on the shores of the Lake of Tears, surrounded by corpses and the stench of blood. Asterion studied Mordred for a while, then sighed and shook his head. "I told you to face me. Did you think I would not recognize one of your reflections?" Mordred grinned. In the next moment, his figure changed, turning into a perfect copy of Asterion himself. He chuckled, his golden eyes glowing in the sunlight, and offered the Dreamspawn a mocking bow. "Why did you expect me to come anywhere near you? Thanks, but no thanks. I prefer to be the only tenant in my own head." Mordred looked Asterion over. "Greetings, teacher. When did you get so old?" Chapter 28:16, Scorched Earth. Asterion studied his own reflection silently, then looked around. All around him, countless vessels of Mordred stood still and gazed at him with an eerie, unsettling lack of emotion in their eyes. They were men, women, and monsters. In fact, most of them were hideous and monstrous, like a myriad of nightmares that had escaped the depths of an eldritch hell. Standing alone among the sea of motionless horrors, he did not seem troubled at all. The Dreamspawn lingered for a few moments and then sighed. "What have you done to yourself, boy?" Mordred laughed. But it wasn't just the reflection who had assumed the form of Asterion that laughed. Instead, all of his vessels, men, women, and monsters, laughed together, the harrowing cacophony of their voices drowning out the deafening roars of the weeping goddess. When he spoke, a myriad of voices fused into a single, malevolent sound that came from all directions, rustling, sounding too vast and deep to belong to any living being. It was as if the world itself was speaking, or rather, a wicked thing that hid in the darkness beneath the surface of the world. "I think I've done quite well for myself, no. But you probably did not expect that I would become supreme all those years ago. Life is full of surprises, isn't it? Back then, when you discarded me, I was both hurt and glad to have been discarded. I was both abandoned and full of hope, but all my hopes were shattered in the end and I was left with nothing." The myriad voices of the King of Nothing grew even lower, making the surface of the lake ripple in strange patterns. "So I spent many years dreaming of killing the King of Swords, my father. I managed to contribute to his downfall, but sadly I failed to take his life with my own two hands. What a pity. But you are here now, a spare father figure. How wonderful. Life does indeed give us second chances at times." Asterion did not seem alarmed by the chilling sound of Mordred's vast, inhuman voice. He simply smiled and asked, his own tone calm. "Oh, do you think you can kill me, boy?" His reflection mirrored his smile. "Who knows? I guess time will tell. One thing is certain, though, it's going to be very fun to try." Asterion shook his head lightly. "I'm afraid I do not have time to play games with you, Mordred. The other two are missing, and while I am not too concerned, their absence is a little vexing. So, why don't you just give up? I am not inclined to surrender this citadel to you. I am afraid I want it for myself." His reflection shook its head as well, in the same exact motion. "I know that you want it for yourself. That is precisely why I am here, to make sure that you never get it. You'll only have the Lake of Tears over my dead body." Asterion smiled faintly, looking around once more. "You have quite a few bodies, though." He faced his reflection, a chilling coldness settling over his golden eyes. "How many should I destroy? To be honest, I wasn't planning on getting involved personally just yet. But you are forcing my hand. The other two seem to be up to no good as well. My plans will have to be adjusted." The reflection took a deep breath. "Let's make this touching reunion truly unforgettable, shall we?" In the next moment, the world seemed to shatter as countless vessels lunged at the lonely figure of the dreamspawn, obscuring it from view. There was a revolting sound of tearing flesh, and a vast swath of them was suddenly erased from existence, a cloud of bloody chunks and a cloud of fine red haze rising into the air. Kai wasn't looking, though, because he was busy pulling his soldiers away from the shore of the lake. Retreat, retreat toward the cliffs. His army was not powerful enough to fight against one sovereign, and it was definitely not powerful enough to survive in the middle of a battle between two. If he did not follow Asterian's advice and run, all of them would be wiped out. The ground quaked, and the vast lake spilled out from its shores as the defenders of the human domain hastily withdrew from the sea of Mordred's vessels. The King of Nothing paid them no attention, nor could he allow himself to split his focus. No one had seen Asterian in battle before, but Kai had no doubt that the Dreamspawn was a horror to behold despite not possessing any direct combat abilities. Even if Mordred's original body, the body of a supreme wielder of a divine aspect, was not here, he seemed to have learned a few new tricks, including how to control his reflections better. That meant that the battle between the vanguard of his forces and Asterian would be truly calamitous, rewriting the very topography of this region. It was going to happen fast as well, which meant that Kai had no time to waste. His voice resounded above the battlefield, easily heard despite the thunderous roars of the great waterfall and the horrid clangor of the supreme battle. He gave a few simple orders, commanding all remaining winged echoes, thralls of Beastmaster, and saints capable of flight to focus and ferry the civilians to the top of the plateau. The awakened and masters with suitable aspects had to help the evacuation, as well. Things seemed to be going well for a while. But in the end, there was still not enough time. The battle moved closer to the Weeping Goddess, and a glancing blow from one of the clashing supremes completely obliterated the system of stairs and elevators running to the top of the plateau, and killing those unfortunate people whose turn it was to use the elevators in an instant. It also cut the path of escape to the minority of them who were still at the bottom of the great waterfall. Kai landed on the ground in his dragon form, shielding them with his body. At the same time, a steel wall rose between the remaining humans and the destructive violence of the battle between Mordred and Asterian. Kai looked at the polished surface of the towering steel wall and saw it tremble under a barrage of impacts. The deafening ringing of metal somehow fused into a few cohesive words. "Hurry, I'll endure." He remained motionless for a moment, then lowered himself to the ground, allowing the next batch of civilians to climb onto his back. "I am not leaving anyone behind, I won't." But by the end of it all, too many people perished. The soldiers, the civilians. The death toll was too gruesome to forgive and too cruel to forget. Those who survived fled northwest, following the road to Ravenheart. Some time later, they went far away from the Weeping Goddess to barely feel the occasional tremor shaking the Moonriver plains. And then the tremors ceased altogether. Morgan and Satian, both of them battered and covered in blood, looked back, wondering if the battle was over. Of course, they could not see what was happening on the shores of the Lake of Tears, countless kilometers away. But Kai could. His face turned ashen. Morgan, her own face pale and fatigued, gave him a guarded look. "So what happened? Who won?" Kai remained silent for a while, then turned away. "Nobody won." A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. "Mordred, he collapsed the wall of the plateau. He destroyed the citadel, so nobody will get to add it to their domain." If nobody was the winner, did that mean that the King of Nothing had achieved his goal? Kai did not know. He wasn't sure anymore. The bloodied defenders and the tired refugees continued on their way north. Chapter 28:17, Bitter Retreat. Cassie emerged from the torrent of memories for a few short moments to take a breath. She remembered now. The battle at the Lake of Tears. It had been the breaking point in the invisible war between the longing domain and the hunger domain. Once the King of Nothing emerged from the mists of the Hollow Mountains and led his forces to conquer the northern reaches of the Dream Realm, the plague of Asterion became truly unstoppable. Asterion himself changed his strategy then, abandoning his passive approach in favor of a more forceful intervention. Perhaps it was because he had no need of being cautious anymore. Perhaps it was because Mordred's swift invasion of the human domain left him with no other choice but to hurry. Or maybe it was because the strange absence of Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows made him nervous. In any case, that was when the invisible war between the domains had turned into an open war. But how did it all fall to ruin? And where were Sunny and Nephis? Even if Cassie learned that she had been the cause of their absence, or a vision of hers at least, she couldn't remember yet what that vision contained. I am still missing something. Gee. She was missing a key piece of information to make it all make sense. So she reached for the shards of memories once more. She shared the senses of Sation again. The Lake of Tears was lost. Neither Mordred nor Asterion had gained control over the citadel guarding it, but there was no doubt that the forces of the human domain were retreating in defeat. In fact, the only reason their defeat had not been crushing was the grace of the Dreamspawn. The whispers about his benevolence were swiftly spreading among the soldiers, and the refugees as they traveled to Ravenheart across the Moonriver Plains. The terrain here was treacherous, and the deep canyons made it difficult for large groups to move swiftly. So the refugee train split at some point, each group taking a different route. Sation led the largest group north until they reached the road connecting Ravenheart to Godgrave, then turned west. She had once been in charge of constructing this road, so she knew these parts well. Under her guidance, the refugees and the contingent of soldiers protecting them had a good chance of reaching their destination unscathed. The wagons they had commandeered from the local merchants accelerated after their wheels rolled onto a well-maintained road, and Beastmaster's thralls that were pulling them increased their pace. The mundane people sheltered within the enormous wagons would travel the rest of the way in more comfort, which was a silver lining. Still, they had to be fed and watched over. Moonriver Plains were quite safe these days, but not safe enough to eradicate the possibility of being attacked by nightmare creatures, so the wagons needed to be constantly guarded. Sation had a lot to take care of, and despite her exhaustion, there was no time to rest. Eventually, the refugee train had to make a stop to give the tired soldiers time to rest. A camp was hastily set up, and food was distributed. Sation watched over all of it with a sense of unease in her heart. Now that the battle was over, she had too much time to think. What was to become of the human domain? Both Asterion and Mordred seemed unstoppable. She had no power to stop them, that was for sure, and neither did any other saint, or all of them put together. So the only hope Sation had was that Nephis and the Lord of Shadows would accomplish whatever it was that they had set out to achieve. However, nobody knew what their goal was. Relying on them in the utter absence of knowledge was not really hope, it resembled faith far more. Sation had never been a believer, so the thought made her smile bitterly. At that moment, she sensed someone approaching from the south. She tensed, but then relaxed, recognizing the figure of an enormous wolf rushing across the desolate plain. Soon enough, the daughters of Kaisong gathered a little distance away from the camp. Lonesome Howl was catching her breath. Just a moment, damn, he really forced me to run all the way here. That nightingale, he's not as nice as he seems, isn't he? Beastmaster gave her an amused look. Actually, he's exactly as nice as he seems. That's the entire problem. Kai was leading another group of refugees, while Morgan was leading the third. Lonesome Howl had initially been meant to assist Nightingale, but since she was here, he must have sent her over with a message. Lonesome Howl inhaled deeply and then delivered the message. Well, anyway, he went ahead to Ravenheart. He wants us to return as soon as possible, too, to prepare the city for a potential attack and help settle the refugees. Saints could naturally move much faster than masters and awakened, not to mention mundane people, wagons or not. So, they could reach Ravenheart far ahead of the caravan. Still, Sation looked at Lonesome Howl with surprise. He wants us to abandon the civilians. Her sister frowned. What do you mean, abandon? They'll still be protected by an army of awakened and masters, not to mention the fact that this road is the safest place on Moonriver Plains. Sation lingered for a few moments, then nodded. I guess that makes sense. We six will rush to Ravenheart then. I just need to give a few commands to the soldiers. Before too long, they set out west, moving with the speed only saints were capable of. All six sisters were still low on essence after the long and arduous battle, so they kept their human forms still. They moved faster than the wind, leaping over the canyons and easily slaughtering whatever nightmare creatures dared to stand in their way. As Ravenheart drew closer, Sation's flaw began to make itself known once again. The unquenchable thirst was returning slowly, making her crave blood. Her senses were becoming sharper as well. When they stopped for a short rest, she stared at Lonesome Howl for a long while, her face impassive. She could smell the tantalizing scent of transcendent blood. You're bleeding. Sation's voice was a little stiff. Lo. Lonesome Howl glanced at her and cleared her throat. Am I guess I got a scratch in the last skirmish. But it wasn't a scratch. The scent of blood was too strong, too overpowering. The wound was hidden by Howl's armor, but it had to be deep and painful. Sation frowned. Why are you bleeding? She looked at her sister, who just stood there awkwardly. No. None of the abominations they had faced on the Moonriver Plain could have wounded Lonesome Howl that severely, which meant that she had received this deep wound during the battle days ago. Saints healed at a tremendous speed, so her injury must have been truly grave. Otherwise, it would have been gone by now. But if the wound had been grave, why had Changing Star's flames not healed it? Lonesome Howl cleared his throat. Well, this is awkward, sorry, Shan. She smiled. Sation's eyes widened as she realized what the answer to her question was. It is because she is not a part of the longing domain anymore. Chapter 28:18 Blood Bond. Lonesome Howl seemed embarrassed, but not particularly concerned by being found out. She shrugged. Sorry, but you saw it yourself. We would have been gone if it weren't for Asterion. Oh, and by the way, he has a message for you. Sation lowered her head slightly, gritting her teeth. The rest of their sisters, Beastmaster, Moonveil, Death Singer, Silent Stalker, gathered behind her, looking at Lonesome Howl tensely. Howl chuckled. The Citadel is gone, so you are homeless now. Asterion thinks that a saint like you should not be without a citadel, Sation. So, he commands you to conquer the Jade Palace instead. She smiled. It should have been yours anyway. You should have inherited it from our mother instead of surrendering it to a stranger. Sation glared at her and uttered through gritted teeth. Since when? But Lonesome Howl interrupted her in an easy tone. Oh, Lord Asterion also said that his plans had to change. He is not satisfied simply waiting anymore. He wants to act and take the citadels of the human domain, even if their masters have not seen the light yet. He meant that the saints whom he had already enthralled would have to conquer the citadels of those whom he had yet to turn to his side. Sation cursed quietly. There had probably never been an order from Kai. Lonesome Howl had just wanted to lure them away from the refugees for some nefarious reason. It was a trap. But that did not mean that they could not escape from that trap. What am I going to do with Howl? Cassia should be able to help as long as we subdue her. Monvel use. She was interrupted for the second time. This time, it wasn't because Lonesome Howl spoke over her. Instead, it was because a cold blade plunged into her back. Sation moved on pure instinct, wrenching the knife away from the hand that held it and dashing away. Through the pain of the sudden wound, she saw her sisters, all 5 of them looking at her with regret and apprehension. Beastmaster, who had just leaned down to pick up a bloody dagger, sighed. Relax, Shan. We weren't really going to hurt you. We just need to subdue you. It's for your own good. Moonville nodded. You should know by now. We can't defeat Asterion. In fact, we shouldn't. Now that Mordred has gone insane, he is our only hope, while Changing Star and Lord of Shadows simply abandoned us. Don't resist, please, and everything will be fine. Deathsinger smiled joyfully. We're all going to live for a long, long time. Sation remained motionless, dazed. How could this have happened? They had all been themselves during the battle. They all knew the threat Asterion represented. He must have done something. The Dreamspawn was changing his plans, and the Song Sisters seemed to be an important part of his new scheme. So, he must have targeted her sisters especially, using their fatigue and hopelessness caused by the crushing defeat at the hands of Mordred to sway them to his side. Am I the only one left? Sation had not been rattled by the deep wound on her back, but at that moment she felt her blood run cold. She hoped that Revel was safe. Taking a careful step back, Sation looked at her sisters with unease. Snap out of it, you fools. I'm not going to say it twice. When they were little kids, this stern tone usually got them to behave. Sation was not older than the rest of her sisters, but she had played the mother role in their close-knit group of orphan girls. She had been their leader all those years ago, and they looked up to her still. But the bond they shared did not seem to matter anymore. Beastmaster sighed. I am sorry, Shan, I really am, but you will understand soon. They lunged at her. The beautiful moons shone upon the desolate plain, and the nearby canyons roared as mystical rivers rushed through them. On that night, Sation, the lost princess of song, spilled the blood of her sister. Rs. Their battle was short and furious, its dreadful violence leaving deep scars on the surface of the rocky plain. Sation's sisters were skilled and powerful. They were the best of the best, in fact, more than worthy of being heirs of the great clan Song. But she was stronger, more skilled, and far more ruthless. More than that, she was the one who had inherited the core of Beast God's lineage from their mother, the blood. And by inheriting it, she had also inherited power over all others who had Beast God's blood in their veins. So in the end, her sisters lay on the ground bleeding, but Sation was still standing. Barely standing, but not on her knees. She swayed, raising a trembling hand to wipe the blood off her face. Her mind was empty. I am going to lose, aren't I? Her sisters were broken and battered, but they were still alive. That was because she couldn't bring herself to kill them. And because she couldn't kill them, they were going to bring her down eventually. Help! Beastmaster's voice was weak. Sation shuddered. Ben! She staggered toward Beastmaster and fell to her knees near her, full of guilt and concern. Then she slapped her sister across the face. Don't you try that with me. Get out of my head. The guilt, the concern, all of it was nothing but a mental attack disguised as a flood of genuine emotions. Sation knew that the wounds she had dealt to the beautiful enchantress were not fatal. Beastmaster grinned weakly. Or what will you do? Sation raised a hand, her nails extending to turn into sharp claws. But she never brought it down. Beastmaster, meanwhile, reached forward and thrust her fingers into a ghastly wound on Saishan's side, ripping it open. "What can you do, Shan? Give it up or kill us. One or the other, there is nothing else you can do." She was right. Saishan could not even escape, because a few of her sisters were much faster than she was. She stared down at Beastmaster, her claws still hovering above her sister's throat. All Saishan needed to do was slash across Beastmaster's delicate neck once. If she wanted to escape, she needed to deal with her sisters. Otherwise, a fate worse than death awaited her. They had all been taken by Asterion already, anyway. But her hand refused to move. In the end, Saishan looked at the 3 beautiful moons and laughed. Then she sobbed. "I'm just like our mother in the end." Lowering her hand, Saishan bent down and pressed her forehead against the ground. I can't kill them." She surrendered. Chapter 28:19, Queen's Inheritance. In another memory, Saishan was sitting on her mother's throne. She wore a regal red gown, leaning languidly against the throne's backrest. The vast hall was illuminated by the ghostly light of dancing flames, and in that light, her pale gray skin made her look like a corpse. Her scarlet lips were moist, as if covered in fresh blood. Now, finally, she had reclaimed her childhood home, just like her mother reclaimed it from the traitors who had usurped it once, all those years ago. The Jade Palace once again belonged to a descendant of Ravenheart, as it was meant to. 2 of her blood sisters were standing silently behind the throne. Below the throne, Beastmaster stood leisurely, making a report. The chained isles are firmly in his hands, but his advance south is slowing down. The Black Mountains serve as a natural barrier, and every mountain pass there is now a battlefield. Here in the west, however, the situation is more difficult. She sighed. He doesn't seem to be in a hurry to besiege Ravenheart, but his raids on the cities in the basin of the River of Tears are growing bolder with each passing day. He comes and goes out of reflections, so we cannot give chase. His forces are spread thin, but no matter what losses he suffers in the Black Mountains, Godgrave provides him with plenty of new vessels to continue the invasion. In fact, the number of his vessels is growing. Saishan remained silent for a while, frowning. I presume he is still building up his forces, while avoiding a direct clash against our lord. Beastmaster nodded. Indeed, that is most likely the reason why he has not besieged Ravenheart yet. Ravenheart was not an easy target even for Mordred. There were too many saints, masters, and awakened here. More importantly than that, committing to this battle would put the besieging vessel army at risk of being culled by the Dreamspawn. The Hunger Domain encompassed most of humanity by now, while the Mirror Domain was still relatively small and weak. However, it was growing stronger every day. Saishan's frown deepened. There needs to be a decisive battle. Beastmaster grimaced. It's not that I disagree, but how are we supposed to force such a battle on him? Saishan hesitated. She was not quite sure herself. But just then, when she felt mired in doubt, it was as if a subtle voice whispered. Into her ear, new thoughts were instilled in her mind. Saishan smiled. We cannot force him to commit to a battle, true. However, we can invite him to give battle with a proper lure. Beastmaster raised an eyebrow. What can that slippery man find so irresistible as to abandon caution? Saishan did not answer for a while, and a golden gleam seemed to shine in her eyes for a short moment. We have his sister, do we not? He already allowed somebody else to kill his father. I doubt that he will tolerate someone else killing his sister as well. If we proceed slowly enough, he will most likely show up before we finish the job. There was a muffled sound, but she ignored it before adding. And if that doesn't help, we will just have to make Ravenheart vulnerable. If he sees a real chance to destroy the city, he will act despite the danger. Saishan paused, then smiled and asked in a gentle tone. What do you think, Kai? Do you like this plan? She looked down, where a man was kneeling beneath the throne, shackled and chained to the floor. He was pale and disheveled, looking at her with a scathing, sorrowful emotion in his sunken eyes. There was a silk scarf tied around his neck, the white fabric painted rusty brown and vibrant scarlet by layers of dried and fresh blood. He stared silently at her, offering no answer. Well, of course, he didn't answer. After all, she had torn out his tongue. At first, Changing Star's flames had attempted to heal him, but after Sation repeated the painful process a few times, they subsided. It seemed like Nephis had realized that healing this particular wound would only subject Kai to more torment. Looking at him, Sation smiled sweetly. It doesn't seem like you like my plan very much, but do not worry. She licked her scarlet lips and chuckled. Even if Ravenheart falls, it will be for the greater good. Kai strained against his chains, but of course it was of no use. In the end, exhausted and dizzy, he tiredly closed his eyes. In a different memory, Kai was standing at the gates of the Jade Palace, looking at the entrance to the great bridge in front of him with a tired but determined expression. Out there on the bridge, bodies littered the ground. Above them, thousands of awakened warriors were frozen in place, utterly motionless, their hair dancing in the frigid wind. Some seemed to have frozen mid-step as they were rushing toward the Jade Palace. Some were kneeling on the ground. Some were brandishing their weapons, while others were reaching for their quivers, ready to knock arrows on the strings of their bows. They did not move. They could not move because he had commanded them to cease moving. The power of his voice bound them like an invisible chain, and none of them was strong enough to resist it. Well, almost. At the very edge of the great bridge, 6 women were arrayed like a crescent in front of Kai, looking at him with calm expressions. Impressive. Sation offered him a strained but graceful bow. But how long can you keep this up, Kai? He gritted his teeth silently, prompting her to laugh. This citadel, it rightfully belongs to me, to us. What right do you have to occupy our mother's home, to steal our inheritance? Shaking her head, she strained a little and then pushed her body one step forward. I've come to claim what is mine, Kai. Do not stand in my way. He frowned. Stand down, Sation. Even if you defeat me and claim the Jade Palace, it won't belong to you or your sisters. It will only belong to the Dreamspawn. As the wind picked up, his eyes glistened. Not to mention that you can't defeat me. Not now, not here, not as long as I am the master of this citadel. Chapter 28:20, Throne of Blood. Kai was strong enough to contend against Sation. He wasn't alone in this fight either. Summer Night stood just behind him, studying Sation and her sisters impassively. Ironically enough, out of all the people in Ravenheart, it was Sir Gilead who had turned out to be the most impervious to the plague of Asterion. The man's single-minded loyalty to the king whom he had sworn to serve was so uncompromising that he refused to submit to anyone else. He had refused to accept Changing Star as his new sovereign, and now he was refusing to bow down to the Dreamspawn as well. There were a few others who were still holding out against the plague, too. Most of the city had already become enthralled, though, and Asterion wasn't satisfied simply letting the plague spread anymore. Instead, he wanted the saints he had successfully subjugated to conquer the citadels still belonging to the Longing Domain. So his thralls had been besieging the Jade Palace under Sation's command for the last few days. Despite their great numerical advantage, the great bridge connecting the snowy mountain to the volcano was a natural bottleneck that prevented them from descending on the citadel like a swarm. Still, Kai would have long low. Since the battle, if not for the gargantuan steel colossus that had risen from the volcano like an infernal monument to hunger and sin, when Sation first led her troops to capture the Jade Palace. The towering body of the colossus was entirely black, covered in numerous blades and spikes that protruded from it like a graveyard of shattered swords. The flames of hell burned in his dreadful eyes, and when he opened the incinerating furnace of his maw, unbearable heat washed over the surroundings, turning snow into flowing water. He was the supreme devil, whom the Lord of Shadow had left behind to defend Ravenheart. With the help of this fiend, Kai had been able to repel Sation's attacks, ending each battle in a draw. The devil was still with him, guarding the gates of the Jade Palace. Sation regarded it with a somber expression. Silent Stalker did as well, since she had fought it before on the shores of the Vanishing Lake, during the war in Godgrave. They were at a stalemate. Sation remained silent for a long while, and then said evenly, "Did you say that I would not be able to defeat you, as long as you rule the Jade Palace, Kai?" She smiled suddenly. "I tend to disagree. However, if I continue this siege, the King of Nothing will easily make use of our disagreement. So, I'll just have to make you surrender the Jade Palace of your own free will." Kai raised an eyebrow. "And how exactly are you planning to do that?" Sation's exquisite smile widened slightly. "By the grace of Lord Asterion, of course." Kai studied her for a few moments and then frowned. "Sorry, but I don't think I'll be surrendering the Jade Palace to you, Sation." She chuckled. "You did not think that you would call upon Lord Asterion in a moment of need either, did you?" Summer Night shifted uncomfortably. "Don't listen to her, Nightingale. She is just trying to rattle you and get into your head." Sation took a step back and raised her hands in a graceful gesture. "Behold the grace of our Lord." Her voice sounded reverent. Responding to it, there was movement on the bridge. The great bridge was so long and vast that several districts of the city had been built on its surface, and on the platforms suspended from it, serving as home to most of the awakened who lived in Ravenheart. Now countless people flowed onto it, flooding it like a dark tide. Kai tensed, wondering if Sation was sending all her reserves into one massive, reckless assault. However, the people on the bridge did not join the battle. Many of them did not even look like warriors. In fact, they were mundane citizens, unremarkable and all but useless in a battle between awakened. "What are you?" Instead of trying to attack the Jade Palace, they slowly spread along the edges of the great bridge, forming two columns that stretched from one of its ends to the other. And then, silently, they climbed to stand on the parapets. Kai paled. "What about now, Kai? Do you feel like surrendering yet?" Sation's pleasant, raspy voice made him shiver. Not receiving an answer, she sighed. "Be it your way." Kai flinched. Summer Night could not see, but he witnessed it in flawless detail. Far in the distance, the two people closest to the opposite end of the bridge silently took a step forward and plummeted into the bottomless chasm below. Their silhouettes disappeared into the ash blizzard a few moments later, as if erased from existence. That was what it looked like to everyone but Kai, who could easily see through the ash. Sation looked at him with a smile. "How about now?" The next pair fell down. "Not yet." Kai simply stood there, frozen. "Stop." Sation sighed. "I'm afraid I cannot stop." Two more people plummeted to their deaths. "Stop." She looked at him with pity. "Only you can stop this, Kai." Two more. And then another two. And then... "Stop, stop." Sation laughed. "They will only stop when you surrender. Are you still hesitating?" Kai shuddered. She let out a quiet sigh. "Look, your hesitation has already cost dozens of lives." Sation looked at him, the smile leaving her scarlet lips. "How many more people must die because of your inaction?" Kai simply stood there, frozen, just like the people whom he had commanded to halt were frozen in front of him, unable to move. The steel colossus of the Lord of Shadows remained motionless, as well, awaiting Kai's command. By his side, Summer Night spared the steward of the West a grim look, then gritted his teeth and lunged forward. His sword was aimed at Sation, but it never reached her. Her sisters moved to intercept him, batting the sword away and raining blows on his armor. "You wretched!" Gilead would not be swayed by the plague which made him incapable of becoming a subject for the Hunger domain, and therefore useless to Asterion. So, the Song Sisters did not hold back their killing intent. At the same time, he was not a part of the Longing domain, so ch. Anging Star could not heal his wounds. He should have been crushed under an avalanche of their attacks, but somehow, Gilead broke through the barrier of steel created by the Song Sisters and rushed toward Sation. His armor was broken and torn, but his body was only covered by minor lacerations. His sword was still sharp and steady. Sation tilted her head, looking at him. As Summer Night took the next step, the minor wounds on his body began to bleed. A step more, and the trickles of blood that flowed from his wounds turned into streams. Another step, and his bleeding turned gruesomely dire. Summer Night slowed down, swaying, then gritted his teeth and took the next step. By the time he reached Sation, he resembled a ghastly red statue. The remains of his polished armor were painted entirely red, and his face was like a glistening crimson mask. He said, "Stop." Despite Summer Night's horrid state, his low voice remained clear. His sword trembled as it rose arduously, straining to reach Sation's neck. But in the end, it clattered to the ground. Sation did not move, but Summer Night swayed, then fell down and grew still, the crown of his head resting near her feet. A puddle of blood spread around his body, soaking the hem of her dress. And behind her, 2 more people stopped off the bridge into the ashen abyss. Kai looked down, dazed. Gilead. There was so much blood. That day, Sation of Clan Song became the master of the Jade Palace. Chapter 28-21 Above Deck. In another memory, Soul Reaper Jet was looking down at the vast expanse of the night garden as life slowly flowed out of her broken soul, drop by drop, like it always did. Bringing a golden fruit to her mouth, she took a bite and chewed its flesh slowly, a thoughtful expression on her face. She spared the fruit a long look. Eating fruits every day. She had never even seen a fruit during her time in the outskirts, let alone tasted one. Life was sure full of surprises. It was full of unexpected outcomes as well. Taking another bite, she continued to study the lively expanse of the layered decks far below. Things were turning strange on the night garden. The ship was currently gliding through the boundless abyss of the dark sky below the chained isles. There was nothing but an endless emptiness above it. Beneath it, meanwhile, was a ferocious sea of fire. It was as if the night garden was sailing above the surface of a star. The heat rising from the ocean of divine flame was keeping the titanic ship afloat in the empty abyss. Not in the sense that it was gliding on the rising currents of warm air, though, rather, the hull of the night garden was soaking in the heat and turning it into torrents of essence to sustain its innate sorcery. Which was good news, since the ship was consuming a great amount of essence now that it was sailing on air instead of water. That was something it had become capable of after being mended and restored at the wharf of the Eternal City, among other things. Making the night garden fly had actually turned out to be quite simple. It had never relied on the winds or propulsion engines to sail. After all, instead, it moved due to the divine sorcery left behind by the demon of repose. So, if its helmsman was skilled and powerful enough, the living ship could easily sail on air instead of water, or even on nothing at all if need be. It was just that the amount of essence required to lift it into the air was too taxing for a transcendent captain. Beings of such a measly rank were quite obviously not meant to control the living vessel, and since they could not substitute the essence the night garden consumed with their own, An external source was needed to keep it in the air for prolonged periods of time, something like a raging storm, or a sea of divine flames burning in a vast abyss. The mission to evacuate the citizens of the sanctuary of Noctis had been both sudden and ambitious. The Night Garden traveled to the chained isles through the Dream Gate, steered by the Saints of Night, Neve, Etha, Bloodwave, and Nightwalker himself. With the four of them rotating at the helm, the living ship could barely be kept afloat. The Night Garden arrived at the sanctuary, the city that now sprawled across half a dozen islands around the sanctuary of Noctis, where the entire local population hastily boarded it. Saint Tyrus and Saint Roan, as well as the awakened warriors of the White Feather clan, joined them as well. Then, the living ship dove into the sky below just before the King of Nothing descended upon the chained isles from the hollow mountains. And here they were, drifting above the sea of flames. Nephis had departed to wherever it was she had gone, and the human domain was slowly collapsing somewhere far above them. The Night Garden was severely overpopulated at the moment, and although everyone lived in cramped conditions, there was enough food for everyo. There were also 7 saints aboard: Jet, Nightwalker, Bloodwave, Etha, Neve, Tyrus, and Roan. So even if they ran out of some supplies, they could bring more from the waking world. The problem lay somewhere else. Taking another bite of the fruit, Jet narrowed her eyes as she scrutinized the movement of people on the main decks of the Night Garden. Everything seemed in order. However, something felt off to her eyes. There were invisible undercurrents and signs of internal strife that weren't that difficult to notice, but there was something else too. She knew that most of the mundane population of her citadel had already succumbed to the plague of Asterion. The loyalty of the awakened warriors was questionable. Well, there were plenty of ways to confirm that someone still belonged to the longing domain, but Jet doubted that any of them were truly trustworthy. In fact, she was willing to bet that even if there was no reasonable way to fool the tests, the Dreamspawn had long found a way to do just that. Everyone acted like they used to, but at the same time, many people raised her suspicion. So Jet and the other saints, as well as the ascended officers under their command, had been carefully positioning the troops they deemed trustworthy, or at least hoped that they were, near the vital elements of the living ship's ecosystem. The loyalists and the turncoats, the believers and the apostates, aboard the Night Garden were constantly getting into small conflicts, and the soldiers under Jet's command were busy making sure that things did not get out of hand. The living ship was like a powder keg, and days passed in the atmosphere of distrust and tension. It felt like a mutiny was brewing. Jet chewed on the golden fruit calmly. If the mundane population of the Night Garden rebelled, even if the awakened soldiers joined them, they would not be able to gain control of the living ship. That was simply because they would not be able to defeat the 7 saints who guarded it. However, Jet did not suspect only the mundane people and the awakened. She was an equal opportunity offender, so she did not fully trust her ascended officers either, and was watching the other 6 saints, even Nightwalker, with a wary eye too. There were definitely questionable things about them. There were more and more strange discrepancies Jet noticed every day, if it wasn't all in her head. They were probably having the same thoughts about her. Chapter 28-22, Something to Lose. Yesterday, Jet had shared a bottle of strong spirits with Nightwalker. The conversation was relaxed, but inevitably turned to their current predicament. The ship absorbs an ocean of essence from the divine flame, but climbing up to the surface will be difficult. We can train young Tyrus and her husband to steer the ship, but even with 6 saints working in shifts, we'll run ourselves ragged. She gave him a curious glance. What are you getting at? Nightwalker looked her up and down, then grinned. Well, your pool of essence is several times deeper than that of any of us. Plus, you're the captain. It seems peculiar that you are not standing at the helm, no? Won't you take at least a shift or two? Jet studied him with a relaxed smile. Nothing of what he said was wrong, but she had removed herself from the rotation for a reason. When the Saints of Night steered the Night Garden through the air, all they had to do after a shift was spend a few days replenishing their essence. Jet could not do the same, though. Instead, she would have to hunt a significant number of nightmare creatures to refill her shattered core, which was not a problem usually. However, she would be vulnerable until she did. If someone wanted to eliminate her, that would be the perfect moment to attack. Was Nightwalker really asking her to take the helm because he wanted to spare the rest of the Saints some exhaustion? Or was there a more sinister intent behind his request? She took a sip of alcohol and shrugged, her smile remaining the same. "I'll think about it." A day before that, Neve had been making a routine report to her. There were a total of 24 violent altercations between the civilians yesterday, 15 connected to the strife between the domains, the rest due to mundane reasons. Bruises and lacerations, nothing serious. The troublemakers were detained to let them cool down. He checked his notes. The food stores are holding up well. A few are depleted, but we are almost ready to harvest the innermost fields. That should cover the difference. All in all, our surplus seems sufficient to feed the additional population. There's nothing else to report, really. Jet nodded. Good. She glanced at him briefly, then asked in a neutral tone. Oh, by the way, did you change the guard shifts in the mainmast pagoda a few days back? Neve remained silent for a moment, checking his notes again. After shuffling through several pages, he nodded. Yes, there was a minor change. Jet raised an eyebrow. Why? He shrugged. A few soldiers were seen fraternizing with the turncoats, so I had to replace them. That, in turn, required pushing the shift change timing a bit. Jet remained silent. She wouldn't call changing security personnel a minor issue. Even if it was, why hadn't Neve informed her? Was it peculiar, or was she just being paranoid? She smiled, then glanced away and nodded. Okay. At some point between these two conversations, Jet was showing Sky tied around the ship. They talked as they moved between the decks. Anyway, I hear that your daughter has run off to challenge a nightmare. Tyrus pursed her lips. She did. Jet studied her briefly, then chuckled quietly. Like father, like daughter. The apple does not fall far from the tree, huh? Tyrus sighed and fell silent. Eventually, though, she asked, Is that where our sovereign is? Has she run off to challenge the fifth nightmare? Jet spared her another look. The champions of the human domain were naturally curious about where Changing Star was, considering that the world seemed to be falling apart at an abominable speed. As I said before, I do not know. She wasn't lying. Jet herself did not know where Nephis and Sunny had disappeared to, only that they had gone to complete a vital mission. Even Cassie did not seem to know, despite the fact that she had been the one to inform them about that development. Tyrus frowned. Do you really not know, or are you only saying that you don't know? Jet turned to look at her. It was natural for Sky Tide to want to know where the supreme she had sworn to serve was. However, that was the third time she had asked Jet, despite receiving the same answer the first two times. Was she really asking out of concern? Or was she asking because someone else really wanted to know where his opponents were? I really don't know. Tyrus did not ask her the same question again, but would stare at her strangely from time to time after that. All of it was quite distressing. The suspicion, the ambiguity, the waiting. It was honestly a bit tiring. Jet almost wished that, if something were to happen, it would happen already. I wonder, can I defeat all six if things devolve into bloodshed? She exhaled slowly. Tyrus and Roan had the terrain advantage here, in the sky below. Neve and Bloodwave were at a disadvantage instead. Etha. She wasn't sure how his aspect and the divine flames influenced each other, so it was hard to tell. Nightwalker was an old monster who was utterly lethal in any environment, as well as the one she was most wary of. Still, if Jet had to bet, she would bet on herself. If they were to attack her, she'd probably kill at least most of them. Possibly even all of them. She really wished they wouldn't, though. Chances were they were not going to. There were easier ways to defeat her than a battle, after all. There was an entire ship of people under her command, and each of those people could become a hostage. What was she going to do if the saint at the helm of the night garden threatened to drop it into the ocean of divine flames unless she surrendered? What would she do if they forced her to calculate the value of her own life against the unknown number of lives she was meant to protect? The golden fruits were usually sweet, but today, the one she had plucked tasted bitter. Jet sighed. Life is indeed full of surprises, but strangely, I miss the days when I had nothing to lose. Chapter 28-23 Excess Heat. Days passed while the night garden drifted through the vast emptiness of the sky below. Far above, the King of Nothing had already conquered the glass hell and the chained isles. Now, his forces were invading Godgrave and the Moonriver Plains, as well as moving south, toward the distant Black Mountains. The Black Mountains had served as the boundary of the lands tamed by humanity once, decades ago. Then, Anvil and Maddock of Valor led their knights on a conquest crusade to subjugate the regions of the Dream Realm laying further north, eventually reaching all the way to the Hollow Mountains. Now, Mordred was taking the lands they had conquered back from humanity. It was as if he were erasing everything his father had achieved, one feat at a time. I guess it's a little poetic, in a morbidly sinister kind of way. Jet was descending toward the runic hall of the mainmast pagoda. There, Nightwalker was currently at the helm of the living ship. The two of them had been busy for the last few days, working closely together to develop an alternative way of escaping the sky below. The simplest way was to ascend the same way they had descended, slowly and arduously, pouring oceans of essence into the night garden. The obvious drawbacks of this method were that it would exhaust the saints, as well as that they would escape the abyss in the middle of the chain. The Isles, which currently belonged to Mordred. The more difficult way was to use one of the living ship's components to open a portal to somewhere else. Opening spatial rifts and moving through them was one of the abilities Night Garden had gained after visiting the Eternal City. The problem was that, like many of its other continents, it was not really meant to be used by a saint. Jet could open a portal, but only as far as her eyes could see, which was largely meaningless, since the living ship could breach that gap in no time all by itself. To truly make use of that function of the living ship, they had to master a different one first, a function that had to do with navigation. However, no matter how much time they spent on studying it, the puzzle still remained unsolved. In the end, Jet could not open a portal to guide the night garden away from the sky below and the chained isles. She wasn't a good enough navigator for that. However, there was Nightwalker. He not only possessed the lineage of Storm God, the god of travel and guidance, but also had an aspect ability that allowed him to always know where to go in order to get to where he wanted to arrive. So, in theory, Nightwalker did not even need to master the navigation tools of the Night Garden. As long as they could properly integrate his aspect into the sorcery of the living ship, he would probably be able to open a portal to almost anywhere without having to master a different function of the ship. That was what Jet and Nightwalker had been working on ever since the Night Garden plunged into the sky below, and by now, it felt like they were nearing a turning point. All the while, the plague of Asterion was ravaging the population of the living ship, and paranoia was slowly taking over the saints who were meant to protect it. Jet entered the runic hall and nodded at Nightwalker, who was standing in the circle. "How is it?" He gave her an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I haven't been able to make any progress since yesterday." Jet remained silent for a few moments, looking at him. Then she smiled as well. Okay. Wasn't he saying that he could almost feel the connection yesterday? She chose not to comment. Instead, she turned to the other two people present in the runic hall. They were Neve and Etha, discussing something quietly among themselves. "And what are you two doing here?" Distracted from their conversation, they greeted her warmly. "Oh, we are just waiting for my uncle." Neve seemed impatient. In recent days, the saints under her command had taken it upon themselves to take turns traveling to the waking world. There, they gathered information about the current situation, as well as procured various supplies that the ship needed. Etha looked at Neve, then politely offered a more detailed explanation. "He is supposed to bring a civil engineer who can help us deal with the excess heat. The ship is overcrowded, and with all those flames below us, people are quite uncomfortable. So, we hope to quite literally cool them off. If we do, perhaps the amount of problems they create will lessen." Heat waves had always been known to increase the crime rate. The living ship was already like a powder keg, so their motive seemed reasonable. At least at first glance, as long as one did not think too hard about it. Jet studied them quietly. "Good thinking." The compliment was hollow. At that moment, there was the sound of steps, and two more saints suddenly appeared in the runic hall. They were Tyrus and Roan, looking around with reserved curiosity. Jet spared them a confused look. "And why are you here?" Roan flashed her a charismatic smile. "Nightwalker insisted that we learn how to steer this ship, in case we need to help out with supplying it with essence. So, we are here for a lesson." Nightwalker waved from the runic circle. Right, right, just wait for me quietly. You can observe what I do in the meantime." Jet remained silent. It made sense that Nightwalker would want to teach Tyrus and Roan how to control the ship. They indeed needed more hands, considering how much essence the night garden would consume as it left the sea of flames behind. However, Jet looked around carefully. Nightwalker was in front of her. Neve and Etha were flanking her. Tyrus and Roan, meanwhile, were still standing at the entrance, cutting off her path of escape. Was it a coincidence or a trap? Jet suddenly felt a cold shiver run down his spine. And was Bloodwave really bridging in a civil engineer? Just as she thought that, two figures appeared in the grand emptiness of the runic hall. One of them was the familiar tall saint of the House of Night. The other had golden eyes. Chapter 28-24 Civil Engineering. Just a few moments before Bloodwave and the uninvited guest appeared in the runic hall of the night garden, Jet, who had been looking at her fellow saints with a wary expression, smiled suddenly. She turned to Nightwalker. "You know what, I think I'll take that shift after all. You look exhausted." He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really?" Jet was already stepping into the runic circle. She maintained an easy smile, as a cold shiver ran down her spine. "What's this? You don't seem happy at all, after complaining so much." She patted him on the shoulder and gently pushed him out of the circle. Nightwalker seemed a little reluctant, but he did not have a reason to refuse, so he left without saying anything. By then, the silhouettes of two people were already forming in the air. As the captain of the night garden, Jet was always connected to it. However, that connection was usually subtle and vague, existing in the deep periphery of her subconscious mind. It was only when she stepped into the runic circle that the connection opened fully, allowing her to share the feelings of the living ship and exert precise control over it. Now, too, she suddenly both remained herself and became a vast presence that bathed in the nurturing heat of divine flames as her body sheltered and nurtured millions of living beings in turn. Time seemed to slow down for a moment. Jet could only see the vague silhouettes of Bloodwave and the civil engineer he was supposed to bring as they were manifested in the dream realm. However, the night garden felt their arrival far more deeply, One was familiar and caring. The other was a stranger, his presence as vast as an ocean and full of endless, insatiable hunger, and kinship as well. The stranger bore the scent of heart God and its sacred forest. Jet's smile faltered. A civil engineer, my foot. Before she could react, Bloodwave, and the man he carried across the realm boundary fully materialized on the floor of the runic hall. The supposed engineer was tall and imposing, looking at her with two radiant golden eyes. He was none other than Supreme Asterion, the Dreamspawn in the flesh. Jet felt her blood running cold. She had expected an ambush, but she had not expected that. As Asterion looked around the bridge of the night garden with curiosity, the other saints, Neve, Etha, Bloodwave, Tyrus, Roan, and even Nightwalker bowed. "Welcome, my lord." The corner of Jet's mouth twitched as she spared Nightwalker a dark look. Him too, after all the torment and horror he had endured because of the Dreamspawn. Or had he been a thrall of the Dreamspawn this whole time? No, it couldn't be. Jet's mood soured. Still, she mentally patted herself on the back. Her distrust of the other saints had turned out to be justified. If there was one thing that had never failed her in this life, it was paranoia. Finally, Asterion's gaze settled on Jet. She met it steadily, trying her best not to appear rattled. He smiled. "Ah, Soul Reaper Jet, what a charming nickname. It is a pleasure to meet you. Oh, but you don't seem to be surprised to see me at all." Jet remained silent for a few moments, then forced on a faint smile of her own. "On the contrary, I am quite shocked." She glanced at the saints that were scattered around the runic hall, surrounding her, and shrugged. "I was expecting that the 6 of them would try to subdue me with an unexpected attack. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that Lord Asterion himself would come to deal with this humble transcendent." He chuckled. "A humble transcendent, please don't sell yourself short." Asterion studied Jet, with a hint of amusement in his golden eyes. "I've met all kinds of people, you know. Powerful people, cunning people, great masters of warfare and the like. Even people whose main virtue was that they were inexplicably lucky, which made them more dangerous than all the rest. And among all those people, you'd still rank as one of the most impressive, Miss Jet." Jet scoffed. "What is this flattery?" He shrugged. "No, no, I'm simply stating the facts. Everyone has a weakness, you see, but not all weaknesses can be easily exploited. Powerful people, cunning people, lucky people, and great masters of all kinds, dealing with them poses no problem at all. To tell you the truth, I wasn't planning to act personally at this stage, since delegating tasks to my subordinates was more than sufficient." Asterion sighed. "But no matter how much I tried, I couldn't see a way for them to deal with Soul Reaper Jet. Not without sacrificing more talents than I am willing to sacrifice, at least, or without destroying you instead of making you mine. It is quite an accomplishment, really. I can't believe that we all overlooked such a gem all those years ago." He looked at Jet and smiled brightly. "So I had to come and deal with you myself. There are only 2 transcendents who managed to make me act personally, by the way. Well done." Jet studied him with a concerned expression. "What an honor." Asterion laughed. "I feel a note of sarcasm in your voice, but actually it is indeed an honor. Yo. You should feel proud." Jet studied him for a few moments, then sighed. "You know, people like me, those who grew up in the outskirts, don't like the word honor that much. In fact, one might say that we can't stand it." He raised an eyebrow, looking at her with curiosity. "The outskirts? I am sorry, but I am not familiar with the term. Is that something from your world?" A grin slowly bloomed on Jet's lips. "Right, you're not from Earth, so you might not know. Yes, it's a term from the waking world. The outskirts are where the non-citizens lived, and they had a peculiar culture. People from the outskirts, those who live long enough to escape them at least, are known to be distrustful, vicious, cynical and tenacious. They often share common traits as well. She took a deep breath and glanced around the runic hall, chillingly evaluating the sovereign and the 6 saints that surrounded her. Like, for example, the runes of the circle shimmered faintly, and a subtle change spread across the hall. Jet smiled darkly. They tend to never enter a room without an exit strategy. Chapter 28-25 Exit Strategy. A while back, Jet had asked herself if she would be able to kill the 6 saints aboard the Night Garden if they were to conspire against her. She had also asked herself what she would do if the entire population of the living ship was taken hostage or turned on her. The answer to the first question was, yes, probably. She could not be sure, but deep down, she knew that they would not survive a battle against her. Her aspect was simply too lethal, and the gap in physical prowess between her and the rest of the saints was simply too vast. In that regard, she was closer to a supreme than to a transcendent. Besides all that, she was simply a killer. That innate quality was hard to define or measure, but those who knew its fatal scent could easily distinguish between those who possessed it and those who did not. Needless to say, the former was many times more dangerous. It was just that slaying 6 powerful saints would not help anyone. Whether she managed to kill them or not, humanity would suffer a grievous loss, so what was the point in trying? As for the second question, Jet was honestly not sure. She did, however, know that if things ever came to that, the battle would have already been lost. And while she would have fought for the cause of her people to the last drop of blood if there was a smallest possibility of victory, only a fool would continue to bleed themselves dry in a battle that had already ended in defeat. Saving herself to fight another day was an option, too, even if it meant surrendering the Night Garden and millions of souls to the enemy. After all, she would not be able to snatch them from Asterian's grasp even if she stayed. So Jet had been hoping for the best while preparing for the worst possible outcome in secret. She was ready to escape instead of fighting the 6 saints. Sadly, she had really not expected that Asterian would come for her personally. His presence here complicated things a lot. Looking at Jet, Asterian chuckled. It does complicate things, doesn't it? Jet's expression darkened. She remained silent for a few seconds, then said in a disgruntled tone, "It's impolite to read a lady's private thoughts." Asterian simply shrugged. "It's also impolite to cast all your thoughts and emotions outward as if you were screaming at the top of your lungs, constantly, incessantly, for everyone to hear. Noise, noise, noise. You people are noisy enough to drive a person mad. It's deafening. I spent a long time learning how to stay sane in the endless cacophony of your souls." His lips twisted into a friendly smile. "So, forgive me for taking a peek at your plans of escape. Granted, you've been cunning enough to hide the details of how exactly you were going to run away even from your own mind. But that shouldn't matter too much." The friendly smile suddenly seemed menacing. "Should it, Miss Jet?" Jet blinked, having caught herself staring into his golden eyes. Wait. What had she been thinking about? Jet knew that she had prepared an escape strategy. However, no matter how much she tried to remember what it was, she couldn't. It was as if there was an empty space in her mind where her plan had been, or possibly a tall wall that prevented her from accessing these thoughts. She tried to hide her fear and glanced at Asterian with the same concerned expression. "That's a neat trick. However, do you really think that you can keep me here against my will? I am quite good at improvising as well, you know." Asterian laughed. "I know, but why would you want to leave?" Jet blinked again, confused. Indeed, why would she want to leave? She vaguely remembered wanting to escape but could not comprehend why. This was her citadel after all. Her people were here. Her home was here too, as well as her beautiful garden. There seemed to be no reason to leave the Night Garden, and every reason to stay. Asterian sighed in satisfaction. There, that's better. Jet glanced at him in a daze. No, wait, something is not right here. It felt like she had forgotten something. But what was it? She couldn't put her finger on it. The other saints moved, slowly getting closer to the runic circle. Asterion took a step forward as well, his golden eyes holding her gaze. Now let us. But before he could finish the sentence, something strange happened. Instead of landing on the wooden floor, his foot seemed to sink into it, making Asterion stumble. An expression of surprise appeared on his face, replaced a moment later by a pained grimace. Miss Jet, is your ship trying to eat me by any chance? Asterion, Nightwalker, and the rest of the saints were slowly sinking into the floor, as if it were quicksand instead of solid wood. Watching that, Jet frowned thoughtfully. Then she smiled. Ah, I remember now, the plan I improvised. Asterion stared at her for a moment, then snarled. He moved, and the wooden floor around him exploded into splinters. At the same time, Nightwalker, who had been standing closest to Jet, flicked his wrist, sending an ominously gleaming throwing knife at her. The enchanted knife hit Jet in the chest and passed through her as if flying through mist. She gave him a bitter look. Bastard, we'll talk about it later. In the next moment, Asterion was standing near her, his hand stretching forward to grab her neck. But before he could, Jet vanished without a trace, as if she had never been there. At the same time, she appeared far below, on the main deck of the night garden. Jet lost her balance, fell into a roll, and slid a few meters before jumping to her feet. All around her, hundreds of people, thousands, possibly, were all staring at her with ominous expressions. Some of them were mundane, some were awakened, and more than a few were masters. All of them, however, seemed to have been enthralled by the dreamspawn already. I'm surrounded by zombies. No, was she the zombie? Now that Jet was far away from the dreamspawn, her mind seemed to have been freed from the hex, so she could remember what she had been planning to do and why. Escape, huh? It was easier said than done when a demented sovereign was hot on her heels. Chapter 28-26 Delegated Escape. Jet realized that all her plans had become meaningless the moment she felt Asterion's presence through the night garden. Dealing with 6 powerful saints was already difficult enough. Dealing with 6 saints and a damn supreme on top of that was well above her pay grade. Now that Asterion boarded the night garden, executing her escape would be all but impossible, and on top of that, his aspect granted him frightening powers. The second he appeared in the runic hall, he would be able to read her mind and learn how exactly she was planning to get away. Even worse, he would be able to manipulate her very thoughts, twisting them and turning her own mind against her. Jet prided herself on being paranoid, but now she couldn't even trust herself. She had to improvise an entirely new plan of escape in the brief moment between the vague silhouettes of Bloodwave and Asterion appearing in the runic hall and them fully crossing the realm boundary, manifesting in the dream realm. Not only that, but she had to make that plan impervious to the powers of the malevolent sovereign somehow. So she did just that. By the time Asterion laid eyes on her, the new plan had already been put in place. Jet also made an effort to focus all her thoughts on the old one, forbidding herself from thinking about anything else. It seemed to be working for now. She had not been certain that it would. Her new plan was quite simple, but also innately devious in its simplicity. It relied on a single proposition, that while Asterion could manipulate and deceive her own mind, even he could not manipulate the vast, slumbering mind of the night garden. The night garden was not just any ship, after all. It was a living ship, and while it did not quite possess a consciousness in the way people understood the concept, it was not truly mindless either. So, in that brief moment before Asterion appeared in the runic hall, Jet gave the night garden a simple command. Protect its captain. That was why the dream spawn and the saints he had subjugated suddenly started to sink into the floor. The main-mast pagoda and the floor of the runic hall were carved from the same wood as the hull of the living ship. The night garden had never absorbed and digested its passengers, but not because it could not. Rather, it was because it had been damaged in the past, and there was no reason to consume the beings it was meant to shelter and nurture anyway. Jet doubted that Asterion and the saints would be seriously harmed by that simple defensive measure, but they had at least been slowed down at a decisive moment. Next, the night garden sent her away from the runic hall, where the danger was, to its main deck. Jet suspected that it had opened a miniature portal between the two, just like it could open a vast rift in space to travel from one place to another. So, something like that was possible too. The sudden break of the connection between Jet and the living ship was a bit jarring, but she swiftly regained her senses. She was standing on one of the outer decks of the night garden now, surrounded from all sides by hostile thralls of the Dreamspawn. Asterion was already aware of her current location, no doubt. He would escape the runic hall in a matter of moments, so she needed to run. There was nowhere to run in the sky below, really. The night garden was surrounded by a vast emptiness from all sides, except for one, where a sea of divine flames burned in the darkness. However, Jet was a saint, and saints could always escape across the realm boundary to a different world. It was just that pulling on one's tether required time and concentration. Jet had little time and could not afford to focus entirely on her tether. Still, she had to manage it somehow. Just when a small figure exploded from the arched portals of the runic hall far above, at the top of the mainmast pagoda, she lunged into a run. She had to buy herself more time, and there was only one way to do it. From where she stood, only a few hundred meters separated her from the edge of the night garden, beyond which lay the empty dark void, a distance that a saint could breach in the blink of an eye. When people moved to bar her way, Jet simply turned into a mist and flowed past them, rushing toward the railing. However, bizarrely, it took her several seconds just to move a few dozen steps. Jet cursed. Nightwalker, that old lecher. The legendary saint was twisting space to increase the distance between her and the dark void. He couldn't stop her entirely, but he could slow her down. Somewhere above her, two flying figures dove out of the towering pagoda following the first. They were Tyrus and Roan, without a doubt. Behind her, meanwhile, Asterion landed on the deck of the night garden like a meteor. Damn it! Jet poured a roaring torrent of essence into her muscles. Her dead body was special, as it could absorb far more essence than the flesh of the living could. So, she could move faster than almost any saint, streaking across the deck like lightning. But not as swift as Asterion was moving as he lunged after her. The Dreamspawn did not even seem to run. He simply blinked out of existence at one spot and appeared in the next in the blink of an eye. He was already upon her. It was then that the night garden suddenly tilted, throwing Asterion off balance while simultaneously pushing Jet toward her goal. She leaped onto a colossal cannon that stood in front of the railing, then jumped into the empty space below. An arrow pierced her shoulder at the last moment, wounding her and making her bleed. Jet was spun around as she fell, witnessing the radiant sight of the countless lanterns that illuminated the night garden for the last time. Goodbye, my wondrous ship, thank you, I hope we'll meet again. Then she plummeted down, into the depths of the sky below, and the fierce radiance of the ocean of flame that burned beneath her. This is going to hurt. Watching two enormous figures, a magnificent bird of prey and a winged lion diving to catch her, Jet focused on her tether. She fell and fell and fell. As she did, the blinding radiance of divine flames grew more intense around her. The heat was suffocating at first. Then, when Jet crossed the invisible barrier of the living ship's aegis, it became lethal. Her armor ignited, and a terrible pain flooded her mind. The talons of the enormous thunderbird were moments away from snatching her, but in the end failed to reach her. Burning, Jet fell into the sea of flames. Elle wondered. A moment later, she rolled across cold concrete in a cloud of smoke and crashed into a cracked wall, shattering it entirely. As pieces of concrete and dust fell on her from above, Jet coughed and let out a pained groan. Am I the first saint to escape from a supreme? No, come to think of it, Cassie had escaped too. Asterians seemed to have terrible luck with catching saints. Jet, on the other hand, had been quite lucky. She had returned to the waking world. Chapter 28-27 Critical Mass. Even after escaping the dream realm, Jet was under no illusion that she was safe now. In fact, she was confident that, since Asterion had come to capture her, he would have prepared an ambush in the government stronghold where she kept her tether, as well. He had already proven himself capable of being quite thorough during the attack on Cassie. That was why she had secretly moved her tether to an undisclosed location weeks ago, with N01 being the wiser. Not even the other members of Changing Stars cohort knew where she was tethered now, so there was little chance of the Dreamspawn tracing her current location quickly. He would find her eventually, though, so Jet had little time to waste. Taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth and sat up. Her armor had been burned to a crisp and was already collapsing into a rain of dancing sparks. Beneath it, the snow-white smoothness of her skin was interspersed with gruesome burns. A good portion of her body was scorched and blackened, creating a ghastly sight. Jet exhaled a small cloud of smoke and smiled darkly. At least she was alive. Well, maybe not quite alive, but definitely in one piece. Close your eyes, Jet. Hearing Cassie's voice in her mind, Jet lingered for a moment and then did as she had been told. Why? There was a brief silence. I cannot be sure that the Dreamspawn has no access to my mind, so it would be best if you don't show me where you are. After this conversation is over, I will erase my mark and cut our connection. Jet let out a heavy sigh. She briefly enjoyed the feeling of cold air caressing her burns and then spoke quietly. I'll assume you already know what happened. The Night Garden is lost, and that nightmare creature seemed to have grown strong enough to easily sway saints. Something changed. Dar of the Maharana clan was the first transcendent to fall under the Dreamspawn spell, or so they had thought. However, the plague had swallowed Red Hill too suddenly and too rapidly, leaving them suspicious. It was difficult to investigate what had happened because Mordred left no witnesses, but there were breadcrumbs to be found in the last messages of Saint Dar. The people of Red Hill had suffered from insomnia caused by a persistent plague of nightmares. This clue led Nephis and her companions to Saint Thane, the dream merchant, who had been developing a new version of Dreamspace to serve as a way for distant citadels of humanity to communicate with each other. Jet, naturally, was very familiar with the Dream Merchant, who had once been one of the two government saints alongside Wake of Ruin. It was unclear when Asterion had enthralled Saint Thane. What was clear, however, was that the unseen damage caused to the human domain by the infected dreams was grave. It had accelerated the spread of the plague, making countless people across the dream realm far more susceptible to it. Red Hill had been targeted especially severely. Much worse, the dream merchant had remained a subject of the longing domain until the very end, proving that Asterion was capable of far more than simply making his thralls blindly loyal to his cause. After that discovery, Nephis and her allies could not even tell how many saints had already fallen under Asterion's hex. But still, enthralling all 6 saints aboard the Night Garden, including someone as stalwart as Tyrus or as exceptionally predisposed to loathing the Dreamspawn as Nightwalker, was too difficult a feat. It had all happened too fast. Cassie seemed to agree. It is most likely because of what happened at the Lake of Tears. The plague seems to have reached critical mass there. Now it's unstoppable. Jet was sitting on the cold concrete with her eyes closed, as if meditating. Her body was like a morbidly beautiful painting, white and black hues accentuated by streaks of vibrant red. Her expression was somber. She remained silent for a while, then said in an even tone, "Since the night garden has fallen, Bastion and Ravenheart will follow soon." Her voice sounded hoarse in the cold darkness. Cassie's answer was delayed by a few seconds. "It seems that way, in fact." She paused for a moment and then added calmly, "I lost track of the night garden, so an attack on the ivory tower seems imminent as well." A dark grimace contorted Jet's face. "So, what am I supposed to do now? Every countermeasure I can think of is bound to end up being an exercise in futility." Cassie remained silent for a while before responding. "Put your faith in Nephis and Sunny. Hide and survive until they return." Jet chuckled. "I cannot really lie low, Cassie. If I do, my essence will run out and I'll die. No matter where I'll go, there needs to be something for me to kill there." Cassie had to know it as well. "Escape NQSC for now. It is not safe there anymore. I'll provide an escape route. Once you are not in immediate danger, you can think of a way to satiate your flaw." Receiving the instructions on where to go, Jet smiled bitterly. "How ironic, but I like it actually. That's the last place they will look, considering the circumstances." She fell silent for a moment, then asked, "What about you?" Cassie's response sounded confident, but she could sense a hint of tension in it. "If worst comes to worst, I have a few escape routes prepared as well. Hopefully, though, I won't have to use them." Jet exhaled slowly. For a few seconds, there was nothing but silence in her mind. "I guess you'll be cutting the connection between us now, then." Cassie responded after a short pause. "Yes, there is nothing left to say." Jet sighed again. "Take care of yourself, Cassie." Just before she felt a familiar presence disappear from her mind, she suddenly asked, "Wait, Nephis and the Lord of Shadows, where are they really?" There was a moment of silence, and then Cassie chuckled. "I don't know." Jet scoffed. "I don't know because I erased my own memories of having known where they went. So, even if the dream spawn captures me, he won't find out." She fell silent for a moment. "Take care of yourself as well, Jet." With that, Cassie was gone. Jet had never really known when their seer was sharing her senses, but now, she suddenly felt lonely in her own mind. A moment later, her icy blue eyes gleamed in the darkness. "Right, let's escape NQSC then." Chapter 28 Escape from NQSC. Now that most residents of the outskirts left for the dream realm, the vast human hives that had teemed with life and desperation stood mostly empty. There were still people living there, though even if some dormitory towers only had a few dozen inhabitants instead of tens of thousands. A family that had once sheltered in a single residential cell now occupied an entire block. Even then, the rest of the floor was empty. In the dim twilight of the early dawn, a gaunt man emerged into a corridor and leaned on the wall, contorted in a violent coughing fit. His wife was already busy boiling water to hydrate packs of synth paste for the kids. However, he had to put on his work uniform and depart for an early shift. Wiping his lips, he stumbled toward the laundry room. A few seconds later, however, he froze and looked ahead in horror. Out there in front of him, the claustrophobic expanse of the dormitory tower was drowning in cold mist, and for a brief moment, he saw a ghostly silhouette moving through it. Flesh as pale as that of a corpse, harrowing burns that seeped with scarlet blood. Screaming, the man staggered away. "Gee, ghost, ghost." Turning around, he ran as if his life depended on it. A few moments after the man fled, a pale arm extended from the mist toward the clothesline. "It's like I came full circle." Jet had grown up in a dormitory hive very much like this one, surrounded by gaunt people with waxy skin who were prone to coughing fits. She had been sickly and neglected, as well, wearing clothes that were threadbare and did not fit her frail figure. Some clothes were better than no clothes, though. Putting on a pair of worn pants, a shabby shirt, and a ragged coat, she grimaced when the coarse fabric scraped against her burns and turned into mist. Soon, she was on the ground floor of the dormitory tower, hiding in the shadows of the back entrance awning and looking up. Out there in the pale sky above NQSC, a storm of crows was painting mesmerizing patterns among clouds as it flowed in a vast murmuration. Her expression darkened. Old man. Jet could tell a lot about what was going on in the city just from how it sounded. On this hazy morning, there were sounds of armored PTVs rolling on the asphalt, sirens howling in the distance, and the hum of sharp voices calling out to each other, muffled by the distance. These particular noises were different from the usual clamor of the city, as well as from the panicked urgency of an opening gate. As someone who had been the government's enforcer for many years, Jet knew the nature of this rough melody too well. This was the sound of a large-scale manhunt. Things like that happened rarely, since the government preferred to solve most issues quietly. However, she had led a few of such manhunts herself. Today, Jet was quite sure that the person being hunted was her. Finding herself on the other side of law enforcement felt strange. She traced the murmurations of the crows for a few moments, then looked away so that wake of ruin did not sense her gaze. Is he enthralled too? Even if Jet did not want to believe it, she had an ominous feeling that the person in charge of hunting her down was none other than Old Core. There were too many signs that pointed at him. And even if there weren't, preparing for the worst had never failed her in the past. The world had nothing but the worst in store for the people born in the era of the nightmare spell, after all. Getting to her destination unnoticed, while Wake of Ruin was watching the city from high above would be difficult. Muttering a quiet curse, Jet hid deeper in the shadows and collapsed into a torrent of mist. She traveled into the depths of the city while hiding her presence as best she could. When it was possible, she moved underground. When the patrolling awakened got too close, she avoided them. When a barrier stood in her way, she passed through it like a wraith. Catching a ghost in the cauldron of human souls as vast as NQSC was not easy, even for the powerful machinery of the government and its oldest champion, Wake of Ruin. Especially if that ghost knew every gear of that complicated machine by heart. That said, the city was different from how it had been the last time she visited. It was in the throes of internal conflict. The streets were oddly desolate. Here and there, burning vehicles were scattered on the roads. Groups of soldiers were moving between them, wearing grim expressions. Many buildings were gaping with broken windows, pieces of furniture and debris spilling on the pavements. In some places, the ground was smeared with blood. The noise of the city was wrong and unhealthy, as if NQSC was being consumed by fever. It's all going south. The sun had already risen by the time Jet made it to where Cassie had sent her. In front of her was the heavily fortified government compound in the heart of the city, the very place where Jet had been anchored before secretly moving her tether to the desolate ruin in the outskirts. She had gone to all the trouble to escape it, so naturally, the Dreamspawn and his servants would not expect that she would immediately return here. In that sense, her destination alone had helped her remain unnoticed. The government compound was in disarray. The gates were open, and there were no guards posted outside. Smoke was billowing from the windows of several levels, which meant that the automatic defense systems had either malfunctioned or were disabled, failing to execute a lockdown protocol. Most tellingly of all, there were muffled sounds of gunshots and heavy impacts resounding from inside. Jet assumed her human shape and walked across the broken asphalt barefoot, her ragged coat fluttering in the wind. Her expression was unamused. I leave for a bit, and the whole place is a mess. Stepping over the unconscious body of an awakened soldier, she entered the compound. Chapter 28-29 Abandoned Ship. The familiar lobby of the government compound was uncharacteristically empty, except for the corpses. The walls were cracked and riddled with holes. The furniture was destroyed. The floor and the ceiling were splattered with blood. Jet regarded the scene of devastation with a distant expression. It seemed like there had been a firefight here recently. Mundane soldiers had clashed with each other at first, and were then wiped out by the awakened. The battle had moved on deeper into the building since then. Judging by the sounds and the mild tremors running through the floor, only sporadic skirmishes were still happening on the upper floors of the compound, while most of the violence was happening underground. In all the years since its establishment, the government complex in NQSC had never been breached, yet now it seemed to have fallen. However, the compound had not been attacked from outside. The scene of the lobby told Jet that much. It had been compromised from within. The thralls of Asterion who had been hidden among the government personnel must have finally turned on those of their comrades who still remained loyal to the human domain. The Dreamspawn was tired of waiting and had the means to take control, since most of humanity had already fallen to his plague. So, he gave his servants a command to finish the job forcefully. Frowning in displeasure, Jet made her way into the depths of the compound. She grimaced as she walked, the pain of her burns radiating across her body like heat. Her wounds were painful but not life-threatening. Even if they were, Jet was not quite alive, so they would not have threatened her existence. Still, she wished that Nephis would heal them already. Sadly, Nephis could not heal every minor scrape. If she did, she would have been overcome by an endless, relentless agony. So Jet had to endure the pain until her transcendent body naturally repaired itself in a few days. Cursing quietly, she made her way forward. The emergency systems of the complex had been shut down, so the elevators weren't working. The stairwells had become strategic avenues for control over the building. Most of them were in the hands of the turncoats, who were besieging the few underground levels where the remaining loyalists had barricaded themselves. Jet wanted to help, but knew that revealing herself would only bring death and destruction upon them. So, she simply passed through the closed doors of an elevator and drifted down its dark shaft as a wraith. The deeper she went, the louder the sounds of the battle were. Eventually, she exited the shaft on one of the deepest levels of the government complex. The turncoats seemed to have retreated from here temporarily, leaving behind dozens of corpses. Each of the dead men had been killed by one precise shot that struck the weak points of their armor with eerie precision. The floor was slick with blood. Jet coalesced into a human and studied the corpses with a dispassionate expression. Then, sensing an intense gaze, she looked into the depths of the long corridor. "Do you think your bullets can harm me?" A woman of unassuming appearance revealed herself from the shadows, lowering a combat rifle. She was wearing a dark suit of enchanted combat armor, and her cold gaze was both piercing and calm. The woman regarded Jet for a moment, then bowed slightly. "Saint Jet, I am Awakened Kim. Web been told to expect you." Jet headed toward Awakened Kim with measured steps. "I take it the evacuation is not going well." The woman shook her head. "Everything is on schedule. You are the last one to arrive, though, so we must hurry. Follow me, please." Together, they left the bloodied corridor behind and proceeded to the doors of a massive cargo elevator. The doors had been locked, but the seal was broken, as were the doors themselves. Something immensely powerful seemed to have torn them apart. A pair of winches had been installed at the mouth of the vertical shaft, steel cables falling into the darkness. Awakened Kim proficiently strapped herself to a descender, slung the rifle to her back, and began to rappel down without saying anything. Jet simply turned into a wraith and followed her by levitating in the air. The shaft was quite long. As they descended into the depths of the earth, Jet asked in an ethereal, echoing voice. Are members of the Shadow Clan not susceptible to the plague? Awakened Kim glanced at her briefly. We are, even if our resistance to it is quite high. After all, each of us knows our sovereign personally, unlike the subjects of the longing domain, for most of whom Lady Nephis is merely an abstract symbol. Still, we did lose a few agents to the hunger domain already. It's just that identifying them is far easier for us. She stopped for a moment to catch her breath and nodded to her forearm, where a small sliver of a serpent tattoo was visible between the edge of her vambrace and the lip of her black glove. The mark of shadows rejects them. It's hard to miss. Jet smiled. A method like that did not guarantee absolute safety, but the Shadow Clan was indeed more immune to the plague than anyone else in the world. Better yet, their lands were separated from the rest of the human domain by the Hollow Mountains. There were currently only 3 ways to reach the Forgotten Shore. One was to cross the Hollow Mountains. Even if Asterion was capable of doing that, it would take him a considerable amount of time. The second was to be carried across the realm boundary by Dark Dancer Revel, who had been marked by the Lord of Shadows. And the third way. Just then, they reached the bottom of the immensely long elevator shaft. In front of them was a vast underground chamber, so tall that its ceiling could barely be seen far above. And in the center of that chamber, a black rift towered like a wound in the fabric of the world. The Dream Gate of the Lord of Shadows, one of the 7 gates he could open, and the only one he had left behind for his servants to use. Detaching herself from the descender harness, awakened Kim looked at her watch. We still have 13 minutes left. Everyone hurry, we depart in 10. There were other people in the chamber, clad in suits of armor similar to hers. They were currently busy loading supply crates and various equipment on primitive alloy wagons, ready to push them into the gate. There was someone else in the chamber, as well, someone Jet had not expected to see. Or rather, something else. A dreadful black steed was standing beside the Dream Gate, watching the entrance to the shaft with his frightening crimson eyes. There was something different about him today, though. As Jet studied the terror, she noticed a familiar iron locket hanging on a black leather cord around his neck. She raised an eyebrow. What's that horse doing here? Awakened Kim looked at the black stallion respectfully. Lord Nightmare just showed up. Jet hesitated for a few moments, then decided to move on and asked a different question instead. And what will happen in 13 minutes? Kim looked at her watch again. 12 minutes now. She lingered for a moment and then said in a reserved tone, We are retreating from the waking world and no one should be able to follow us. So, in 12 minutes the Dream Gate will shut down. Today is the deadline set for us by our boss. Which meant that they would be completely cut from the rest of humanity after passing through the gate. The only member of the Shadow Clan who could travel between the worlds freely was Revel herself. Jet sighed. Good thing I arrived on time then. The minutes seemed to stretch endlessly until, finally, it was time to leave. Just then, Jet heard an ominous sound coming from the shaft. It was the sound of countless wings beating as a swarm of crows flew down. Move now. The wagons were pushed into the gate. The members of the Shadow Clan dove into its darkness. As well, Awakened Kim was the last one to pass the threshold. Jet did not want to have to kill her old mentor, so she rushed forward. What are you waiting for? Need a special invitation. The dreadful steed of the Lord of Shadows spared her a chilling look, then glanced at the shaft and snorted. Then, he followed Jet into the dark expanse of the Dream Gate. No sooner did they emerge on the other side than the black rift of the gate rippled and disappeared without a trace. Jet let out a long sigh and leaned on the side of the monstrous horse, catching her breath. She could relax a little since she had finally escaped the clutches of the Dreamspawn. Around her, The dark city of the forgotten shore basked in impenetrable darkness. Chapter 28:30 Over the hills and far away. Not long before that, Effie had a nice breakfast with her family. Little Ling was boasting about his studies, while her husband was listening to him quietly and chuckling from time to time. "Oh, did you hear that, dear? Our son is interested in history now. Didn't you mention that you were fond of history too when you were little?" Ling stared at her thoughtfully. Mom was little once." Effie scoffed. "Yeah, well, I couldn't really go anywhere when I was a kid, so I read everything I could get my hands on. I liked history too." Her husband took her hand. "You hear that, rascal? Not only was your mom little once, but she was also a bookworm." Soon enough, the breakfast was over, and its warm atmosphere dissipated. Effie saw her husband off to the gates of their estate and kissed him goodbye. He had business to attend to in the city today, while she was supposed to depart for the castle after handing little Ling off to his tutor. Instead of hurrying back inside, however, Effie remained motionless for a while, looking at the street. Then she sighed and turned away. Entering their home, she called Ling and sat him down in front of her. "Hey there, Dumpling. Were you excited for your lessons today?" He hesitated for a few seconds, then asked instead of answering. "What's wrong, Mom?" Her smile faltered for a moment. "Wrong? Nothing is wrong. It's just that I want you to do something for me." Little Ling nodded. "Of course, what is it?" Effie pulled the black beast locket, which was hanging around her neck, out. "You see, Uncle Sonny is away right now, so Auntie Aiko is all alone in a huge castle. I was thinking that maybe you'll go keep her company for a bit. What do you think about that?" Little Ling's eyes ignited with enthusiasm. "Really? Can I really go? Really?" Effie nodded with a smile, then patted his head. "Sure. Oh, and that castle, it's a bit scary, but actually, the castle is alive. It can even walk around." The boy's eyes widened. "Wait, Uncle Sonny had such a cool castle this whole time, and he never even invited me once." Effie chuckled. "Well, you can go take a look now." Little Ling raised his fists into the air. "Yes, I can't wait to tell Dad." A subtle shadow ran across Effie's face. "You can't tell Dad yet. Once Uncle Sonny is back, I'll come pick you up. You can report your findings to us then like an explorer. Okay." Little Ling suddenly seemed unsure. What? We are leaving right now. What about Dad? What about my lessons?" Instead of answering, Effie placed her hand on his shoulder. The locket hanging around her neck shimmered and collapsed into a rain of sparks, which then flowed like a torrent into little Ling's chest. "It's a bit dark where the castle is, so if you want to go somewhere sunny, just hop inside the beast farm. Okay? Actually, why don't you go there right now? Take a walk and then nap a little. By the time you come out, you'll already be with Auntie Aiko." Little Ling seemed frozen in place. "Mom, you gave me a memory. It's your locket, Mom." Effie patted him on the head. "Take good care of it for me, all right." Some time later, Ling was safely hidden inside the black beast locket. Picking it up from the floor, Effie sighed and then closed her eyes. The realm boundary parted in front of her, and she appeared in the waking world. Her absence would be noticed soon. In fact, she was willing to bet that the dream spawn was watching her every move, so she could not be seen delivering the black beast locket to its destination. Instead, she glanced at her shadow and said quietly, "Come out." A moment later, two crimson flames ignited in the darkness, and an enormous black steed rose from it, looking at her with chilling intensity. Walking up to the tenebrous stallion, Effie untied the cord of the black beast locket and then tied it carefully around his neck. "Bring him to the forgotten shore, to Aiko. Make sure that no one sees you." The black steed snorted in protest. "I know that you were ordered to protect Bastion, little Ling, and me, but I am telling you, Oh, do this instead. Sonny would have agreed if he were here, so go." The stallion stared at her for a few seconds, then briefly pressed his nose against her shoulder and dissolved into the shadows. Left alone, Effie sighed heavily and then reached for her tether. Nightmare was protecting little Ling, so it was up to her to protect Bastion and herself. I just hope that I am wrong. But soon enough, she learned that she hadn't been. Auntie Jet, we're leaving. Jet glanced up at the battlements of the dark castle. There, a boy was waving at her with a hint of sadness on his face. Only a hint, though, mostly. He seemed thrilled. The little rascal had been heartbroken when he learned that she would not be coming with them, but now he looked quite happy. She waved back, wondering when she would see him again. If she would see him ever again. It had already been a few days since she arrived on the forgotten shore, and now it was time to say farewell. Little Ling was going on an exciting adventure. Jet, meanwhile, was going to try and not succumb to her flaw. There was a rustle of wings, and Revel landed beside her, wearing her usual cold expression. Jet looked at the former princess of song, noting the black beast locket hanging around her neck. Look at you, Lightslayer, taking toys from children. Revel glanced down at her and smiled darkly. Don't worry, Reaper, I'll be giving it right back. Jet lingered for a few seconds and then asked, so how did it go? Revel shrugged nonchalantly and raised her arm, where the coils of a serpent tattoo were clearly visible. I still have my wits about me, if that's what you're asking. The prisoners have been delivered to the authorities as well. She sighed. My career as a prison warden did not last long, thank the dead gods. Now that the Forgotten Shore had become a shelter for the members of the Shadow Clan, keeping thousands of Asterians thralls here did not seem like a good idea. The very reason why they had been captured, trying to slow down the spreading plague, was now meaningless as well. So Revel had carried them to the waking world in the Black Beast locket and released them. Their brief but memorable imprisonment was over, just as inexplicably as it had started. Still, the thralls had seen the walls of the Dark City, which meant that Asterion knew that the forces of the Shadow Clan were present here. In order to be safe, Revel had decided to move the Dark Castle somewhere else. Jet raised an eyebrow. So where are you going? Revel shrugged. The Forgotten Shore is vast. I think the Mimic will just have to be a wandering castle for a while. What about you, Reaper? Where are you going? She paused for a second and then asked, are you sure you don't want to stay? Jet smiled faintly. It has nothing to do with what I want. Pretty soon, I'll need to kill something, and there's nothing to kill on the Forgotten Shore. She glanced west. So I've been thinking of going west into the frozen wastelands. Who knows? I might even come back alive. Jet glanced at Revel and grinned. Well, perhaps not quite. Ah, wait, you don't know. There was no one here she could joke about being dead with. Suddenly missing the Lord of Shadows, Jet patted Revel on the side and pointed to the dark castle. Godspeed, Lightslayer. Go, the little knave can't wait to ride a living castle. Revel studied her for a second before nodding. I'll have a feeling we won't see each other for a while. Don't go entirely feral out there, Reaper. Take care. With that, she soared into the air and flew toward the walls of the dark castle. Soon enough, enormous legs extended from beneath the menacing fortress, and it began climbing down the slope of the steep hill. There was no giant moth sitting atop its main tower, but Jet still couldn't help but remember the dizzying assault on the Eternal City. How the hell is that thing going to climb over the wall? She was left alone in the darkness. Shaking her head, Jet turned away and headed in the opposite direction. Soul essence kept trickling from her broken core, and with it, life was slowly leaving her body. Jet walked through the dark city, which was quiet and empty. She ascended the wall and jumped down from it, turning into a torrent of mist just before landing. A few moments later, she assumed her human form again and regarded the boundless darkness ahead of her wistfully. Somewhere far away, the frozen wastelands were waiting to embrace her in their frigid embrace. Nobody knew where they led and how far the hollow mountains extended into them. If she were lucky, she would return from the endless blizzard stronger and more powerful. If not, she would not return at all. Letting out a sigh, Jet took the first step. A torrent of ethereal sparks appeared above her shoulder, slowly forming into a black crow. The crow flapped its wings and opened its beak, cawing loudly. "Dark, dark." Jet nodded. "Yeah, you stupid bird. Hey, why don't you wish me some luck?" Crow remained silent for a few seconds, and then opened its wings wide. "Luck, luck." Chapter 28, 31 Memory Key. Cassie surfaced from the torrent of torturous memories. Her consciousness reeled from the bleak terror of the scenes and sensations captured in them. Even though she did not seem to have a mouth, her tongue was burning with a bitter taste. The taste of defeat, betrayal, and hopelessness. The Tower of Hope had fallen into the enemy's hands, and the guiding star of mankind was absent. What kind of hope could there be? Ah! She let out an anguished groan. At least Jet escaped. She had sent her to the dream gate before erasing the mark. Cassie could see it all now, the grand, terrifying visage of the plague. The dream spawn had been sealed on the moon by the sovereigns. They had slaughtered those who knew his name and erased all traces of him from the world, going so far as to hide themselves in the shadows to prevent people from remembering Asterion. No, not all traces. Even with their vast power and uncontested authority, erasing the records of his existence completely would have been impossible. The network could be manipulated easily, but anything committed to paper would have to be found first. Even then, rewriting history too aggressively would have only served to shine a spotlight on the fact that something was being covered up, and therefore make people curious to learn what it was. So they made information about Asterion as sparse as possible and continuously culled those who fell under his influence. That was how they managed to keep him sealed. Of course, Asterion himself had not been in a hurry to return. He waited patiently, observing humanity from above as it slowly grew stronger, until it was powerful enough to satiate his hunger. The sovereigns were gone by then, and the young supremes who had usurped their thrones were ignorant both of the extent of the threat Asterion represented and of how to keep him at bay. Precisely because all knowledge about him had been erased by their predecessors. So he exerted his influence from the moon, infecting a few people with a subconscious impulse to spread his name. That was how the plague started, and how his domain, and therefore his power, began to grow. Eventually, Asterion returned from the moon. He let his existence be known and endeavored to undermine the foundations of the human domain. The new Supremes could not stop him because he was holding all of humanity hostage. And by holding it hostage, he ensured that the plague continued to spread until all of humanity fell under his spell. Mundane people awakened, ascended, and saints. Everyone was enthralled by the dream spawn. The great citadels of humanity fell into his hands. Effie and Kai were captured, while Jet was forced to escape beyond the boundary of the human domain. The only obstacle remaining in Asterion's path was Mordred, the mad supreme who aimed to consume the hunger domain before the hunger domain could consume everything. And Cassie herself, who escaped the hunger domain to stand by Mordred's side. So where were Nephis and Sunny? Why had they left? What could have forced them to abandon their people, their kingdom, and even their friends? Cassie pulled back the tentacles of her will and regarded the dark ocean of memories with intense focus. Now her gaze seemed to penetrate the fragmented memories, instantly sensing their nature. In front of her were the memories of her own short life, shared with the memories of experiencing the lives of the others. There were memories she had glimpsed in the minds of those who looked into her eyes, as well as memories of the future she had destroyed. There were also memories of the past, a vast, traumatic expanse of them that belonged to all kinds of people and creatures, spanning from the dawn of time to the present day. From the age of gods to the age of the nightmare spell, these memories told numerous tales, the tales of those who had been forgotten. Cassie did not know how she had come to possess them. She did not want to know at the moment either. All she wanted was to find a single shard, a single memory, one that could explain to her why Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows were missing. Everything else would make sense if she found that one memory, which was like a key to unlock the meaning of everything that had happened and was happening to her still. And there, I see, she found it. A small, seemingly insignificant shard was glistening dimly among the myriad of them. This is the key. Locking her gaze onto the tiny shard, Cassie shot the tentacles of her will toward it like a vast tide. Grasping it, she saw. It happened soon after Asterion visited the immortal Flame Manor, and long before the plague had truly taken hold of humanity. Cassie was still in NQSC, even if she could not stay long. One of Sunny's incarnations was hiding in her shadow, protecting her, so they had to leave soon. Before that, however, Cassie wanted to visit the government archives, where the clues gathered in the ruins of the Clan Valor compound were being kept. There was little chance that she would find any hints about how to deal with Asterion there, but she still wanted to check. Sadly, her search proved to be fruitless. In the end, she left the archives having learned nothing, a heavy feeling on her heart. She felt like they were losing, and there was no hint of a solution in sight. Disheartened, Cassie walked through the corridors of the government complex, until she stumbled on a familiar face. An awakened man was waiting for an appointment in a corridor. Cassie could not see his face, but recognized his scent. Hearing his breathing and heartbeat change, as well as the quiet rustle of his clothes as he changed posture, she determined that he was surprised and elated to see her. "Lady Cassia, ma'am." She paused and turned to face him, seeing her own pale face and the blue blindfold covering her eyes through his own. She lingered for a moment. "Awakened Yutra, what a coincidence. It is nice to see you." Indeed, it was Yutra, her former subordinate, and the first of Asterion's thralls she had cured of the plague. He seemed to have smiled. "Oh yes, you too." Yutra remained silent for a bit, then said awkwardly, "It is really nice to see you, ma'am, after the facility closed. Well, life has been a bit chaotic for me, because of the missing memories, you know, but still, I hope you know that all of us actually are proud to have been able to assist you with, whatever it was we were really doing there." Cassie couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, I am proud to have received your assistance as well." Embarrassed by her words, Yutra chucked. He remained silent for a short while and then said suddenly, "Actually, you probably don't remember, but we've met once before a long time ago when you were only a master, the famous Lady Cassia. For me, it was very memorable, so that was why, while working at the facility, well, I felt like fate brought me there. What I mean to say is..." Cassie tilted her head, listening to him silently. "We've met before." She had delved into Yutra's memories many times, but never into his memories before the fall of the sovereigns. There was simply no reason to, since he had only learned the name of Asterion later. For him, meeting a member of Changing Star's cohort had been a memorable experience. He was also under the impression that Cassie would not have remembered him, in turn. But Yutra was wrong. Cassie never forgot anything. Her memory had always been good, and as she climbed the path of ascension, it came to a point where she was incapable of forgetting a single thing. "Why don't I remember meeting Yutra before the chain of nightmares?" Her expression changed subtly. "Awakened Yutra." He fell silent. "Yes, ma'am." Raising an arm, Cassie pulled down her blindfold. "Would you do me a favor? Can you please look me in the eye?" He seemed startled. "What? Oh, of course." Then, as the gaping wound in the place where her left eye had been revealed itself, Yutra gasped. "Lady Cassia, your eye." His voice faltered and then fell into silence. Bewitched by her gaze, Yutra grew still. At the same time, unbearable pain pierced Cassie's mind, and drops of blood trickled down her face. Enduring the pain, she dove into Yutra's memories. Past the quarantine facility, past Godgrave, past the years that stretched toward the chain of nightmares, and past the chain of nightmares as well. Finally she found it, the day the two of them had met. In that memory, Yutra was standing in line at a cafe. Bored, he turned around and noticed a petite, stunningly beautiful young woman standing behind him. He stared at her for a few moments, dazed, and then suddenly flinched. His heart raced. "Excuse me, aren't you Lady Cassia, Song of the Fallen?" The young woman smiled gracefully. "Yes, nice to meet you." Yutra's mouth hung open. It was Song of the Fallen, the famous master and the idol of both women and men. There were movies filmed about her life. The actress who played Lady Cassia was exceptionally lovely, but she could not even compare to the real thing. "We're all masters, so. My wife won't believe me." He tried to pretend to be composed. "Behave yourself, you fool." "Wow, it's an honor to meet you, Master Cassia. I can't believe that I just ran into a celebrity. My wife won't believe me." Yutra coughed. "Oh, my name is Yutra, Awakened Yutra. Actually, my wife and I went to see your movie on one of our first real dates." Lady Cassia chuckled. Her quiet laughter was incredibly pleasant to the ear. "Well, I'm glad to know that it our kid out for you." Her voice was too. Lady Cassia exhaled slowly, and her expression seemed to change subtly. Yutra was too mesmerized to notice. "Actually, I've been thinking." He held his breath. "Yes." She lingered for a moment and then said, "How does one defeat an idea that spreads like a plague?" Yutra blinked a couple of times. Huh. What had she said? "Oh, is it like a puzzle? I don't know what's the answer." Facing him, Lady Cassia smiled faintly. When she spoke, her clear voice was like an enchanting melody. "The answer is oblivion." Chapter 28:32 Those Forgotten. Oblivion. Cassie let go of the memory, the word ringing in her head with myriad meanings. This message she had left to herself was the reason why Nephis and Sunny left. It was the source of everything that happened since then. It was why the human domain had fallen, while its rulers were absent. But what exactly did it mean? Cassie was frozen for a moment, overwhelmed by the vast implications hidden behind that single word. She was just about to grasp its meaning and fathom it. But then something strange happened. As soon as the word oblivion surfaced in her mind, the dark ocean of memories seemed to respond to it. It was as if an imperceptible ripple spread across it, and the memories glistened. They glistened and moved, revolving slowly around a single point, the formless nexus of her will. Slowly at first, and then faster and faster like a vast, ferocious vortex, or a boundless galaxy of glistening constellations. Cassie remained motionless for a moment, mesmerized by the beauty of the awesome sight. Then she suddenly felt fear. No sooner than she did, the vortex of memories rushed forward like a radiant flood, flowing into her as a river. "Arg!" Cassie let out a mental scream. The river of memories was too vast, too overwhelming. She couldn't contend against it. Not yet. All she could do was drown. "No!" Sensing the consciousness she had so laboriously pieced together begin to fracture under the pressure, Cassie gritted her teeth and called upon her will. Using it as a shield, she stemmed the flow of memories and pushed them away from herself, gasping for breath like someone escaping from a raging current. She managed to save herself, but a few memories still invaded her mind, blinding her like a flash. She saw the universe as it had been, as it was meant to be, or perhaps as it would have been once. Countless realms existing apart from each other, but also occupying the same space. It was a confluence of realms. It was the flame. A vast world rested under a boundless sky. The day sky shining upon the world was the realm of Sun God. The night sky shrouding it in darkness was the realm of Storm God. The pale moon moving across the sky was the eye of Beast God, and it illuminated the mortal realms below. The mortal realms sprawled far and wide, populated by all manner of beasts and creatures, as well as men. Below the red dust of the mortal world lay the peaceful darkness of Shadow God's domain. The realm of Heart God, meanwhile, existed in the hearts of living things. There was a great tree whose roots rested in the shadow realm, while its branches supported the heavens. Cassie gasped, rejecting the strange, inexplicable memory. But her mind was already consumed by another. Petrified, horrified, she saw a gargantuan skeleton slowly rising as its titanic bones formed and forged themselves. Its scale was truly inconceivable, casting a deep shadow upon entire existence. The skeleton's feet crushed the boundaries between the mortal realms, and the empty chasm of its abyssal eyes aimed a malevolent gaze at the sun and the moon, as if wanting to contain them. However, the skeleton was not a complete being. Rather, as Cassie watched in horror, it was being born. Scarlet flesh grew and coiled around the snow-white bones. An ocean of crimson blood flowed into the river-sized veins. Immense organs slowly formed in the titanic expanse of the boundless rib cage. Vast steps of skin appeared to cover the red expanse of tectonic muscles. As the harrowing skeleton fully rose and straightened, its skull scraping against the sky, it was almost beginning to resemble a human. Cassie knew that she would not survive beholding the profane visage of the finished being. She groaned, rending herself away from the memory. And yet another was already upon her. The gods were dead. Their corpses drifted forlornly, shedding rivers of golden ichor that glistened like stars in the void. Inside the holy expanse of the divine realms, the last vestiges of those born of the flame struggled to survive in the absence of divinity. A vile cancer nestled among the mortal realms that had been devastated by the war. It had already consumed many of them, forming a mass of profane darkness in the heart of existence. That darkness extended its tendrils to the mortal worlds around it, slowly absorbing them into itself. The few unfortunate souls who still survived there were doomed to experience a gruesome and appalling fate. That was the birth of the dream realm. However, something else had been born at the same time. It had been born in the hidden space between the realms, between dream and reality, woven out of strings of fate. Its vast, unfathomable tapestry glistened with silver light in the darkness, tethered to the souls of fallen deities it had consumed. It was the nightmare spell. The nightmare spell waited patiently as the dream realm slowly absorbed all the remaining mortal realms, becoming vast and terrifying. It waited while the profane darkness extended its tendrils toward the first of the remaining divine realms, the Sun realm. It waited as the nightmare strained to penetrate the walls surrounding the remains of Sun God. And only when the seeds of nightmare bloomed in the hearts of the people of Mictlan and the lands around it, did the spell infect the dying world as well. It culled the population of the Sun realm, putting all those who carried the seeds of corruption in their souls to the test. The seeds themselves became the battlegrounds for the spell's trials. Those who survived them stepped on the path of ascension and escaped corruption. Those who did not succumb to it and became nightmare creatures. The spell pushed its carriers toward greater and greater power, knowing no mercy or compassion in its cruel ways. But still in the end, the Sun realm fell. So the nightmare spell retreated and waited once more, until the beast realm fell. And so the nightmare spell retreated and waited once more, again and again. In the end, only the realm of war remained. Cassie escaped the ghastly memory, already knowing what happened next. Chapter 28, 33 Fuel for her darkness. She lost herself in a different memory. It was a memory like all the rest, only more terrifying. No, there was something wrong with this one. There was something dangerous about this one. Something that told Cassie that she should have never witnessed whatever the memory hid, should have never experienced what the original owner of the memory had experienced. But it was already too late, because she was already remembering it. In that memory, she was a broken thing. Hidden behind a veil, her face was exquisitely radiant. However, beneath the red fabric of her dress, her lower body was a twisted horror of inhuman flesh. The things that hid beneath her skin, meanwhile, were even more dreadful. She was mad. A word as trifling as madness did not do her state of mind justice, but it was the only word Cassie could use to describe the absolutely alien, demented, berserk horror of the abominable strangeness that had taken over her head. It was unfathomable, wrong, and eerily revolting on a deeply fundamental level due to the appalling extent of its disturbing wrongness. Her consciousness was at odds with the world around her. In every place where herself came into contact with reality, her very being was engulfed by a gruesome, ghastly agony. The anguish she endlessly endured was not physical, but it might as well have been. Her entire existence was no different from torture. So she wanted to visit that torture upon everyone else. She wanted to tear existence apart. I shouldn't be seeing this. The thought belonged to Cassie herself, not to the ghastly being whose memory she was remembering. But she was powerless to stop. She felt the irresistible, alluring scent of the sparks left behind by the flame. She wanted to destroy them, but she was also enthralled by them, bewitched by them, mesmerized by them. The scent filled her both with endless loathing and an overwhelming sorrow, as if she felt something that she once cherished but had lost forever. She hated it and longed for it. But most of all, she wanted to consume it, to absorb it, to rend it apart and destroy it and make it a part of herself. She was torment, one of the 6 plagues of the great river. She was corrupted. No. In the memory, torment was standing on the head of a hideous leviathan. The waters of the great river parted in front of its hideous maw, foaming like fresh blood in the light of the setting suns. Behind her, a horde of fearsome, defiled abominations was snarling on the leviathan's back. And all around it, myriad sea monsters were swimming upstream with frenzied hunger in their eyes, each carrying a swarm of abominations of its own. The vast expanse of the great river was seething, the flowing water sliced apart by their passing. The great armada of Verge had set forth to lay waste to one of the last human cities that still stubbornly clung to life in the tomb of Ariel. She was going to visit ruin and devastation upon them. She was also going to capture as many as she could alive, to share her torment with them for as long as their frail bodies, and even frailer minds, endured. She commanded the defiled armada. Or so it seemed. In truth, torment was nothing but a broken puppet. She was a marionette dancing according to the will of the being who pulled her strings. That being was herself, her past self, herself from before she had become torment. That devious witch had maimed her own mind, burning much of it away to put in place a complicated web of conditions and prohibitions. She had erased some of her own memories, replaced others with false recollections. She had also made sure that torment could only exist in the narrow confines of the actions allowed to her, incapable of breaking free, acting and reacting as she was meant to. So that even when her mind became consumed by corruption, she continued to follow the plan. Some time later, she was moving through a burning city. Her long tentacles carried her forward with stunning speed, just like they did in water. Her movements were swift and unpredictable, and she flowed through the rain of javelins that the most powerful defenders of the city had thrown with an eerie grace, unscathed. The defenders were powerful, they were valiant, they were skilled and full of resolve. But in truth, they had already lost. Because their hope had been snuffed out the moment they saw Torment, the ghastly specter of the estuary. A moment later, she was already among them. That scent, that maddening scent, human flesh rended and blood flowed on the cobblestones. There were screams, there were wails, there were whispers of hopeless prayers, all of it fused into an euphoric melody that made her tainted soul sing. She could feel their flame flowing into her, fueling her darkness. It was the only thing about existence that wasn't agony, and therefore, it was the sweetest thing in the world. She moved through them like a bloody hurricane, catching powerful ascended champions with her tentacles and rending their bodies apart. Those who were stronger, she caught and raised to her face so that they could look into her eyes. The latter screamed the loudest. But soon enough the screams grew quiet. She paused for a moment. I wanted to capture some alive. Cassie wasn't quite capable of thinking in coherent thoughts anymore, but that was the closest interpretation of the alien movements of her mind she could find. She looked ahead. There, hidden in the temple of the dying city, was her prize. The Sibyl and her priestesses. Leaving a scene of ghastly slaughter behind her, she rushed forward. However, once she reached her destination, she realized that her prize had been stolen. Nothing moved inside the temple. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Everyone here was already dead, and their corpses were all horribly dismembered. The severed limbs were arranged into a demented mosaic in the prayer hall. In the center of the macabre mosaic, a man in tattered clothes sat on the floor, blood dripping from his tarnished crown. His dirty hair hung like seaweed, obscuring the mask of scars that served as his face. Torment. He looked at her and grinned. What took you so long? A grating, unhinged laugh escaped from his lips. Or perhaps it was a sob. Keep talking, tell me more, you worthless piece of scum. There was a jade sword laying in a pool of blood in front of him, and a vague silhouette standing behind him like a ghost. The mad prince shivered and then clawed at his face, leaving new scars on it. Arg, torment. I almost made it all the way this time, but that lying scum, he didn't let me through. He looked at her with demented glee. The shadow, the future me, he threw me out, the bastard. He laughed. Oh, but his mere existence. It's proof that I'll succeed one day. I'll make it out. She remained silent, looking at the corpses. She was overwhelmed by the loss of the sweet promise of holding them, torturing them, unmaking them, and taking their flame. The mad prince looked at her with pity. You're almost gone, aren't you, Torment? My poor partner. We've been together in this for so long, you and I, but now it seems that I have spent you completely. Rising to his feet, he looked at her with a sinister smile. You'll never leave this tomb. You have been buried here forever. It serves you right for what you did to me. Oh, but don't fret. He laughed. Once I'm outside, I will remember you fondly. The memory fell apart. Chapter 28:34 Unseen. The memory ended, leaving Cassie alarmed and disturbed. It can't be. She had glimpsed too much in Torment's tainted mind. She had glimpsed things that she should have never seen. She had delved into the alien mind of her defiled past self, and now Cassie felt something changing inside of her. Something seemed to have died, and something seemed to have been born. Something seemed to have moved in her heart, and something seemed to stop in her soul. Age. Her very being was writhing in pain of a transformation as everything that comprised her, that was her, struggled against the vile rebirth. A force more terrifying than anything she could imagine was trying to change her, while a power she never knew she possessed was trying to preserve her. She knew what was happening to her all too well. It was corruption. No, no, no. Knowledge was the origin of all power. It was also the heaviest thing in the world. And sometimes it was the most dangerous thing in the world, too. It was forbidden knowledge that had corrupted the first seeker, after all. And once that knowledge spread, the defilement was born. By witnessing a memory of torment, Cassie had exposed herself to corruption. And now, her soul was at risk of becoming infected by the vile darkness. Calm down. She tried to compose herself, soothing her reeling mind with logic and reason. Corruption, in and of itself, was not that dangerous. No, actually, there was nothing more perilous than corruption in the world. But it also took different shapes and shapes. People tended to think of it as a monolithic force, but it wasn't. There was an almost endless variety to corruption. There had to be, considering that its source, the primordial void, was ever-changing. It could have different origins and conjure different ends. The causes of corruption differed in potency as well. Take the most modest form it took, for example, the seeds of nightmare that bloomed in the hearts of aspirants. Merely forming a soul core was enough to destroy these seeds. Countless sleepers had done it with the help of the spell, while Rain did it all by herself, while awakening naturally. More than that, there were hundreds of millions of people who carried the seeds of nightmares in their hearts, but never succumbed to corruption simply because the power of the domains they belonged to, the power of their sovereigns, suppressed the seeds, preventing them from blossoming. The path of ascension was inherently opposed to corruption. Therefore, the higher one climbed on it, the more resistant to corruption they became. So even if Cassie had been infected by corruption because of Torment's memory, it did not mean that she would succumb to it. She could resist it as well. In fact, she was ready to fight against it to her very last breath. But to do that, she needed to know what was happening to her first. She needed to finish piecing herself together and gain full control of her mind, her soul, and her will. I need to focus. Cassie composed herself, but then another memory overwhelmed her. The last memory her will had failed to push away. It belonged to the Lord of Shadows. Or rather, it was a truth that the Lord of Shadows had received as a prize in Ariel's game. In that memory, much like in the last one, the world was on fire. Countless trees were burning, toppling with sorrowful groans. Ash obscured the sky, and unbearable heat melted the sanity of those who still fought in the boundless inferno. A sacred beast lay butchered on the pyre of burning wood, and in front of it stood a woman in torn leather armor, her stunning face bloodied and covered in ash. Harrowing wounds littered her body, and there was a peculiar emptiness in her eyes. The fire was consuming the world, and the battle continued to rage around her, but she seemed oblivious to the carnage. Swaying heavily, the woman took a step back and fell down. As she stubbornly struggled to rise, her blood soaking the ash, the flames crawled closer and closer. Before they consumed her, however, someone appeared out of the groans of dying trees, looking down at her silently. It was a tall figure wrapped in a nebulous mantle, wearing a fearsome mask of black polished wood. The mask snarled fiercely, but the gaze of the stranger was cold enough to douse the inferno that surrounded them. A voice that sounded like a myriad of dying curses resounded from behind the mask, mocking the woman, berating her for being too weak, too pathetic, and for having forgotten her own name. It was the voice of Weaver. You can forget everything else, everyone else, you can even forget your own name. But don't you dare forget the name of Weaver, the demon of fate. We must see each other again, you and I, so. Come find me in the Shadow Realm. Come and see if someone like you can really kill Weaver. Then, after you've learned the true meaning of despair, then I'll allow you to die, Orphan of the Nine. Hearing her own name, the woman seemed to regain some of her strength. Her eyes regained their focus, and she looked at the nebulous demon with dark, grim, killing intent. Weaver laughed and rose, turning away from the bleeding huntress. That's better. The demon of fate looked down and then exhaled slowly. Their shoulders seemed to fall, and the eerie voice resounded once again from behind the fearsome mask. "Are you there?" Weaver straightened. ND looked up, as if seeing something no one else could see. As if addressing someone whom no one else could hear. Perhaps they were addressing the Lord of Shadows, who would see the vision of this truth in Ariel's game one day. Or perhaps they were addressing Cassie, who would witness the memory of the Lord of Shadows seeing the vision one day. "Are you watching?" The demon of fate chuckled hoarsely. "Watch well then, Epigone. Let me show you how gods die." The burning world shattered. Chapter 28:35 Alternative Solution. Cassie slowly surfaced from the torrent of visions bestowed upon the Lord of Shadows by Weaver, the demon of fate. All around her, the vast vortex of glistening memories was spinning in the darkness with startling speed, their trails fusing into strings of silver light. She strained her will to keep the ocean of memories at bay, her entire being trembling from the pressure. At the same time, the seeds of corruption were slowly taking root in her soul. There had been no concept of time in the dark ocean of memories before. However, now, there was the spreading corruption served as an axis that separated the past from the future, and therefore, Cassie's time was running out. If she did not solve the mystery of her state before it was too late, she would become an abomination. She would become torment once again. So she needed to hurry. Instantly composing herself, Cassie regarded the revolving galaxy of memories and identified the ones she needed to remember among the sea of glistening shards. The tentacles of her will shot forward with flawless agility, catching the fleeting memories as they flashed by. She had almost pieced it all together, the start, the middle. Now she only needed to know the end. In the first of the remaining memories, the Lord of Shadows was brewing tea. They recently returned to the dream realm, having spent an exhausting amount of time dealing with the immediate aftermath of the council at the Immortal Flame Manor. The news of what Asterion had said was spreading across both worlds, and the foundation of the human domain was shaking. The situation looked grim. Sonny was incredibly frustrated himself, but he knew that Nephis would be feeling worse. So, he brewed 2 cups of calming tea and brought them to the table. Pushing a steaming cup toward Nephis, he studied her for a moment and asked, "Are you angry?" She looked at him with a stony expression. "Why would I be angry?" Sonny sat down and cradled his own cup in his hands, enjoying the subtle scent of tea. "Because the dream spawn revealed the truth about your clan's downfall. There is nothing shameful about it naturally, but no one likes to appear weak, and you dislike it more than anyone." Nephis stared at him silently for a few moments. Eventually, she looked away and said in an even tone, "I'm happy to appear weak as long as it benefits me. What's wrong with appearing weak? The weaker you look, the more likely the adversary is to underestimate you." Sonny smiled faintly. That sounded suspiciously like something he would say, making him feel like he was rubbing off on her. "I guess there is nothing wrong with it." The revelation of how Broken Sword had died and how the Immortal Flame Clan had fallen was not that harmful for the longing domain. Neither was the truth of how Nephis had schemed and deceived countless people to eliminate the sovereigns. Asterion had not meant to harm the idea of changing star with these scandalous claims, to begin with. He had merely offered them as provocation. It was the last truth he revealed that served as the true attack, the truth of how Sonny and Nephis had been willing to risk numerous lives in order to bring down the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms. That one was bound to cause the idea of changing star, and therefore the resilience of the longing domain, actual damage. Sonny took a sip of tea. "He dealt us a painful blow." Nephis remained silent for a while, then shrugged. "I'm used to pain." He sighed. She reached for her cup and tasted the tea, then exhaled slowly. Thank you. Nephis looked at Sunny and forced out a smile. Then she asked in a calmer tone, "When is Cassie returning?" An incarnation of Sunny was hiding in Cassie's shadow, so he was aware of where she was at all times. At the moment, she was in the government complex, talking to an awakened. The man looked familiar, and from the form of his shadow, Sunny recognized him as one of the thralls Cassie had cured. He kept a watchful eye on the former thrall, unsure if Asterion had reclaimed the man once more. "Soon she is." Sunny frowned, witnessing as Cassie pulled her blindfold down. Moments later, drops of blood fell on the floor and his expression darkened. She is using her transcendent ability again. Nephis grasped her cup tighter and drank from it. Far away in the waking world, Cassie wiped the blood off her face and slowly pulled the blindfold back up. The awakened seemed dazed after experiencing her gaze, so she bid him farewell and walked away. Entering an empty room, she glanced at her shadow and said quietly, "Sunny, I want to return now." Her voice sounded oddly distant. As a saint, Cassie could travel across the realm boundary herself. However, she could not take Sunny, who was hiding in her shadow, with her. That was because his soul was supreme and contained a vast legion of shades within itself on top of that. So, there was hardly a transcendent in the world who could pull him to a different world. Instead, Sunny emerged from Cassie's shadow, held her delicate shoulders, and transported both of them to the Ivory Island. There he sighed and manifested a black cloth from the transient shadows. Raising it to her face, he carefully wiped off the blood smeared across it. "I wish you would stop doing that." Hearing him, Cassie lowered her head. "It was worth it, though." A hesitant smile touched her lips. "I think that I discovered a hint about how to deal with the dream spawn, Sunny." He stared at her in confusion for a moment. Then, he silently pulled Cassie into the shadows and brought them both to the room where his other avatar was drinking tea with Nephis. The avatar had already brewed the third cup. Cassie gulped it down in one go and faced them with a subtle hint of nervousness. "Elle left myself a message a long time ago, but I only received it today." Sunny raised an eyebrow. Was that message similar to the one Cassie had sent herself in order to find him after the tomb of Ariel? The message that had led her to the door of the brilliant Emporium. She took a deep breath and then said in a solemn tone, "That message told me how to defeat the dream spawn." Sunny and Nephis both stared at her, unconsciously holding their breaths. Cassie remained silent for a few moments. Then she coughed. "It's just that." She paused briefly. "It's just that I don't think I understand what it means." Sunny and Nephis stared at her, then looked at each other. "What is the message?" Cassie leaned back, hesitating. "It's a question and an answer. The question is, how does one defeat an idea that spreads like a plague? The answer is oblivion." Nephis frowned, visibly confused. "I don't think that I know what it means, either." Cassie sighed. "There must be some significance to the answer. There is the obvious meaning, naturally, that the plague can be cured by erasing the victim's memories of knowing the dream spawn. I have already been doing just that, even if my personal abilities are not enough to make a real difference. Oblivion is also the title of one of the demons. Possibly there is a connection there. We should research it thoroughly." However, Sunny interrupted her. "There is no need." When Cassie and Nephis turned to him, he lingered for a moment and then said quietly, "There is no need to research anything, because I already know what that answer means." It was the description of the estuary key, after all, of a memory Sunny himself had created. Or rather, of a memory created by the Mad Prince. Chapter 28, 36 Fateless Encryption. Nephis looked at Sunny, while Cassie shifted slightly and faced him. Both waited for what he would say next intently, tension and anticipation written clearly on their usually reserved faces. However, Sonny lingered. He had to think about what to say and how to say it. This matter concerned the tomb of Ariel. After all, it concerned him and his fate, and therefore, most things he could share with them would be immediately forgotten. Beyond that, Sonny had to gather his thoughts first. The answer is oblivion. The phrase had been used to describe the key of the estuary by the Mad Prince. It held several meanings. The first and most obvious of these meanings was the answer to the simplest of questions: who was buried in the tomb of Ariel? The answer was oblivion. The demon of oblivion, who could hardly be remembered by the world, had been entombed in the Great Pyramid after dying a lonesome death, both her passing and her burial forgotten. No one knew how she had died and where her final resting place was, except for Weaver. Weaver, the Mad Prince, and Sonny. In a broader sense, the great tomb had been built by Ariel to help him forget the unbearable truths he wanted to be free of. And then there was the personal meaning. The Mad Prince imbued the description of the estuary key with. The Mad Prince had wanted to conquer the third nightmare and escape the tomb of Ariel together with Nephis. But he could not, because his soul had been infected by the defilement, and due to the sin of Solace, he would remember the same forbidden knowledge that had corrupted him at the start of every loop, therefore locking him into an inescapable paradox. Ironically enough, it was the sin of Solace that had prevented him from fully losing himself to corruption as well. In the end, the Mad Prince had found a way to silence the loathsome apparition and erase his own memories of the defilement by escaping to the next loop while in possession of the estuary key. An impossible memory he had created to fulfill his desperate, dire wish. The true key to his liberation was oblivion. But what did the Mad Prince, the estuary key, and the tomb of Ariel have to do with Asterion? Why had Cassie sent herself this cryptic message? Why is it so cryptic to begin with? Before considering the content of the message, Sonny thought it prudent to consider its form. Although Cassie was an oracle, or had been at least, she was under no obligation to deliver her prophecies in a vague and cryptic manner. In fact, that would only be counterproductive. If she had indeed foreseen that Asterion would become a deadly threat once, and even gleaned a strategy to defeat him, she could have just explained it to her future self plainly. Go there, find that, recruit those people, avoid making these decisions. Something like that. The message encouraging her to find a man named Sunless and wish him a happy birthday on the day of the winter solstice had been worded quite straightforwardly. This time, however, she had only sent one mysterious sentence. Why? Well, first of all, even though the message had been delivered to Cassie, it was not meant for her. Nephis and Cassie did not know it, but Sonny had immediately realized that he was the intended recipient, instead. Because he was the only one who remembered the events that had transpired in the tomb of Ariel clearly, as well as the only one who remembered the description of the key of the estuary. Even if the others had seen it, they were not capable of remembering it. So then, doesn't that answer my question? Why was the message so cryptic? To make sure that only Sonny could understand its meaning. And why would Cassie only want Sonny to grasp the meaning of her message? Because she didn't want someone else to understand it. It wasn't difficult to realize who it was that had to stay blind to the meaning of Cassie's message at all costs. The dream spawn. Asterion knew many things. In fact, his knowledge of all events, both past and present, was eerily systematic. It was unclear whether he could spy on them at that very moment. Either, the possibility that he could was high, and even if he couldn't, he would easily glean the significance of this conversation if he or one of his thralls met them face to face one day, and therefore gained access to their innermost thoughts. So it wasn't surprising at all that Cassie had wanted to keep her message away from the prying eyes of the Dreamspawn. After all, the secret of his downfall was quite possibly contained within it, and therefore, he would do everything in his power to prevent them from acting on this information if he ever found out. Clever. At that moment, Sunny realized one more truth. It was that Asterion was aware of what had transpired in their third nightmare as well, or he had been, rather, which meant that now he could not access these memories fully, just like the rest of the world, because his memories were obfuscated by the fog of fatelessness as well. That was another barrier that prevented Asterion from understanding the significance of Cassie's message. So, in conclusion, Cassie had known that Asterion might become a dire adversary of the cohort one day. So, she sent a message to the future Sunny that only he could understand, a message that was meant to help him defeat the Dreamspawn. Nobody else was able to understand the meaning of the message, so even if Asterion intercepted it, it would be of no use to him. On top of that, Sunny had to make sure not to reveal the truth while explaining what they had to do aloud. But what did they have to do, really? He remained silent for a while, considering. The message was not merely a clever puzzle, it was a call to action. Where was it calling Sunny then? The answer was quite obvious. It was calling him back to the tomb of Ariel. Chapter 28, 37 Ray of Hope. Go back to the tomb of Ariel. Technically, that was an erroneous statement. Sunny had never been inside the tomb of Ariel after all. Neither had anyone else, no human of the war realm that was. Asterion had attempted to reach the Great Pyramid once, but failed to overcome the Nightmare Desert and was forced to turn back. What Sunny had visited and endured was the phantom version of the tomb of Ariel conjured by the spell. It was easy to confuse the two at times, but the distinction was important. So it wouldn't be correct to say that Cassie had sent a message telling him to go back to the tomb of Ariel. Rather, she was telling him to enter the real tomb of Ariel for the first time. No wonder. No wonder the chain breaker had been drifting in the great river. No wonder that, unlike the other members of the cohort, Sunny and Nephis, had taken the roles of themselves in the nightmare, as opposed to the roles of local heroes. No wonder he had met a future version of himself in the estuary. It was all because Sunny and Nephis were going to enter the real tomb of Ariel, and therefore leave their mark on the great river. Since the great river flowed from the future into the past, everyone who had ever entered the Great Pyramid would have been placed into the nightmare by the spell. Daron and his champions had been, and so were Sunny and Nephis. Sunny had always suspected that he would have to visit the tomb of Ariel one day. Now, he knew that the day had come, and that the reason he had to return there had something to do with defeating Asterion. There were several possible reasons he could think of that would make the tomb of Ariel a key to defeating the Dreamspawn, actually. First and foremost, there was the nature of the great river itself. The great river was unfathomable and supremely perilous, but it also presented a rare opportunity to anyone who could survive its treacherous currents, an opportunity to escape the confines of time. Uris had told Sunny that he would need hundreds of years to become qualified to attempt apotheosis naturally. In the tomb of Ariel, those hundreds of years could become no longer than a single day, if he was lucky enough. Sadly, he wasn't fated anymore, so there was too much luck involved in that potential plan for Sunny's taste. And speaking of being fated, the tomb of Ariel also held the key to reclaiming his fate. Sunny knew that the vile thieving bird had escaped the collapsing nightmare by stealing his fate and using his connection to the nightmare spell to sneak into the real world. It was most likely still in its nest at the heart of the tomb of Ariel, the real one this time, not an illusion conjured by the spell. And that odious bird still had his stolen fate in its possession. So if Sunny were to slay the vile thieving bird, chances were that he would be able to reclaim his fate, become fated once again, and be remembered by the world. He would regain his true name and become a carrier of the nightmare spell once more, which would allow him to challenge the fifth nightmare. That was something Sunny had already decided to do. But now, There was an additional reason for him to venture into the tomb of Ariel and face the vile thieving bird. A dire reason at that. He did not know whether it was the fact of becoming fated itself, or the possibility of challenging the nightmare and becoming sacred that was meant to help him defeat Asterion, but both options seemed promising. And lastly, albeit somewhat far-fetched as far as plans went, there was the vile thieving bird itself. That cursed terror which had been hated both by the gods and by the beings of the void had been able to steal his fate. In doing so, it had erased the memories of him, as well as of his name, from the great tapestry of fate, and therefore from everyone's minds. Not only that, but people weren't able to remember their past connection to him, even if he told them repeatedly. And what was Asterion's main source of power? What made his existence possible? It was people knowing about him and remembering his name. It was the propagation of the idea of him across countless minds, which were the foundation of both his existence and his domain. Sonny had been torn and heartbroken when he lost his fate and was forgotten by everyone. But Asterion, if they managed to get the vile thieving bird to steal Asterion's fate, somehow he would not be just hurt. He would simply cease to exist, since he was nothing more and nothing less than a living, infectious, malevolent idea. Granted, Sonny had no clue how to make a cursed terror do something he wanted it to do, let alone steal something from his enemy. These were three possible reasons Cassie had wanted him to return to the tomb of Ariel. Any of them could become the key to destroying Asterion, and he was not limited to achieving just one, either. He had always been aware of these facts, but without Cassie's prophetic encouragement, the possibility of a victory never seemed assured enough to take on the dire risk of venturing into the tomb of Ariel. Not while the plague of Asterion was rampaging across the worlds, at least. Now that the blind oracle had pointed at the tomb of Ariel, and the best solution available to them, however, the equation changed completely. Her message added weight to the ethereal possibility of success. So I have to go to the tomb of Ariel, face the thieving bird, and reclaim my fate. None of these tasks was easy. To begin with, reaching the real tomb of Ariel was almost impossible. Sonny suspected that one could only draw closer to it at night. And at night, the Nightmare Desert became the battlefield where two dead armies from the Doom War continued their eternal fight, destroying anyone who was foolish and unfortunate enough to get in the way of their terrifying battle. The situation inside the real tomb of Ariel was also unclear. It could look exactly as what they had witnessed in the third nightmare, or it could be completely different. There could be a thriving civilization hidden there, although Sonny strongly doubted it. But the great river could turn out to be completely infested by the first seeker and the defilement as well. The whole Great Pyramid could be filled entirely by the endless mass of corrupted flesh, or something even more ghastly. Imagining that, Sonny could not help but shiver. Finally, even if they did make it to the heart of the estuary, there remained the prospect of facing the vile thieving bird in combat. Accursed terror would be the strongest enemy either Sonny or Nephis had ever faced by far. There was simply no comparison, considering how vast the gap between the high classes and the rest of nightmare creatures was. The cursed ones, in general, were harrowing foes. After all, abjuration had almost annihilated all of humanity while fighting Nephis, and that fiend was not even in the same category as the vile thieving bird. That damn bird had stolen Weaver's eye, and lived to tell the tale, no less. Still, Cassie's message was the first ray of hope in the hopeless, vile war against Asterion. And despite everything that had transpired between them in the past, Sonny trusted her to have had their best interest in mind. In fact, he simply trusted her. So, if her message was calling him to the tomb of Ariel, he was inclined to answer that call. It is finally time to reclaim my fate. The answer was oblivion. It was time for Sonny to escape oblivion and be remembered again. Chapter 28, 38 Changing Stars Favor. Sunny must have been silent for too long, because Nephis shifted and opened her mouth, clearly intending to ask him for an explanation. That would have been problematic, since explaining the meaning of Cassie's message aloud would risk revealing that information to Asterion. If Sunny and Nephis were really going to challenge the Nightmare Desert, invade the tomb of Ariel, and face accursed terror in battle, then their task was already so perilous that describing it as absolutely fatal would be an understatement. Trying to achieve these feats while also being thwarted by the Dreamspawn would reduce their chances of success to zero. Apart from that, it would be difficult to explain everything in a way that would allow her to remember, or perhaps even impossible. So Sunny spoke before Nephis could voice her question. I know what it means, but I can't tell you yet. Nephis frowned. Cassie seemed dissatisfied with his answer as well. However, she knew the burden of knowledge better than anyone, so she did not insist on getting a clear explanation. Instead, she inhaled deeply and then asked in a measured tone, "If you know what it means, do you know what must be done as well?" Sunny nodded. She hesitated for a moment. "So what do we have to do?" Sunny remained silent for a long while, then turned to Nephis. "I guess, first and foremost, you have to trust me. Can you do that?" It was an important question. Nephis trusted Sunny, lost from light implicitly. But did she trust Sunless, the Lord of Shadows, just as much? The two of them had faced and defeated the Sovereigns together. They were partners, companions, and lovers. Yet still, the nature of their connection was shallower than the bond between Changing Star and Lost from Light had been. Nephis smiled faintly. "Sunny, if I don't trust you, who can I trust?" He chuckled quietly. "That was the correct answer. I'm the most honest person in the world, after all." She shook her head and took a sip of the tea he had brewed for her. "Just out of curiosity, what were you going to do if I said no?" Sunny coughed. "Well, you'd probably be sleeping on the couch for a few days, or weeks. We don't really have a couch, I guess, so I would have had to craft one first, but yeah, that's what I was going to do." He smiled and shook his head. "But first, I would have reminded you that you owe me a favor. Don't you remember? Back when you came to recruit the Lord of Shadows, the price I demanded was that you would do me a favor at a later date. That date is today." Nephis blinked a few times. "You remember that?" Sunny laughed. "Of course I do. That was quite a memorable day for me. You can't imagine how long I had waited for Changing Star to come pay me a visit. I mean, in a not creepy way." Both women regarded him silently. Why did they look so doubtful? Sunny hid his face behind his cup. Eventually, Nephis shook her head, hiding a smile. "Well, it was a memorable day for me too." She paused for a moment and then asked, "So what kind of favor do you have in mind?" Sunny leaned back and shrugged. "Oh, it's nothing much. I just need you to help me subjugate a death zone or two, defeat a cursed terror, and reclaim something that I lost a long time ago." Nephis stared at him silently for a few seconds, then tilted her head slightly. "Nothing much, huh?" Sunny nodded. "Oh, and I also need you to trust me implicitly and not ask any questions." This time it was Cassie who spoke, her tone incredulous. "You want Nephis to follow you into a battle against a cursed terror without asking any questions." Sunny opened his mouth to answer, but before he could, Nephis said evenly, "I'll do it." He glanced at her, not knowing what to say. Nephis shrugged. "I do owe you a favor, after all, even if fulfilling my promise would technically make you the most expensive sellsword in the history of mankind." She smiled. "But what to do? My taste in men is that extravagant." Nephis glanced at him and asked quietly, "Will trusting you help us defeat the Dreamspawn?" Sunny nodded slowly. "I believe that it will." She smiled. then there's no reason to hesitate. Nephis paused for a moment and then added, all this time, we've been watching the human domain crumble slowly while fruitlessly searching for a way to defeat the Dreamspawn without devastating half of humanity. Now, Cassie delivered us the solution we had so desperately sought. It doesn't matter if we have to fight a cursed terror or not. It doesn't matter how many death zones we must subjugate. As long as there is a chance of saving the human domain from the jaws of the Dreamspawn, I am willing to try. Sonny remained silent for a while. In the end, he said evenly, then it is decided. However, this will be a challenge unlike any other we've ever faced. He glanced at Nephis somberly. We won't be able to overcome it with half-hearted measures. Do you understand what I mean? Nephis met his gaze and nodded. It means that both of us will have to commit to this expedition completely. Indeed. At the moment, the human domain was slowly being consumed by the plague of Asterion. More and more people became his thralls, and soon enough, he would gain control of all of humanity. Before that happened, though, those who had already been swallowed by the hunger domain would most likely endeavor to capture or eliminate those who did not. There was already tumult and unrest among the people, and the situation would only continue to worsen as time went by. Neph's presence was especially important right now. She had to keep herself visible to her people more than ever, serving as a symbol of strength and resolve, of hope. If she suddenly disappeared, not only would she be unable to solve any emerging calamities, but she would also undermine the human domain with her absence, hastening the spread of the plague. The same logic applied to Sonny, even if he was hidden from the public eye. The task in front of him was far too difficult, far too harrowing. It was more perilous by far than getting lost in Ariel's game, entering the Great Mirror and laying siege to the Eternal City. So, he would not be able to complete it by only sending a few of his incarnations and holding much of his power back. If he were to have a hope of defeating the vile thieving bird, he would have to send all of his incarnations into battle, as well as all of the Shadow Legion. That meant leaving the people he cherished unprotected while a mad sovereign was prowling nearby. But it was also his best chance of ultimately saving them from the Dreamspawn. Sonny sighed. We'll have to prepare thoroughly, but also swiftly. Nephis finished her tea and rose to her feet. Then there is no time to waste. Chapter 28:39 Let It Go. Sonny and Nephis and all of humanity, by extension, were racing against time. It was unclear how long it would take to reach the tomb of Ariel, enter it, and find the key to defeating Asterion inside, so they had to depart as soon as possible. However, abandoning the human domain was not a simple matter. They knew that their absence would cause harm to humanity. That was unavoidable, considering how dependent everyone was on the two supremes who ruled the world, one from under the sun, the other from the shadows. Now that the plague of Asterion was spreading like a wildfire, the damage their departure would cause was difficult to imagine. However, that damage could not compare to the complete annihilation that letting Asterion win would cause. Neither did it compare to the widespread devastation that engaging him in a direct battle would entail. So, all Sonny and Nephis could do was find ways to mitigate the harm their absence would cause. They needed to prepare all kinds of countermeasures to unexpected calamities, delegate as many of their responsibilities as possible to competent people, pull back the forces of the human domain and establish firm defensive lines on the frontiers of the dream realm, and so on. They needed to prepare for the dangerous journey to the tomb of Ariel as well. A team of masterful engineers, smiths, carpenters, and enchanters was gathered to refit and reinforce the chain breaker for the nearing battle. Sonny began establishing a series of failsafes and contingencies for the Shadow Clan, while simultaneously withdrawing his forces and concentrating them in one place. Nephis sharpened her will for the battle against a cursed terror. There was a particular reason why Sunny had asked her to accompany him to the tomb of Ariel. Needless to say, he needed help. The nightmare desert alone was a harrowing obstacle. There was no telling what hid inside the Great Pyramid on top of that, and the vile thieving bird was a daunting foe. But beyond simply being his most powerful ally, Nephis could help in an unexpected way. The loathsome bird had stolen Sunny's fate, therefore causing him to lose his true name and be forgotten by the world. Since his fate was still in its possession, there was a good chance that the shadow bond would constrain the avian horror. And since Nephis had been his master, she was the only one who could make use of the shadow bond. If the vile thieving bird was indeed beholden to the fate it stole, defeating it could prove far easier than they anticipated, thanks to Nephis. Of course, Sunny doubted that something that nice would happen to him. Still, even if Nephis could not order the odious cursed terror around, she might be able to weaken and slow it down. The preparations were taking time, but progressing steadily. Naturally, Sunny would have preferred to leave immediately, but he knew that the schedule they had established after meticulously considering every little detail was solid. Humanity was being swallowed by the hunger domain, but things were going according to plan. Until a certain bastard who called himself the King of Nothing blew the plan to pieces. Mordred's massacre of Red Hill and his intention to destroy the source of Asterian's power threw a wrench into their plans, mainly because that source was people. Therefore, what Mordred really wanted was to annihilate humanity, which he considered to be lost already, so that it would not fuel Asterian's already terrifying power. With a demented supreme in the south and a mad sovereign in the north, Sunny and Nephis had no choice but to abandon their preparations and ready themselves for immediate departure, even if many of the measures they had wanted to put in place were not ready yet. Before, they only needed to accomplish their goal before Asterian enthralled all humanity, consolidated his power, completed his own preparations, and found a way to attempt apotheosis. Now, they needed to accomplish their goal before Mordred destroyed all of humanity in his quest to defeat the Dreamspawn. Unlike those enthralled by Asterian, people taken by the King of Nothing were lost forever. He cared not about apotheosis, either, so his unexpected attack created a far more dire sense of urgency in Sunny and Nephis. So just a few days later, they simply left. It felt too strange. Sunny had not even noticed when he became responsible for so many things. For him, it had almost always been going from one crisis to another, and at some point, he simply found himself responsible for numerous people. For all people, really, as well as the fate of existence itself. The caravan of 40,000 refugees he had led across Antarctica once seemed like child's play now. He did not even know it, but the weight of that responsibility always rested on his shoulders, pressing down with crushing force. That was why abandoning that responsibility felt both liberating and appalling. Someone else might have been happy to be free of it, but Sunny had chosen to carry the burden himself. He had made the decision to become responsible for everything of his own free will, so abandoning humanity in its time of need, even if it was to save it, made him feel torn and uneasy. But there was nothing else he could do. This was the best choice he could make at the moment, both for the sake of humanity and for the sake of himself. Still, he could not turn his back on the people he wanted to protect entirely, so he left two of his shadows behind. Fiend was meant to guard Kai and Ravenheart, while Nightmare was meant to guard Effie and Bastion. Rain was under Cassie's protection, who could guard her better than any shadow would. On top of that, the Ivory Island was still in the sky above Bastion, so Nightmare could help if something were to happen too. Sunny did leave Nightmare and Fiend behind, but he was ready to summon them back before the battle against the vile thieving bird. After all, he could simply dismiss them and call them to where he was at the moment's notice, so leaving without them was not an irrevocable decision. although I hoped that there would be no reason for them to act while I am away. As Sunny thought that, the chain breaker passed through a radiant dream gate and entered the waking world. Chapter 28, 40 Effect and Cause. There was no one aboard the chain breaker except Nephis and Sunny. She was wearing a light tunic, holding the oars with a steady hand. He was shrouded in Anank's mantle, leaning on the railing nearby. The deck of the flying ship was desolate, and they were both silent, consumed by heavy thoughts. The chain breaker looked somewhat different from how it had been before. There were bands of dull metal reinforcing its elegant hull, a new ram protruding from its bow, and countless other alterations that were hidden from sight, making it look more like a battleship than a stunning yacht. Sunny and Cassie also created a miniature version of the defensive array they developed to secure the human citadels in the dream realm, which itself was based on the spell Sunny had created in Ariel's game, and applied it to the flying ship. It was odd, really. The chain breaker looked unfamiliar, but Sunny recognized its new shape well. He had seen it already, once, in the tomb of Ariel, where he and Nephis had found the chain breaker drifting on the currents of the great river and were surprised by its embattled look. Sunny did not know if the artisans who had refitted the flying ship had simply chosen the optimal design, or if their design had been informed by the sketches he supplied through Cassie to illustrate what he wanted. Had the past been informed by the future? That was a paradox he did not really want to think about at the moment. All he wanted was for the chain breaker to survive the nightmare desert and get inside the tomb of Ariel in one piece. But then again, they had found it on the great river once battered, but afloat. So didn't that mean that the chain breaker would make it into the tomb of Ariel in one piece, no matter what? Was the future already decided by the past? That was another paradox Sunny did not want to think about. He was not going to rely on its illusory promise and relax, that was for sure. Even if Sunny had already seen the result, he was still going to defend the flying ship with all his might. At that moment, Nephis suddenly spoke. When I saw the chain breaker in the tomb of Ariel, it looked like this. She paused for a moment and then added, it was battered, its hull was covered in scars and burns, and its enchantments were heavily damaged. But it still took me to Fallen Grace, to Twilight, and all the way to Verge. Do you know what I am thinking about, though? Sunny looked at her and raised an eyebrow. No, what? Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then sighed. El entered the nightmare far upstream of Weave, atop the carapace of a great monster. But I only found the chain breaker past the time storm, downstream of Weave. So. She pursed her lips. I must have fallen overboard at some point while trying to reach the great river, or rather, I will. She seemed a little offended by the notion. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Come to think of it, he had entered the nightmare even further upstream than Nephis. So, was he going to fall overboard too? Why would both of them be separated from their ship while entering the tomb of Ariel? He scratched the back of his head. I guess getting into that pyramid will be a rough process. Well, no surprise. There were all those butterflies after all. A swarm of great ones so vast that Sunny felt a hint of terror just thinking about it, despite being a supreme. Nephis looked at him intently, then looked ahead. It's strange, isn't it? The future being our past, which is our future. Sunny chuckled. Oh yes, it is indeed odd, strange enough to drive one mad. The chain breaker already emerged from the dream gate that Nephis had summoned. They had quite a way to go, first to the forgotten shore, and then to the nightmare desert, repeating her lonesome journey she had made as a sleeper. There were no subjects of the longing domain on the forgotten shore, and Nephis obviously did not place a tether there. So she could not open her dream gate directly between Bastion and the Dark City. Instead, they had come to the waking world first. Considering that their journey had to be completed in utter secrecy, the place where Nephis had led them was not in the NQSC. It was in the remote area of the desolate, deadly wasteland far north of the city. As the flying ship moved above the poisoned ground, Sonny could see swarms of nightmare creatures scurrying to hide from its shadow. He could also vaguely hear the call of nightmare, hinting at the presence of several nightmare gates nearby. Sonny frowned. He had not had the reason to venture into the lifeless wilderness of the northern quadrant often, but the last time he did, soon after becoming a saint, on his way back to Antarctica, there were not nearly as many gates and nightmare creatures polluting the world. Perhaps this area was simply less fortunate, or may be it was a sign of how much closer the waking world was to being devoured by the dream realm completely, now. In any case, there was no reason for them to stay here long. As the radiant dream gate behind them shimmered and closed, a dream gate that seemed to contain absolute darkness opened ahead of them instead. Nephis suddenly took a deep breath. "I never once went back there, you know," Sonny looked at her. "To the forgotten shore." She nodded slowly. "Yes." Nephis remained silent for a short while, and then smiled suddenly. "Funny, isn't it?" She gazed at the lightless expanse of the dream gate ahead. It's still called the Forgotten Shore, but none of those who were sent there can ever forget it. In fact, the Forgotten Shore is quite unforgettable, dreadfully so. Sonny looked away with a faint smile. "I live there, remember." He shook his head. "All this time, and you've never once visited your boyfriend's place. How sad." Nephis glanced at him briefly and pushed one of the steering oars down. "In my defense, my boyfriend never invited me. Then again, the last time was there, I made a bit of a mess. Burning down the bright castle, destroying the sun, and demolishing the Crimson Spire could indeed be called a bit of a mess." Sonny was suddenly concerned about the mimic. The chain breaker dove into the darkness, and a few moments later, Changing Star, the Star of Ruin, had returned to the Forgotten Shore. Chapter 28:41 Divine Chariot. The chain breaker flew through the boundless black abyss of the sky above the Forgotten Shore, surrounded by silence. There were no stars and no moon above them, and the ground was shrouded in utter darkness. It felt as if they were floating through a lightless, endless void. The light of the lanterns hanging from the masts of the chain breaker seemed feeble and weak in the face of this vast, lightless expanse. Sonny could see the terrain far below the flying ship perfectly well, of course. However, Nephis had been rendered blind. She pulled the oars gently, slowing down the ship, and sighed. "I'd close my eyes if I were you." Sonny followed her advice and closed his eyes, then covered them with a hand. Nephis inhaled deeply, then channeled her essence and invoked the true name of light in a simple but powerful verse. In the next moment, the hull of the chain breaker ignited with a blinding white radiance. So blinding, in fact, that Sonny felt a great change in the shadows above, below, and around them. The shadows fled away from the light like an oceanic tide, and just from the scale of that sudden migration, he could tell that an area spanning hundreds of kilometers across was now illuminated. The desolate, barren terrain of the Forgotten Shore was instantly bathed in light. It was as if a new sun had risen above it after long years of cold darkness. That sun was the chain breaker, which flew across the sky like a divine chariot. Sonny carefully opened his eyes, giving them time to adjust to the sudden daylight. Nephis was still steering the chain breaker, looking ahead impassively. She remained silent for a few moments, then said, "It seems this is my limit. If I were sacred, I would have probably been able to illuminate the entirety of the Forgotten Shore." Looking at him, she smiled faintly, a hint of a strange, bittersweet emotion in her eyes. "Then I'd really be able to replace a sun." Just as she said that, the ruins of the Crimson Spire appeared on the horizon. Nephis and Sonny did not say anything to each other, but there was a tacit understanding between them. She sent the chain breaker into a descent, and when it reached the ground, Sunny summoned a cradle made out of shadows to support its weight. Soon enough, they were standing on the rubble of the great tower that had once supported the weight of the sun. Some distance away, the statue of the builder was kneeling in the dust, holding its head. Behind them, hidden in the towering mountain of shattered black stone, the dark sea was waiting silently beneath the seal. Nephis looked around, her face betraying no emotion. She did not seem interested in the dark sea and its seal, and while the massive figure of the kneeling builder held her attention for a while, eventually, she simply walked past it and crossed the bridge that led to the sea of dust beyond. There two hills stood side by side. One was a barrow built from black stone, from the shattered pieces of the crimson spire. The other was an eerie mountain of monstrous bones, tall enough to dwarf the barrow. They were the grave of the sleepers who had fought and lost their lives on this battlefield, and the bones of the nightmare creatures they had slain. Nephis approached the barrow and stood beneath it, looking up. Her eyes traveled to the words carved into the black stone. Here lie those who extinguished the sun, dreamers of the dark city. Sleep well. Your nightmare is over. Nephis remained motionless for a long while. Eventually she asked, "Who buried them?" Sunny shifted slightly. "I did." She lowered her head and let out an almost inaudible sigh. "Thank you." Her words fell heavy into the ashen silence. After some time, Nephis turned back and looked at the ruins of the Crimson Spire. "People call me a hero, you know, for leading the sleepers of the dark city back to the waking world. But actually, there was nothing heroic about it." She paused for a moment. "I merely used them to achieve my goals. I needed an army to reach the gateway, and for that, I needed to wrestle authority out of Gunlog's hands. So, I simply made myself into the opposite of Gunlaugh. I didn't really know much about people back then. But becoming the opposite of the man who oppressed them was simple enough." Nephis smiled bitterly. "Of course, I sincerely believed that laying siege to the Crimson Spire was the best choice for all of them, the only choice. But still, I did it for myself. I did it to pursue my goals." Sunny studied her silently for a few moments, then asked, "Would you have done anything differently if you had a choice?" Nephis looked at him in surprise. "Done anything differently? Of course, I wouldn't have failed." Sunny raised an eyebrow, then gestured to the ruins of the Crimson Spire. "It doesn't seem like you failed, though. If anything, it looks like you succeeded completely." Nephis laughed quietly. "If I succeeded, there would have been far more survivors. Most of all, I wouldn't have ended up stuck in the dream realm for 2 years." She looked at the ruins of the Crimson Spire and sighed. "Granted, I don't quite remember what transpired there. The battle against the Crimson Terror must have been too taxing. I figured out the mechanics of the Spire too late, I think. Castor was already dead by then, so there was no one to make the conduit instead of me. Oh, Castor was a legacy whom the Sovereigns had sent to kill me. He died in the Spire." Sunny smiled and looked away. "Still, you were victorious in the end, weren't you?" Nephis studied the ruins of the Crimson Spire once more. Eventually she said, "Victorious? Oh, no, not at all. I only ever tasted defeat for the longest time." Chapter 2842, The Winner Takes It All. Nephis inhaled deeply and then turned away from the ruins of the spire she had destroyed. Her lips curved into a bittersweet smile. It might not look like it from the outside, considering how glorious and exalted the image of Changing Star, the last daughter of the immortal flame, is. But what led me here was not a string of triumphant victories. Rather, to me, it seems like the story of my life is a story of being defeated over and over again, losing everything over and over again, not knowing how to give up. So if I do have one virtue, that virtue is perseverance, not valor." She sighed and gazed upon the desolate expanse of the forgotten shore, with a distant look in her eyes. "When I came here, I was so young, so naive. I did not know anything and did not have anything except for my anger. I was so full of anger that it felt like it was scathing me from the inside, and I naively believed that my anger would take me as far as I wanted to go. But of course, there were a lot of lessons I had to learn. Nephis looked down. It was smooth sailing at the start, but once I reached the dark city, the cracks began to show. People I trusted the most lost confidence in me and left me. I managed to defeat Gunlog, just like I had planned to, but everything after that was a mess. I never expected that seizing power after his death would be so difficult. Every person who died in the senseless civil war that followed was one less warrior to lay siege to the Crimson Spire, and every death felt like a personal failure of mine. She smiled bitterly. There were more than 1,000 sleepers in the dark city when I arrived, and that number was reduced by more than half before we even reached the Crimson Spire. In the end, only 100 made it out alive. And while I was still alive, I did not make it out. Needless to say, I would hesitate to call that a victory. Sonny listened to her silently. He could not explain that he had been there too, that he had been by her side, surviving the same events and learning the same lessons, that she had stayed behind so that he could escape. So he couldn't do anything but stay quiet. It was fascinating, though, to hear about the events of that distant past from her perspective. Nephis had seemed like an icon of stalwart, uncompromising certainty to him back then. It was odd to know that she had been nothing more than an angry, naive kid who doubted herself and was hurt by her failures, just like the rest of them. It was just that she had hidden her vulnerable side well. No, actually, it was that she had been given no choice but to hide her vulnerable side. She was their leader, after all, so she could not show weakness in front of people who saw her as their only hope, because if she did, their last hope would be shattered. Sonny had experienced the same burden much later, in Antarctica. He sighed. You were just a teenager, thrown into an impossible situation by the nightmare spell. You did your best, and your best was damn good. No one else would have been able to do better. Sonny certainly would not have. His plan back then had been to hide and live the rest of his life in the dark city, slowly going insane while forgetting what the word hope even meant. He had been young and naive too. Nephis smiled slightly. Well, it wasn't all bad, to be honest. Even if I failed to escape, I learned a valuable lesson here on the Forgotten Shore. I learned that the end did not justify the means, and that I only wanted to succeed in a manner that felt worthy. It is a good thing that I learned that precious lesson so early, all those years ago. If I didn't, somewhere along the way, I would have probably become nothing more than just another king of swords, just another queen of worms, or just another dream spawn. I would have become the very thing that I hate. She sighed and looked east. After the Crimson Spire was destroyed, I was still full of single-minded confidence. That confidence was only broken in my second nightmare, where I suffered an utter, crushing defeat. And with my confidence, I was broken as well. It broke me. Nephis shook her head. Later, I had to bow my head to the tyrants I hated, smile at the man whom I wanted to kill, bide my time while the great clans were allowing the chain of nightmares to consume Antarctica, and close my eyes to the crimes they committed against humanity. I was overly cautious and hesitant. I was a coward, and I only managed to regain my resolve in the depths of the third nightmare, in twilight. She chuckled and looked at Sonny. However, even that was only possible because of someone else. After all, in the original cycle of the Great River, I died. I was killed by my own companions. That was where my story was supposed to end, I guess. But it did not, and I don't even know why. Nephis looked at him, lingered for a few moments, and then said, "You'd know better than I do." Sonny was startled by her words. Before he could come up with an answer, though, she already looked away. After the tomb of Ariel came the greatest of my perceived triumphs, attaining supremacy, slaying the sovereigns and usurping their throne, becoming the ruler of humanity. But if I were truly as valiant and intrepid as people think, there would have never been a war in Godgrave. I would have defeated the sovereigns long before they could cause all that death and all that devastation. You know it well, our victory there was the result of a desperate gamble. It was luck." Sonny studied her for a while, then shook his head. "You are right, it was luck. However, luck is not something that happens to you. It's something that you make happen. Luck only offers its hand to those who can grasp it, so don't sell yourself short." Nephis chuckled. "Perhaps." She lingered for a while, then looked at the black barrow one last time. Elam supreme now, the shining goddess of humanity. Yet still, the dream-spawn crushed me effortlessly as soon as he arrived. I couldn't do anything to thwart him, so I was defeated once again. Look around us. In the end, all I could do was abandon my people and run away." Sonny raised an eyebrow and asked in a teasing tone, "So what, are you going to give up?" Nephis faced him and smiled. "Naturally not. As I said, perseverance is my only virtue. It doesn't matter how many defeats I suffer because I am always the one left standing in the end. I always rise back up, no matter how many times I'm pushed to the ground, because I am still naive and young, and I still don't know how to give up. Being good at failure is also a skill, you know." Turning away from the barrow, she headed back to the chain breaker. "So let's make sure to win this time. When this is over, the dream spawn will be the one sprawled in the mud, while we will be the one standing above him. Because," she glanced at Sonny and winked, "you and me, who dares to stop us?" Chapter 2843. Chapter 2843, where it all began. Sonny wanted to host Nephis in his castle, but sadly, they had to steer clear of the Dark City. The thralls of Asterion were still imprisoned in the settlement below its walls, and on top of that, he did not entirely trust the members of the Shadow clan either. Asterion had already shown his ability to subjugate people without stealing them from the domain of the supreme they were loyal to, after all. Saint Thane, the dream merchant, must have regretted being born as a result. Nephis had been consumed by wrath after Red Hill fell, so when their investigation pointed at the eccentric saint and his treachery was revealed, she's implied turned him into a screaming bonfire. He did not scream for long, though, because the immolating white flame stole his voice. Nephis burned the enthralled saint until there was nothing left of him but a shriveled, blackened stick figure. But she did not kill him. Instead, she used the same flames to restore him to flawless health, and then burned him again, and again, and again, until the name Asterion became synonymous with harrowing pain in his mind. In the end, the agony and the horror proved terrifying enough to overpower the Asterion's hex, erasing it. And yet, Sonny did not think that the enthralled saint had been happy to have his mind cleansed and his free will restored. He was not sure, though, because by the time they left, the dream merchant had not regained his ability to form coherent sentences yet. Needless to say, Neph's method of healing people of the plague was even less scalable than Cassie's. So Sonny could not take her to the Dark City. The chain breaker traveled east for some time, and when they drew close enough to the city for the light emanating from the flying ship to be seen from the walls, Nephis released her channeling and let the world drown in darkness once more. Sonny replaced her at the oars. It had been a long while since he last steered the chain breaker, but his task was not difficult. They simply had to keep heading east. Sonny and Nephis left the Dark City behind and crossed the colossal crater that they had traversed more than a decade ago on a boat made from the bones of the carapace demon. Beyond it lay the ashen barrow and the charred remains of the soul-devouring tree. All that was left of the fearsome terror was an enormous blackened stump, its jagged mass emanating an eerie sense of dread and malevolence. The chain breaker continued on its way east. Soon enough, they flew above the headless statue of the night. That was where Sonny had begun his journey once. The small clearing in the labyrinth of crimson coral nearby was where he met Nephis and Cassie. Of course, there was no clearing anymore. The coral labyrinth was gone, after all, having turned to ash when the crimson spire fell. Nephis did not remember their meeting either. Still, she must have retraced her footsteps and visited these places while traveling to the Nightmare Desert. She had remembered him back then. Sunny wondered what Nephis thought about while walking through the darkness alone. Nephis seemed to be remembering those times as well. The hardest part was not the loneliness, not the cold, not the hunger, and not the nightmare creatures either. It was water. I was dying from thirst the second time I traveled through these parts. Leaning on the railing, Nephis smiled. Luckily, even though the cycle of day and night was gone by then, the weather still remained. There was a storm once I reached the night, and I was able to both quench my thirst and store some water. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking idly about his own wanderings across the forgotten shore. Eventually, he said, "You know, I took Slayer to the statue of the Slayer once. She was not impressed." Nephis laughed quietly. That was where Cassie's rapier came from, the sword grave around that statue. It was a truly lethal affair. We barely made it out alive. Sunny sighed. You know, every time I see these statues, I think to myself, now that I rule the forgotten shore, nothing is stopping me from bringing their heads back and attaching them to their necks. So I always wonder, should I? Nephis turned her head at the sound of his voice. Why haven't you? Sunny considered his answer for a few brief moments. I'm not entirely sure. The Crimson Terror, the nameless sun, took off their heads because she hated them and wanted them to be forgotten. She was entitled to her hatred, considering what they had done to her, don't you think? So I don't really want them to be remembered either. Plus, restoring the statues would feel like erasing history, and I am a big enthusiast of history. Eventually, they saw a line of pale lilac far away, on the very edge of the horizon. That was where the forgotten shore ended, and the Nightmare Desert began. Soon enough, they escaped the eternal darkness and dove into blinding sunlight. The cool winds were suddenly satiated by a blazing heat, and Sunny had to cover his eyes with a hand, hissing quietly. The switch between darkness and light was so abrupt that it seemed like someone had pressed a button, changing the world to a different channel. Sunny had not visited the Nightmare Desert since before his third nightmare. Now that he saw the endless expanse of flawlessly white dunes stretching into the distance once again, and the unreachable black triangle of the tomb of Ariel looming on the horizon, too, he perceived it differently. The first time around, all he could think about was how to survive in this mysterious hell. Looking at the Nightmare Desert now, though, Sunny was thinking about something else despite the imminent battle against the armies of the cursed, undead that inhabited it. He was thinking about the demon of dread and the unholy titan whom Ariel had destroyed. This land had not always been a desert. It had been an ocean once, and that ocean was erased from existence by the ferocious battle between a demon and the stone titan. The corpse of the stone titan became the walls of the tomb of Ariel, and his blood became the great river. The 7 shards of his soul became the suns that illuminated it, and if Sunny was not mistaken in his suspicion, the space within the colossal pyramid had been fashioned from the Titan's soul sea. And a tiny shard of that primordial horror became Goliath, the fallen Titan who ravaged the Antarctic center thousands of years later. That was the scale of battles between deities. Entire worlds were destroyed, while some were born instead. The mortal realm where the stone titan fell had become a lifeless desert, and even thousands of years later, it was still dead. Before, this knowledge was purely theoretical as far as Sunny was concerned. But now, it wasn't anymore, not at all. One step on the path of ascension. That was all that separated Sunny from battling creatures like the stone titan himself. Would he be able to do what Ariel had done? And how many worlds would be destroyed in the process? The chain breaker began to descend, and soon landed on the very edge of the white sands. At that moment, Nephis suddenly turned her head and looked south, at the distant black wall of the Hollow Mountains. Or perhaps beyond them. Sensing a subtle shift in her presence, Sunny frowned. "What is it?" Nephis hesitated, then lowered her head and closed her eyes for a moment. "There is one less citadel in my soul's sea, and all its people vanished from my domain. Asterion must have taken another saint." Neither of them said anything for a while after that. Instead, they simply faced the nightmare desert, looking at the distant silhouette of Ariel's tomb. The vast expanse of the white desert shone under the radiant sun. Chapter 20, 844 Sands of Time. The longing domain did not have a lot of time left, and yet, oddly enough, Sunny and Nephis had nothing to do at the moment. They had reached the nightmare desert in the early morning, with the radiant sun slowly climbing the vibrant azure expanse of the sky. The tomb of Ariel loomed on the horizon, but it was impossible to reach it. No matter how long one walked across the white sands, it never drew closer. They had never attempted to traverse the nightmare desert at night, though, when the two cursed armies turned it into a deadly battlefield. Sunny and Nephis both believed that the tomb of Ariel could only be reached at night, so for now, all they could do was wait. This was probably the last day of peace they would know for a while. The nightmare desert was vast, and even if their theory proved to be correct, it was going to take a lot of time to reach its heart, days, weeks more likely. Especially so because they would be fighting their way through a vast horde of undying beings who had been cursed by Shadow God to an eternity of endless war. Shadow God had been quite a merciless one, it seemed. After all, he had not only cursed the army that fought under the banner of the rebellious demons. His curse befell the warriors of the divine host as well, making no distinction between friend or foe. But what else would Sunny expect from the god of death? He and Nephis remained aboard the chain breaker, watching the desert silently. Growing tired of the heat, they retreated into the captain's cabin of the flying ship. Sunny remembered how the two of them had slept here during their journey to fallen grace. Nephis, of course, did not. There was probably something useful they could do until the night fell, like meditating to clear their minds or going over the battle plan a few more times. But neither of them wanted to waste their last day of peace on rote tedium. After all, there was a real chance that they would not return from this expedition alive, or at least that both of them would. They were painfully aware of each other's presence, which filled the cabin with a heated pressure. Neff's presence ignited Sunny's longing, and her aspect allowed her to sense the flame of his desire. A light touch turned into a kiss, and a kiss turned into something more. In the end, they used the remaining time until nightfall to indulge themselves, engaged in passion and engrossed in each other with fervor and intensity that were as deliberate as they were frenetic, putting the sturdiness of the chain breaker to the test. Eventually, overcome by a sweet exhaustion, they cuddled on the sweaty sheets to rest and recover. Sunny was reminded of what Effie had said to him once, that when one was facing death, they anted to feel alive more than ever. He was looking at the ceiling of the cabin, his thoughts moving slowly. His mind drifted to the last time he and Nephis had spent time together in this cabin, and then to the future. Soon they would invade the nightmare desert. If they survived that, they would enter the tomb of Ariel. If they were to survive that as well, they would face the vile thieving bird in battle. And if they survived that too, Sunny would most likely regain his fate. That meant regaining his true name, surrendering to the shadow bond once again, becoming a carrier of the nightmare spell for the second time, restoring his ability to challenge the fifth nightmare. And most importantly, it meant that Sunny would be remembered. That was something he had wanted for the longest time, and at times with desperate intensity. He had spent years unsure and not knowing what to do, only recently deciding that he did not want to be forgotten anymore. That he wanted to be remembered by the people he held dear once again. But now that the prospect of being remembered ceased to be a merely theoretical possibility and seemed to be within his grasp, Sonny suddenly found himself afraid. Yes, people would regain their memories of him. Nephis would know what they had endured on the forgotten shore together and why she stayed behind in the collapsing Crimson Spire. She would remember how they slept in this very cabin as the great river carried the chain breaker downstream into the past. She would know that this was not the first time the two of them had come to the nightmare desert together. However, she would also remember how Sonny had abandoned her and verged to face the first seeker alone, how he had run away to fulfill his own selfish, misguided desire. She would remember his betrayal. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. How would Nephis react if she remembered him? Would she be happy? Would she be angry? Would she slap him across the face, perhaps full of scathing accusations? Or would she kiss and embrace him instead, most of all? Would their fragile relationship survive that revelation? This closeness between them had not come easily. Sonny had worked tirelessly to build it, even if the foundation on which he was building it was missing. He often felt unsatisfied and saddened by the fact that the relationship between him and Nephis, while intimate and harmonious, did not run that deep. But now that there was a possibility that their peculiar relationship would end, he found himself treasuring it immensely. He didn't want to lose what they had now. He was already happy with what they had now. He was content. But he was also greedy and wanted more, so much more. You're thinking greedy thoughts again. Nephis was playing with a strand of his hair, letting the black silk of it run between her fingers. She smiled faintly. Your eyes glisten a certain way when you do. Sonny turned his head and glanced at her silently. She looked into his eyes, no space between them. In the end, she turned away and sighed. I know every inch of you by heart, but I also don't know anything about you. It's so vexing. He remained silent for a bit, then hugged her from behind and drew her closer. What was he supposed to say? It won't be for much longer, soon. You'll know everything about me soon once again. That was what he wanted to tell her. But instead of saying these words aloud, Sonny smiled. I'm not too tall, so there aren't that many inches of me to begin with, still quite impressive. Nephis laughed quietly. Soon, the brilliant sun melted into the dark horizon. Their time of peace had run out. Chapter 28:45 Deathless. The sun was slowly disappearing behind the horizon, and the world was painted by a million shades of dark crimson. In that fiery blaze, the endless sea of white dunes seemed to be drowning in blood. The eastern sky was already submerged in deep shadows, and the suffocating heat of the desert was slowly surrendering to the tyranny of cold winds. Sonny and Nephis ascended to the deck of the chain breaker, ready for battle. He walked to the railing and jumped down, landing on the sand softly. A moment later, Nephis landed next to him. Rotating his shoulder to loosen his muscles, Sonny sighed and looked east. Their 6 figures were waiting for him motionlessly, their silhouettes countered against the crimson sky like black statues. They were, of course, none other than Sonny himself. After a long time apart, all 7 of his incarnations were finally reunited. Smiling darkly, Sonny headed toward his avatars. Funny meeting you here, gentlemen. To what do I owe the pleasure? Another avatar sighed and shook his head. Talking to yourself again. You know this joke was funny the first few hundred times, but now it's just tacky. We should really put it out of its misery. A different avatar frowned in indignation. Hey, funny is funny, that jock. E is not overdone, it's a classic. Another nodded in solidarity. Yeah, you are just jealous because, unlike us, you can't pull it off. The first incarnation stared at him in disbelief. We are literally the same person. What exactly can I pull off that you can? Reaching the 6 avatars, Sonny shook his head. Shut up, fools. They looked at him somberly. "Who are you calling a fool, you fool? There are 6 of us and 1 of you. What are you going to do if we don't, huh?" Sonny grinned. Nephis, meanwhile, observed the scene with a strange expression. Eventually, she turned to the original Sonny and spoke in a neutral tone. "The dead are going to rise soon. Are you ready?" He shrugged. "As ready as I can be, I guess." With that, Sonny regarded the nightmare desert with a dark expression. One of his avatars sighed. "This place offends me." A different incarnation nodded. "Yes, I am supposed to be the sovereign of death after all, but lo and behold, there is an entire horde of beings here who have cheated death." Another one scratched the back of his head. "Well, to be fair, it is more like they have been cheated out of death, Shadow God's curse and all that." Sonny grimaced. "I guess we will have to deal with the mess Shadow God left behind." Nephis interrupted the banter in a serious tone. "The deathless will begin rising from the sand soon. They won't pay attention to us, at least not immediately, but getting past them without being annihilated will be impossible. We will have to fight our way through, and soon after we involve ourselves in the battle, both sides will most likely endeavor to destroy us." She paused for a moment and then added, "Luckily, it is not all bad news. I did not make it far into the nightmare desert as a sleeper, but since I was traveling during the day, I had a chance to observe the deathless across various parts of the desert. Here on its outskirts, they are not that strong, which makes sense once you think about it as an ancient battlefield. The elite troops are buried closer to the heart of the desert, where the curse of Shadow God fell upon them. Only the weakest troops remained in the rear." She inhaled deeply. Of course, their weakness is relative. To a sleeper, each of the countless undead seemed like an unimaginable, insurmountable obstacle. And even for a supreme, they won't be simple to defeat. Nevertheless, our goal today is to get as far into the desert as we can. At the same time, we must use this opportunity to learn how to fight the deathless. Because once we draw closer to the tomb of Ariel, we'll have to face the true champions." Sonny looked at her, then turned to face the nightmare desert. "Remind me again, why don't we just fly the chain breaker above them and hide in the clouds?" Nephis shook her head. "Because the deathless are capable of erasing the stars in the night sky. Destroying one flying ship won't be difficult for them. Once one takes to the sky, they expose themselves to danger. After all, there is nothing to take cover behind in the sky. There is no ground to push against either, which means that there are very few ways to arrest your momentum. In short, you're a sitting duck. Well, a flying duck, I suppose." She looked at him and sighed. "Plus, there's no clouds." Sonny regarded her silently for a moment. "What the hell is no, wait, a duck? I actually know that one." Looking up, Nephis remained silent for a moment, and then said in a somber tone, "I doubt that I'll be able to stay in the air myself. At least not for long, but we'll see. Fortunately, I am far more durable than the chain breaker." She turned to Sonny and finished calmly. "Needless to say, the deathless cannot be killed. They cannot even be destroyed, really. However, they can be damaged severely enough to be neutralized for a while." A faint smile appeared on her lips. "In that sense, I guess your excursion into the Eternal City was good training for the nightmare desert." Sonny grimaced. "How come every second adversary I meet can't be killed these days?" "Well, actually, I can hardly be killed myself. I guess there's a balance." By then, the sun was already halfway hidden behind the horizon. The sands were moving, as if the entire desert was coming alive. Of course, it was the opposite. There was an army of the dead rising from its depths. Sonny looked ahead with a grim expression. "Let's get this party started then." Chapter 28, 46 Nightfall in the Nightmare Desert. As night descended upon the nightmare desert, and the shadows drowned its vast expanse, Sonny took a step toward his 6 incarnations. One of his avatars turned into a shadow and glided across the sand, wrapping itself around his body. The darkness around Sunny suddenly seemed deeper, and his cold presence felt heavier. The second incarnation was absorbed into that darkness, making him stronger. Then one more. With each layer of augmentation, Sunny felt stronger, faster, and more resilient. In fact, the fierce might coursing through his veins was so daunting that he had to grit his teeth, barely holding himself back from exploding forward. The 6 fragments of Weaver's lineage were making him stronger as well. Blood weave, bone weave, and flesh weave had fused to make every aspect of his corporeal manifestation more fearsome. Soul weave was making his essence more potent, while simultaneously reinforcing his soul. Mind weave had made him capable of thinking 1,000 thoughts at the same time. Spirit weave, meanwhile. Spirit weave augmented his will, making the world far more malleable and dependent on his whims. The last 3 incarnations of Sunny turned into shadows as well. However, these 3 did not move to augment the leading avatar. Instead, 2 figures rose from them. Saint stood to Sunny's left, while Slayer stood to his right. Finally, Serpent slithered down from his arm and coiled on the white sand. The onyx scales contrasted sharply against it. The 3 shadows wrapped themselves around them, making each of the supreme shadows seem even more fearsome than a second before. Standing nearby, Nephis simply summoned the blessing. The radiant sword shone brightly, chasing the darkness away and making the shadows look deeper. She glanced at him, lingered for a moment, and sighed dejectedly. "I never did have any luck with echoes, you know." Sunny turned to her with a slight grin. "You just keep giving them away, though. If you didn't, you'd have an entire stable of powerful echoes already." Then, gazing at his shadows, he added in a quieter tone, "But not as powerful as my shadow cohort, of course." Slayer spared him a cold glance, while Saint summoned 2 torrents of liquid darkness that formed into a sword and a shield. Serpent just hissed and rippled, slowly assuming a human form, the form of a knight in heavy armor and a black cloak, 7 onyx swords hovering in the air behind him like black fangs. It had assumed the form of the King of Swords. Sunny was not done, of course. As the last vestige of the sun glowed red above the horizon, the deep shadows all around them surged and boiled. Then countless shades marched onto the white sands in the nightmare desert, assembling into a vast battle formation. Some of them still wielded weapons salvaged in the Eternal City. Some were encased in the armor from the martial pools of the Hippodrome. It was a fearsome sight. Sunny had summoned his entire legion here, leaving behind only a small number of shades that guarded the prison camp beside the dark city and the citadel in the burned forest. Hundreds of thousands of them were soon arrayed in front of the white dunes, waiting silently for the enemy to reveal itself like a sea of darkness. The Shadow Legion looked quite fearsome indeed. Sadly, it was not going to be too useful to Sunny and Nephis in their quest to reach the tomb of Ariel. After all, only a relatively small number of shades Sunny commanded were of a high enough rank to endure the battle against the Deathless. Most of them were too weak to survive the nightmare desert, and would be sent back to his soul shortly. In this battle, their role was to serve as a flesh shield. Well, rather a shadow shield, to give Sunny and Nephis enough time to learn more about the enemy and come up with a way to fight the Deathless effectively. He doubted that 1/10 of his silent warriors would survive until dawn. And this first night would be the easiest of the unknown number of them. Sunny and Nephis would have to survive in order to reach their goal. Worse still, the Deathless could not die, which meant that there would be no constant stream of new shades joining the Shadow Legion. Sunny glanced at the center of the battle formation, where the shades from the Eternal City stood, ready for battle. A headache-inducing thought suddenly graced his mind. So, a legion of dead souls is preparing to battle a horde of deathless monsters, led by the shades of former immortals. All for their dead ruler to climb into a tomb, he chuckled. You know, I never thought I would return to the nightmare desert with such style. Nephis gave him a brief look. I've always meant to ask. Sunny turned to her. Yes. She pursed her lips slightly. Shadow Cohort, Shadow Legion. Lord of Shadows, 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 Shades. Rain did mention that naming things is a glaring flaw in your otherwise stellar collection of talents. But do you really just add shadow to everything when you need to name something? Sunny stared at her, scandalized. What? Of course not. I am brilliant at giving things names. Take the Brilliant Emporium, for example. Can there even be a more brilliant name than that? Nephis just stared at him silently for a while, something suspiciously akin to pity in her gaze. Then she shifted it to his shadows. So let me get this straight. The snake is called Serpent, the killer is called Slayer, and the stone saint is called Saint. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Yes, what's wrong with that? Nephis remained silent for a few seconds, then lowered her gaze and looked at the blessing intently. I see. As it turns out, I was lucky. I could have ended up with the sword. Sunny stared at her, mouth agape. Wow, damn it. The sword, why had he not thought of that? It sounded perfect. Just then, something black appeared on the surface of the white sand in front of them. A skeletal hand rose from it, followed by a black skull and a towering torso. Everywhere Sunny glanced, the sand seemed to be boiling as countless skeletons slowly rose from it, clad in crumbling remains of rusted armor and armed with ancient weapons. The nightmare desert had finally fallen into the embrace of night. Chapter 28:47 First Shot. Everywhere Sunny looked, the deathless were rising from beneath the dunes to resume their eternal battle. White sand flowed from their black bones, and its rustle fused into an eerie hum that permeated the air with a sense of primal dread. There were truly an inconceivable number of them, covering the surface of the desert like blades of grass, or possibly like the mythical warriors who had grown from the fangs of a dragon. Before, Sunny had not spared much thought to the deathless, perceiving them as an elemental force, no different from the dark sea of the Forgotten Shore or the crushing of the Chained Isles. Now that he was close enough to divinity to be able to imagine the calamitous horror of the Doom War, at least, he could not help to be stunned by the scale of the battle that had taken place on the endless expanse of white dunes. The Nightmare Desert was a region of the dream realm no smaller than the Forgotten Shore. In fact, it was most likely far superior in terms of size. And yet, the deathless seemed to be everywhere, their disorganized mass stretching far beyond the horizon. How many soldiers would it have taken to cover the surface of Godgrave completely? He couldn't even fathom the number. The war in Godgrave was a domain war, but it could also be called a realm war, because it was a conflict that had involved the entire population of a single realm, and because its outcome decided the fate of that realm. The Doom War, however, was not a realm war. It had involved the entire population of all realms, not just one, and its outcome decided the fate of existence itself. The scale and scope of the battles that had been fought between the Demon Legion and the Divine Host were therefore far greater and far more terrifying than any battle Sunny ever witnessed. It was a good thing that Sunny and Nephis did not have to undo the curse of Shadow God and defeat the Deathless. They just had to wage a campaign that would take them to the base of the tomb of Ariel, regardless of whether the adversary was defeated or not. Asterion failed to reach the pyramid, but we won't. They had no choice but to succeed. Most of the Deathless seemed to have been human once, but not all of them. There were ghastly skeletons of gargantuan creatures among them whose original nature was difficult to guess without their hides, fur, scales, or feathers. Some were not skeletal at all, covered instead by weathered black chitin. Then there were creatures that had not been made of flesh and bone at all. Some Deathless seemed to be made from dark stone, some seemed to be made out of crystal, tattered cloth, or metal. Some were small, while some towered above the desert like gigantic monuments to the calamitous past. As Sunny watched, the Deathless remained motionless for a few brief seconds. Then, a wave of malice seemed to roll over the desert, making his hair stand on end, and they turned their skulls to regard each other with eternal hostility. Holy hell! A moment later, the world exploded with violence. The white sands rippled as myriad undead warriors lunged at each other, overcome by the relentless killing intent that had kept them enslaved for thousands of years. Their swords flashed, shaking off the rust, and their empty eye sockets seemed to ignite with a cold, eldritch, murderous darkness. The sky itself seemed to shake. Sunny glanced at Nephis. I feel like this is going to be a long, long night. She simply stepped forward, two radiant wings shining behind her like a blinding halo. But it is nice, no? Nephis met his gaze and smiled. For once all we have to do is fight. Don't you find it refreshing? With that she bent slightly, then leapt into the air and shot into the dark sky. Sunny watched her go with a wistful expression. Come to think of it, it is indeed a little refreshing. When was the last time he could lose himself to the fury of a battle without thinking about anything else? When was the last time all 7 of his incarnations were gathered in one place? Ani always had to live several lives at the same time, performing a multitude of tasks simultaneously. This time, however, he could focus fully on only one thing: conquering the nightmare desert. Let's go. His voice drowned in the rustle of sand as countless shades took a step forward. In front of him, the nightmare desert was drowning in darkness. An ocean of ancient undead was clashing silently among the dunes, the fury of their endless war so fearsome that Sunny's supreme body was being damaged slightly simply from being in proximity to the harrowing battle. The Shadow Legion flowed forward like a dark tide, but before the shades could reach the adversary, it was as if a sun suddenly ignited high in the night sky. Nephis had channeled the name of the light once again, using herself as its vessel this time. Her radiant light illuminated the ancient battlefield, making it seem as if time had been reversed, and thus forcing the night to retreat in fear before the radiance of the day. The Deathless staggered, distracted from their eternal battle by the sudden appearance of a transient sun. The empty eye sockets turned to the sky, the deep darkness in them retreating deeper. After the light came the heat. Sunny saw a bright light in the sky above him, and then a radiant white ray connected the desert to the heavens. The flawlessly white line swiped across the landscape, moving across a dozen kilometers in the blink of an eye. Then it vanished as rapidly as it had appeared. And then the world shuddered. Out there, a distance away from the advancing Shadow Legion, a furious explosion ravaged the sea of white dunes. Following the line cut in the sand by the ray of light, the sand exploded into the sky in a terrifying conflagration of incinerating white flame. Innumerable tons of it were displaced and thrown upward, soaring high like a fiery cloud. Numerous Deathless were broken and tossed aside by the devastating shockwave, then swallowed by the fierce flame a moment later. The sand melted, turning into a fiery liquid, and the liquid glass rained from above, drowning more of the ancient undead. The first shot of the Nightmare Desert Subjugation Campaign had been fired. Chapter 28, 48 Desert Vanguard. A towering wall of white flame rose like a curtain, obscuring the depths of the desert. The shades in the first line of the battle formation braced as the shockwave of the titanic explosion slammed into them, weakened by the distance it had traveled. It failed to destroy them, only serving to slow them down. A moment later, the deafening roar of the explosion washed over the Shadow Legion as well, followed by a wave of unbearable heat and finally by a boiling cloud of white sand. Glass rained from the sky, piercing the ground like shrapnel. The marching shades endured the calamitous consequences of changing stars' opening blow, rushing forward in an orderly manner. The deathless in front of them were in disarray, momentarily weakened by the aftershock of the explosion. Just before the leading shades clashed with the rearguard of the undead horde, Sonny saw another flash high in the sky above him. There was one more radiant ray of white flame that swiped across the dunes far away, causing another earth-shattering conflagration. But he did not pay it much attention, focusing on his own surroundings. The deathless were thrown off balance by the explosion and preoccupied by their eternal battle. So, they suffered greatly when the Shadow Legion first descended upon them like a dark flood. Saint was the first one to engage the enemy, her black sword falling to crush an undead soldier's neck. The ancient bone proved to be all but impervious to damage, though, and the blade of darkness only left a deep gash on it. Nevertheless, the dire force of the attack sent the skeleton flying into the distant flames. A moment later, Saint twisted her torso and slammed her shield into a different enemy, putting her shoulder behind it. The black bones of the deathless warrior splintered and crumbled, the broken remains falling to the ground and straining weakly to crawl. Taking a step forward, she assumed her true size, towering above the deathless who had once been human like a beautiful statue. Crimson flames blazed the visor of the helmet, and her foot fell upon the struggling foe, crushing him into dust. Slayer was not far behind, having unsheathed her blades instead of relying on her bow. She moved between the deathless like a ghost, shattering the joints that connected their skeletal limbs and throwing them down to the ground. Sadly, her weapons proved as ineffective as Saint's sword. Slayer was a sage of visiting death upon living things, after all, and those cursed by Shadow God were undying. Sending a black skeleton staggering back with a graceful kick, she spun like a dancer and then leaped forward. By the time Slayer landed on the ground again, she had already assumed the shape of an enormous black tiger. Baring her fangs, she lunged at the deathless, shattering their bones with her ferocious jaws. Surprisingly enough, it was Serpent who proved to be the most lethal of the three shadows in this battle. Having assumed the shape of the King of Swords, it advanced forward with measured steps. Serpent held one of the 7 onyx swords in his hands, while the other 6 revolved around him like a rustling shield of slaying steel. With these 7 blades, it easily kept the deathless at bay, beheading them with powerful blows when they got too close. But that was not what made Serpent so deadly, if the word could be used here, in a battle against the deathless. Instead, it was the fact that every sword in a wide area around the serpentine shadow trembled and moved according to its will. Countless blades tore themselves from the hands of the deathless warriors, spinning around to aim themselves at their former masters. A whirlwind of steel raged in the heart of the undying horde, grinding the cursed warriors to dust like a bladed mill. Sunny's most powerful shades entered the battle in the wake of the 3 shadows. The immortals of the Eternal City, the bestial abominations of Godgrave, the prisoners of Ariel's game, the shadow of Daron the Serpent King, all the supreme shades, as well as the strongest among the transcendent ones, slammed into the deathless horde and cut a path through it. They were led by the fierce, furious, feral shade of the wolf. Sunny lingered for a moment, and then joined the fray as well. When he descended upon the battlefield in person, all of his terrifying champions suddenly seemed weak and merciful in comparison. Neglecting to manifest a weapon, Sunny chose to assume the shape of the shadow spawn instead, and went on a rampage among the deathless. His towering body was encased in the fearsome carapace of the jade mantle, and he moved with an eerie, impossible kind of speed. He stepped through the shadows as naturally as if he were walking, instantly appearing near the next enemy after breaking the bones of the first. Their old bones were tough and difficult to shatter, but the strength of the Supreme Titan was simply too titanic. Subjected to his fists and his claws, the deathless crumbled as if they had been made from straw. Of course, the ease with which Sunny broke the ancient undead was not founded purely in dire strength. Instead, it was because of his will. Sunny willed the Deathless to be broken, and so they broke. The Shadow Legion slowly but surely advanced forward and reached the wall of immolating flames. The wall was much lower by then, seemingly on the verge of being extinguished. His shadows stepped into the dying flame and emerged on the other side, ready to continue the battle. This is not that bad. Catching himself thinking that thought, Sunny grew even paler than his usual self. Damnation! No, really, was he a fool? Why, you fool? Why did you think that aloud? He knew that if anything could go wrong, it would inevitably go wrong. Sunny had not deluded himself into thinking that the Deathless could not present a serious threat to him and Nephis. And now he had invited their wrath upon himself. Chapter 28:49 Testing the Waters. After the initial shock of a surprise attack subsided, the Deathless regained their cold composure and turned their attention to the third army that invaded the Nightmare Desert, the Army of Shadows. Once that happened, the advance of the Shadow Legion swiftly slowed to a crawl and then halted altogether. It was then that Sunny fully realized the strange nature of the enemy he was facing. The Deathless were not living beings, and they weren't entirely sapient either. Thousands of years spent in the desolate hell of the Nightmare Desert, locked in an endless battle, had not only stripped the flesh from their bones, but had also erased all traces of their personhood. The curse of Shadow God had shattered their minds a long time ago as well. But that did not mean that they were mindless. In fact, the Deathless were quite intelligent. It was just that the scope of their intelligence was limited to one thing, and one thing only: battle. And as beings who had spent thousands of years engaged in nothing but endless battle, they were chillingly proficient in decimating their enemies on the battlefield. The moment they became cognizant of a new threat, the cadence of the clash between them and the Shadow Legion immediately shifted. It was as if a chain reaction spread among the Deathless, instantly changing the patterns of their behavior. The undead warriors who had been clashing with each other now fully shifted their attention to the silent warriors of the Lord of Shadows. They swiftly formed loose and flexible battle formations, identified the weak points of the enemy force, and launched themselves into a meticulous counteroffensive, effortlessly exploiting those weakened. Cassie to a devastating result. The weaker shades melted, destroyed faster than Sunny could comprehend the reason why the formation of his legion was suddenly crumbling. Nephis was under more scrutiny than he was, though. That was because the Deathless had not only fathomed where the enemy's vulnerabilities lay, they had also instantly identified their own tactical deficiencies and acted to correct them. The most jarring of those deficiencies, and the main reason why the Shadow Legion had been able to advance so swiftly up to that point, was that the undead warriors were being suppressed. They were being weakened, thrown off balance, shattered and burned by the radiant star that burned high in the sky. So the Deathless endeavored to destroy that star, or at least bring it low to the ground. Neph's radiant reign of terror came to an end when a vast mass of arrows, javelins, and makeshift projectiles rose from the dunes like a black cloud. It reached her in an instant, leaving a trail of turbulent winds in its wake. Each projectile carried enough force and murderous will to kill a supreme, so Nephis folded her wings and dove to the ground, weaving an erratic dance between them. It was not that these dark missiles could truly kill her. The true extent of Neph's vitality was yet unknown, but she was not going to be vanquished by these ancient weapons. The wounds they could deal her, no matter how dreadful, would be washed away by the white flames. She could have endured them on the ground, but being caught by a swarm of javelins in the air would cause her to fall. And once she hit the sand, impaled by the spears of her enemies, the Deathless could surround and restrain her. Near immortality was a sword that cut both ways. It made beings like Sunny and Nephis difficult to kill, but also raised the stakes of being defeated to terrifying heights. After all, death was far more merciful than endless suffering. Not to mention that Nephis needed to conserve her strength for the countless nights of increasingly deadly battles yet to come. Her body was pierced, and her radiant wings were torn, but Nephis managed to escape the cloud of projectiles without losing control of her flight. As soon as she did, she aimed her sword at the area of the battlefield, where most of the javelins had come from, and unleashed fiery vengeance, condensing the immolating white flames of her soul into an annihilating beam with the help of both shaping and the blessing. It was as if the blade of her radiant sword had suddenly grown to several kilometers in length, falling down mercilessly to leave a charred wound on the surface of the nightmare desert. But even if many of the deathless were shattered, a second cloud of projectiles rose into the air a few moments later. On the ground, meanwhile, the Shadow Legion was left without the protective aegis of changing stars' flames. That meant that the deathless facing it were not suppressed by the obliterating pillars of heavenly fire anymore, and could thus descend upon the advancing shades with no obstacles standing in their way. The result of their unrestrained malice could be felt immediately. The deathless sent their most stalwart warriors to bar the path of the strongest enemies, Sunny, his shadows, a few of the strongest supreme shades, and the wolf. At the same time, groups of the most deadly undead warriors attacked the points in the formation of the Shadow Legion where the weaker shades were concentrated. Damnation! Sunny stepped through the shadows, escaping the difficult opponent he had been fighting to attack a group of the deathless who were just about to breach the formation of the Shadow Legion. His arrival postponed the crisis on that section of the battlefield, but it was of little use. The same was happening in a dozen other places, and even if he separated his incarnations, their number would not be enough to contend against the insidious attacks of the ancient undead. The offensive line of the Shadow Legion was breached in one place, then in another, then in a few more. By that point, Sunny had to pull his shades back in order to avoid the complete collapse of their formation. Transitioning to a defensive strategy preserved the formation and bought him time, but also made any advance impossible. Still, for the first clash against the deathless, even this was not a bad result. What was it that Nephis had said? Being good at failing was also a skill. As long as Sunny learned from this failure, he would be able to achieve a better result the next time. Persistence truly is the greatest of virtues. Chapter 2850 Sandworm. As the battle reached a state of deceptive equilibrium, Sunny observed his silent soldiers. The Shadow Legion was holding its ground while the Deathless refused to be pushed back. At first glance, the two opposing forces were at a stalemate, but looks could be deceiving. In truth, the weaker shades were being destroyed at an alarming rate, and this kind of attrition was woefully unsustainable. Not to mention that Sunny's goal was to advance forward, not stay in place. For a moment, he considered whether waging this battle was even worth it. He could just take a leap of faith and advance forward alone by jumping between shadows. He could even take Nephis and the Shadow Legion with him if need be. However, there was a reason why they had dismissed this idea. As a supreme, Sunny possessed an almost inexhaustible supply of essence, but that was not because his reserves of it were boundless. Rather, it was because a potent torrent of spirit essence continuously flowed into his soul, replenishing whatever essence he had spent. If his expenditure outpaced the influx of spirit essence, though, he would find himself without any to empower his aspect sooner rather than later. The nightmare desert was both vast and strange, denying the familiar laws of space and distance, especially so at night. So it would take innumerable jumps to reach the tomb of Ariel, and his essence would be drained not even halfway to it. Far less if he were to pull the weight of Nephis and her longing domain with him. He could very well end up stranded in the Sea of Deathless without any essence to fight them, which was not something Sunny was willing to risk. Slow and steady wins the race. Snarling, he stepped into the shadows and returned to where Chain Breaker was anchored, hovering a couple of meters above the sand. A few moments later, Nephis landed near him, a scattering of ghastly wounds dissolving into the white radiance emanating from her graceful body. She regarded the battlefield silently, then asked in a neutral tone, "What do you think?" Sonny hesitated for a short while, then assumed his human form and nodded. "It's doable, but we will need to change tactics." She inhaled slowly. "That is my conclusion as well." Neither of them had gone all out yet, wanting to test the waters first. Now that they had witnessed what the Deathless were capable of, there was little point in being conservative in their application of power. It was just that this battle was most likely the easiest they would experience in the Nightmare Desert, so it was not a true indicator of the harrowing perils to come. Sonny sighed. "I will begin then." Nephis nodded. "Give me a moment." With that, she turned her back to the battlefield, approached the chain breaker, and put her hand on its hull. A moment later, the flying vessel shimmered and disappeared in a flash of blinding radiance. It looked as if the chain breaker was a memory, and Nephis had dismissed it, of course. That wasn't the case. She had simply drawn it into her soul sea, storing it there for safety. Nephis glanced at Sonny and smiled faintly. "Shall we proceed?" Sonny gave her a polite bow. "After you, my lady." She glanced ahead and then soared into the sky once more. Sonny began to move as well. The Deathless are surprisingly adept at strategy and tactics. If I summon the puppeteer, I can assume a more direct control of the Shadow Legion and contend against their insidious mastery of the battlefield far better. But in the end, that will only delay the inevitable. There was a certain lesson that a commander had to learn if they were to lead an army and engage in war. Despite what common logic dictated, striving to achieve the best result was not always a good strategy. In fact, excess ambition was at times detrimental, and more often than not deadly. For Sonny, the best result was keeping as many of his shades as possible in the fight, but trying to preserve too many would only result in the decimation of the whole legion. Sometimes, oftentimes, sacrifices had to be made. So, he had to give up on a vast number of his shades in order to achieve his goal. That was why it did not matter how finely he controlled the Shadow Legion at the moment. The role of the shades that would have been saved by his direct control was not to stay in the fight. It was to be destroyed in a way that would allow the stronger shades to advance forward. So, Sonny gave the Shadow Legion a command to regroup. Instead of a wide phalanx that met the Deathless like a dark wall, his soldiers fell into a tree-pronged formation, with the left and right wings shielding the core contingent. Usually, he would have assigned his strongest champions to command the wings, but this time, Sonny simply concentrated all of his best warriors in the center. Then he dismissed the wolf. The ferocious shadow had a devastating presence on the battlefield, rallying the lesser shades while simultaneously instilling fear and weakness in the Deathless. The ancient undead must have long forgotten what fear felt like, but even they could not help but be shaken in the face of the wolf, of a primordial spirit that personified predation and chose them as its prey. However, neither the wolf nor Th. E. Puppeteer was the sacred shade that Sonny needed right now. Instead, he called upon the abundance. The gigantic maw of the titanic worm exploded from the darkness in front of the central prong of the Shadow Legion, toppling the sand dunes around it. The Deathless, who had been assaulting the core, attempted to retreat to ascertain the new threat and come up with countermeasures, but it was already too late. The giant worm moved forward, swallowing the unfortunate undead who got in its way. Those Deathless had not been shattered and rendered harmless like the wolf's prey. But that did not matter, because once they were swallowed by abundance, they could not attack the Shadow Legion anymore. "Go carve us a path forward." The giant worm crawled across the white sand, devouring the Deathless instead of fighting them. The wings of the Shadow Legion formation protected it from being attacked from the flanks, and those shades who were arrayed behind it simply followed, their advance uncontested. Chapter 28:51 The Advance of Abundance. Abundance crawled across the nightmare desert, flowing over white dunes like a dark river of flesh, while its terrifying maw swallowed the deathless. The ancient undead quickly recognized the new threat and attempted to destroy the sacred worm, but the wings of the Shadow Legion's formation prevented them from getting close. The lesser shades melted under the assault of the skeletal remains of the ancient warriors who had been cursed by Shadow God, but that was what Sunny expected. In this battle, the role of the weaker shades was to be destroyed. Their dogged resistance paved the way for the rest of the Legion, allowing it to continue on. Abundance and the Shadow Legion advanced, swiftly moving into the depths of the desert. Sunny stepped through the shadows and appeared in front of the gargantuan worm, regarding the vast expanse of white sand in front of him. There were countless deathless there. Those far away were still engaged in the eternal battle among themselves, but those who were closer had already switched the target of their malice. Even worse, that awareness seemed to be spreading toward the horizon, with more and more undead turning their empty eye sockets to the distant shape of Abundance. I'll have to cull them. There were all kinds of deathless out there. All of them were strong, but some were horrifically powerful. There were fewer of the latter on the outer edges of the nightmare desert, but there were going to be far more of them as Sunny and Nephis drew closer to the tomb of Ariel. And as they reached the last stretch of their journey, Sunny did not even want to think about that. In any case, at the moment, the wings of the formation were protecting Abundance from flanking attacks, while its maw swallowed the deathless in the front. However, if any of the truly powerful undead appeared in the sacred worm's path, it could be severely damaged and eventually destroyed. So Sunny had to stop them. He called upon his strongest champions, Saint, Slayer, and Serpent, to move ahead of Abundance and prevent the strongest deathless from reaching it. He joined them personally, as well, manifesting a heavy quarterstaff out of the shadows. As the colossal worm devoured the world behind him, Sunny rushed forward to engage the enemy, and to avoid being swallowed by his own sacred shade, as well. It was a nerve-wracking experience, to battle undead horrors while a giant maw of a godworm was getting closer and closer to him from behind. But it was also a little thrilling. For a short while, Sunny allowed himself to dissolve into the violent song of the battle. Nephis had been right. Being able to engage in straightforward combat for the first time in a long while was indeed a privilege. He moved between the shadows, clashing with the champions of the undead horde in relentless melee. There was no shortage of powerful opponents for him to fight, but for now, at least, he was the strongest, if just barely. Their martial skill was also unmatched, so he greedily absorbed it through shadow dance, feasting on the generous collection of long-forgotten battle styles and techniques for the first time in years. The Shadow Legion advanced swiftly as a result, even as its wings were suffering heavy casualties. The reason why none of the powerful deathless had been able to pose a serious threat to Abundance yet, however, was not only the fearsome strength of Sunny and his champions, it was also the curse. Now that all 7 links of the curse were in close proximity to each other, the power of its enchantments drastically increased. Sunny had learned how to use his shadow-bound relic better over time, as well. Instead of infecting every enemy around him with the weakening curse, he cast it upon the strongest enemies among the deathless with great precision and flawless timing. Therefore, the full power of the debilitating enchantment descended upon a single creature at the most inopportune time, making the attacks of Sunny and his champions so much more devastating. Good more. Sunny reveled in the ferocious dread of the calamitous battle. As the battle on the ground ravaged the white dunes, another battle was happening in the sky. There, Nephis was the sole target of countless deathless, evading their deadly attacks and setting countless projectiles aflame to preserve her body. Because of it, it seemed as if the sky was on fire, white flames raining down upon the earth. Her main goal was to draw the attention of the undead warriors and prevent too many of them from attacking the Shadow Legion. But from time to time, she unleashed rays of roaring white flames upon the white dunes, sowing destruction and annihilation among the deathless. The combination of her incredible aerial mobility, her aspect, her mastery of shaping and knowledge of the names, the vastness of her domain, and of the ingenious enchantments of the blessing created a truly devastating foe for the undead captives of the Nightmare Desert. For a while, their strategy worked, and they moved deeper and deeper into the Sea of Dunes. There was one problem, though. Abundance was able to crawl forward with such speed because it simply swallowed the deathless instead of battling them. That meant that the undead horrors of the desert were still whole and undamaged, trapped in the sacred worm's limitless belly. And that meant that while Sunny and his champions prevented the strongest deathless from damaging Abundance, they could not protect the gargantuan creature from being damaged from within. The deathless Abundance swallowed kept mangling it from the inside, and despite the boundless ocean of vitality the sacred shade possessed, it gradually slowed down, coming close to being vanquished. It was not vanquished, though, because just then, Nephis unleashed a wave of celestial fire that incinerated the javelins flaying at her and dove down. Landing on the back of Abundance, she kneeled and placed her hand on the sacred worm's black hide. And a moment later, the entirety of the titanic creature ignited with a soft white radiance. Abundance was not a part of Neph's domain, which meant that she could not heal it from a distance, but nothing prevented her from healing it directly. So all the damage dealt to Abundance from within was gradually being healed by the soothing white flames. Some distance away from the colossal worm, Sunny smiled darkly. Nothing beats a good healer. The night deepened as the battle raged on. Looking ahead, he hesitated briefly. Was he deceiving himself, or did the distant silhouette of the tomb of Ariel really draw a little closer? Chapter 28:52 Distant Dawn. It wasn't simple to heal a sacred being. It was especially difficult to heal a being as boundless and vast as Abundance, so Nephis had to focus on pouring her soothing flames into the titanic worm. Kneeling on the back of the gargantuan shade, with both hands pressed against its black hide, she was exposed and defenseless. Luckily, Abundance was safely protected by Sunny and the Shadow Legion, so Nephis was under no immediate threat even as she mended the wounded godworm. She could not rain fiery devastation upon the deathless anymore, though. As a result, the pressure on the Shadow Legion gradually increased, and it kept increasing as seconds and minutes passed by. The wings of the three-pronged formation were slowly melting in the tide of the undead. Sunny and his shadows found themselves under a lot of scrutiny, as well. Sunny used his quarterstaff to shatter the skull of a skeletal warrior wearing the remains of a once resplendent armor. The deathless did not show any sign of slowing down, though thrusting his rusty sword forward from an insidious angle. At the same time, a skeleton who was missing both legs crawled forward and grasped Sunny's shin with sharp, bony fingers. Damn it! For a moment there, Sunny had thought that it was Yuri's clawing at his ankle. Thankfully, Yuri's was a normal skeleton of a bone-white variety, not the blackened horror of the Nightmare Desert. Stealing his will, Sunny turned his torso intangible and allowed the rusty sword to pass through him unobstructed. He felt the killing intent of the deathless attempt to cut the very fabric of his being, regardless, and be denied. That was because Sunny's will was more tyrannical and dauntless than that of the undead warrior, both innately and because of spirit weave. He grabbed the headless skeleton and tossed it aside, then brought his quarterstaff down, obliterating the hand clutching at his shin. I do wonder, though, Why was it that Uris and the other skeleton Nephis had encountered remained sane, while the rest of the Deathless had all lost their minds? Actually, he knew the answer. Uris briefly mentioned it when asking Sunny to kill him, the very reason he had traveled to T. His shadow realm was to hopefully die before the madness that consumed the rest of the Deathless took him as well, or to find the closest semblance of a proper death there was, at least. If Uris could be believed, that was. Sunny assumed that both Uris and Azarax had been soldiers of the Demon Legion and fought in the Nightmare Desert. At some point, they were captured by the divine host and crucified on a tree as punishment. He did not know what sins they had committed, but the two must have been truly reviled by the warriors of the gods, considering that no one else seemed to have been subjected to such a cruel form of execution. However, the executioners just had to use one of Heart God's sacred trees to string Uris up, and, ironically enough, all of them fell to Shadow God's curse not long after that. It was not their own will or their special nature that had kept Uris and Azarax sane. Instead, it was the tree, the sacred tree they had been crucified on. And once Nephis took Uris off the tree, it was only a matter of time before he was to become just as mindless as the rest of the Deathless. I wonder if I'll be able to kill him before that. Uris did not deserve a merciful death. In fact, he deserved far worse than what happened to him, considering what he had done. But a promise was a promise. Sunny had promised to do his best to kill the ancient skeleton, so he felt obligated to do just that. I wonder if I can live long enough to kill him, as well. Sunny brought his fist down on the skeleton who had grabbed his leg. There was a deafening thunderclap, and a devastating shockwave rolled outward from the point where his fist crushed the ancient bones and struck the sand. The ground quaked, numerous dunes collapsing like flowing waves. The under-warrior was torn apart. The fingers of his one remaining hand were still moving weakly, but he was in no condition to threat the Shadow Legion anymore. Sunny was already retreating into the shadows, rushing to face a different adversary. Saint, Slayer, and Serpent were pulling their weight, but even they were slowly starting to drown in the vicious waves of the Deathless. He called upon a few of the stronger shades to move forward and support them, which bought Nephis and Abundance more time. Eventually, the sacred worm was mended enough to last for a while without her healing flames, so Nephis soared into the skies again. Abundance crawled forward, devouring the Deathless. After a while, it was severely wounded once again, and she landed on its back to heal it. The cycle continued several times, making Sunny worry about her. Neph's aspect was powerful, but using it too much took a toll on her. Now, she was pouring her powers both into clearing vast swathes of the weaker Deathless and into healing Abundance, which meant that she was abusing her aspect without a second of respite. It was exhausting to watch. Sunny himself was not quite exhausted yet, but he was feeling fatigued as well. Most importantly, the wings of the Shadow Legion were battered and broken, with innumerable shades having already been sent back into the soothing darkness of his soul. They couldn't reliably keep the Deathless from reaching the core of the formation anymore, so the strongest shades whom Sunny had kept there in reserve had to engage the undead horrors as well. Still, they had made it far into the desert. As a sacred being, Abundance moved with tremendous speed, so it devoured not only the Deathless but also distance. The wings are going to entirely collapse soon, though. Sunny evaluated the situation, wondering if he would have to employ a different strategy or sacrifice something else. At that moment, however, he noticed something that made him halt for a moment. Out there in the east, a thin line of pale lilac had appeared above the horizon. The endless night was finally coming to a conclusion. The dawn was coming. The Deathless seemed to have felt it as well, as they launched an especially ferocious assault on the Shadow Legion. Sunny's shades stood their ground even as they were destroyed, refusing to let the adversary reach Abundance. And eventually, The Deathless retreated. The endless horde of blackened undead came to a halt, all of them standing motionlessly and regarding the invaders with an eerie, heavy malice in their empty sockets. Then the Deathless slowly sank into the sand, disappearing without a trace. Sonny let out a long sigh and fell to his knees, breathing heavily. That was only the first night. Sunlight spilled over the horizon, painting the nightmare desert into a beautiful mixture of pink and brilliant gold. A warm wind caressed his face, promising a long day of unbearable heat. Nephis landed softly near him, her silver hair shining in the light of dawn. Sonny glanced up at her. "I am not imagining it, right? It's closer." He was talking about the tomb of Ariel naturally. However, to his Sue, our prize, Nephis was not looking at the distant silhouette of the Black Pyramid. Instead, her concerned gaze was aimed at something else. Following it, Sonny saw something unexpected. Out there in the distance, countered by the rising sun, the branches of a tall tree were swaying above the shimmering sand. Chapter 2853, Plague of Steel. A towering tree with snow-white bark and scarlet leaves stood among the dunes, a spring of water forming a pool in its shade. The tree bore no fruit. However, tens of thousands of skulls hung from its stunning branches, fastened to them with glistening threads of black silk. The sacred tree was different from the one growing on the deck of the chain breaker, for it was much older and had grown in a different soil. It was also different from soul-devouring tree of the forgotten shore, because it had not succumbed to corruption. Perhaps it was what the soul devourer was meant to be, if its seed had not sprouted in a pool of blood, atop a mountain of corpses left by the gruesome sacrifice of the 7 heroes. The branches of the tree swayed gently in the wind, and a weathered skeleton was cruelly nailed to its white bark. The skeleton stared at Sonny and Nephis with its empty eyes, his teeth bared in an eternal grin. I guess this would be Azarax. Just then the skeleton moved. Grinding his teeth, he growled and strained against the silver nails impaling him to the tree. Sonny glanced at Nephis, whose expressionless face betrayed a hint of odd nostalgia. Are you sure he was sane? Nephis remained silent for a few moments, studying the struggling skeleton, and shrugged. He spoke to me. At that moment, a grating voice assaulted their ears. It is you, abominable creature, Weaver's thrall. Azarax redoubled his attempts to free himself from the tree, making the skulls hanging on its branches sway and clatter. Sonny had to admit that the ill-tempered skeleton was indeed different from the mindless Deathless. However, he was not sure that Azarax was entirely sane. The skeleton did not seem to have noticed the Shadow Legion, for one, which was now surrounding the small oasis like a sea of darkness. All the shades below the transcendent rank had already been destroyed. That did not matter much, though, because most of them would be restored by nightfall or the day after that. The casualties among the transcendent shades were more impactful, since it would take them a couple of days to be mended. More than half of them had been vanquished, which meant that the same strategy would not work once the rising sun completed its journey across the sky and disappeared behind the horizon again. As for abundance, Sonny had sent it as far away from the oasis as possible. He did not want a vast swarm of undead warriors to spring from the godworm's belly at the worst possible moment. The sacred shade was still crawling across the desert, suffering from the worst case of indigestion in history. Sonny was planning to dismiss it in a short while, leaving the Deathless stranded far away from the Shadow Legion, on the very edges of the nightmare desert, before abundance could be harmed too severely, let alone destroyed. He was a little curious about what would happen to the Deathless if they were exposed to the sun, but would be satisfied simply knowing that they were far away from the Shadow Legion and not in his path. Azarax clicked its jaws, staring at Nephis with terrible fury in his empty, dark eye sockets. Coward traitor. Sonny frowned. Why is he calling you names? Nephis kept staring at the ancient skeleton, unperturbed. If I were to wager a guess, he sensed that I am a carrier of the nightmare spell. Therefore, he considers me a chosen of Weaver, and Weaver had betrayed the demons and deserted the Doom War. So in his eyes, I am a servant of a cowardly traitor, the demon of fate. Sunny smiled. Why do I feel personally offended? That is wonderful then. They had not only come to the sacred tree to let Nephis retrace her steps and enjoy a bit of nostalgic self-reflection. In truth, Sunny hoped to enlist Azarax in exchange for freeing him, thus obtaining a powerful ally during the Nightmare Desert expedition. To that end, it was actually quite convenient that he was not a carrier of the nightmare spell anymore. Outwardly, at least, he had nothing to do with Weaver, so Azarax had no reason to hate and despise him. Hey, you there! Azarax the mighty, king of kings, the plague of steel, conqueror of 100 thrones. How about you and I have a talk? The weathered skull turned and regarded him for a moment. It seemed like Azarax had only now become aware of his presence. Then, the bark of the sacred tree cracked, and thin fractures appeared on the skeleton's ancient bones as he suddenly strained to free himself with demented fury, a bestial growl resounding from his tightly closed jaws. Azarax had regarded Nephis with wrath. When it came to Sunny, however, what he felt seemed to be pure, unadulterated, all-consuming hatred. The slave of shadow, I'll tear you and your master apart, accursed creature. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Oh! Indeed, his aspect, Shadow Slave, had initially belonged to the shadows of Shadow God, so it was no surprise the ancient skeleton had assumed him to be one. Azarax had fought in the Doom War on the side of the demons. To begin with, it was reasonable to assume that he had no love for the servants of the gods. On top of that, Sunny was not connected to just any god. He was connected to Shadow God, the very being who had cursed the deathless and Azarax to eternal suffering. Awkward. The water of the small pool rippled, and the dunes around them started to crumble, the branches of the sacred tree swaying strongly from Azarax's fury. The skulls tied to its branches danced and swung from side to side, clattering as they collided with each other. I'll tear you apart. Sunny stared at Azarax, taken aback. He remained silent for a while, and then looked at the enraged skeleton darkly. You want to tear me apart? He furrowed his brow, then scoffed. Get in line. Chapter 2854 Ariel's Hell. It took some time for the ancient king's fury to subside. It took more time to convince him to have a conversation with Sunny and Nephis, both of whom he seemed to detest. Azarax had been hanging on the sacred tree since before the Doom War ended and the gods fell, so he was not exactly aware of the current state of the world. It was difficult to fathom that the very foundations of existence he had been familiar with were meaningless now, and that his disdain toward them was unwarranted as a result. However, there was a keen and cunning mind hidden behind his overbearing demeanor. Even driven half-mad by thousands of years of imprisonment, Azarax still retained his edge. He knew all too well that everything he had once known was gone. It was just that, in a manner typical of a supreme, he did not care. So what if the world had irrevocably changed? It was the duty of the world to adhere to how Azarax saw it, not the other way around. In the end, quite unexpectedly, it was the presence of Saint that convinced him. Azarax seemed to respect the stone saints as much as he disdained carriers of the nightmare spell or those who served the gods. It made sense, really, after all. Saint and her people had been created by Nether, the demon of destiny, and were the indomitable core of the demon army. Since Sunny and Nephis were in the company of the shadow of a jade saint, Azarax was willing to at least hear them out. That coy bastard. In truth, Azarax wanted to get off the tree he had been nailed to thousands of years ago, as much as they wanted to enlist his assistance. No matter how much he tried to hide it, Sunny could tell. he knew more than most about wanting to be free after all. Azarax had an entirely different reason to want to be freed from Yuri's, though. Yuri's wanted to find a proper death before the curse of Shadow God turned him into a mindless beast. The ancient king, however, wished for the opposite. He wanted to be taken off the tree precisely because he longed to become one of the deathless. Anyone would mistake the Nightmare Desert for hell, but to him, it was heaven. An eternal, endless battle between the legendary warriors cursed to never know peace. That was exactly what a conquering tyrant like Azarax wanted and dreamed about. It was being nailed to a tree, cursed to watch the glorious battles of the deathless for thousands of years without being able to join them, that had been hell for the ancient tyrant. So, despite all his contempt and hatred, he was not going to refuse the beings who could free him from that hell and deliver him to paradise. Sunny and Nephis were not entirely sure that they could trust the half-crazed skeleton, though. They needed a guarantee that he would not turn on them as soon as they pulled him down from the tree first. Both were exhausted after a long night of battle, so they rested on the bank of the small pool of water and enjoyed the shade of the sacred tree. There was a lot of time before sunset, and they intended to spend it getting some answers from Azarax. Nephis drank some water from the pool, while Sunny summoned the endless spring. He also produced cooking utensils from his soul sea and went about preparing a simple meal. I've always wanted to know, what were the armies of the demons and the gods doing here in the Nightmare Desert to begin with? Were you fighting for the tomb of Ariel? Azarax stared at him darkly from the tree. No, not at all. It was just a convenient place to fight. The ancient tyrant ground his teeth, then spat in a scornful tone. And why are you calling this realm the Nightmare Desert? Didn't your parents teach you anything about Hell of Ariel? Sunny looked at him strangely. T's just what we call it, and my parents had no idea that this place existed. Did this realm belong to the demon of dread then? Azarax clacked his teeth. No, it was only turned into hell by him. A hell is a hell, a desolate realm where nothing lives. Actually, there were many mortal realms that had been turned into harrowing, desolate nightmares by some calamity or another. I even created one or two myself. Those realms were called hells, but this one was special because it was isolated from all others. One couldn't just cross its boundary, even if they were of a high enough rank to travel between realms. The Hell of Ariel was only connected to one other land. He pushed against the nails impaling him to the tree, as if hoping that they would come loose, and ground his teeth again. Because the Hell of Ariel was dead and isolated, it became favored by the gods. This was where they put everything that they hated, feared, or wanted to punish. Well, according to the myth at least. That was why parents used to scare their children with the Hell of Ariel. However, there was another, far more dreadful reason why everyone feared it. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Why? Azarax turned his skull south, where the black wall of the hollow mountains was visible in the distance. Because the only realm hell was connected to was the underworld. A long journey awaits all living beings once they die. Their shadows have to travel all the way to the underworld and cross the rivers to enter it, then descend to the very bottom of the underworld and plunge into the abyss. Only after traversing the abyss will they finally reach the shadow realm and find peace. He turned to Sunny. However, if a shadow got lost on its way through the underworld, it would end up here in hell. Forever. So, funnily enough, the Hell of Ariel had been a prison for those who had been denied death even before Shadow God unleashed his curse. Azarax stared at Sunny and let out a vicious laugh. Don't worry, though. All those unfortunate souls were consumed and eradicated once the Hell of Ariel became a battlefield. We couldn't tolerate the threat they posed, so we destroyed them. He slammed the back of his skull against the tree and stared at the sky. Neither of the myths about the Hell of Ariel had anything to do with why the Demon Legion and the Divine Host chose it as a battlefield, though. We simply needed a large enough battlefield and did not want to turn more realms into hells. So, this was why we gathered in the desert to wage war against each other. Azarax remained motionless. But despite how close to the underworld we were, most of us never got to the realm of death anyway. His voice sounded both envious and resentful. Chapter 28, 55 Vessels of the Gods. Sunny remained silent for a while, pondering on what Azarax had told them. It was quite interesting, but not entirely useful knowledge. It certainly wasn't going to help them conquer the Nightmare Desert, at the very least. However, Sunny felt very refreshed while talking to Azarax. Even if the ancient tyrant was not entirely sane, he was far more talkative and far less untrustworthy than Yuri's. Finally, there was someone from the bygone era with whom they could hold an actual conversation. Nephis regarded the ancient skeleton intently, then asked in an even tone. There had to be a reason why all these warriors clashed in the hell of Ariel, though. How did this battle even happen? Azarax raised his skull to the sky and let out a cackling laughter. How did it happen? How did it happen? Ah. His voice broke strangely, and he fell silent for a moment. That is not for you to know, abomination. He attempted to sound spiteful, but Sunny did not miss a hint of a deeper, far more profound emotion in the skeleton's disembodied voice. That emotion was fear. Azarax did not fear to remember the battle in the hell of Ariel, where countless lives had been reaped by the jaws of war. Rather, it seemed that he was frightened by the fact that he could not remember. His spite was meant to hide the fact that he had no answer. Thousands of years of imprisonment were too much even for a supreme to endure. Yuri's admitted freely that he had lost his mind many times while hanging on the tree. Azarax, however, was not willing to admit even a hint of weakness, and therefore he had no choice but to hide his broken state. It does not matter why the battle happened. All you need to know is that it was glorious. The skeleton laughed again. Dozens of Supremes had led the endless legions of their domains to the hell of Ariel to slaughter each other. We proud few were merely subordinated on this awesome battlefield, though. Spirits and divine beasts led the great armies, all clamoring to rip each other apart. Millions of awakened, thousands of transcendent sages, hordes of devils, hundreds of titans, all locked in a fierce battle, making the very foundation of the world tremble, making the winds howl in terror. His skeletal grin was the same as always, but somehow it seemed to widen. Soon enough, the sands of hell were painted golden red, blood and ichor mixing like wine and water. Days passed, then weeks, then months. Nephis interrupted his tirade with a pointed question. So why did Shadow God curse you all? Azarax glared at her in anger. Why else? It was because the divine host was on the verge of suffering defeat. Those dogs wanted to besiege the underworld, but they couldn't even conquer hell, so, in the end, Shadow had to descend into hell himself. We lured him here with a dazzling hecatomb. Here, he faced the demon of repose in combat. But instead of fighting to the bitter end, the coward chose to end the battle and crawl back into his lightless realm. Sunny perked up. Shadow God fought rhyme here, and was forced to retreat. Azarax let out a contemptuous laugh. Of course, death held no power over Our Lady of Repose. Death could not eradicate hope either, so he was powerless against the demon of desire as well. The demon of imagination ruled everything she could imagine, and since she could easily conceive of death, death feared her too. He could not dream of defeating any of the demons, that faint and feeble god, that coward, so he could only slither away in defeat. Sunny gave Azarax a dubious glance. Somehow, he doubted that the ancient tyrant was telling the truth. Even if Shadow God had indeed fought the demon of repose in the Nightmare Desert, Sunny was sure that the story of their battle was quite different from what Azarax thought he knew. Sunny was also certain that Shadow God could have been anything, but he definitely had been neither weak nor feeble. After all, He was the last one to fall when the nightmare spell rose from Weaver's corpse to devour the gods. What do you mean when you say that Shadow God descended into hell? Nephis had walked away from the pool of water and was now standing in front of the crucified skeleton. Shadow God was the Shadow Realm, and the Shadow Realm was Shadow God. How could he have come to Ariel's hell and then retreated back? Azarax looked down at her, darkness nestling in his empty eye sockets. His vessel did. The ancient tyrant moved his skull a little. The gods were younger once, but by the time the demons rose against them in rebellion, they were old. They had wasted too much of themselves, becoming too vast and too great to resemble living beings. They barely possessed any personhood anymore, slowly turning into elemental forces. So they could only retain their agency by limiting themselves to the confines of a mortal vessel, of an avatar. Azarax hissed. It was the avatar of Shadow God who came to Ariel's hell, lost the battle against the demon of repose, and destroyed both armies with his cruel curse. To mock her. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Such a terrifying battle. The greatest battle to have ever been fought, perhaps. I would have expected the avatar of War God to show up instead. The ancient tyrant laughed. That one was not ready for the horror of our battle yet. Sunny frowned. How so? Azarax turned his head sideways and stared at the wounds on the bark of the sacred tree, where another set of nails had once been, impaling another skeleton. The avatar of war was too young. The former one, the dragon, was the founder of the war empire. He was merely a cheap imitation, though an imitation of me. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other. After remaining silent for a few moments, Sunny scratched the tip of his nose. What? That doesn't really make sense. First of all, had the war empire not existed for 1,000 years, wouldn't you be an imitation of its founder instead? He shook his head. Actually, I wanted to ask. You call yourself a great conqueror, but conquest and warfare were the bread and butter of the war empire. Weren't you a champion of War God yourself? Azarax simply laughed. There was a hint of bitterness in his voice, though. A champion of War God? No. Why should I have bowed to a god? I, Azarax the Conqueror, have never bowed to anyone or anything. Countless realms bowed to me instead. He paused for a moment, then added in a wrathful voice. But in the end, my empire was destroyed by a champion of War God. The war empire was built on its ruins and in its image, and ruled by an avatar of war, thriving for 1,000 years. His empty eye sockets glistened wickedly. Until Uris, that cunning wretch, killed the avatar of War God and sealed the empire's fate. That was why when the Doom War started, an avatar of War God was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 2856 Palace Slave. Sunny was keenly interested in anything that had to do with Uris, and by extension with the Nine. So he glanced at Azarax, lingered for a moment, and asked, That Uris of the Nine, the T. Woe of you must know each other well, considering that you spent thousands of years side by side. Azarax ground his teeth. Instead of answering the question, he regarded Nephis. That knave must have really guided you out of hell, so where is he now? What has become of him? She shrugged. I left him in the underworld. Sunny spared her a brief glance, then added. He made it to the Shadow Realm in the end. He is still there, searching for peace, and waiting for Sunny to grow powerful enough to slay him. The skull of the ancient skeleton remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered slightly. A shame. Azarax stared at the sand, then pierced with a murderous glare. It's a shame that he escaped hell before me. Oh, how joyous it would have been to join the battle together. Sunny was momentarily surprised by the uncharacteristic show of sentimentality. It seemed that Azarax was not immune to camaraderie and affection after all. However, he was proven wrong a second later. If he and I were to become swallowed by the curse together, I would have been able to crush, shatter, and mutilate that wretched worm for all eternity. I would have destroyed him 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I would have visited a vicious death upon him for every accursed day I had to spend in his excruciating company. The vitriol in his voice could only compare with the hatred he had expressed when sensing the legacy of Shadow God in Sonny. I guess not. Sonny cleared his throat. Would you even be able to defeat him once, though? That man killed a god. Azarax the Mighty is a fearsome name, sure, but can it really compare to Uri's the Godslayer? Azarax glowered at him silently. That worm was full of tricks, but he has never been more powerful than me. All he could do was plot and scheme. However, no scheme would have helped him defeat someone as fearsome as I was, as I am. Sonny raised an eyebrow. How did he end up killing the avatar of War God, then? He wasn't asking out of mere curiosity. If he and Nephis succeeded and became sacred, it would not be long until they would have to defend the borders of humanity from cursed and unholy creatures. So, every little bit of information about the nebulous art of godslaying was of vital importance to them. Azarax turned his skull away. Who really knows? It was a long time ago, and Uri's of the Nine had never been a forthcoming person, even before we ended up nailed to this tree. He remained silent for a moment, then continued. All I know is that those of his people who hadn't been slaughtered were made slaves. The slaves from that particular realm were gorgeous, mild-tempered, and exquisitely cultured, so they were valued a lot by the wealthy merchants and the nobles of the empire. Uri's was quite handsome and highly educated, so he fetched a good price. That was what people said about him later, at least, when he became infamous. Azarax turned to look at Sonny and Nephis. He served his masters well and was resold several times, ending up in a more affluent household each time. Eventually, he became an imperial slave, as in, a palace slave for the great temple of the War Empire, where the dragon and his descendants dwelled. The ancient skeleton let out a cackling laugh. Uri served them faithfully, for a while. In fact, he was quite valued by the great temple and entrusted with important duties. He was even allowed to cultivate his soul and walk the path of ascension, eventually becoming transcendent. That was when he was given the greatest of honors, the honor of serving the dragon himself as a personal attendant. Azarax grinned. He bided his time, waited patiently, and then slit the god emperor's throat. Ha ha ha, the proud and mighty dragon killed by a slave, truly an inferior imitation. There was vicious, spiteful glee in his voice. He was gloating. Sonny shook his head. Didn't the same dragon do you in and destroy your own empire? Are you really in a position to scorn him? Azarax turned his skull and stared at Sonny with a hint of malevolence. Eventually, though, he simply scoffed. Did I ever say that it was the dragon who defeated me? No, I only said that it was a champion of War God. My conquest of the mortal realms had been unstoppable, and I was well on the way to subjugating them all, until my great conquering horde besieged a small city protected by a war maiden. They were an ancient order of warrior priestesses who had once served a different avatar of War God in a bygone era. That avatar was long gone, but the covenant between War God and them still remained. Sonny suddenly felt his chest itch, remembering Solvin's hand rending his heart out. He knew who the war maidens were all too well. In fact, Effie had received training from that ancient order. Azarax clicked his jaws in anger. It was that war maiden, and the city she was hired to protect, that became the ruin of my Gree. At army, my empire, and me. By the time I finally managed to kill her, it was already too late. Everything around me was in ruins. She was cast to hell for breaking the divine covenant, while the dragon built his empire on the ruins of what she had destroyed. He could have never defeated me himself. If he tried, Uri's would have never got the chance to kill him. because I would have ended him long before that." Nephis frowned. "From the way you speak, it sounds like the vessels of the gods did not start their lives as beings of the divine rank. They had to walk the path of ascension first, just like the rest of us. But surely, the dragon was divine by the end of the Golden Age. How could Ures, a mere transcendent, have killed him?" Azarax stared at her somberly. After a long stretch of silence, he said simply, "Where there is will, there is a way." And Ures was eerily adept at wielding his will even before becoming a supreme. He paused and then added in a lower tone, "Of course that alone would not have been enough to slay a god. How did he do it? Nobody knows. However, for every force that exists, there is a force that is its antithesis. Now then, what is the antithesis of war? Of life?" Sonny tilted his head a little. "It's death." Azarax laughed. "Indeed, so Ures did not simply slit the dragon's throat. He did so with the slaying blade, the blade of death. He must have." Chapter 2857, Antithesis. The blade of death. Sonny was not surprised to hear that Ures had used a weapon of shadow god to kill the avatar of the goddess of life. After all, if there was a group of people capable of stealing a divine relic to spill the golden blood of the gods, it was the Nine. Neither was he surprised to learn that Ures had already been adapting at wielding his will as a transcendent, to such a degree that the unassailable gap between ranks meant far less to him than to any other awakened, no less. None of the Nine was ordinary, so it was only expected that their feats and abilities would be abnormal. Sonny also did not believe for a second that Ures had simply happened to become a palace slave and a personal attendant of the emperor. None of the Nine had been captured when the empire conquered their realm, but Ures somehow ended up enslaved. It had clearly been by design, and he ended up in the great temple of war by design as well, having meticulously ingratiated himself with all his previous masters in order to manipulate them subtly. The same happened to the priests, and to the dragon as well, in the end. So Ures had not simply slit a god's throat. That single slash was the culmination of decades spent preparing patiently to strike once. A whole lifetime of servitude, suffering, meticulous planning, and unwavering malice had added deadly weight to Ures's blade. Sonny was willing to bet that killing the avatar of war god just when the demons were preparing to rise in rebellion, was not the only thing Ures had done. As a palace slave and later an attendant of the emperor, he would have been privy to all kinds of information, seeing most of what transpired in the very heart of the empire. A flawless spy. Sonny exhaled slowly. "Oh, I see it now." A long time ago, he had wanted to be a spy and an assassin. But now that Sonny knew what Ures had done, he realized that he was never cut out for the job. He smiled faintly. A temple slave, a palace slave. No wonder he felt a strange kind of kinship to that deplorable bastard. The story of Ures's feat was not what captivated Sonny the most in what Azarax had told them, though. Instead, it was something that the ancient tyrant had mentioned in passing. For every force, there is a power that is antithetical to it. That was how Ures had been able to kill the avatar of war god, if Azarax were to be believed. Like matter and antimatter, the collision of life and death resulted in annihilation. It was obviously relevant to the tantalizing question of how a transcendent had been able to kill a divine being, but even beyond that, the implications were quite laden with meaning. What Azarax said was a confirmation of something that Sonny had suspected and even experienced himself, albeit in a limited capacity, that in conceptual battles among beings of higher ranks, it was not only the magnitude of one's power that mattered. The nature of that power mattered as well. It perhaps even mattered more. For every powerful aspect, there was one that countered it, and it seemed that the same held true for one's will. Sonny's will, for example, was imbued with the power of death. So, He would be especially deadly when clashing with someone or something whose will was imbued with the power of life. That fact shone a light on the mysterious nature of conflicts between divine beings. Not enough of it to see things clearly, but just enough to send Sunny's mind spinning. One thing was clear, though. If that was true, then Sunny could become the deadliest creature in existence. That was not because he was more powerful than everyone else, but rather because he was the most versatile, the most adaptable. Shadow Dance already allowed him to mimic the attributes and channel the spirit of other beings. If he were to master all of its steps, he would probably be able to turn himself into a flawless copy of any living being, including the innate nature of their will. And if he were to do that, he would not be just antithetical to life. He would be antithetical to everything. Sunny inhaled deeply. Like Shadow God was. Feeble, faint. No, Azarax couldn't have been more wrong. Now that Sunny caught a glimpse of the divine, he felt like he understood why it was Shadow God who had created death, and why even the other god had been wary of him. It was because Shadow God could become anything, and therefore held the power to end everything. Sunny chuckled. That was the god of peace. The sun climbed the heights of the sky, drowning the nightmare desert in immolating heat. The boundless horde of those cursed by that god was hiding underneath the sand, and out there in the distance, the tomb built by the demon of dread towered like a black obelisk. Sunny rubbed his face tiredly. How the hell did Shadow God lose to repose then? Nothing made sense. Letting out a sigh, he looked at Azarax. I guess killing a god was Uri's act of defiance. Did he become supreme after that? The ancient skeleton stared at him darkly. Who's to say? He was already supreme when we met. Granted, he never ruled a vast and powerful domain. Rumors said that his pathetic domain only encompassed 9 people. A pale smile appeared on Sunny's lips. He had an idea who these people had been. 9 fated people. That would have made Uri's the master of the most harrowing domain in existence. Granted, he had not lived long enough to witness the terrifying mission of the 9 come to fruition. This deathless state those cursed by Shadow God endured could not be called living by a long shot. But then again, Uri's had already completed his personal mission by the time the Doom War began. Having ensured the downfall of the Empire and slain the avatar of War God, he had played his role. After that, all he could do was join the Demon Legion and become an ordinary foot soldier. Sunny shook his head slightly. What had it been like? To see all of existence drowning in the flames of a divine war, and know that you were the reason for all that death, sorrow, and destruction. Uri's might have been happy to be crucified on that tree, knowing that he had more than deserved eternal damnation. Or he might have been full of exhilaration, while watching the world come undone around him. In any case, that was a matter of the distant past. Right now, Sunny had to contend with the fallout of what Uri's and the 9 had done. He had to survive in the wreckage of the world they had created. And to do that, he had to reach the tomb of Ariel first. Chapter 2858 Hell Guide. Nephis glanced up, measuring how high the sun was. Then she lowered her gaze and regarded Azarax with a concerned expression. The battle in Ariel's hell must have happened in the early years of the Doom War, so you would not have witnessed its end. Still, you must have been aware of the strongest champions of both the Demon Legion and the Divine Host, those who were sacred, those who were divine. Azarax cackled. Why do you ask, abomination? Neph's frown deepened a little. Because my domain, the last human domain, is going to face the cursed and unholy rulers of the dream realm one day soon. Beings like that do not appear out of nowhere. Many of them must have been sacred and divine once, at the same time you were supreme. So, knowing about the minor deities of that bygone era will help me vanquish them in the future. Azarax stared at her silently for a while, then shifted. I'll happily answer your questions after you set me free. Nephis smiled. Yuri's guided me to the underworld as payment for being set free. What will you do? The ancient skeleton raised his skull and laughed. Me, I can even conquer the underworld for you if you want. Neph's expression did not change. Instead, she raised a hand and made a small white flame dance on her hand. I can conquer the underworld myself. Extinguishing the flame, she used the same hand to point into the distance. There, promise to guide me there, and I will pull you off the tree. Her finger was pointing at the tomb of Ariel, of course. Sunny observed Azarax carefully, waiting for the answer. The ancient tyrant did not make him wait long. That old tomb, naturally. Pull me off the tree and I will deliver you there with ease. Sunny chuckled. Look how amiable you are. He shook his head and smiled darkly. However, she is Weaver's thrall and I am Shadow's slave. Those two were your worn enemies once. Who's to say you won't attack us the second you're free? Pulling Azarax off the tree was not a problem. After all, Nephis had managed to liberate Yuri's as a sleeper. But there was no guarantee that the ancient tyrant would not immediately turn against them. That was why they had not freed him already. Azarax stared at them, an eternal grin frozen on his skeletal face. Eventually he scoffed. Weaver and Shadow God are both dead. They had been dead for thousands of years. Why should I attack you? He shook his skull. Ah, but make no mistake, I will kill you one day, just not any time soon. Azarax glanced in the direction of the tomb of Ariel, the darkness nestling in his empty eye sockets brimming with somber, malevolent glee. Elam Azarax the mighty, the conqueror of 1,000 thrones. Once I fulfill my promise and guide you to Ariel's tomb, I will finally join my fallen comrades in their eternal battle. But I will not be like the rest of them, pathetic weaklings. He turned the eyeless gaze back to them. It might take me a while, but in time I will conquer the hell of Ariel as well, and then I will lead my great deathless army out of this desert and descend upon the rest of the world like a plague once more. Only, this time, nobody will be able to stop me. I will conquer all of existence, just like I almost did before. Sunny stared at the ancient tyrant with an incredulous expression. Azarax was definitely suffering from the delusion of grandeur, but for some reason, Sunny could easily imagine him being true to his word. Who was to say that a few centuries after they had liberated the ancient conqueror, he wouldn't lead the deathless out of the nightmare desert to conquer the dream realm? That would be quite the calamity. But funnily enough, that was exactly what made Sunny feel like Azarax was telling the truth about not planning to break his promise to him and Nephis. If the ill-tempered skeleton readily agreed to help them in exchange for freedom, Sunny would have suspected him with all the endless power of his paranoia. Now that Azarax had shared his plans to kill them someday, though, Sunny strangely believed him. After all, why would Azarax attack them now if he was already planning to eradicate them later? Sunny glanced at Nephis. Despite the fact that neither of them said a single word, they somehow managed to have an entire conversation without making a sound. He sighed. You do realize that we will either be divine or dead by then. Azarax chuckled. Who would dare kill someone whom I, Azarax, have claimed as prey? Sunny shook his head. Countless beings, actually, but that's beside the point. Nephis spoke at that moment. The point is, we agree. We will rescue you from the tree, and in exchange, you will do your best to help us reach Ariel's tomb. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded at Sunny. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of the sacred tree. Reaching up, he grasped one of the silver nails that impaled Azarax. The ancient tyrant watched him intently. Holding his breath, Sunny pulled. To his surprise, the nail left the ivory bark without any resistance. Soon enough, the second nail followed. And soon after that, Azarac slid off the tree and landed on the white sand. A wicked laugh escaped from between his teeth. Free, I am finally free. His voice was full of a profound, deep emotion that was too vast to be described with just a single label. Joy, exhilaration, vindication, ambition. There were all these emotions and more, all mixed together. He glanced up at Sunny, remained silent for a moment, and then said with dark glee still ringing in his voice, "You'll regret this, Shadow. One day you'll regret this dearly." Sunny glanced at him, then turned away and sighed. Life's too short for regret. Chapter 2859, Second Circle. Night was descending on the desert once again. As the setting sun painted the white sands vibrant red, the dark sea of shades assembled into a marching formation. Tonight, Sunny did not have enough soldiers to form the defensive wings around the core of the Legion. Instead, the strongest of his warriors, whom he had held back the previous night, would have to join the battle. Nephis was sitting on the sand, meditating with her eyes closed. She had used neither her partial nor full transformation yesterday, but today the battle was promising to be more difficult. So, she had to prepare herself for the agony of the merciless white flames, of becoming flame. Sunny was preparing as well. Today, he was going to send all 7 of his avatars into battle independently. More than that, he was going to attempt to accomplish an ambitious feat, building 7 intricate shells at the same time. If he succeeded, then there would not just be one towering shadow colossus protecting the Legion. There would be 7. Today's battle was going to be different in one more way, as well. Today, the Plague of Steel would be fighting on their side. Azarac was standing a few steps ahead of Sunny, looking at the vast expanse of the Nightmare Desert impatiently. He was not preparing himself in any way. Instead, he simply could not wait to plunge into the ferocious battle. Sunny sighed. "Should I create you a weapon at least? What do you fancy? A sword, a spear, a club?" The ancient skeleton turned his grinning skull in his direction. "No need. I'll simply take the weapons of my enemies after crushing the fools to dust." Sunny studied him for a few moments, amused. Was that the mindset of an ancient conqueror? There were many things he wanted to ask, but sadly, they did not have a lot of time. So, he settled on the most important thing. What powers does the great and mighty Azarac wield, exactly? It was a natural question, but a complicated one. After all, despite this temporary alliance, they were still enemies. Azarac made no secret of his hatred toward both Sunny and Nephis, as well as of his desire to unleash a bloody conquest upon the world. So, describing the details of his powers to them would be like arming his future adversaries for the battle against him. It was not even clear if the ancient skeleton possessed an aspect at all. The original Azarac had, but he had also been human. This one, meanwhile, was one of the deathless of cursed beings reborn through the loss of their shadows, and therefore of their deaths. Azarac might have lost his aspect and flaw a long time ago. He laughed. "Wouldn't you like to know?" With that, the ancient tyrant looked ahead once more. "You'll see soon enough. However, my power is not even the reason you wanted to strike a deal with me so badly, is it, Shadow?" He shook his head. "Instead, it's simply the fact that I am deathless." Sunny hesitated for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Oh no, you caught me." Azarac shrugged, causing his bones to scrape against each other. "Am deathless, which means that I am very difficult to destroy. I'm also one with the creatures you need to fight in this desert, and half of them were my comrades once. So, you hope that only half of the deathless will attack me, and by extension, you." He pointed at Sunny with a cackling laughter. "You might even be hoping that the ones who recognize me as one of their own would pay less attention to you and the Nephilim, or perhaps even join me in destroying the deathless, who were once soldiers of the divine host." Sunny shrugged. "More or less, yes. Azarax gazed at the desert. After a while he said, I do not know what the warriors of other domains will do, but if we encounter soldiers who once fought under my banner, they will submit to their lord. If they don't, I'll force them. I will restore my army one soldier at a time if need be. Azarax clicked his jaw and looked at the sun, which was drowning in the sea of scarlet dunes. Ah, the night is almost here. Finally, I will taste the sweetness of this glorious battle after observing it powerlessly for thousands of years. He turned around, the darkness nestled in his empty eye sockets overflowing with malevolence and hatred. Before that, however, but before he could move, Neph's calm voice interrupted him. Don't. Opening her eyes, she rose from the sand and looked at Azarax coldly. You were going to destroy the tree, weren't you? Azarax seemed amused. So what if I did? Why should I spare that accursed thing? Nephis sighed. Because it withstood thousands of years without succumbing to corruption. Very few things in the world did so. Leave it be, Azarax. He glared at her for a while, then shook his skull and turned away. And you call yourselves supreme, pitiful, pathetic. Both of you are too young, too soft, too kind. Conquering and killing you will be too easy. Nephis opened her mouth to say something, but then her expression changed subtly. It did not escape Sunny. What is it? Nephis remained silent for a while, then gritted her teeth. I just lost another citadel. For a moment, there was a troubled look on her face. Then, it was replaced by her usual impassive expression. It seems that Mordred's invasion pushed the Dreamspawn to accelerate his plans. We will have to hurry as well. Sunny sighed. A loss of a citadel meant that another saint had become Asterian's thrall. It also meant that Nephis had grown a little weaker. That loss was not substantial, for now, but it meant that her powers would continue to diminish as they traveled deeper into the desert, even though their enemies would only keep growing stronger. He looked at the endless sea of dunes and the distant silhouette of the tomb of Ariel, all drowning in the crimson light of the falling sun. The last vestige of the sun disappeared behind the horizon, and the sands came alive, giving birth to a boundless horde of skeletal horrors. Hurry! They had to hurry in. Deconquer Hell. Chapter 2860, Behind the Throne. Far away, Cassie was walking through the corridors of the ivory tower. The great pagoda felt empty now that Nephis and Sunny were away. Most of the firekeepers had departed as well, sent to put out numerous fires consuming humanity. At least Rain was here. The young woman spent most of her time meditating, though, hard at work to make her ascension happen. So, Cassie often felt that she was the only person left on the Ivory Island. The only person left in the world. Of course, it was only her body that remained on the flying island. Her mind, meanwhile, encompassed all of the world, sharing the senses of countless people across the human domain, witnessing them. She was communicating with dozens of people at any given moment as well. After all, humanity was in the throes of a global crisis, quaking as it was besieged from all sides. The waking world continued to be consumed by the ever-increasing number of nightmare gates and the waves of abominations they unleashed. In the dream realm, hordes of nightmare creatures were prowling the edges of the human domain, driven mad by the scent of human souls. Asterian's plague was spreading like wildfire, slowly consuming everything. And on top of that, the King of Nothing had invaded the human domain from the north, posing a threat that was more dire than even the Dreamspawn. Cassie was merely a saint, but at the moment, she represented the throne of the immortal flame. She was the stand-in for the ruler of humanity, and therefore, it was her duty to guide the human domain through these calamities. Or try to, at least. There was so much she had to do, so much she had to coordinate, so many things she needed to observe, comprehend, and react to accordingly. There was a litany of voices in Cassie's head, all asking for direction. It was overwhelming, but she methodically responded to each of them, providing the necessary information, making countless decisions, and giving orders, creating a semblance of order out of the raging ocean of chaos. The campaign is over, Commander. You must abandon the forward camp of the expedition and pull your forces back. Retreat west, then march north toward the Black Mountains post-haste to bolster the local garrisons. Speed is of utmost importance. No reinforcements will be available in the foreseeable future. You must establish a strict curfew and transition the city to martial law, evacuate fringe districts, and relocate all troops to protect the city core. Ensure that the special directives are strictly adhered to. There will be no supply shipments this month, and perhaps next month as well. Your only hope to avoid mass starvation is to ration food while sending out hunting parties to slay and slaughter nightmare creatures. Use emergency funds to double the reward Independent Awakened receive for donating salvaged materials, as long as they are edible. Relocate all Awakened engineers north immediately. The existing fortifications are woefully insufficient for what is about to come, so we must establish a robust defensive line in a matter of days, 2 weeks at most. Recruit specialists among the veterans of the Southern Campaign. You must hurry, Kai. You can sacrifice the Citadel and you can sacrifice the Lake of Tears as well, but people come first. As long as people survive, we can rebuild whatever is destroyed. Mordred had already taken the Glass Hell. Godgrave was as good as lost. He was not going to attack Ravenheart, at least not yet, because the defenses of the city were too formidable. Whoever ruled the Jade Palace could awaken the volcanoes and incinerate anyone trying to attack the city from the north, as well. However, all the other regions bordering the Hollow Mountains were doomed to fall. Jet had already evacuated the sanctuary, but the Lake of Tears had to be defended until its citizens could flee to Ravenheart and other cities of the former Song domain. At the same time, in the east, all citadels north of the Black Mountains had to be abandoned, simply because they were not defensible enough, and there was no time to establish a robust defensive line on any terrain there. So, Cassie had to take measures in order to stop Mordred's advance at the Black Mountains, which was why she was mobilizing all available forces and sending them north. And all the while, Asterion continued to spread his plague, enthralling even saints now. Nephis, Sonny, you must hurry. Cassie grimaced and massaged her temples, dazed by the mad kaleidoscope of senses and perspectives she was experiencing. Her transcendent mind was far more potent than that of any mundane human. No, in fact, she was outstanding even among saints. But she was still a mere mortal. Pushing herself that way was taxing, and even then she had already hit her limit. At times, it felt as if her mind would shatter under the weight of all these memories. But it never did. It had not shattered yet, at least. Continuing on her way, Cassie continued to send countless mental messages. Retreat 300 kilometers west and establish a new camp. The forces of the Aegis Rose clan will rendezvous with your soldiers there. Yes, the Firekeepers have received the data. A cohort is already on its way to contain the emerging gate. They'll be there in time. Burn the crops. Losing the latest harvest will be a setback, but if these plants escape from under our control, the damage will be far more dire. You have my permission to arm the civilians. I will take authority. This is the will of the immortal flame. Lady Nephis will act when she thinks it's needed. Cassie stumbled. All these perspectives made it difficult to remain aware of her own body. Her missing eye pulsated with a dull pain, and she felt uncomfortable without the quiet dancer on her belt. But still, we will prevail. Cassie believed it wholeheartedly. She had to believe it. She was just not sure how much would be sacrificed to achieve that triumph. Chapter 2861, Another One Bites the Dust. In just a few short days, Cassie saw that even her worst expectations were proven wrong. Red Hill was lost. The sanctuary of Noctis was lost. The Lake of Tears was lost, not simply conquered, but erased from the map, forever changing the face of the weeping goddess. And these were only the citadels that had fallen to Mordred. In truth, there was no saying how many saints had already been enthralled by Asterion, thus making their citadels beholden to the hunger domain. The longing domain was crumbling, which meant that somewhere out there, Nephis was growing weaker. Cassie would have liked to worry about Nephis, but the truth of the matter was that she had no such luxury. She did not have time to worry even about herself. The decision Kai had made during the battle for the Lake of Tears turned the already terrible situation simply untenable. His intentions had been good, but the consequences of providing a glorious stage for Asterion were dire. Mordred had conquered Godgrave and fashioned a personal hunting ground out of the hollows. Now, his forces were advancing south both in the basin of the River of Tears and in the heartland of the Dream Realm. The battle for the Black Mountains had begun, and Cassie was struggling to keep sending fresh troops there. In the south, meanwhile, the plague of Asterion was entering the final stage. It was slowly consuming all of humanity, making no distinction between mundane people and awakened. In the cities where those loyal to the longing domain still remained, intense clashes between the faithful and the apostates were threatening to escalate into civil war. There were one or two cities that enjoyed perfect harmony and peace, though. Those were the cities where the plague had already swallowed everyone, making all citizens thralls of Asterion. And throughout all that, the waking world was continuing to come undone. Cassie felt suffocated. At the same time, she felt paranoid, unable to rely even on those people who had held her absolute trust in the past. But most of all, she had no time to consider the large picture. Her mind was completely preoccupied with the titanic undertaking of administering the boundless expanse of the human domain. As night descended upon Bastion, embracing the heavenly island drifting in the clouds above it first, she walked across the empty corridors of the ivory tower and knocked on a door. Coming inside, she found Rain meditating. Cassie could not see the young woman, but she could feel the torrents of essence flowing furiously through her, their raging current guided by the coils of the serpent etched into her skin. The clouds outside the window were restless, swirling in tune with the revolving whirlpool of Rain's soul essence. Sensing her presence, the young woman seemed to smile. "Lady Cassia." Cassie hesitated for a moment. "I'm just checking on you. Do you need anything?" Rain shook her head. "No, thank you. Oh, I'll be sure to make breakfast tomorrow. Please come eat once the sun rises." Cassie nodded. There were very few people on the Ivory Island at the moment, and making the blind woman cook was not the best of ideas. As a saint, Cassie herself did not need a lot of food, but Rain was different. So she insisted on cooking for both of them when nobody else was available. "I'll leave you to it then." Not wanting to disturb Rain, Cassie quietly retreated. While she was talking to Rain, the forces of the human domain were pushed back from the northernmost peak in the Black Mountains. At the same time, a potent nightmare gate opened in the middle of a populous city in the western quadrant. The Obel scale had done its job and warned of its imminent descent well in advance, but with how many soldiers were engaged in the battle against Mordred, it was difficult to send a large force to Kant. Ain't it? At the same time, a strange peace settled on the streets of a citadel city that stood on the shores of the River of Tears, far downstream of the weeping goddess. The citizens, who had been at each other's throats just a day ago, were now going about their business with happy smiles. The saint ruling the citadel was still sending mental messages to Cassie, his tone urgent. He seemed to still be loyal at least. "Lady Cassia, we have settled the refugees from the Lake of Tears, but our food stores will not last long with the additional population. I know that navigating the River of Tears is dangerous at the moment, but can't you resupply us by sending a few ships upstream from the Storm Sea? I will dispatch my best warriors to escort them." Walking to her quarters, Cassie traced the wall with her fingers. "It is possible, but the situation is changing swiftly. I will send supplies as soon as possible. Keep your warriors inside the city. We do not know when the next raid might happen." She was sharing the saint's senses, so she could feel his fatigue and anxiety. He let out a heavy sigh. "I see." The saint remained silent for a few moments, and then asked aloud, "But Lady Cassia, can I ask you a question?" He leaned back and inhaled deeply, relaxing his body. "What do you think would have happened to the great palace of Crete if the Minotaur broke free of his prison?" Cassie halted for a moment, then continued walking. The saint smiled. Would he have spared Ariadne, his sister, or tore her limb from limb and devoured her? He chuckled. "You have such pretty eyes, Lady Cassia." She erased her mark, cutting the connection between them. "Another one." Knowing that Asterion could exploit her web of telepathic connections, Cassie gritted her teeth and erased every mark in that city, as well. A black spot appeared on her mental map of the dream realm. There were already a few of these spots on it, particularly so in the north. From a distance, it looked like a vast darkness was encroaching upon the world, devouring it slowly. At that moment, for the first time since Asterion had revealed himself, Cassie could not help but ask herself a frightening question. What was she going to do if Nephis and Sunny failed to achieve their mysterious goal in time? What was she going to do if they failed? Chapter 2862, A Litany of Voices. Lady Cassia, the King of Nothing has crossed the northern gorge and broken through the fortification line at Whisper Peak. We won't be able to hold out for long. Please send reinforcements immediately. My lady, the supply fleet is lost. I am sorry. The casualties are as follows. The Nightmare Gate is contained, but it opened close to the main relay substation. The electrical grid is completely disrupted, and although secondary and tertiary transformer stations were used to reroute the current, approximately 20% of the city is currently suffering from a complete blackout. I must reiterate the urgency of the situation. Lady Cassia, local generators installed in residential complexes will not last long. Once power goes out and ventilation systems stop functioning, the death toll on the subterranean floors. Lady Cassia. Lady Cassia. My lady. Cassie's mind was filled with pleading voices. The dreadful cacophony of their cries was deafening, washing over her like a cold ocean. They were all crying for help, desperate in the absence of their ruler, of their goddess. They wanted to be saved, and for them, salvation was synonymous with changing star, with the last daughter of the immortal flame, who had ignited their souls with hope and longing. So they wanted to know where she was. They wanted to know why she had abandoned them. Cassie wanted to know as well. She used to, but judging by the gaping spaces where her recent memories were supposed to be, she must have erased them. The reason why was not difficult to guess. It was to protect that knowledge from Asterion. And since the knowledge of where the rulers of humanity had gone needed to be protected from Asterion, Cassie could deduce that he would do anything in his power to stop them if he ever found out. Which, in turn, meant that what they were doing could spell the end of the Dreamspawn. So that was everything she knew. That Nephis and Sunny were currently doing something that would allow them to defeat Asterion, and that humanity had to endure alone until they did. Cassie was resourceful, but she could not replace two Supremes. So even if she was doing her best, things were turning more and more dire with each day. But I really think that I am on the right path. Cassie flinched slightly, brought back from the deafening choir of desperate voices by one that sounded hopeful and bright. Rain was sitting across from her, enjoying the pancakes she had made for the two of them. Awakening is the process of condensing soul essence into a core. Ascension, meanwhile, is the process of reforging the core. It makes sense, if you think about it. A soul core is built from solidified essence, and the essence that solidifies under pressure to create it is awakened. How can something built from awakened essence contain ascended essence, which is far more volatile and potent? Rain smiled. Ah, please forgive me, Lady Cassia. I'm speaking metaphorically, of course, and my metaphors always seem to end up having to do with architecture and construction work. If you listen to me, you'd think that I am talking about building a hut, not ascending. I can't explain it better, though. So, the problem is in reforging the core. As I see it, there are two ways of going about it. One is enlightened, slow, and conservative. The other is swift, radical, and quite possibly lethal. Cassie raised an eyebrow. And these two ways are. Rain chuckled. I am glad you asked. The enlightened way is to allow ascended essence to wash over the core like sea waves wash over the shore. In an endless cycle of tides, the composition of the core will gradually change, one sand particle at a time. Naturally, that can take decades, and one would need to either learn how to elevate the quality of their essence or have a steady supply of ascended soul shards to substitute personal enlightenment. I can somewhat achieve the former, but I already benefit from the latter. Cassie smiled. I see, and the second way? Rain sighed. The second way would be quite obvious to someone in construction. There is a hut in front of you, but you need a castle to stand in its place. Do you replace the wooden planks of the hut one by one until it becomes a castle? No. You'd simply demolish the hut and build an entirely new castle in its place. In other words, since the core solidified from awakened essence, it's easier to destroy it and shape an entirely new one from ascended essence instead. Cassie faced her with a frown. The destruction of the soul core usually leads to the collapse of the soul, though. It's a death sentence. Rain looked at her pancakes with a look of disappointment. I know, I could not find a safe way to achieve ascension in that manner, so. Well, anyway, I am exploring the first method at the moment. What do you think? Cassie remained silent for a while, straining not to get lost in the roaring litany of pleading voices that thundered in her head. Eventually, she smiled. I think that your pancakes are getting cold. They are delicious, by the way, so it would be a shame to waste them. She had thought that Rain, Sunny's disciple, and the only human who had managed to awaken without the help of the spell, would be safest here, in the ivory tower. But she had been wrong. Several days ago, Asterion had taken the night garden. Jet managed to escape, but all 6 saints who had been with her on the Titanic ship were now thralls of the Dreamspawn. Nightwalker was among them. Jet and Nightwalker had not managed to master the Night Garden's navigation component yet, which prevented it from making long-distance spatial jumps. But with Asterion looking over Nightwalker's shoulder and whispering secrets into his ear, things could change in an instant. Cassie had lost track of the Night Garden, so it could appear anywhere at any moment. Which meant that the Ivory Island was not safe anymore. Or rather, it was even less safe than it had been. Cassie did not hear the voices of those aboard the Titanic ship anymore. Her mind was overflowing with the terrifying, deafening cacophony of desperate voices. But actually, it was not their cries that frightened her. Instead, it was their silence. Chapter 2863, The Silence. Cassie was reeling under the weight of innumerable voices calling out for her. Her senses, overwhelmed by the blinding dread of witnessing scenes of violent destruction, transpiring in every corner of the two worlds. But yesterday, there had been more voices. And a day before that, there had been more voices still. She was struggling to endure the burden of humanity's hope, but was more afraid of people losing their faith in her. Because she knew that once their desperate calls ceased, leaving behind only echoing silence, they did not vanish. It was just that people learned to put their faith in someone else, and therefore, it was he who listened to their prayers now. Asterion, the dream spawn, the monster who had escaped his prison after learning to love the taste of human flesh. The longing domain was crumbling as it was being devoured, and the hunger domain was growing. The more people Asterion enthralled, the fewer of them called out to Cassie, because they were calling out to him instead. With every voice that went quiet, the darkness spread. She was witnessing the downfall of what she and Nephis had built happening right in front of her. Red Hill, the sanctuary, the weeping goddess, the night garden, other Sidhad. Els were soon to fall into the embrace of the hunger domain, too. Unless they were taken by the king of nothing first, of course. Cassie had to do everything in her power, and well beyond that, as well, to postpone the collapse of the longing domain for as long as she could. But at the same time, she could not deny the possibility that its collapse was inevitable. So she had to prepare for the inevitable as well. Days passed, turning into weeks. Ravenheart was besieged by the forces of the King of Nothing, while in Bastion, Asterion was quietly amassing more and more zealous followers. The night garden was gone, leaving behind no traces. It could be drifting in the darkness of the sky below still, or it could have long traveled to somewhere else. Cassie had no way to tell. The battle for the Black Mountains raged on. Initially, Mordred had been confidently pushing the forces of the human domain back. But after a while, the situation changed. The defensive line facing the relentless invasion of the King of Nothing grew stable, doggedly holding out against the onslaught. In the basin of the River of Tears, as well, the Citadel cities rallied to blockade the great river and prevent Mordred from raiding the settlements downstream, resulting in a series of bloody naval battles. It was not because of Cassie's best efforts to prevent humanity from being consumed by the King of Nothing, though. She had done her best, she really did, but in the end, Mordred had only been stalled because Asterion took matters into his own hands. As more and more people fell into the hex of his insidious domain, his influence among the awakened warriors spread uncontrollably. Innumerable masters had fallen under his influence, as well, and with each day, more and more saints. There was a brief moment when the longing domain and the hunger domain reached a point of equilibrium. Then, the equilibrium was broken, and the influence of the rapidly spreading hunger domain outgrew the diminishing authority of the longing domain without ever slowing down. That was the point of no return. Once Asterion subjugated the majority of Awakened, he commanded his thralls to take control of the front line and extended his personal support to the struggling forces of humanity, both bolstering his already radiant fame and serving as a deterrent that prevented Mordred from crushing the defensive line with the power of a supreme. Led by a sovereign and imbued with the eerie unity his thralls shared, the followers of Asterion stood side by side with the remaining warriors of the longing domain to repel the King of Nothing. The Black Mountains quaked, ancient peaks fracturing and crumbling under the pressure of fierce battles. The two clashing forces reached a bitter stalemate. Changing Star was absent, and there was a harrowing adversary besieging the borders of the human domain. So, naturally, people opened their hearts to a charming, powerful supreme who seemed both benevolent and righteous. A warrior could wake up at dawn and pray to Changing Star, longing to survive until dusk. By noon, he would forget all about his loyalty to the immortal flame and praise Lord Asterion instead, no different from all the other thralls. And by the time the sun set, his soul would be shattered, and his body would become a vessel of the King of Nothing. Instead of whispering prayers to Changing Star or the Dream Spawn, his lips would twist into a pleasant smile, and his eyes would shine with an eerie hint of madness. The deafening choir of desperate voices resounding in Cassie's mind was growing less unbearable. Her marks were disappearing one by one, knowing that being connected to Asterion through his thralls was no different from inviting him into her mind. She did not hesitate to cut her connection to anyone who fell into his sphere of influence. As a result, her own sphere of awareness was shrinking. Her mental map, which had once encompassed most of the dream realm and the waking world, was drowning in darkness now. Time passed. The Citadel cities in the vicinity of Bastion grew silent one by one. The storied legacy clans that had defended the heartland of the dream realm for decades looked to a different sovereign now, just like they had looked to Nephis after the King of Swords fell. The storm sea had become a black void in Cassie's mind. She did not know what was happening there. All she knew was that ships kept arriving at the estuary of the River of Tears, bringing supplies and warriors with them. Then the darkness extended to the basin of the River of Tears as well. In the waking world, cities blinked out of existence one by one. Northern Quadrant, Western Quadrant, Eastern Quadrant, and the colonies in South America, too. Watching it all transpire was terrifying. The voices crying out to Cassie became fewer and fewer. Until one day, she was left in a vast, deafening silence. No one called out to her anymore. The LD was swallowed by impenetrable darkness, becoming no different from an empty void. Cassie stood in the gateway hall of the ivory tower, motionless, daunted by the silence and drowning in the sense of defeat. The peace that had descended on her exhausted mind was a blessing, but it felt like a curse. Her world, which had once been overflowing with sounds and sensations, was now narrow and dull. There were only a few islands of vibrant color in the vast darkness that surrounded her. Kai, Effie, Rain, and a few firekeepers who were guarding the ivory island. That was all that remained of the human domain, and of her mental web as well. But even then, Cassie did not fully trust any of the people who surrounded her. She was all by herself. And as she stood there, trapped in the darkness, Cassie suddenly remembered something. She remembered that after Ariadne had saved Theseus and helped him defeat the Minotaur, she was left on an empty island by the victorious hero, to die there, abandoned and alone. Cassie took a deep breath. Effie, Kai, be ready. The Dreamspawn will come for Bastion and Ravenheart soon. He was going to come for the Ivory Island as well. Their time had run out. As Cassie took a step forward, she suddenly sensed something and halted. Her head whipped toward the ceiling of the great hall, and her one remaining eye widened behind the blindfold. Rain! She turned around and dashed toward the stairs. Chapter 2864, Dying Flame. Cassie's steps were hurried. Tracing the wall of the ivory tower with her fingers, she ascended the long, spiraling stairs. The world around her was silent and dark, but beneath its calm surface, a harrowing storm was brewing. There was a quite literal storm brewing outside, as well. The clouds, which had been white and calm minutes before, were now dark gray and heavy, moving like tattered sails under the onslaught of hurricane winds. They flowed and collided with each other, producing deafening thunderclaps and blinding flashes of lightning. Torrents of rain whipped across the ivory island, making the lake boil and sending water streaming down the fangs of the dead dragon. It was as if the flying island had suddenly found itself in the very heart of a powerful cyclone. What is she doing? Cassie staggered and leaned on the wall, feeling what Rain was feeling several floors above. A fierce current of essence flowed through her body at awful speed, and a vicious agony of soul damage contorted it as thin cracks snaked through her soul core. Cassie gritted her teeth and rushed up the endless stairs. The veil of storm clouds obscured the view of Bastion far below, as well as the vast sky above. The world was suddenly limited to the narrow prison of cascading lightning bolts and turbulent clouds, a thick mist covering all in sight as it was suffused with a crackling radiance. Cassie felt the wind and the thunderclaps through the vibrations of the ivory tower's wall. She sensed the rain by smell, and saw the flashes of lightning through the eyes of the fire-keepers guarding the island. Those fire-keepers were now rushing toward the great pagoda, as if wanting to hide from the rain. However, Cassie knew that they were not afraid of rain. After all, they were all ascended. It would take more than the fury of the elements to force them to abandon their posts. It has begun. Cassie had known it would. As soon as utter silence enveloped her mind, she knew that Asterion could not be bothered to hide his thralls anymore. That meant that he had no reason to, which meant that he had already subjugated enough of humanity to believe that nothing could stop him now. Humanity had already fallen, and all he had to do was clean up the last stragglers, those stubborn few who refused to be enthralled despite all his efforts. People like Cassie. It made sense that there were some whom he had failed to enthrall. There were always people who were naturally immune to a plague, after all. Considering that Asterion was cleaning house, he would come for the remaining great citadels, as well Mirage Castle, the Jade Palace, and the Tower of Hope. Cassie needed to grab Rain and run. But Rain had decided this exact moment to ascend, and in the rapid, radical, and quite possibly deadly way at that. She was ascending by shattering her own soul core. "Hey, Cassie, why are you running? Don't run, we will not hurt you. We will just tear your eye out. And then we will mangle your mind. And when we're done, you will smile and thank us. You'll want to. And we will all be together again." Snarling, she erased the marks she had branded onto the souls of the Fire Keepers, the very first marks she had ever placed. At the same time, Cassie extended her consciousness to the ivory tower. Nephis was absent, so she was in charge of the citadel now and therefore all its components. She called upon the crushing, shaping it into a narrow sphere around the flying island. People believed that this obliterating component of the ivory tower could only destroy, and therefore called it the crushing. But actually, it was a far more versatile force. The power of the Tower of Hope was the power of attraction. It was a mystical sister of gravity, and not even the current master of the Great Pagoda knew everything that it could do. The crushing could repel all things, both physical and spiritual, away from the island. It could also pull them toward it. That was how the chained islands had managed to exist for thousands of years, suspended between the two extremes of Hope's tower. It could also make all things weightless, or make them collapse under their own weight. And the closer one got to the ivory island, the more obliterating the force of the crushing became, to the point that not even gods would be able to overcome it unscathed. So Cassie could easily destroy anyone and anything that would attempt to approach the ivory island. But the things and people she would be destroying were too precious, so she couldn't use the crushing that way. Instead, she used it to create a weak repelling field around the island, hoping to buy herself time. It was safe to assume that most, if not all, Fire Keepers had been enthralled by Asterion. So, somewhere above, Rain let out a tormented groan, sucked in a breath through gritted teeth, and spoke in a hoarse but steady voice. "I am the long-lasting promise of a distant sky. I am the enduring promise of a distant sky. I am the promise of a distant sky who walks the path of ascension. I am ascended." It took Cassie a brief moment to understand what Rain was doing. She was assigning herself epithets. Long-lasting, enduring, ascended. She was preparing to shatter her own soul core, and tempering herself to slow down the collapse of her soul before the new core was built. That foolish girl. Cassie rushed forward, ignoring the shared sensation of her soul coming undone. She was too late. By the time Cassie finally reached Rain's quarters and threw the door open, the young woman was already standing near a wall, leaning on it with a pale face. Almost at the same time as Cassie entered, the storm that had been raging outside vanished without a trace. It was as if it had been erased from existence, revealing the boundless blue expanse of the clear sky beyond, and the immense silhouette of an inconceivable ship that had approached the Ivory Island under the cover of the storm, with numerous people moving across its decks to lay siege to the throne of immortal flame. The night garden soared through the sky, moving to obscure the sun and cast a deep shadow upon the Tower of Hope. Bright flashes illuminated its main deck. Those were its weapons, sending charged cannonballs barreling through the air. A moment later, they impacted the repelling field surrounding the Ivory Island and bloomed into radiant silver explosions. Cassie ignored the sight of the Titanic ship for a moment and walked toward Rain. "What did you do, Rain?" The young woman breathed heavily and glanced at her with a pale smile. "Don't you feel it, Lady Cassia? I am ascending." Cassie could indeed feel it. The familiar, euphoric sensation of one's body being reborn, reforged, and tempered. Rain's new ascended soul core was rapidly soaking in her essence, elevating its quality, and sending it coursing through her body, which in turn was causing the body to be perfected. Rain's smile widened a little. "I succeeded. Ah, the look on Tamar's face. I can't wait." Cassie froze for a moment, evaluating the situation. In that moment, Rain spoke with a smile. "But Lady Cassia, Song of the Fallen." She took a step forward and whispered, "Aren't you weak, distracted, and in traumatic pain? Aren't you lost in the labyrinth? Aren't you scared of the darkness?" In the next moment, Cassie swayed. A ghastly, indescribable agony descended upon her, rending her mind apart. It was so harrowing, in fact, that she almost did not feel the cold blade of a sharp dagger slide between her ribs. Chapter 2865, The Subject of Murder. A cold blade pierced Cassie's heart. Cassie did not even register the pain, since her mind was already drowning in agony. Instead, she only felt disbelief that she was dying, and that Rain had killed her. It did not make sense. Cassie simply could not believe that her life was over. At the same time, it made no sense that Rain would be the one to stab her to death. The young woman was incapable of taking a life, after all. Not to mention that she had no reason to. Right. Cassie concentrated, her battered mind focusing into a sharp point. The feeling of cold steel piercing her heart was a message from the future. It was a prophecy of what she would experience in less than a second, given to her by her awakened ability. Which meant that she had not been delivered the fatal wound yet. Right, Rain has become a thrall of Asterion. Why had Cassie not realized it sooner? Rain's ascension had coincided with the attack on the Ivory Island, becoming a perfect tool to distract Cassie at the worst possible moment. The night garden even arrived under the cover of the storm cloud that Rain's ascension had summoned, damning evidence that the two events were connected. It was painfully obvious, so how was it that Cassie had not noticed the connection? "My mind is compromised." It must have happened just before she erased the marks from the souls of the Fire Keepers. Asterion had subtly influenced her thoughts, directing them away from connecting Rain to him, as well as cutting her own connection with Effie and Kai, thus leaving herself completely isolated. Luckily, that seemed to be the extent of how he had managed to manipulate her. Cassie moved her body slightly, causing Rain's dagger to miss her heart by a few centimeters. She grabbed the young woman's wrist with one hand and used the other to pull down her blindfold. But it was strange. How had Rain been able to attempt to kill her? That just went to show how insidious the Dreamspawn and his powers were. Rain's flaw prevented her from being able to kill, but it was subjective. The universe was not going to intervene and prevent her from delivering Cassie a lethal wound. Rather, Rain's hand would refuse to move as long as she believed that moving it would directly endanger the life of a living being. Stabbing a person in the heart was obviously an act of murder, but if Rain earnestly believed otherwise, her flaw would not stop her from pushing a dagger between someone's ribs. So all Asterion had to do to circumvent Rain's flaw was to twist her mind enough to make her believe that Cassie wouldn't die from being stabbed in the heart, which meant that he had made a complete mess of Rain's perception of reality. That bastard! Rain tried to twist her stiletto in Cassie's chest, but Cassie was holding her wrist tightly. She might have been a woman of slight build, and suffering both from a blinding pain and two other debilitating epithets, but she was still a saint, and a saint could easily deal with a master in a contest of physical strength. Taking half a step forward, Cassie grabbed Rain by the throat and pulled her closer. "Look here, Rain, I don't have time for this." Activating her transcendent ability, she delved into Rain's memories. Hot blood flowed down her face, the gaping wound where her eye had been pulsing with dizzying torment. In Rain's memories, Cassie saw the young woman spending peaceful days in the ivory tower. However, despite how peaceful everything seemed, Rain was no fool. Even without news reaching the flying island, she knew that something terrible was transpiring in the world from context clues. She felt frustrated at being too weak and too insignificant to help. She also felt anxious and uncertain, afraid of being left behind by her friends and companions. That was the insecurity Asterion had used to enthrall Rain. Once the plague slithered into the cracks on her confidence, it spread like a malignant tumor, slowly consuming everything around. In the end, it was Asterion who had pushed Rain to attempt the faster, riskier method of becoming ascended. And of course, he was the one who had commanded her to stab Song of the Fallen in the heart. So he is not trying to keep me alive anymore so that I could be devoured later. I wonder what changed. Beyond the window, massive boarding hooks shot from the deck of the night garden, sailing across the sky to sink into the soil of the ivory island. There was no way for them to break the sphere of the crushing and achieve that, and yet they did, connecting the two together. As Cassie roughly purged the memories from Rain's entranced head, a somber thought entered her own mind. Nightwalker. The crushing was supposed to repel everything away from the ivory island, shaped into a sphere around it. The boarding hooks did not breach that annihilating shield. Instead, they bypassed it entirely. That was because Nightwalker was somewhere there, on the deck of the night garden, twisting space with the power of his aspect. He had molded space in such a way that the boarding hooks could pass through the shield of crushing without ever touching it. Which meant that if Cassie did not hurry, she would have to meet the legendary saint face to face. A quiet groan escaped from her lips as the three sources of pain, the pain in her chest, the torment of the epithet, and the agony of using her transcendent ability, were too difficult to endure. But she did endure it, continuing to erase Rain's memories. "I need to hurry, my time is running out." Cassie inhaled deeply. She lost track of time for a while. When all memories of succumbing to Asterion were finally gone from Rain's mind, she let the young Oman go and watched her softly fall to the floor. Since the boarding hooks are secured, the boarding party will arrive next. Cassie was planning to be far away by the ivory tower by the time it did. Chapter 2866, Escaping the Ivory Island. The Tower of Hope is lost. So was the entirety of the human domain. Cassie acknowledged the fact calmly and pulled her blindfold back up, enduring the terrifying pain that ravaged her mind as best she could. She spent a heartbeat assessing the situation, then activated the unfinished runic array she and Sunny had been creating to serve as an additional layer of protection for the Ivory Island. She needed more time. Nightwalker was circumventing the defenses of the flying island by twisting space, and Cassie was limited in how she could form and unleash the crushing due to the risk of destroying the night garden and killing all its inhabitants. So, she had to resort to unconventional means of stalling for time. The array ignited as it drew essence from the divine core of the Tower of Hope, postponing the arrival of the boarding party. Sadly, its effect was not flawless. A few cannonballs still penetrated the aegis, making the great pagoda quake. An acrid smell permeated the air, and smoke drifted through the door of Rain's quarters from somewhere below. Ignoring it, Cassie knelt near the dazed young woman and shook her gently. Rain, stand up. We need to move now." Rain slowly regained her senses, her eyes focused, which allowed Cassie to see her own bloodied face clearly. Then, however, Rain seemed to fall into confusion once again. It was no surprise. After all, most of the memories she had made after coming to the Ivory Island were gone. They had no time for this. "Stand up, Rain." Cassie forcefully pulled the young woman to her feet and supported her for a moment. Rain's eyes widened when she saw the gargantuan silhouette of the night garden looming in the sky outside the window, and her body quaked. "Why is?" She felt quiet, prompting Cassie to call out to snap the young woman from her daze. Luckily, Rain seemed to finally compose herself after that. She turned away from the window, her gaze drifting to the hilt of a serpentine dagger sticking from between Cassie's ribs. That was when Cassie remembered that she had been stabbed as well. Unperturbed, she grasped the hilt and pulled the dagger out of her chest. Lady Cassia." Cassie was still weak, distracted, and suffering from a traumatic pain. It was quite inconvenient to be that way when they needed to move fast. "Release your epithets, Rain." The young woman stared at her dazedly for a moment, then blinked. In the next moment, the pain ravaging Cassie finally subsided, leaving only the pulsing ball of agony in her empty eye socket and the mundane pain of the stab wound in her chest behind. Her limbs regained their strength, and her mind snapped into focus. "Much better." Cassie could finally think straight again. "Good, now let's go." She pushed the bloody dagger into Rain's hands and pulled the young woman out of the room. The corridor was filled with smoke, and the ivory tower continued to tremble as devastating cannonballs impacted the island, blooming into incandescent explosions of charged essence. Cassie navigated the corridor by memory, observing her surroundings through Rain's eyes. Suddenly, there was a hint of movement in the smoke, and in the next moment, Cassie lost all feeling in her body as the world seemed to spin. At the same time, she watched in horror as her head separated from her neck and spun in the air, splattering the pristine white walls of the ivory tower with scarlet blood. Her headless body fell to its knees and then toppled to the floor. The world collapsed into darkness. Several seconds in the past, Cassie calmly sidestepped the flashing sword and grasped the wrist holding it. It belonged to Sid, the firekeeper who usually acted as her personal attendant. Sid possessed a powerful combat aspect, so Cassie had to deal with her fast. One strike threw the swift firekeeper against the wall, the second slammed her head into hard stone. Cassie measured her strength precisely, aiming to knock her out without killing her. Sid's limp body slid to the floor, her blood marring the pristine walls of the ivory tower instead of Cassie's. Cassie regarded her unconscious body for a brief second. Sid. Sid had been by her side since the Dark City. She had been one of those bold, desperate few in the outer settlement who dared to go out into the city and hunt. When Nephis began to amass influence among the sleepers of the Forgotten Shore, the hunters were one of the first to support her. Later, Sid became a member of Cassie's own cohort and followed her to the Chained Isles. And now she was bleeding at her feet, having failed to ambush and kill her. Cassie did not let any emotion show on her bloodied face. "Come." Since Sid had already reached this floor, the others would not be far behind. An attack from outside, an attack from within, and an assassin planted in the very heart of the ivory tower. Asterion was really rolling out the red carpet for Cassie. "Jet escaped, can I escape?" Cassie and Rain made their way to the chamber on the opposite side of the great pagoda, where the remnant of Smile of Heaven was being kept and taken care of. Retrieving the Hollow Woman, they rushed down the stairs. In the process, Neph's miraculous flames washed away Cassie's wound, leaving her feeling slightly uplifted. Even though they were separated by a vast distance and dire circumstances, it still felt like she was in her friend's embrace. It still felt like Nephis was by her side. The hint of joy Cassie felt swiftly evaporated, though, when she was forced to crush the fire keepers who followed the command of their new master and attempted to cut her down. She just barely managed to keep them alive, but that did not mean that her former companions escaped unscathed. Cassie had to be swift and cynical when dealing with these ascended elites, especially because time was of the essence. So, she delivered the most amount of damage she could without actually killing them with precise, surgical strikes. By the time they reached the ground floor of the ivory tower, it was not only her blood that soaked her tunic and marred her skin. They passed through the jaws of a dead dragon and escaped onto the emerald grass beyond. Rain could not help but look at the titanic form of the night garden that blotted out the sun above them. That allowed Cassie to see that winged echoes and awakened warriors were still being held back by the shield of the crushing and the runic array protecting the ivory island. However, the runic array was yet unfinished, so it wasn't going to hold them back for long, especially because Tyrus of White Feather was somewhere out there, among the warriors of the night garden. Hurry! Cassie rushed Rain to follow her around the Tower of Hope, toward the grove of ancient trees that swayed restlessly behind it. They were almost there. Then, however, the entire island shook, and the runic array was extinguished in a flood of silver light. Facing the sky, Cassie sensed something vast and immensely powerful approaching them from above. Her expression hardened. Nightwalker. Chapter 2867 Interception. The Dreamspawn must have sensed that Cassie had a way to escape his trap, so he sent his most fearsome thrall forward alone, commanding him to stop her. Nightwalker descended upon the ivory island like a flood of starlight, a vague shape of a colossal, eerie, alien beast vaguely formed by the ethereal currents of the pale radiance. The flood of starlight seeped through the defensive aegis protecting the flying island and washed over it, causing the ground to tremble from the devastating force of the impact. The runes engraving the defensive array into the soil were destroyed, shimmering out of existence in a silver flash. Just a few seconds before, Cassie had sent Rain forward to the portal arch gazebo. Now, she waited while Nightwalker descended from the darkening sky to kill her with a somber expression. As Rain rushed away, her only source of sight disappeared as well, leaving behind only nebulous darkness. How come? How come the old monsters of the first generation were always out to kill her? First Jest, now Nightwalker. Cassie only had to survive a death battle against Wake of Ruin to complete the collection. Her silent attempt at gallows humor did nothing to lift her dark mood. Cassie sighed heavily, and then did something that she had been neglecting to do thus far. She summoned her memories. 2 golden bracelets wove themselves out of light on her wrists. Both were charms, one capable of augmenting her attacks, the other of protecting her body. A long parrying dagger appeared in her hand. Finally, a third charm, a pristinely white triangular stone, manifested into existence, hanging on a thin golden chain around her neck. That one was a supreme memory, capable of vastly enhancing the material properties of objects. Shifting slightly and turning her torso so that her shoulder faced the direction where she thought Nightwalker was, Cassie waited patiently, her world consumed by darkness. There was no one here to share their vision with her anymore, so she was completely and utterly blind. Light, meanwhile, had no smell and made no sound. It couldn't be touched or tasted, so she had no way of knowing where Nightwalker was or what he was about to do. All she could do was wait for the second he tore into her flesh. Her consciousness split between the present and the future. Then, however, she heard the sound of soft footsteps and deduced that Nightwalker had dismissed his transcendent shape and had become a human once more. You should really consider surrendering voluntarily, young lady. His voice was free of tension, sounding jarringly relaxed in Cassie's battered, tired mind. However, it also betrayed his precise location, so she was happy to hear it. Cassie turned slightly, facing Nightwalker, and raised her dagger slightly. "I don't think I will." Her voice sounded calm and even. Unlike the sound of her voice, however, Cassie was tense and fearful, feeling small and vulnerable in the boundless darkness of her lightless world. The being hiding in the darkness was none other than Nightwalker, one of the deadliest saints in existence, and quite a strong contender for the title of the deadliest, no less. Funnily enough, Nightwalker's aspect was not a combat one. Instead, it was a utility aspect that drew its power from a high affinity to divination, similar to Cassie's own. She briefly hesitated, weighing the risk of marking him against the benefit. In the end, she had to grit her teeth and remain blinded by darkness. Creating a mental link between herself and Asterion was far too dangerous, especially if she were to clash with someone as powerful as Nightwalker. In this battle, the smallest disadvantage would prove fatal, and being unable to see was a smaller disadvantage than not being able to trust her own mind. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself, Saint Nightwalker? That man betrayed you, killed you, and left you to suffer decades of terrifying agony in the Eternal City. But now you serve him, you have put your life into his hands once again. Don't you know what they say? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice." Nightwalker seemed to smile. "Oh yes, I have to admit I used to be quite angry about that. But look how it all turned out. All my contemporaries are dead and buried, their legacies destroyed. Warden, Immortal Flame, and the rest of them. But I am still alive and kicking. All thanks to that kid, Asterion. So in a sense I should be quite grateful instead." Cassie's expression darkened when he spoke the Dreamspawn's name aloud. "Surely you must know that you are under a mental hex. This thought might seem like it belongs to you, but in fact, it has been put into your head by the very man you wish to thank for stabbing you in the back. How do you like being a thrall?" Nightwalker chuckled. "Actually, I like it quite a bit. He handed my ship back to me and kept my son alive. I know that I am a deadbeat dad, but that doesn't mean that I don't care." Cassie smiled coldly. She knew that this conversation was pointless. After all, the first thing Asterion took away from the people he enthralled was the ability to think critically, especially so about their mental state and actions, about their nature as his thralls. There was a quiet rustle. Nightwalker's clothes shifted as he moved, stretching. "That said, I am a bit indignant at the moment. I really don't know why Asterion cares about taking you off the board so much, enough to send me to deal with you personally, no less. Soul Reaper is one thing, but did he really need to mobilize someone of my caliber just to deal with Changing Star's secretary?" Cassie's smile widened a little. "I am going to enjoy crushing you." Nightwalker laughed quietly, seemingly enjoying their conversation. "Oh, are you done trying to buy time, young lady?" Instead of answering, Cassie silently unleashed the crushing upon him. Chapter 2868 For Every Action. There was one advantage to the fact that Cassie had been cut off from all but one of her marks, even if it left her blind, deaf, ignorant, and deprived of all senses in their absence. It was the fact that her mind was unburdened for the first time in many years. With no need to carry the weight of countless perspectives, be aware of myriad events happening simultaneously across the two worlds, and parse through an unceasing avalanche of conflicting sensations, Cassie felt a refreshing sense of clarity. Her potent mind was completely free and focused, and all its tremendous capacity could be dedicated to a single task. In this case, Cassie focused it on controlling the crushing. The crushing was a vast and fierce force capable of influencing entire regions of the dream realm. However, that did not mean that it couldn't be used in a more refined manner. Cassie had just never attempted it before, since that was not something that a saint was supposed to be capable of, and there had not been a real need to anyway. Now, though, the crushing was the only weapon she could rely on to survive a battle against Nightwalker. And that was her goal, not to defeat the legendary saint, but to survive long enough for Rain to open the portal. Cassie did not believe that she could defeat Nightwalker. Not as she was now, at least. Her aspect was matched against his too badly, and there were 5 other saints who could arrive to assist him if the battle took too long on top of that. So she simply needed to stall for time. That was why Cassie reached inside of herself, sensing the tether that anchored her to the dream realm and to the ivory tower as well. It was that connection that made her the master of the great citadel and allowed her to control its components. Now, she used her claim to the Tower of Hope to shape the crushing into a devastating pillar and aim it at Nightwalker. The island shook, and a shallow crater formed where Nightwalker had been standing, a cloud of dust rising into the air. Cassie did not expect to kill or even seriously wound him with that first attack, but she did hope to slow him down. However, her hope had been shattered a second later. She felt a powerful blow crushing her ribcage and turning her internal organs into bloody pulp, then dashed back and avoided the blow from landing on her chest. Sliding across the emerald grass, Cassie heard the Nightwalker clicking his tongue. That potent. She knew that his awakened ability made it so that his body could survive in any environment, isolating it from all outside influences, as if it were a mystical EVA suit. However, she had not expected that ability to be powerful enough to shrug off the devastating force of the crushing. At most, withstanding the crushing had cost Nightwalker an ocean of essence. Cassie frowned and aimed her dagger at the spot where his voice had come from, preparing to activate her charms and launch into an attack. Before she could, however, Nightwalker spoke. "Is it my turn, then?" In the next moment, Cassie shuddered and let out a loud scream. That was because in the future she sensed, her sword arm was suddenly and violently torn off at the shoulder, flying away in a rain of blood. In the next moment, the same happened to her shield arm, and before she could cope with the terrifying pain, her neck twisted and snapped like a straw. Nightwalker did not use any weapon, or even his bare hands, to visit such a brutal death upon her. Instead, he simply used his aspect. He manipulated space, expanding the precise point where Cassie's arm was to span dozens of meters. Naturally, neither her flesh nor her bones were meant to be stretched like putty, so her skin and muscles tore, while her bones shattered, veins and ligaments snapping like strings. Worst of all, Nightwalker commanded space, which meant that Cassie could not evade the gruesome attack even if she had sensed it coming in advance. So she didn't. Instead, she used the force of attraction, to exert a pull on space that was equal to Nightwalker's manipulation, but opposite in direction. She pulled the stretching space back to its original state and commanded her flesh and bone to be bonded together with the same force that was being exerted to pull them apart. The world seemed to ripple as 2 opposite distortions twisted it in different directions. Cassie's countermeasure succeeded, somewhat. In that short instant between when she foresaw the attack and when the attack happened, she managed to perform a staggering amount of calculations and apply them to the world that she could only sense, not see. However, she was still merely a saint. The finesse with which she could shape the crushing was impressive, but not flawless. In the end, her arm was not mangled and torn off. However, her bones did snap, and her skin tore, a torrent of blood flowing down to her hand. Cassie caught the dagger, which had slid from her bloodied fingers, with her other hand. Nightwalker was not going to stop at manipulating space just once, of course. In fact, the world around her was already twisting, threatening to pulverize every bone in her body and violently tear it apart. Standing perfectly still across from him, Cassie activated her supreme charm. In the past, she had usually used it to enhance the lethality of her weapons or the durability of her armor. But that was because, in the past, Her enemies had usually been nightmare creatures of a higher rank than her. Today, she was fighting a far more dreadful foe, a fellow saint. So instead, Cassie applied the enchantment of the powerful supreme memory to her own body. Its material properties were instantly augmented, making her flesh more enduring, elastic, and resilient, while at the same time making her bones more robust, adamantine, and unbreakable. A low groan escaped from her lips a moment later, still, as she sensed her body being mutilated beyond recognition a few heartbeats in the future. So Cassie reshaped the crushing to keep herself alive once more. This time, it was her shoulder that got crushed, turning into a sunken and deformed mess of torn skin, bone fragments, and freely flowing blood. See, Nightwalker's voice was full of regret. That was why I told you to surrender quietly. Cassie staggered, but kept both her balance and her grip on the hilt of the enchanted dagger. At the same time, a soft white radiance enveloped her broken arm and her crushed shoulder, swiftly mending them to their initial state. The woe. RLD rippled once more, as the insidious power of Nightwalker collided with the crushing. The ivory island quaked and groaned around them, cracks splitting its soil as the very fabric of existence was slowly coming undone. Chapter 2869, Opposite Reaction. Cassie and Nightwalker faced each other on the emerald grass of the ivory island, no more than a dozen meters between them. The air around them was suffused with volatile energy, the space itself bending and twisting like a sheet of fabric fluttering in the violent wind. Despite the utter chaos and the devastation ravaging the meadow around them, neither of them moved. And yet, a transcendent battle was raging in the crackling air between them, hidden from sight. Nightwalker was commanding space to rend Cassie apart, while she was wielding the power left behind by the demon of desire to thwart him. Her body kept breaking and being mended by the white radiance spilling from beneath her skin, and her golden hair danced in the raging wind. In her mind's eye, the future and the present fused into a blood-soaked kaleidoscope of torment and death, countless possibilities blooming like a vast web of silk threads. All of them inevitably converged into a single outcome, though, her defeat. Cassie could withstand Nightwalker for a time, but she could not overcome him. Her mind was slowly buckling under the pressure of wielding the crushing with an increasingly sophisticated measure of precision, while a small and meticulous part of it was coldly contemplating how to cut the ruthless adversary down. Sadly, Cassie was coming up empty. If she were to have any hope of defeating Nightwalker, she had to get close to him first. The distance between them was small, especially so in a battle between saints. Usually, she would have been able to close it in the blink of an eye, but her adversary made that impossible. Every time Cassie tried to get in melee range with Nightwalker, he simply expanded the space between them, stretching it so that she had to traverse a vast distance simply to take a single step. There might as well have been many kilometers separating them. She could not make use of her dagger or force him to look her in the eye, kept at bay by his power. And every time she tried to retreat, he twisted space so that she ended up exactly where she had started, as if to tell her that there was no escape from him. All she could do was make sure that none of the ghastly ways in which her body was being broken was instantly fatal. Even that was only possible because of her supreme charm. Consumed by pain, Cassie gritted her teeth. What a devious aspect. There had to be some drawback to Nightwalker's powers. An aspect as potent as that had to have equally grave limitations. However, there was more to the martial prowess of an awakened than the power of their aspect. Learning how to wield it more effectively and efficiently was just as important, if not more so. Nightwalker had already been a legendary figure before his disappearance, and then spent decades in an endless, relentless battle against beings who were vastly more powerful than him on top of that. Even if there were grave limitations to his aspect, his mastery was most likely unmatched, and therefore, these limitations had little influence on how deadly he was. If Cassie were to wager a guess, she would say that commanding space in such a forceful manner was quickly depleting his reserves of essence. But even then, time was not on her side. There were 5 more saints and an entire army of awakened behind Nightwalker after all, and by the time his essence ran out, they would be here. Rain was going to open the pathway soon. If Cassie was not near the arch when that happened, all hope would be lost. So then, think, if she could neither win nor retreat, then she had to make Nightwalker give up on the battle. Cassie's tunic had turned entirely red from the blood she had lost. She inhaled deeply and then spoke in a strained, hoarse voice. "Say, why is your master trying to kill me all of a sudden? He used to go out of his way to keep as many saints as possible alive. Doesn't he want to gobble me up anymore?" Asterion was dreaming of apotheosis, so each saint he could devour to fuel his ascension to godhood was more precious to him than gold. Nightwalker smiled and shrugged slightly. "How should I know what is going on in his head? Still, in my opinion, it is simply a question of value." Cassie raised an eyebrow. "Value?" Unleashing another cruel attack upon her, Nightwalker seemed to nod. "This is the last stand of the longing domain, after all. He has driven you into a corner, and do you know what is more perilous than a cornered rat?" His voice was bitter and joyless. "It's a cornered rat that controls a great citadel and can flatten the entire bastion with a thought, killing everyone who lives there in an instant. People do all kinds of things when they're desperate after all. So, he must have judged that your personal value is inferior to the losses he would incur if you decide to do something stupid out of spite." Cassie's wrist snapped, and her dagger fell to the ground. Hearing her quiet groan, Nightwalker sighed. "You can't win, Song of the Fallen. Why are you insisting on tormenting yourself so much? I am not enjoying this either, so please, give it up and surrender already." Some distance away, hidden from sight, Rain was already channeling the names to summon divine flame. Cassie forced out a smile. "Should I?" With that, she willed the ivory island to move. The 7 heavenly chains rattled as it did, sailing across the sky. It moved slowly at first, but its speed was increasing swiftly, raising turbulent winds. "This reminds me of the good old days." As her broken wrist ignited with white radiance and white splinters of bone retreated back under the shredded skin, she did something else. She reached toward the tether connecting her to the ivory tower. And cut it. Chapter 28, 70 Question of Value. The spell whispered into Cassie's ear, announcing that her citadel was lost. Nightwalker shuffled, sensing that something about the ivory island had changed. He remained silent for a moment, then asked in a guarded tone, "What did you just do?" A pale smile twisted Cassie's lip. "I simply followed your advice, Nightwalker. I surrendered the citadel. Go on, take it, it's yours now." She paused for a moment, then added, "Well, not just yet. Since I surrendered my claim to the Tower of Hope, it belongs to no one at the moment. You will have to tether yourself to its gateway first if you want to become its master." She leaned down slowly and picked up her dagger. The ivory island, meanwhile, kept accelerating. Nightwalker chuckled darkly. "Did you, perhaps, decide that if you relinquish control of the ivory tower and stop posing a threat to Bastion, Asterion would once again prefer to keep you alive?" Cassie straightened and faced him once more. "Honestly, I don't give a damn about what that ghoul prefers. It is true that I pose no threat to Bastion anymore. But I can still threaten the Night Garden, can't I?" She pointed to where the Titanic ship loomed in the darkening sky. "Right, I might have forgotten to mention. Just before relinquishing control of the island, I sent it on a collision course with the Night Garden. The Tower of Hope has no master at the moment, so there's no one to stop it. Which means—" Cassie's smile widened, and she let out a chuckle. Many years ago, she had rammed into the Sun Prince with the chain breaker. Now, she was sending the Ivory Island to ram the Night Garden. Whose idea was it to keep letting the blind girl behind the wheel? Nightwalker remained silent, so she spoke instead. In other words, you have a choice to make. You can stay here and continue to keep me company, or you can rush to the gateway and attempt to gain control of the Tower of Hope before it slams into the Night Garden. If you don't want to see one of them fall from the sky and crash on top of Bastion, that is. It all comes down to what you value more, I guess. It is simply a question of value. All that met her was silence. Cassie waited in the darkness, wondering what Nightwalker's, no, Asterian's, decision would be. In the next moment, Nightwalker suddenly took a single step and breached the distance between them, delivering a crushing blow to her head. Cassie toppled, blood streaming from her nose, then felt him grab her by the hair and violently yank her head sideways. At the same time, another dreadful blow descended upon her, cracking her skull open. Her consciousness faded. In the past, Cassie activated her bracelets and moved, dampening the force of Nightwalker's attack while at the same time enhancing her own. She ducked under his blow, sliced apart the tendons of his wrist, leaned forward and drove her dagger into his side in one smooth motion. Arg! The sharp blade plunged deep into his abdomen, forcing Nightwalker to hiss. In the vast expanse of possibilities, a gruesome barrage of crushing blows descended upon Cassie, breaking and mutilating her body. She weaved between them, finding the rare few where she escaped relatively unscathed. For a brief moment, the two of them were entangled in a violent clash. Nightwalker did not make mistakes after that first reckless attack, so Cassie was unable to deliver anything more than a few minor wounds to him. The number of possible futures where she escaped, meanwhile, kept dwindling with distressing speed. That was the result of him learning how to fight her and adjusting accordingly. Nightwalker did not continue his onslaught after that first clash, though. That was because he understood that he would not be able to bring her down quickly. It also seemed like Asterian had changed his mind about having her killed immediately aft. She relinquished the Tower of Hope, removing herself from the list of powerful threats. In any case, time was a luxury Nightwalker could not afford anymore. He disengaged, remained silent for a moment, and cursed quietly. Then, without uttering another word, Nightwalker turned around and vanished. A single step took him to the skull of the dragon, and another step took him inside the great pagoda. He was rushing to tether himself to its gateway and prevent the Ivory Island from crashing into the Night Garden. Cassie staggered. She felt fatigued enough to faint and overwhelmed by the memory of the pain she had endured. But she had no time to waste, either. She had to escape before Nightwalker tethered himself to the Tower of Hope. Turning around, she rushed toward the grove of ancient trees and the portal arch where Rain had already summoned divine flame. The portal to the Ebony Tower was now open once more. A pool of inky darkness rippled inside the stone arch, and Rain was standing in front of it, confused. Landing on the ground near the young woman, Cassie used some of her last strength to push Rain inside. Then, she carefully guided the wheelchair where the hollow remnant of Smile of Heaven sat into the arch, and finally crossed the threshold herself. A cool darkness enveloped her battered body. The portal collapsed behind her, taking all light with it. Cassie was once again left in the darkness. This darkness was far more soothing, though. It was as if all strength left her in an instant, making it difficult to stay upright. Cassie exhaled slowly and then sank to her knees. In the silence that followed, there was suddenly the sound of unhurried steps approaching them. A cold voice resounded from above her, echoing in her stone chamber. "Well, well, well, look what the cat dragged in. Ah, if it isn't my favorite witch. Welcome to my humble domain, Lady Cassia. I must say, being covered in blood suits you really well." The world was painted by a myriad shades of gray, since Cassie was observing it through Rain's eyes. As Rain watched, Mordred remained silent for a few seconds and then smiled darkly while looking down at Cassie. "What took you so long?" Chapter 2871, The Prince and the Pauper. A lonesome mountain was looming over a vast mountain chain, cutting the sky with its jagged edges. A radiant moon bathed its slopes in a pale light, and strong winds crashed into its towering dark mass over and over again, screaming in powerless rage. At the highest point of the mountain, a vast expanse of flat rock was covered with snow. Countless bones were buried under its cold veil, and although there were no footprints marring the pristine white expanse, a lone figure stood in the center of the ancient killing field. He was a man with dark skin and broad shoulders, his rugged physique seemingly carved from stone. His disheveled black hair was covered in snow, and his beard was brimming with ice. The man was holding an imposing great bow in his hand, a scattering of siege arrows thrust into the snow around him like a palisade, or like a forest of tombstones rising from graveyard soil. The man had once been Saint Dar of the Maharana clan. Now he was the vessel of Mordred of Nowhere, the king of nothing. The entirety of the Black Mountains was reflected in his all-seeing eyes. Those mountains were drowning in the bloodshed and violence of a relentless war campaign. The defensive line of the human domain stretched from east to west, serving as a barrier between the heartland of the Dream Realm to the south and the relatively untamed regions of the northern reach. It was composed of an interlocked chain of fortresses. The human strongholds occupied neighboring peaks, each capable of supporting two others with reinforcements and ranged fire. New layers of fortifications were being built as the old ones were destroyed, so even after breaking through several consecutive layers of the defensive line, Mordred still failed to destroy it. Of course, he could have bypassed the Black Mountains entirely. His ascended ability allowed him to connect his mirror domain to numerous reflections, and use each reflection as a door. That allowed his army an unprecedented degree of mobility, and positional warfare was all but useless against him. Or at least it was supposed to be, but not in this case. After all, this was not a war where one side lost once its soldiers were routed. This was a war that would only end when one side went extinct, and so Mordred would have to kill all these soldiers eventually. So he was actually benefiting from having an orderly, conventional war. Instead of invading the territory of the human domain in a blitz campaign, he moved slowly, meticulously securing his rear before advancing further. That way, the losses among his vessels were curbed, and he could thoroughly prepare against a future counteroffensive. So the Black Mountains had turned into a blue death. He was besieging several peaks at the moment, as well as fighting for control over a number of important mountain passes, and using one of the strongholds he had already conquered to devastate the two neighboring ones. The mountains were quaking, a cascade of avalanches rolling down to shroud the battlefields in frigid clouds of snow. Blood was streaming down the slopes of deep gorges, painting the mountains red. The sheer ferocity of the immense battlefront was so broad and daunting that it could hardly be conceived. On one side, the best warriors of humanity fought side by side under the banner of their new master, the eldest supreme, Asterion. Saints, masters, and awakened were all beholden to the same hex and united by the same resolve to resist the enemy. There were hundreds of thousands of them, all hardened by the wars of the past and armed by potent arsenals of echoes and memories. On the other side was Mordred. He alone fought against the collective might of humanity, pushing humanity back. The forces were about equally split, for now. In truth, the human domain was weakened by the internal strife between those few still loyal to the immortal flame and those who had already been enthralled by the dreamspawn. Once the last faithful warriors were bewitched or eliminated, that strife would become a thing of the past, replaced by unnatural unity. Then the power of humanity would take a qualitative leap, and Mordred would miss the days when all he had to contend against were all the warriors of humanity and nothing more. Standing atop the towering black peak, Mordred inhaled deeply and pulled an arrow out of the snow. Knocking it on the string of his fearsome great bow, he raised it to the sky and pulled with all the might of his stolen, transcendent body. When he released the string, a small hurricane rose to send the slaying arrow off. Somewhere far away, a chain of ships was blocking the vast expanse of the River of Tears. An army that was only marginally inferior to the one guarding the Black Mountains was scattered across the thousands of armored and enchanted vessels, somberly waiting for the enemy to reveal itself. Far below the surface of the water, an uncanny creature was slowly slithering across the bottom of the river. It was a gargantuan, ghastly being with a long, pale body and dozens of flexible limbs, each ending in an appalling human-like hand. Several fins trailed behind it like translucent sails, and at the end of its long neck, a giant mask carved in the image of a human face was covering its own appalling visage. The eerie beast hid in the deep water, looking at the bottoms of the ships far above. All around it, smaller abominations rose from the silt, ready to launch an attack. That was Mordred as well. Far north, an ascended warrior was leaning on the rocks at the lip of a smoldering caldera, hidden in the clouds of billowing smoke. In front of him, on the horizon, Ravenheart sprawled under the ashen sky. He was Mordred, too. On the opposite side of the dream realm, a ferryman was ending his shift, wiping the sweat off his brow as the reflection of the castle rippled on the surface of the mirror lake. He was another vessel of Mordred's, of course. Millions of his incarnations were scattered across the dream realm, fighting the war against the human domain on multiple fronts while spying on all the citadels of humanity. His consciousness was like a vast ocean, split between the numerous vessels, each shard of his soul that animated them fighting for supremacy in the broken and fragmented expanse of his shattered self. It was only Mordred's will that kept his consciousness together like glue. Without it, he would have long splintered into numerous independent beings, each possessing only a fraction of his power and identity. By exerting his authority on his numerous incarnations to force them into the shape of an individual, he was making them a domain. That was why, to him, it was important to have at least a symbolic representation of his true self. The very first of his vessels, the body that the nightmare spell had created for him in the image of his original mortal shell, was lounging in the ebony tower, far removed from the bloodshed and strife of the war against the human domain. He was studying the twisting runes carved into the walls of the ancient pagoda by the demon of destiny, grimacing from the pressure they exerted on his mind. Then, however, a subtle shift forced him to look up and raise his eyebrows. Stepping into a reflection, he moved to the uppermost floor of the ebony tower and watched as three women stepped out of the stone arch, bringing with them the smell of smoke, blood, and defeat. One of the women was hollow, while the other two— well, well, well. One was a blind witch, while the other was the Princess of Shadows. What splendid guests! Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then asked in a pleasant tone, "WH, it took you so long?" He stared at Song of the Fallen, expecting an answer. She was truly a pitiful sight, covered in blood and barely clothed, her red tunic. No, had it been white once, torn in more places than he could count. "Oh no, I'll have to wipe the floor." Being a one-man kingdom had its pluses, but made it so that he had no attendants or servants. Rather, Mordred was both the king and the servant, both the person who wore the crown and the person who polished the crown, as well as wiped the floor for the king wearing it to tread upon. Song of the Fallen faced him and opened her mouth, as if wanting to say something. However, instead, she simply swayed and toppled to the floor, unconscious. She had passed out. Taken aback, Mordred lingered for a few moments, and then turned to the young woman who was looking at him with wary eyes. He smiled. "Oh my, Dare I say, I've never made a young lady faint from simply looking at me." Mordred sighed. Should I be flattered or concerned, I wonder? Chapter 2872, Royal Hostage. Looking at the three women in front of him, Mordred pondered what to do. One was hollow, one was unconscious, and the last one wore the mark of the Lord of Shadows. More than that, as far as he was aware, she was somewhat of a personal protege for that terrifying man, which meant that he could not make her a vessel without risking it all in a soul duel against another supreme. He could not take Cassia as a vessel either because she was blind. As for the hollow woman who had once been Smile of Heaven, actually, he never attempted to possess a hollow person before, so Mordred was not sure what would happen. It used to be that he could only make living beings into his vessels. That had remained true for a while, and eventually, Mordred stopped trying to possess anything else. However, adversity was the mother of invention. It was only when the Lord of Shadows so unceremoniously killed the body of Saint Dar that Mordred discovered how his powers had evolved after he became supreme. Not wishing to lose a valuable transcendent vessel, Mordred tried to maintain control of it even as it was bleeding out. To his surprise, he actually found a way to do that, so he was wearing Saint Dar's corpse all around the Black Mountains at the moment. Animating a corpse with a shard of his soul was actually not that difficult, as long as the corpse had not been dead for too long. Naturally, there was no point in doing so if the body was too damaged, but nevertheless, that new ability alone made his campaign in the Black Mountains far more sustainable. Not only were his vessels harder to destroy now, but he could also possess the fallen soldiers of the enemy. He did not even need to fight a soul duel to take them, which was a pleasant change of pace. So Mordred had a reasonable suspicion that taking the body of a hollow was within his power, as well. It was just that he didn't want to. His vessels inherited their powers from the souls of the original inhabitants. It was by creating a reflection of the original soul that Mordred could make use of the vessel's aspect and steal its memories. Smile of Heaven had lost her soul decades ago, though, so all he would be receiving was one more ascended body. And he had enough of those to risk earning Changing Star's wrath. What to do, what to do? Mordred smiled. His instinct was telling him to eradicate Song of the Fallen immediately. But then again, Mordred was not a beast incapable of acting against his instinct. He was quite good at keeping his natural inclinations at bay, in fact. So, even if he was wary of the blind witch, he contemplated whether she could be useful to him if kept alive. The answer was yes. Life really is full of surprises. Life was nothing but unpredictable indeed. Actually, Mordred only had a very vague idea of what life was and how one was supposed to live it. That was because, being incapable of feeling regret, he was not prone to introspection or, ironically enough, any kind of self-reflection either. But if he were to look back upon his life and ponder its meaning, Mordred would have to admit that he had spent most of his unmoored and adrift, searching for a sense of belonging that he was not destined to find. The memories of his early childhood were vague at best. He barely remembered his mother and his father. Even as a small child, Mordred had known that his father did not like him much. He had been a quiet and withdrawn kid, failing to speak his first words until he turned 4. At that time, he wanted to impress King Anvil and earn his affection, but before he could even try, the king handed him off to the Dreamspawn. That probably caused little Mordred a whole lot of anguish, even if the current Mordred was incapable of relating to those feelings. Asterion, meanwhile, was dangerous. Mordred remembered being scared of the odd man and his friendly smiles, knowing that his warm golden eyes hid the cold callousness of a ruthless predator. But Asterion was too strong, too confident, and too charming. So it was no surprise that the forsaken little prince of the great clan Valor, who desperately needed to find a sense of security, eventually latched onto him as he would to a lifeline. Mordred had silenced the inner voice that told him to be wary of his guardian, choosing instead to see him as some sort of surrogate father. In the end, he spent twice as many years with the Dreamspawn as he had with the King of Swords. Asterion was not cruel, but he was not kind either. Instead, he was mostly indifferent, treating the hostage prince with a shallow kind of care. Still, for a while, Mordred thought that this was his life, and everything was going how it was meant to be. And then, Asterion discarded him with the same kind of easygoing indifference Mordred knew all too well. As it turned out, all that the Dreamspawn had needed from him was to awaken his divine lineage. After that, Mordred was of no more use to him, and so he sent Mordred away. At the time, Mordred had already shattered into 7 fragments because of his flaw, so he was not quite capable of feeling regretful about parting ways with his heartless guardian. But that did not mean that he wasn't affected. On the contrary, he was quite bitter and hurt. It was a time painted in hues of darkness, and on the other side of it, Mordred emerged as the creature he was now, an amalgamation of 6 parts of a once whole person, carrying the burden of the useless 7th. But at the same time, he remembered feeling relieved. Chapter 2873, Outcast Prince. Mordred felt relieved because no matter how thoroughly he had deluded himself, deep down, he always understood what kind of monster the Dreamspawn was, and what kind of future awaited him if he stayed by Asterion's side. Instead of regret, he eventually found himself full of quiet hope, anticipation, and timid excitement. He tried to repress these feelings, not wishing to be hurt all over again. But in the end, they refused to be extinguished and slowly grew to conquer his heart. Mordred thought that since his time with Asterion had come to an end, and the deal his father had struck with Asterion was complete, he could return home, to Valor. He imagined being welcomed with open arms, enjoying the affection of his true family, and finally being in a place where he truly belonged. After all, he was the Prince of War. He had conquered the first nightmare at the tender age of 12 and emerged from its jaws as a master of a divine aspect. Certainly, his father, the king, could not wish for a more worthy heir, and therefore the future was bright. Reality, of course, shattered his naive optimism completely. It didn't take Mordred long to realize that he was not welcome in the great clan Valor. His father, who had disliked him before, now treated him with open contempt. The elders of the clan and the members of the branch families were wary of him and knew that he was not favored by the king. The retainers of the clan found him eerie and preferred to stay away. Soon, Mordred swiftly became an outcast in the royal court. He was not the proud heir of Clan Valor or the Prince of War. He was barely a prince, really. At best, he was the prince of nothing. Having been rejected for the 3rd time in his short life, Mordred finally understood that he would never belong anywhere. It was not because of how he acted, how he behaved, or because he did not try enough and went about trying in the wrong way. It was simply due to his nature. His nature was not like that of other people, and people despised nothing more than those who were other. So for the first time, Mordred abandoned his desire to be accepted and acknowledged by his father, by Asterion, or by anyone else. Rejecting the notion of relying on others, and having imprisoned his 7th self in the great mirror, he drifted through his days aimless and alone. He reflected the world back on itself and became just as cruel, indifferent, and callous. Eventually, he imagined that he wanted to become just as strong as well. Strong enough to be self-sufficient and never have to depend on anyone, to be beholden to no one. Only to himself. Sadly, Clan Valor had other plans. The king and his people were already wary of Mordred because of his eerie nature and because of his terrifying potential. Since they were already struggling to control him, what would they do if he went further on the path of ascension? Mordred already made them feel threatened, for a good reason, perhaps, but at least he could be dealt with. What if he grew too strong to be contained? So they forbade him from challenging the second nightmare and withdrew all support. Only a madman would dare to challenge a seed alone, so they judged him to be sufficiently under control and tried to appease him as a distraction instead. However, Ordret would not be appeased. Instead, he sent himself into a voluntary exile on the Chained Isles and settled in the sanctuary of Noctis. The White Feather clan was a vassal of Clan Valor, but their young matriarch was aloof and known for shunning the royal court, so he was afforded a great degree of freedom in her fief. There, Mordred went about preparing for the exact thing he was forbidden from attempting, for challenging the seed of nightmare. His preparations were eventually revealed, even if he did not know it at the time. He only found out about it when the Knights of Valor ambushed him, and cold steel pierced his heart. Mordred was supposed to die there and then, the glorious tale of the first wielder of a divine aspect coming to an inglorious and distasteful end. But Mordred did not die, because even if his father had decided to have him killed, nobody possessed the means of killing him. The Knights of Valor tried and failed, the elders of the clan tried and failed, and the King of Swords himself failed as well. Mordred's body was destroyed. His soul was destroyed too, but he refused to perish. That was because he wielded a divine aspect, and his nature was not like that of other people. He was not entirely human, so to humans he was the dreaded other. Humans possessed a soul, a body that served as its vessel, a mind that was its conduit, a spirit that was the driving force of all three, and a shadow that carried its death. That and the spark of the flame that was the source of it all were the sum of one's being. Mordred, however, was made of one more component. His soul, his shadow, his spirit. All of them were mere expressions of his reflection. In fact, he was first and foremost a reflection of a human, but a reflection nevertheless. It was his true self, his reflection, that entered a living being's soul to destroy it and took control of the being's body. That was why soul duels were so perilous for Mordred. They were the only time when the true core of his being entered a plane where anyone could wound or destroy it, and he was therefore as mortal as everyone else. But back then, Clan Valor did not know it yet. So even when his father had his body and soul destroyed, the reflection remained. Even the King of Swords did not possess a blade capable of vanquishing the others. At least he did not in that distant past. He was quite adept at runic sorcery, though, so he managed to build a prison for his son, whom he had failed to kill. That was how Mordred ended up being invited for a prolonged stay in the Night Temple. Chapter 2874 Success and Failure. Chained in the mirror cage, utterly alone and powerless, Mordred spent a long time thinking about his senseless life, all the people who had betrayed and abandoned him, the birthright that he had been denied, and the precious things that had been taken from him. And slowly but surely he was consumed by hatred, or rather, he allowed hatred to consume him. Mordred was full of bitterness, anger, and unbearable resentment, of course. Naturally, he wished to avenge himself on the Clan Valor and on his heartless father most of all. But in truth, the hatred Mordred felt was not that overwhelming, at least not at first. It was just that he was tired of being aimless. So, he decided to make vengeance his goal. The fact that walking the path of wrathful retribution was a sober and conscious decision on his part did not mean that he wasn't earnest in his devotion to it, though. Sealed in the darkness, Mordred made a choice. He chose to surrender himself to hatred and made it the axis of his existence. He forged his own destiny out of the dark desire to see those who slighted him ruined and gone. That was how he endured his long imprisonment. Day after day, he waited and contemplated how he would destroy the great Clan Valor and take his father's life. There was a lot to consider. His father was supreme, after all, which meant that he might as well have been a god. Rebelling against gods was a daring vocation. Mordred waited and waited and waited. He was nothing if not patient, and eventually his patience paid off. 6 long, torturous years later, Mordred walked out of the night temple covered in blood. He left behind the aimless youth he used to be and embraced the murderous, wicked man he had become. That was how the Prince of Nothing was born. Now, nearly a decade later, Mordred had reached incredible heights. He seemingly achieved all his daring goals as well. Clan valor was no more. His father, the King of Swords, was dead. Mordred himself, meanwhile, was supreme, an incredible feat that only 6 other people in history had ever achieved. From the outside, his success truly seemed nothing short of remarkable. Not just anyone could fight against all of humanity alone, after all. And Mordred was not only waging war on the entire world all by his lonesome self. At the moment, he had humanity on the ropes. He had come a long way. But in truth, Mordred's life had been a mixed bag of success and failure. He had successfully escaped the Night Temple. He challenged the Nightmare Seed in the Ivory Tower and conquered it, becoming ascended, just as he had intended to once. Later, he joined the Song Domain and plotted against Clan Valor during the Chain of Nightmares, upsetting the balance of power and costing his sister a chance to pull off a decisive victory. Madoc of Valor and an army of retainers perished in Antarctica, while Mordred himself challenged the Third Nightmare and returned transcendent from the tomb of Ariel. During the Domain War, he decimated the House of Night and invaded the Sword Domain, single-handedly opening the second front of the war and costing the King of Swords both the loyalty of his daughter and the great boon of ruling Bastion. These losses robbed Anvil of strength in the final battle against Kai Song, and ultimately resulted in his death at the hands of the King of Shadows. However, Mordred had failed in his ultimate goal, taking the life of his father with his own 2 hands. Stalled in Bastion by Morgan and her merry band of government saints, he missed the chance to cut the King of Swords down. Instead, it was the Lord of Shadows who had delivered the last strike. And therein lay the problem. After the death of the king and the collapse of Clan Valor, Mordred found himself aimless once more. He had achieved all his impossible goals and was not sure what to do with himself after that. His hatred, which gave his life meaning, was suddenly pointless. With his vengeance delivered, albeit in quite an unsatisfying manner, Mordred found himself in a peculiar state of having no purpose anymore. He had already forgotten how to live without an overwhelming, all-consuming goal dictating his every action by then. But there he was again, having no clear reason to go on. In that colorless, confounding void, Mordred discovered a new fact about himself. It was that he wanted to live. It was ironic, really, how much he abhorred the idea of ceasing to exist and becoming nothing. Mordred wanted to be something, someone, and continue to live, with or without reason. In fact, the desire to exist was a reason in itself. Perhaps it was only reasonable, though. After all, that was the nature of all beings born out of nothing. They all yearned to be witnessed by the living and become something. The problem, of course, was that Mordred already knew what was coming. With the sovereigns gone, the monster who had raised him would soon come back. And when Asterion escaped his seal, just like Mordred had once escaped his own, humanity was going to become its prey. Mordred knew the hunger and ambition of the Dreamspawn better than anyone. He knew what Asterion was capable of as well. So, he abandoned the notion of finding some complicated meaning to survival and dedicated himself to survival for survival's sake, no different from a beast. In order to survive, Mordred needed to achieve 2 things. He had to retrieve his flaw from the Great Mirror, so that Asterion did not get his hands on the wretched thing. And he had to become supreme. The latter especially seemed like an insurmountable obstacle. Mordred had the example of Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows in front of him, and yet he was not sure how to go about becoming a supreme. Eventually, though, Mordred achieved both of those goals. But his problems were only beginning. Chapter 2875, The Company You Keep. Mordred had managed to become supreme, and without the guidance of the nightmare spell, no less. The feat he accomplished on that day was perhaps his greatest triumph. But it was full of bittersweet irony as well. He had endeavored to become strong enough to be self-sufficient and never have to depend on anyone, to be beholden to no one. So Mordred reached the peak of power and built a domain that only encompassed one being, himself. However, what he had truly wanted once was to belong somewhere and be accepted by someone, to not be alone anymore. But he made himself into a king who belonged nowhere and ruled no one, whose only company was his own reflections. Mordred was not sure if that was funny or fitting. Perhaps it was both. One thing was certain, though, now that the crown finally rested on his head, he did not feel gratified or proud of his astonishing achievement. Instead, he only felt a sense of grim anticipation. Attaining supremacy was only the minimal requirement for being able to survive the return of the Dreamspawn. After all, it only gave him a fighting chance, nothing more. So, he dedicated himself to preparing for war. The human domain was strong, ruled by two powerful supremes who had joined hands, both wielders of divine aspects. Just like Mordred, it was confidently poised to meet the dire threats arrayed against it by the nightmare. But Mordred had no BT that it would fall. The powers of the Dreamspawn were simply too perilous. It was not that he was particularly powerful, although he was powerful, no doubt. Rather, it was that his aspect was too sinister. Asterion was devious and innately capable of turning one's strength against themselves, so the mighty human domain was nothing but a liability. Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows were too attached to their humanity, though. They were never going to shed the dead weight of mankind, even if that weight was pulling them under the water. If they did, they would have stood a good chance of defeating the Dreamspawn. But they were not going to, which meant that they would drown. Mordred, on the other hand, wasn't attached to anything except his own life. He had never truly been a member of the crew, so he refused to go down with the ship. He wanted to survive, no matter the costs. So he retreated into the Hollow Mountains, into the nothingness that shrouded them like white mist. To some, the Hollow Mountains would seem like a useless and terrible domain. There was literally nothing there, except for terrifying creatures that had gotten lost in the fog. But to Mordred, this strange region of the dream realm seemed precious, because to him, it was an impenetrable fortress that only he got to rule. The white mist that frightened most other people was like a fortress wall to Mordred, and once he was hidden behind it, not even the Dreamspawn would be able to easily invade his lands. Mordred, meanwhile, would be able to invade the lands controlled by Asterion with impunity. That was why he had struck a deal with Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows, claiming the Hollow Mountains as his own. Ruling them turned out quite different from what he had expected, though. The Hollow Mountains were a region of the dream realm in and of themselves. The jagged mountain chain was incredibly vast, so vast, in fact, as to be a realm of its own, and it had been once in an odd kind of way. Very few people knew that the Hollow Mountains were a scar left on the world by the fall of a void creature that the gods had slain in the ancient, primordial past. However, even those who knew did not really understand what it meant. In truth, that colossal void creature had not simply fallen on some mortal realm, causing its terrain to become jagged and drowned in nothingness. Rather, its death had left a scar on existence itself. So, the Hollow Mountains were both a realm and a part of countless different realms, serving as a bridge between them for those valiant or desperate enough to try crossing it. Maybe that was why it stretches across the dream realm, bordering so countless of its regions. In that sense, Mordred's strategy was a sound one. But he had underestimated just how bleak and dreary residing in the Hollow Mountains would be. He did not dare venture into the hollow interior of the mountains, where elemental darkness ruled. Utter darkness was the enemy of reflections, after all, and his powers were mostly useless there. Instead, he built an abode on one of the jagged peaks, away from the places where true horrors dwelled, and spent most of his time hunting nightmare creatures in the regions bordering the mountains to expand his army of vessels. The vessels themselves, meanwhile, did not reside in the white mist of nothingness. Instead, they resided in his personal mirror realm, where Mordred had built an entire city. The city was well developed and quite lively, even if it only had one citizen. The problem, however, was that when Mordred emerged from his inner domain, all he saw was nothing. Nothing as far as the eye could see, with no color, no sound, no sense, and no movement. No detail at all for him to appreciate. Only the white mist. There was no one around him either, only his own vessels. Mordred had become the man he was today by reflecting the cruel ruthlessness of the world back on itself. But now, all he could reflect was himself. What kind of man did that make him, then? Ironically enough, Mordred had never been as alone as he was as a supreme, except for his years of imprisonment in the mirror cage. Faced with nothing and surrounded by nobody except himself was boring. It was quite insufferable, in fact. Hidden in the hollow mountains, Mordred continued to build his vessel army while spying on humanity. He knew what he had to do, but he just felt that it would be such a shame for humanity to be wiped out. A world where no one except himself existed would be so dull after all. People were entertaining. He even contemplated if there was another way. But before Mordred could even consider things properly, the Dreamspawn finally escaped his lunar prison and descended into the mortal world. Chapter 2876, Mental Residue. All of it transpired just like Mordred had predicted it would. The name of the Dreamspawn spread like a plague, infecting people to make them extend the spread even more. Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows scrambled to slow it down, but it was of no use. Soon enough, Asterion announced his existence to the world, and in a matter of days, there was no soul in the two worlds who did not bear the idea of him in their minds. Then, he infected humanity with another idea. Should Changing Star be trusted? Even if people answered yes, the seed of doubt was already planted in their minds, and that seed opened the gates of their hearts for the Dreamspawn to walk through. At the same time, Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows hesitated to draw Asterion into an open battle, because he was using all the people in Bastion as a shield. More and more humans fell under the Dreamspawn's hex, fueling his domain. And as his domain grew more powerful, Asterion grew more powerful as well. He was already more fearsome than he had ever been, and stronger with every day. Mordred waited, knowing that the time to observe and prepare was over. Now was the time to act. He wanted to live, so everyone else had to die. Finally, Mordred left the Hollow Mountains and descended upon Red Hill. There were numerous people living there, so he fought countless soul duels at the same time. From mundane people to the transcendent lord of the city, he took them all. It was strange, though. When 1,000,000 incarnations of Mordred entered 1,000,000 souls. He wasn't alone there. The souls of mundane people were too weak to offer him any resistance. They were dormant, after all, and therefore lacked awareness. It all ended in an instant. Those who were awakened or of a higher rank, though, had to be dealt with in a fight. Out there in the liminal space of the soul arena, Mordred could only wield the same weapons his enemies wielded. He could reflect their aspects and memories, but nothing more. Still, he was a supreme. Dealing with the warriors of Red Hill did not pose much trouble. However, even while destroying their souls, Mordred could not shake off an eerie feeling. It was then that he noticed an odd anomaly. It seemed like there was also a third figure in the arena, a presence that could not be seen or felt, but kept whispering into the ears of the enthralled people. It could not be seen or heard, but it did reflect on the calm waters of numerous soul seas, like a vague figure painted onto the placid surface. And while Mordred was taking the bodies of these people as vessels, the ghostly whispers of that figure kept flowing into his ears as well. Damn it! That was what Mordred had been afraid of, as well as the reason he had stayed away from Asterion as much as he could. Even if his mind was so vast that even he was struggling to keep it whole, as powerful and ferocious as the great swarm of his incarnations was, built into a fortress with impregnable walls, even if his soul was branded with the mark of the demon of destiny, he was still not entirely immune to Asterion's insidious powers. Conquering Red Hill exposed him to the Dreamspawn. He mostly resisted the thoughts and emotions that the appalling Supreme had tried to implant into his mind and heart, but some residue still remained, like a layer of dust covering an immense mirror. It was not enough to sway Mordred, but it was enough to make him feel concerned. There was no stopping now, though. He was adamantly convinced that Asterion would become unstoppable once all of humanity became a part of his domain, so time was of the essence. Mordred had to destroy humanity before Asterion could devour it. And so his war against the entire world began. Mordred took the Glass Hell, Godgrave, Moonriver Plains, the Chains Isles, and all the regions between them and the Black Mountains. He paralyzed the basin of the River of Tears and pushed the forces of the human domain south. In the process, he slaughtered quite a number of people. The death toll of Red Hill was the highest by far, but the casualties among the awakened warriors of the human domain were not minor either. With every death, Mordred felt the world becoming a little duller. He was not enjoying the war he had to fight at all. But what could he do? It had to be fought, and it had to be won. Otherwise, it would be his death that made the world less entertaining. So he persisted. He attempted to fight a few soul duels as he could in the process, not wishing to let Asterion's claws sink deeper into his mind. But no matter how hard Mordred tried, some degree of contamination was inevitable. He had to conquer more vessels to stem attrition of his army, and even if he did not engage in soul duels, merely being close to the thralls of the Dreamspawn made his condition a little worse. And he had to meet Asterion face to face at times, as well like during the battle for the Lake of Tears. Every time they clashed, Mordred's mind became a little more contaminated. Slowly and gradually, that was how he was losing himself to the whirs of the Dreamspawn. And wouldn't you know it, the solution delivered itself to his steps all of its own. Looking down at the unconscious form of Song of the Fallen, Mordred chuckled. Here was the only woman in existence who could erase Asterion's hex from a person's mind. So he had a use for her after all. Looking at the Princess of Shadows, Mordred smiled. You know what? I decided not to kill you after all. No need to thank me. The young woman stared at him silently for a moment. That is great, very gracious of you, but... She paused, then asked in an exasperated tone. Who the hell are you, mister? Where the hell are we? What the hell is happening? Mordred laughed. Me? Oh, I am just a nobody. Chapter 2877, The King's Witch. Some time later, Mordred was leaning on the wall in the circular hall containing the stone archway. The Princess of Shadows was on the lower floors of the ebony tower, looking around. He had cleaned the floor, so it was as spotless as before. There was also a foldable army cot in the hall now, on which Song of the Fallen was laying, unconscious. Really now, this woman is going to sleep through the end of the world. Well, maybe not the end of the world, but the end of the longing domain for sure. At that moment, finally, the blind seer stirred. Mordred could not see if she had opened her eye because of the bloodied blindfold covering it, but he was pretty sure she was awake now. Song of the Fallen, Cassie, sat up slowly and leaned on the wall facing him. Her face was expressionless. How long was I out? Her tone was even too. Mordred smirked. Talk about spending too much time with Changing Star. Was the inability to emote infectious? He shrugged. A few hours. Reading a silent question on her motionless face, he added, "It's all over. Nightingale surrendered Ravenheart to Sation and her sisters. He is being tortured now. It's not pretty. Raised by wolves, meanwhile, is chained in a stone cell underneath Mirage Castle. I think they are planning to starve her. That is probably going to be even harder to stomach." Mordred smiled, amused by the pun, then shook his head. "There are a few people here and there who have proved to be highly resistant or even immune to the plague. They are being cleansed as we speak. But those who are too valuable, like your friends, are not that lucky. The Dreamspawn is going to weaken and drive them to the edge first, all to compromise their resistance and take them when they're ready to give up." He sighed. "Good old torture never goes out of fashion, it seems. Well, you'd know better. Poor Thane. Of all the saints in existence, Changing Star just had to go off on the most harmless one." Cassie lowered her head and fell silent, seemingly trying to cope with the dreadful weight of defeat. Mordred chuckled and raised his hands, clapping slowly. "Wow, and I thought myself a good actor. You really are a talent, Song of the Fallen. But please, enough with the theatrics. No need to act so surprised." Cassie sighed. "Whatever do you mean?" Mordred gave her a bright smile, even though she could not see it. "Oh, it's just that I couldn't help but notice the manner in which you arrived at the Ebony Tower. That archway was built by Nether, you know, and Nether was a demon of a very practical sort. Instead of building a gateway between his temporary workshop and the Ivory Tower, he simply patched into an existing network of local pathways that Hope had created in her kingdom. Local being the key word. This archway was supposed to remain inoperable while the Tower of Hope was away from the Chained Isles, but somehow it wasn't." He shook his head. "Which means that you modified the runic circle of the archway on the Ivory Island at some point, well in advance. Which means that you had already predicted what would happen if Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows failed to do whatever it is they were trying to do, and prepared an escape route. Which means that you already knew that the Longing Domain would fall. So, no matter how good your acting is, this surprised act really fails to look convincing." Mordred looked at her with an amused smile. "What are they doing, by the way? Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows?" Cassia remained motionless for a few moments, tracing her hand across the cot to figure out what she was sitting on. "I don't know, I don't remember." Mordred chuckled. "Oh, I see. You must have erased your own memories of knowing then. How thorough. Well, it doesn't really matter anymore. Whatever it was that they hoped to achieve, they are already too late." Cassia did not seem to agree, but she did not say anything to contradict him. Mordred stopped smiling. "You really are a terrifying witch, you know. No diviner, not even you, can see the future anymore. And yet, you still predicted everything that would happen to a T." She stayed quiet for a short while. Then said reluctantly, "Not everything." Mordred studied her somberly. "So you must have predicted what I would do as well. Otherwise, you wouldn't have dared to take refuge in my lands. I am not sure if you are foolish or just that confident. I came very close to killing you, you know." Cassie faced him calmly, then shrugged. "Sure, I predicted your actions and reactions as well." Mordred's smile turned a little vicious. He did not like her arrogant attitude at all. However, he held himself back. "Oh, am I that predictable?" His tone was cold and ominous. Cassie lingered for a while, then offered him a smile of her own. "Of course, there is no one more predictable than you." Still sitting on a low cot, she raised her head a little to better face him and added, "All you care about is survival. That is how beasts are, not humans. What's so difficult about predicting the actions of a beast?" Mordred laughed. "You do realize that you are a mere transcendent, right? And such a weak one at that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I know how fearsome you are. But that is only when you have ample time to prepare and when you aren't facing an overwhelming foe. That's me, by the way, an overwhelming foe. I can end you with a thought song of the fallen. Actually, I am quite tempted to. She tilted her head a little. But you won't, will you? Because you need me. You need me if you want to survive. Mordred let out an exasperated sigh. You must be thinking, look, I am the only one who can erase the influence of the dream spawn from his mind, so surely I am safe. But Kasha, do you really think that I will let you anywhere near my memories, that I will just invite you into my head and let you run amok? Think about it, really. From my point of view, you are no different from the dream spawn. Why would I exchange having my mind manipulated by him for having it manipulated by you? He shook his head. I've always been wary of you, to be honest. Well, perhaps not at the start. Back when you first came to the Night Temple as a freshly awakened youth, I was quite fascinated, watching you and your cohort from my mirror cage. It was a bit of a remedy for my boredom, and such a palatable one at that. But when I realized that you manipulated events to help me break free, I've grown suspicious of how much you seem to know. Mordred exhaled slowly. Later, as I watched everyone dance to your tune without even realizing it, let alone suspecting the meek and unassuming Lady Kasha, I found the fact of your existence increasingly unsettling. You might have blinded everyone else to your true nature, changing star, the great clans, the government, and all the rest. But I could always see just how devious and eerily effective at manipulating things you were. And that was before the tomb of Ariel, even. After. Well, even if nobody else seems to see it, I know what you are. I know what you're hiding. Kasha had been listening to him nonchalantly, but just then, she finally showed a reaction. Raising her eyebrow, she asked, "Oh, and what am I?" Mordred chuckled. "I'm the king of nothing after all, so let's start from what you are not. You are not even a person anymore, are you? You are just a shell of a person, wrapped in a pretty bow." Kasha just sat there, emotionless, facing him silently. Eventually, she said, "Takes one to know one." Mordred laughed. "Indeed, indeed. But we are a bit different, are we not?" She shrugged. "How so?" He leaned forward a little. "My condition is the result of my flaw. Yours, however, yours is self-inflicted, isn't it?" Kasha frowned slightly, more out of politeness, to show some kind of reaction, as opposed to genuine concern. "What do you mean?" Mordred studied her for a moment, then leaned back again. "Come on. It doesn't take a genius to figure out a few things about the thing that none of us can figure out. I am talking about what happened to us in the tomb of Ariel, about the vast swathes of our memories that are missing. All of us suffered some loss of memory, but you suffered the most. Didn't you?" He looked at her with a strange mix of disgust and pity. "There's barely any of you left behind that blindfold." Chapter 28, 78 Shattered Beings. Song of the Fallen remained silent, offering no retort to his description. Mordred watched her for a while, then continued. "All of us are missing memories, which is a strange thing. However, it doesn't seem that odd when one learns what your transcendent ability is, does it, Kasha? You wield a power to erase and manipulate someone's memories, and here we are missing some of our memories. Naturally, you weren't transcendent yet in the third nightmare, but Torment was. She was the one who erased them, wasn't she? Either you lied about her being dead, or that echo of yours slithered into our heads in her stead." Kasha just faced him silently, then shrugged and said in an even tone, "I don't remember." Mordred couldn't help but laugh again. "Right, just like you don't remember where Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows have gone, because you erased your own memories of knowing. Right." She did not answer. Mordred gave her a long look, then turned away. "Anyway, it is too much of a coincidence for you not to be involved. The most powerful seer of humanity enters the tomb of Ariel, and the second she returns, all seers in the world suddenly lose the ability to see the future. Not only that, but all the people who had gone into the pyramid with her are mysteriously missing chunks of their memories, while she gains the ability to play with other people's memories. Only a fool would not suspect you. So, I guess everyone in the world is a fool, except for me. So I'll ask you again, do you think that I am foolish enough to let you touch my memories again? Cassia remained calm and expressionless. Yes, because you have no other choice. By then Mordred was truly amused. Don't I? She stayed silent for a while, then sighed. What is the alternative? What is your plan, Mordred? What are you going to do without me? He shrugged. Well, it is as you said. I am planning to survive. Song of the Fallen turned her head, facing away from him. What happens after you survive? Her quiet voice was somber. Imagine that you defeated the Dreamspawn. Humanity is gone and you're left alive on its ruins, victorious and utterly alone. What are you going to do then? He tilted his head a little. Why, I'll continue trying to survive with all my might. There are plenty of things in this terrifying world that can and will destroy me if given the chance, after all. The cursed ones, the unholy ones. I guess I will have to become a god to start with. Becoming a god in order to survive is a bit of an overkill, but what to do? That is the world we live in. Cassia shook her head. What happens after you've become sacred? After you've become divine? After you defeated all the fallen deities of the dream realm and became both its sole ruler and its sole inhabitant? After you survived? What kind of dull, dreary, unbearable life will you live then, without anyone to share it with you, to witness you or be witnessed by you? Will it be that much different from being dead? For the first time, Mordred's smile grew a little forced. He remained silent for a while, then scoffed. Who knows? Being a god gives one all kinds of choices, I think. I'll be spoiled with them, for sure. Maybe I'll follow in the footsteps of the demon of destiny and try creating my own race of living beings to keep me company and chase away my loneliness. Perhaps I'll follow the example of the demon of imagination and retreat into the great mirror, to live out 1,000 lives surrounded by reflections. Maybe I will delve into the mists of the hollow mountains and behold the nothing beings, thus giving them shape and making them something. They are my kin, after all. What will a world populated by beings like me look like, I wonder? Mordred smiled. Hell, perhaps I'll shatter myself into 1,000,000 pieces. The pieces of me will inevitably start killing each. So, I'll see which one of us survives then. Song of the Fallen smiled darkly. I see, I guess you really are spoiled for choices. Mordred chuckled. Isn't it a bit hypocritical, though? Here you are, advocating on behalf of humanity. But at the same time, you are offering to support me in the battle against the Dreamspawn, knowing full well that my victory would mean the end of humanity. What are you really after, Song of the Fallen? What is your own plan? She hesitated a little, then shrugged. My plan? Why not? Let me be honest for once. My plan is to keep you and the Dreamspawn at each other's throats for as long as possible. I can't let either of you win too swiftly, because that would mean that Nephis and Sunny won't have time to finish what they are doing. You cannot be allowed to win, because that would mean the destruction of humanity. However, you cannot be allowed to lose either, because that would mean that nothing would stand in the way of the Dreamspawn attempting apotheosis. She faced Mordred once more. As far as I see it, though, you are set to lose terribly at the moment. So, here I am, hoping to help you hold out. Because, unlike what you seem to believe, the longing domain is not gone. It might have been weakened and almost destroyed, but it still exists. It will continue to exist for as long as even a single person believes in it, and that means that it will be able to rise once again, one day. Mordred grinned. Set to lose, huh? Well, she wasn't wrong. Despite being so wary of the Dreamspawn, Mordred had underestimated just how powerful that monster was. No, rather. Even in his wildest dreams, he had never imagined that Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows would just disappear, leaving the human domain, to be ravaged both by the Dreamspawn and by Mordred himself. Their disappearance made all his calculations meaningless, and as a result, the Dreamspawn took full control of humanity far sooner than Mordred had anticipated. He had been gradually pushing humanity back up to this point. But now that the Dreamspawn controlled it completely, the balance on the battlefield was about to change. Not only would the battle effectiveness of all human armies grow tremendously because of his absolute control, but he himself would not need to hold back anymore. Mordred anticipated that his invasion would slam into an impenetrable wall soon. After that, his forces would slowly be pushed back, and eventually he would be forced to retreat back into the Hollow Mountains. Even if Asterion was incapable of following him into the White Mist in force, Mordred would not be able to slow the Dreamspawn down from there either. That would mean that the Dreamspawn would be able to attempt apotheosis unopposed, and if he succeeded, then Mordred was not sure that even nothing would be able to protect him. So he really couldn't afford to refuse Cassia's offer of assistance. In the absence of Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows, she was the best shield he could find against the Dreamspawn's sinister powers. It was just that he was very reluctant to accept her offer. What a pity! Things would have been entirely different if she were a Supreme herself. Mordred sighed. You know, of all the people I've met, Cassia, you are the closest to becoming Supreme and maybe the most worthy. After all, you've been bending the world to your will ever since you were an inexperienced youth. He shook his head. However, you will never become Supreme. You are simply incapable of attaining supremacy, not without the help of the spell at least. And even if you do conquer the fourth nightmare one day, supremacy will only be a deadly poison to you. She raised an eyebrow. And why is that? Mordred shrugged. Because you are an incomplete being. With all your memories missing, you are barely a person. Supremacy is an act of imposing your authority on the world and reshaping it according to your will. But how can you reshape the world in your image if you don't even know what your image is? If you don't even remember who you are? Cassia remained silent for a while, then said with a faint smile, That is all right. I don't need to be supreme. Sitting on the throne never suited me anyway. I am far more comfortable standing in the shadow of the throne. Now, if you agree to my proposal, I will be standing in your shadow. That will be enough. Mordred pushed himself off the wall, walked over to the cot she was sitting on, and knelt in front of her. Leaning forward to face her up close, he smiled darkly and said in a low tone, Let's not talk about shadows, shall we? Instead, how about you take off that blindfold? Let's not waste any time, Cassia. She remained motionless for a while, then asked, I take it you agree to my offer. Mordred smiled. Didn't you already know that I'll agree? Ah, wouldn't it be great if we both were able to survive, Cassia? Of course, there is a good chance that we won't. But I am willing to give it my all. I am planning to live longer than you at the very least, so I won't kill you yet. In exchange, you will make sure that my mind is free of the Dreamspawn's influence. She lingered for a moment, then sighed and raised her hand to pull the blindfold down. I am not looking forward to this. Mordred tended to agree. However, he didn't want to let his trepidation show in front of her, even if she would be able to see a memory of him feeling trepidation soon. So Mordred lied. I, on the contrary, am looking forward to this quite a bit. As far as lies went, that one wasn't very convincing. Chapter 2879, That Which Endures. Rain had been left to her own devices. The King of Nothing. That was who the tall man with peculiar mirror-like eyes had turned out to be, escorted her to the lower floors of the Ebony Tower. The floor beneath the archway hall was apparently deadly for most humans, so she had to be guided down with a blindfold obscuring her vision. Rain thought that it was just an excuse to hide something from her, but when she felt her skin crawl and an eerie sensation penetrate her heart as they walked down the stairs, she realized that the King of Nothing had told the truth on this particular occasion. He seemed trustworthy in general, charming, even. The man was nothing if not pleasant and treated her with graceful manners, even if his sense of humor was a bit off-putting at times. Needless to say, he did not resemble the bloodthirsty psychopath the rumors painted him to be one bit. That only made Rain more wary of him. I wasn't sure at first, but now my gut tells me that if anything, the rumors about him were too mild. That was because he seemed to know. RML. Rain loved her brother and was very fond of Lady Nephis, but even she had to admit that all Supremes seemed to have a screw loose. The fact that the King of Nothing was so adept at pretending to be sane only went to show that he was, without a doubt, the most deranged of them all. Still, he had not shown any immediate hostility toward them. Cassie also seemed well acquainted with the man. Well, of course she was. Even if Rain wasn't privy to many secrets, she knew that they had conquered both the second and the third nightmare together. So, there seemed to be some history between the two that she wasn't aware of. It was just a shame that Cassie was still unconscious. Rain was reluctant to leave the blind woman alone with the King of Nothing, but there was nothing she could do about it. After all, it was not like she could do anything to stop a Supreme. Even if she stayed on the uppermost floor, she would not be able to accomplish much. So Rain went about settling the hollow remnant of Smile of Heaven in first. Luckily, the Ebony Tower seemed well stocked and fitted for humans to live comfortably. After finding a spare room for the expressionless woman and making sure that she was comfortable, Rain returned to the main hall, which mirrored the gateway hall of the Ivory Tower, and finally found herself being able to take a deep breath and think. Sinking into a chair, Rain stared at the tall ceiling in a daze. Damnation! She was struggling to digest everything that had happened. Waking up ascended, escaping the Ivory Tower and becoming a house guest of a supreme serial killer. It was a lot to process. Someone had a lot of explaining to do, but the only person who could explain everything to Rain was currently unconscious. She remained in the chair for a while. Then, she summoned the green canteen and drank some water. That reminded her that she was covered in sweat, soot, and quite a fair bit of blood. A shower would be nice, or better yet, a trip to the bathhouse. Sadly, Rain was not comfortable doing any of those things yet. The King of Nothing seemed to have left her alone, but he was undoubtedly watching her every move. So, she preferred not to do anything compromising without discussing boundaries with the creepy sovereign first, just in case. Letting out a sigh, she summoned the bag of withholding, pulled out some snacks, and enjoyed them in silence. Then, Rain stood up and walked around the ground floor of the Ebony Tower, exploring its interior. She sat on the floor and meditated while guiding the flow of her essence. It was truly astonishing. The lever of control over it she could exert as an ascended was 10 times more refined and precise than what she had been capable of as an awakened, even with the help of the Mark of Shadows. She was going to have to relearn how to move her body from scratch. That will be a lot of work. Rain jumped to her feet and performed a set of simple exercises. She sprinted a short distance, jumped, crouched, lifted a few lumbering pieces of furniture, held her breath, summoned her bow, drew its string a few times. Wow! Rain was shocked. Her physical prowess had increased by orders of magnitude, so much so that she was having trouble controlling her immense strength. She felt fiercely strong, disgustingly mighty, astoundingly powerful, like she wasn't even a human anymore. And that was without even learning how to properly enhance her ascended body with essence, which was the main reason why masters were so insurmountably stronger than awakened. Wow! Rain shook her head. And then there was her ascended ability, which Rain still had no idea about. She could explore her aspects slowly and learn what she had become capable of over time, or ask Cassie, who was like a surrogate version of the nightmare spell in that sense. But Cassie was unconscious, which meant that all Rain could do was continue dying of curiosity. Instead of actually dying, she went about exploring the Ebony Tower. The first floor was taken by the Great Hall, the living quarters, and by various facilities. The second floor was drowning in heat. There was an enormous brazier there, full of brilliant divine flame. The third floor. Rain was stuck for a while on the third floor. That was where the workshop of Nether, the demon of destiny, had been. Nothing of importance remained there, of course, but simply being close to the tools that a deity had once used, and the scraps of his discarded projects was an incredible experience for Rain. Information about the demons was scarce, but considering who her brother was, she knew more than most. The prince of the underworld was somewhat of a personal idol for Rain. He had been the divine builder, after all, the architect and engineer who had created the stone saints, crafted incredible artifacts, and built an entire civilization in the underworld. Actually, this entire tower is a monument he had left behind. So was the ivory tower, in fact, a monument left behind by a deity. So was the great castle, the jade palace, the night garden. The gods were dead, and the people who had worshipped them were long gone, but the things they had built remained, having endured the world-ending calamity. Rain found the fact that they still stood, sheltering humans, deeply reassuring. Beautiful, really. Promising herself to spend more time in Nether's workshop later, she ascended the stairs with a feeling of wonder in her heart. There she found the shrine of Storm God. The statue of the elusive goddess of the black skies was drowning in darkness, so lifelike as to almost look alive. Her visage had been carved from stone with such skill that the fabric of the gossamer veil obscuring her face seemed to move slightly in the wind. The graceful lines of her inhumanly stunning face could almost be seen behind the veil. Rain felt peculiarly drawn to the nebulous statue and spent a long time looking at it, mesmerized. Eventually, she sighed and tore her gaze away from the altar of Storm God, feeling an odd sense of poignant emptiness. The higher floor was where the King of Nothing warned her to never enter without a blindfold, so Rain descended to the ground floor once again. She was thinking about finding a place to rest when another staircase caught her attention. This one led down, disappearing underground. After some hesitation, Rain descended the stairs and entered a large underground chamber. There, pieces of porcelain mannequins were strewn about, staring at her with eerily beautiful faces. They were not what drew her attention, though. In the center of the chamber, someone had cleared out a wide space and installed a tall, towering mirror there. A person who was not supposed to be there reflected from the surface of the mirror. It was a reflection of the King of Nothing. At least Rain thought that it was his. The man was sitting on the reflection of the stone floor looking down. His figure was the same and his face was the same. However, his clothes, the length of his hair, and even his very presence were entirely different. He looked much gentler. Damn psychopath, damn. Rain backed up, not wanting to disturb the King of Nothing, but at that moment the reflection raised its head and looked at her silently. Then he smiled. "Oh, you must be Rain. It is nice to meet you. I am Mordred." He paused for a moment, and then added with a sigh, "The other Mordred, that is." Chapter 28, 80 Prisoner of the Mirror. Rain stared at the reflection for a while, then sighed and sat down on the floor. "The other Mordred, huh? Is that what I am supposed to call you, mister?" The reflection smiled. "You can call me whatever you like, although I am used to going by Mordred. Calling me the other Mordred would imply that I have a weaker claim on being myself than he does, which is a bit sad. Also—" He hesitated, then said in a subtly sullen voice, "Mister, seriously, I'd rather not be called a mister. I am a young man in my prime, after all." Rain gave the mirror a dubious look. "You're past 30, aren't you?" The reflection coughed. "Well, yes, but Rain chuckled. "You say that I can call you whatever I like, but there are all these conditions. In any case, You seem to be aware of who I am." He remained silent for a moment, then nodded. I see a lot of what he does, and he sees a lot, so am somewhat acquainted with who you are." The reflection, Mordred, studied her for a short while and raised an eyebrow. "You don't seem to be surprised to meet me, though. I'd have thought that finding an identical copy of an infamous Supreme would be at least a little bit startling." Rain let out a little scoff. "I know a guy who has 7 bodies. Having one identical copy is not that impressive as far as I'm concerned." The other Mordred smiled. "Oh, I think I know that guy as well." After that he fell silent for a moment, and then said in a neutral tone, "I, on the other hand, am quite surprised to see you. My other self usually doesn't let anyone near me. He is very concerned about my safety, you see. So I did not expect that he would allow you to wander in here unsupervised. It's a nice surprise." Rain could not help but sigh after hearing that. "Damn it." She lingered a little, then said, "It's probably because he knows that I am harmless. I wouldn't hurt a fly." She had always been careful to keep her flaw a secret, but the King of Nothing must have learned about it anyway, or at least guessed its general nature. That was most likely the reason why he allowed her to come in contact with the prisoner of the mirror. Mordred looked at her with amusement and smiled. "Really, what a funny coincidence. Actually, I am the same, harmless, I mean. You have my sympathy." His smile turned a little bitter. "It is difficult to be harmless in a world weakness is seen as sin, isn't it?" Rain simply shrugged. "There is a bit of that, yes, but I manage." She leaned back a little and looked at the ceiling. "I guess any sin can be forgiven if you are lucky enough. I am quite a lucky girl myself." She glanced at the tall mirror in which the strange reflection seemed to be trapped, and offered him a sympathetic look. "You seem to be both harmless and unlucky, though. Must be tough." He mirrored her shrug with a smile. "There is a bit of it, yes." Rain remained silent for a while, then leaned forward and asked, "Hey, since you see everything that the King of Nothing sees, perhaps you can explain to me what happened. I am completely lost here. What the hell is going on?" Mordred scratched the tip of his nose with an awkward look. "Well, let's see. There is a man called the Dreamspawn who wants to consume all of humanity and become sacred. Over the course of the last few months, he slowly bewitched everyone and made them into his thralls. You were enthralled, too, and used as a hidden blade to kill Song of the Fallen. Lucky for you, she survived and cleansed your mind of the contamination. Some of your memories are missing as a result." Rain blinked a few times. "That does explain a few things. Wait, did you say that the entire human race is enthralled?" Her heart skipped a beat. Mordred sighed. "Quite a few nightmare creatures, too. At the moment, my other self and the Dreamspawn are at war. The Lord of Shadows and Changing Star are who knows where, doing who knows what. Hopefully, they'll return in time to stop those two from destroying the world." Rain rubbed her face tiredly. "So I was enthralled as well. If the Dreamspawn was in my head, that probably explains how I was able to ascend so soon. Did he coach me? What an honor, wow." And she stabbed Lady Cassie. She groaned. "Damn it, I finally achieved natural ascension and I don't even remember how. That knowledge is gone forever. What am I going to do?" Rain was supposed to share her experience with humanity to empower a new generation of awakened, and all generations after that. Now, that precious experience was gone, erased from her head by Cassie, and since Rain could not ascend for the second time, she would never experience and learn ascension again. Would Cassie herself remember the contaminated memories she erased? She would, unless she erased her own recollection of contaminated memories to protect herself from being enthralled. In that case, "I can help you with that." Mordred's voice distracted Rain from her dark thoughts. She looked at him and raised an eyebrow. "What?" The charming reflection hesitated for a short while, then shrugged with a smile. Natural ascension, I can explain how it works to you. Actually, I can teach you how to become a saint without conquering a nightmare as well. You really are a lucky girl, it seems. You just happen to stumble on the only person in the world who can. Rain gave the man a long look. And how would you know about natural ascension, let alone natural transcendence? Trapped in the mirror, Mordred leaned back and sighed. Why wouldn't I? That was how I became a saint after all. Chapter 2881 Harmless People. 2881 Harmless People. Rain stared at him in shock. You're lying. That was the first thing that came to her mind, so she blurted it out. She was the only human to have achieved natural awakening, after all, the only awakened who had never carried the spell. But deep down, she did not believe that the prisoner of the mirror was trying to deceive her. She felt dismayed. No, actually, she felt happy. If there were others like her, then she didn't have to carry the crushing weight of responsibility alone anymore. Someone else, someone older and more experienced, no less, would be able to help her, or perhaps even do it for her. That was great, wasn't it? Yeah. Rain cleared her throat. But why did she feel so dismayed then? Mordred chuckled. I wish I were lying, but sadly, I am telling the truth. He fell silent for a moment, then offered in an apologetic tone. That doesn't take away from your accomplishment or your uniqueness, though. To tell you the truth, Rain, I used a backdoor to become a master, and then to become transcendent. I guess you can say that I cheated. She frowned, feeling a headache. You know, mister, if you want me to stop calling you mister, you'd better stop talking in riddles and start explaining things clearly. He smiled. Sure, no problem. First of all, let me tell you that, unlike you, I am and have been a carrier of the nightmare spell. I awakened the same way other people awaken, by conquering the first nightmare and anchoring my soul to the dream realm through a citadel. After that, however, I spent a long time trapped in a different mirror, just like I am trapped in this mirror now. Mordred sighed, then raised a hand in mime. Knocking on the surface of the mirror from inside. Actually, I am not literally trapped in this particular mirror. Rather, I am under house arrest at the very heart of my brother's personal mirror realm within his soul. Mirrors like this one are just windows I can use to look at the outside world. Rain gave him a concerned look. That felt like an unnecessary tangent. Mordred let out a quiet laugh. Oh, sorry. In any case, you need to understand something about me and my other self. We are a shattered being, he and one, two parts of the same whole. That is our flaw. Both of us are independent beings, but at the same time, it is in our nature to be pulled together in an attempt to become whole once more. Do you see what is strange about it? Rain frowned. Two people can't have the same flaw. All flaws are unique, just like all aspects are. He nodded. Indeed, so it would not be fair to say that we are different people. Rather, neither of us is a real person, we are just parts of a person, both missing the other half. The flaw is not the only thing that we share either. We also share the same aspect as well as a kind of connection that even cannot explain. We are meant to be the same being, and yet, at some point one of us was supreme, while the other was merely awakened. Do you see the problem? Rain furrowed her brow. Sounds like an issue of balance. All systems strive for equilibrium, though. That's the holy law of structural mechanics. Mordred chuckled. Structural mechanics. Well, I suppose you are right. As a result, my existence weakens my other self, while his existence propels me toward greater power. However, a supreme being possesses much greater, metaphysical mass, so to say, which means that I was being pulled upward much more than he was being pulled down. So I had a much easier time achieving natural ascension and transcendence than anyone else would. The world itself was on my side. He coughed. Which is not to say that I did not achieve anything on my own. I might have had a powerful advantage, but I did invent the essence technique to become a master myself, as well as solving the mystery of how to become transcendence. Granted, I already knew the final form of what I was trying to achieve. My other half had already walked the path of ascension in my stead, after all. The nightmare spell was also helpful, as far as understanding my own soul was concerned. Letting out a sigh, he glanced at Rain. Which means that I can teach you how to become a saint, even if actually becoming one would be much harder for you than it was for me. I can also explain how you became a master. I think it will be fun to have a pupil. I am mostly by myself here in this mirror, you see. Rain stared at the mirror in question for a while, then leaned back, stretched her legs, and laughed. You know, when a strange man assures you that he is harmless and promises to give you something precious if you follow him, the natural instinct should be to run away. At best, you'll be scammed. At worst, oh, did I forget to mention that the strange man in question looks exactly like a notorious war criminal and serial killer, but insists that he's not the same person at all. Mordred blinked a few times. Well, if you put it like that, I guess it does sound a little concerning. Rain nodded, considered something for a few seconds, and spoke in an easygoing tone. That said, sure, I'll be your pupil, why not? Mordred, meanwhile, was saying. However, I can assure you, what you will. Rain nodded again. Yes, why are you surprised? Do you maybe think that only a crazy person would agree to your offer despite knowing how it sounds? He nodded slowly. To be honest, yes, I was thinking something along the lines. Rain laughed quietly. That's just because you don't know about my previous teacher. Mordred stared at her with a silent question in his mirror-like eyes. Rain leaned forward and said in a low tone, Listen, my previous teacher was a real devil. He forced me to track down and kill countless nightmare creatures when I was a mere mundane person. He tossed me into a canyon once. He forced me to drag my grievously wounded friend across a wild region of the dream realm while an awakened tyrant was hunting us down. I had to kill the tyrant myself in the end. Me, a harmless girl, who wouldn't hurt a fly. She pursed her lips and grumbled. He appointed himself as my roommate for 4 years and never paid any rent. He forced me to get a tattoo of his pet snake. He even hired his girlfriend to be my tutor. If that is not nepotism, I don't know what is. Mordred's eyes were wide by that point. Oh my, you endured a lot. That person, whoever he is, sounds completely deranged. Surely I'll be a step up. Rain gave him a long look and grinned. Not in a million years. You can compete for 7th place as far as people I learned from go. Mordred seemed stunned. As 7th, only 7th. Rain nodded. Of course. Do you know what kind of people have taught me in the past? Let's see. She raised a hand and started counting on her fingers. The Lord of Shadows, changing star of the immortal Flame Clan, Saint Kai the Dragon Slayer, the Jade Saint, my mom, Chief Bethany. She's the person who brought electricity to the dream realm, by the way. Am I forgetting someone? I must be. Mordred cleared his throat. Yes, I see. It seems that I am in good company indeed. Chapter 2882 Angels in the Marble. 2882 Angels in the Marble. Some time later, having said goodbye to her new acquaintance, Rain was in her new living quarters. She was sitting across from Cassie. The blind seer was in a much better state than before. She was clean, at least, having washed away the blood and soot that had covered her body. There were no wounds or scars on her, either, since they had been cleansed by the miraculous white flames. Drops of blood were still seeping from beneath her blindfold, though, which made Rain feel a little concerned. Finally, Cassie sighed and leaned back. It is a peculiar one. I am not entirely sure I understand the scope of your new ability. She was talking about Rain's ascended ability, of course. Now that Cassie had hit a deal with the homicidal supreme who was waging war to obliterate humanity, they finally received an opportunity to rest and have a proper meal. After that, Rain immediately asked Cassie to take a look at her aspect. She had not died of curiosity in the end, but just barely. Cassie remained silent for a few moments. Well, first of all, you can assign 3 epithets at the same time now, but you probably already knew that. Rain nodded. Yes, so my ascended ability, what can I do? Cassie frowned. Basically, it is about knowing the truth of things. It allows you to communicate with all things and understand all languages. Now it was Rain who had to frown. She really tried to hold herself back, but indignation still found its way into her voice. What, my ascended ability, is to be a glorified automatic translator. What kind of crap was that? Cassie slowly shook her head. No, not quite. It is far more profound than that, however I don't really. She paused for a moment and then sighed. I think it has to do with your attribute, Godheart. Rain tilted her head a little. That attribute was a very esoteric one. Its description simply stated that her heart was deeply bonded with the world, and nobody, not even Rain, was entirely sure what it meant. It seemed to be connected to her ability to accumulate spirit essence, as well as to the fact that the weather sometimes changed depending on her mood. It wasn't just Rain's heart that was bonded to the world. The world seemed to be bonded to her heart as well. Cassie remained silent for a short while, choosing her words, and then said in a hesitant tone, that ability has to do with the spirit, I think. Understanding languages is merely the side effect. The true ability is communication. You can communicate with the spirits of things, and therefore, you can know their truth and understand them. You know how a famous sculptor once said that every slab of stone has a sculpture hidden inside of it, and how he simply takes a stone and cuts away all excess parts to create a statue. Well, you'll be able to ask the stone what is hiding inside it, and what it wants to be. She paused for a second and then added, that is just a metaphor, of course. Oh, and I'd wager that it will be easier to communicate with things that you can call by their names. Rain was still confused. What is a spirit, though? What kinds of things have spirits? Can I talk to animals, to plants, to nightmare creatures? Cassie hesitated for a while. I'm not entirely certain. All living beings have a spirit, that's for sure, even if it takes a supreme to know how to express the spirit through their will. But things that are not living might have their own spirits too. A weapon can have a spirit. A mountain can as well. In ancient Rome, legions were believed to have spirits of their own too. I really cannot tell you. In fact, I'd like you to tell me. She smiled. But I don't think that you'll be actually able to talk to a mountain or to a rock, except if it's a truly extraordinary rock, possibly. I think that in most cases, the act of communication will be no different from sensing something intuitively. That I have a lot of experience with. It is a very helpful ability to have, even if in your case that intuition will only hint at the nature of things, not at events that transpired in the past or will transpire in the future. Rain leaned back and stared at the ceiling with a dazed expression. What a strange ability. She was too confused to be either disappointed or elated. The more she thought about it, though, the more it made a peculiar and fascinating kind of sense. Well, first of all, I want to be a builder, you know. So let's say a piece of metal can tell me about its structural integrity and whether or not it has hidden points of failure. Or if a piece of stone indeed tells me what kind of statue it wants to be. That'll be helpful, I think. Sensing the nature of things, that is. She considered something for a few moments. Actually, now that I think about it, I've been dealing with the true nature of things for a long while now. It has to do with my awakened ability, with assigning epithets. Assigning fitting epithets takes way less essence than assigning ones that go against the subject's nature. Making a sharp sword dull is more difficult than making it sharper. If I can sense the true nature of things, I'll be able to assign them more potent epithets. That is already a boon. Rain lingered for a short while, then added, as for my dormant ability, I think it will work the other way around. From what you tell me, spirit seems to have a lot to do with identity. So by giving something a name, I will be helping that thing develop a spirit. Possibly. If so, I'll be able to communicate with a named thing better than with a nameless one, and it will reveal more to me. She smiled. Well, and being able to sense the nature of various things will be incredibly helpful in general, no matter what I do. It's like divination, right? Only instead of divination, it's communication. He smiled dimmed, becoming a little petulant. Still, I was hoping for something cool and flashy. June always walks away from frozen explosions like some kind of dashing hero. I don't even want to think about what kind of abhorrently cool ability he'll receive as a master. What am I supposed to tell him? That I can interpret many languages now. Rain closed her eyes with an exasperated sigh. The nightmare spell is already doing that for everyone, except me. Cassie smiled. I'd be thinking about something else right now, though. Rain raised an eyebrow. Oh, what? The blind seer hesitated, then shrugged. I'd be wondering, does existence have a spirit? How high on the path of ascension would I have to climb to speak to the world itself? Something like that. Rain spared her a dubious glance. After a short while, she said, Lady Cassie, have you forgotten what world we live in? Shivering, she shook her head. It's the dream realm, the land of nightmares. Let's hope that I'll never grow powerful enough to hear what it has to say. Come to think about it, being able to sense the nature of things was a blade that cut both ways. Chapter 2883 Halfway There. 2883 Halfway There. Rain had said it as a joke, but after she did, her smile slowly disappeared. Cassie did not seem amused either. Instead, she simply faced the young woman with a solemn expression. Eventually, she said, Knowledge is a perilous thing, Rain. The fact that it was Song of the Fallen speaking those words gave them much more weight. Rain sighed. Yeah, I figured. She knew enough to know that knowing too much was a death sentence. Actually, death seemed merciful compared to the horrible fate that awaited those who learned the wrong things, by accident or on purpose. One had to protect their mind, dutifully, in the age of the nightmare spell. So Rain had to be careful as well. Despite all the boons her ascended ability granted her, it could also doom her. That was how things went. Anything that was of use came at a price. She remained silent for a while before asking quietly, What are we going to do, Cassie? She was worried about her family. She was worried about her brother as well, even if he seemed implacable at times. The only people she wasn't worried about were the members of her cohort who had escaped into a nightmare in time. Challenging the nightmare had actually turned out to be the safest bet, because the real world was much more hazardous. If that was not irony, she did not know what was. Humanity had been subjugated by a demented supreme, while another one was waging a war to have it destroyed. The world seemed to be ending ahead of schedule, no less, considering that it had already been ending for a while, and was set to be destroyed completely in a few years or so, when the dream realm finally consumed Earth. Rain wasn't sure what to do. Cassie studied her for a few moments, then spoke in a soothing tone. Ravenheart wasn't hit that hard. There were relatively few casualties. I saw it in Mordred's memories. Your family should be fine. Rain soaked in a shaky breath, only realizing then that she had been holding it. She gave the blind woman a look of gratitude. Cassie leaned back and sighed. As for what we must do our best to help the King of Nothing in the war against the Hunger Domain, against humanity. She paused for a moment and then added, Because Sonny and Neph is left, things went awry for him, and he failed to wipe out enough of humanity before the enemy enthralled it. So, the Mirror Domain cannot compare to the Hunger Domain at the moment. Mordred will put up a fight, but eventually he will be pushed back against the Hollow Mountains. She turned her head a little and faced Rain. You might think that one saint and one master won't be enough to change much in a war between supremes, but you'll be wrong. I am uniquely suited to help Mordred fight the Dreamspawn. He needs my help and I need yours. I need you to become my eyes for a while, Rain. Will you help me? A pale smile appeared on Rain's lips. It feels nice to be needed. Her tone wasn't very animated, though. She remained silent for a while and then said, I did stab you after all, so naturally I'll help you, Cassie, until Sunny and Nephis come back. Cassie smiled and nodded. Until Sunny and Nephis come back. At the same time, the molten edges of the sun revealed themselves above the white dunes of the Nightmare Desert. The deathless, most of them at least, watched the light conquer the world in eerie silence, then retreated with the shadows, sinking beneath the sand. Those who had lingered hid as well, moments before the light washed over them. Sunny crouched, breathing heavily. His armor was in shambles, and there were several vicious cuts on his face. They were not bleeding, of course, but they weren't healing either. The killing will of those who had wounded him lingered in the cuts, and so his supreme body was struggling to erase them. He was tired. By now, the dark silhouette of the tomb of Ariel was much larger on the horizon, which meant that they had drawn much closer to it. By Sunny's estimation, they had made it halfway to the Great Pyramid, which was good news. The bad news, however, was that the deathless they fought at night were growing more and more powerful. His Shadow Legion was in shambles, with all weaker shades long vanquished. He threw those of them who were mendied into the fight as soon as he could, but it was of little use. They would only be wiped out again, serving little purpose. The stronger shades, therefore, had become much more precious. It took longer for them to be restored in the dark flames of his soul, so he could not allow them to fall easily. Many of them were now torn and tattered, surrounded by billowing clouds of dark fog. Their figures were battered and vague. A shadow fell over him. Looking up, Sunny saw Saint. She silently stood guard above him, her fearsome black armor marred by ruby dust. Slayer was in the distance, calmly fashioning arrowheads out of shards of black stone. Nephis, meanwhile. Before Sunny could look up to see her, the sand quaked from the sounds of heavy steps, and another shadow fell over him. That one belonged to a towering skeleton encased in a strange armor that had been seemingly forged out of shards of glass. The skeleton was holding a fearsome great axe, its blade forged from the same glass, and looking down at him with a grin. Look, Shadow, your army is getting weaker with each day. Azarax let out a mocking laugh. While mine is only growing stronger, where is your arrogance now? Sunny glared at him silently. Eventually, though, he was forced to answer. Same place. I'm still pretty arrogant, I think. The ancient tyrant kept staring at him with a vicious grin. Lowering his battle axe, Azarax clacked his teeth against each other. I'll kill you one day soon. Sunny did not answer. Usually he would have mocked the deathless sovereign, but at the moment he was not in the mood. Not the least because of the fact that Azarax's bones, which had been white before, were now almost entirely black. Chapter 2884, Ancient Menace. 2884, Ancient Menace. Azarax had looked a little pathetic, hanging there on the tree. His personality, too, seemed overly domineering for someone who possessed a true kind of strength. Those who were truly strong did not usually feel the need to constantly assert their dominance after all. But once the ancient tyrant regained his freedom, Sunny swiftly realized that he was truly a force to be reckoned with. He was an incredible ally to have, to the point that it was a little chilling. There were three things that made Azarax so fearsome. First and foremost was his skill as a warrior. Both Sunny and Nephis were astonishing combatants in their own right, but even they had to admit that Azarax was a daunting opponent. He was ferocious, vicious, and devastating, moving across the desert like a raging storm. But, at the same time, he was deeply cunning and eerily astute, guiding the annihilating power of his wrath with surgical precision and cynical malice. Most of all, he was experienced. A storied conqueror and a veteran of the Doom War, Azarax possessed a wealth of combat experience that they could not hope to match, could not even fathom, considering how young they were in relation to the ancient tyrant. The second quality that made Azarax a terrifying existence was the refined skill with which he wielded his will. That, too, was something that neither Sonny nor Nephis could replicate because of the sheer difference in age between them. If what Azarax had told them about his empire being the forerunner of the War Empire was true, then he had been supreme since the latter part of the Age of Heroes, a good 1,000 years before the Age of Demons, which saw the world be destroyed by the Doom War. That meant that he had been learning how to wield his will for thousands of years, while they were barely a couple of years into being supreme. As a result, the degree to which Azarax could bend the world to his will was far greater than what they were capable of, and the ways he could express his will were similarly far more varied and refined. Take the glass armor and the great axe he was wielding, for example. Those weren't memories, and neither were they spoils he had scavenged from other deathless. Instead, he simply willed the sand to be pressured into an brilliant liquid, which solidified into nearly indestructible shards of glass. Those shards then formed into an armor around him all on their own, while at the same time coalescing into a heavy axe. And that one was merely a visible application of what Sonny and Nephis had witnessed. There was no telling how else Azarax was reshaping the world, his tyranny unseen. Neither of them could match that skill. The third quality that made the ancient tyrant so menacing was his aspect. Azarax was keeping the details of his aspect close to his chest, only letting a few details slip. But Sonny had been able to surmise the rest by observing him in battle. From what the ancient tyrant had told them, his dormant ability was the foundation of his conquest, and it was a frightening ability indeed. It made it so that every time Azarax killed a living being, he grew stronger. And over thousands of years of bloodshed, he had killed an incalculable number of living things. The deathless sovereign's strength was indeed terrifying, the stuff of legends, really. People sometimes talked about how one could bring down a mountain with a blow, but it was usually a hyperbole. In the case of Azarax, however, it was quite a literal description. And that augmentation did not only affect his might either. It also made his body, or his bones, now more durable. So he was almost indestructible as well. It was his awakened ability that had made Azarax known as the Plague of Steel, though, and it was far more insidious. That ability made it so that every living being he defeated in single combat became his thrall. Sonny was not sure if the beings the ancient tyrant subjugated were made unquestioningly loyal to him, or if they maintained their original beliefs and aspirations while not being able to refuse his commands. What he did know, however, was that Azarax had begun to assemble his great army that way thousands of years ago. It was that ever-growing army that earned him the title Plague of Steel. He also knew that Azarax had been making a very cynical choice every time he used that ability. He weighed the usefulness of a being and decided whether it would be more beneficial to make them his servant, or simply to kill them in order to grow stronger. In any case, that was how Azarax was slowly assembling an army of deathless in the Nightmare Desert. After the first night, there were only a few undead warriors who had begun to follow his commands. After the second, there were twice as many. And by now, a whole army of skeletal horrors were following him into battle, threatening to outgrow the battered Shadow Legion. That was what made Sonny think that perhaps Azarax had not been bluffing when he proclaimed his desire to conquer the Nightmare Desert. The ancient tyrant's ascended ability was a curious one. It allowed him to amplify his presence and use it as a weapon against his enemies. The suffocating, oppressive power of his presence instilled dread and trepidation into the hearts of everyone around him, making them weaker. It could also turn into a quite physical manner of pressure, crushing his enemies into dust. The curious thing about it was that Azarax seemed to have possessed a powerful presence even as an ascended. His transcendent ability. Actually, Sunny was not sure. The ancient tyrant seemed to be capable of changing his size at will, at times becoming a towering colossus, but there was no telling if that was his transformation or if that was just another application of his will. As for his supreme ability, that ability granted the boons of his aspect to his vassal warriors. It made them grow stronger the more living beings they killed, and allowed them to emanate an aura of dread and oppression that weakened their enemies. And since these warriors belonged to his domain, the strength made Azarax more powerful as well. Some of his powers were of no use here in the Nightmare Desert, but Sunny could see how Azarax and his horde had been able to wash over the mortal realms like a steel flood, almost managing to conquer them all. Needless to say, it was reassuring to have this existential menace of the ancient past fight by their side in Ariel's hell. So at first, Sunny had been really happy. That was before he noticed that the ancient tyrant's bones were slowly changing color, making him look more and more like the mindless deathless they were fighting, and that Azarax seemed to be regressing little by little, losing bits of awareness after every night. Once Sunny noticed that, the ancient tyrant's terrifying might and his growing army of deathless vassals did not make him happy anymore. They started to make him tense and wary instead. Chapter 28, 85 Dying Flames. Sunny had not been too worried when they took Azarax off the tree. He knew that the curse of Shadow God did more than simply make those branded by it deathless, but he figured that they had a lot of time before the ancient tyrant truly lost his mind. That was because he had a point of reference. It was Yuri's. Yuri's had spent a decade wandering the world in search of death after being liberated by Nephis, and he was still perfectly lucid. So, Sunny had assumed that Azarax would be the same, that the curse of Shadow God was a poison that destroyed its victims slowly. However, it seemed like he had made a big mistake. He had failed to account for who Yuri's of the Nine was. Even among those who were exceptional and possessed uncompromising will, his resolve was unmatched. After all, he was a mortal man who had brought about the death of the gods and doomed all of existence to be destroyed. Even if Azarax was an eldritch menace that even the ancient people had deeply feared, even if he was astoundingly adept at wielding his will, he was not Yuri's. He might have been more powerful, but his mental fortitude could not compare. So, mere weeks after Sunny and Nephis had taken Azarax off the tree, he was already showing signs of succumbing to the curse of Shadow God. His bones, which had been flawlessly white once, were now entirely black. His mind was still sharp, but he had become a little strange in the last few days. Most importantly of all, his memories seemed to be fading, even if he himself was not aware of it. There was a small army of 1,000 or so deathless following him by now. That army was still weaker than the Shadow Legion, but it continued to grow, while the Shadow Legion continued to diminish. It would be restored to full power in no time if Sunny was afforded a little break, but their schedule was relentless. Each night there was a new battle, and each battle was more fierce than the previous one. And yet they still had to push forward as fast as they could, not allowing themselves a single day of respite. That was because Nephis was growing weaker every day. Somewhere out there, the longing domain was coming undone, one citadel after another surrendering to Asterion. Those in the north had already been lost to Mordred, and more were soon to follow. Nephis had lost countless followers by now, and therefore was deprived both of the generous flow of spirit essence and of the immeasurable weight her domain used to afford her will. It was not a good time to grow weaker, to say the least. As Azarax gave Saint a long look and wandered away to hide in the shadow of a protruding black boulder, Nephis descended from the sky and dismissed her wings. She looked pale and terribly drained, but her gaze and expression remained as calm and as resolute as ever. She looked around the desert, welcoming the rising sun. With a sigh, Sunny dismissed the curse, allowing it to return to its passive state. In that state, it empowered the dark flames of his soul by drawing on his spirit essence, thus enhancing the rate at which his shades were being repaired. It also allowed him to soothe someone's pain through touch. Rising to his feet, Sunny walked over to Nephis and took her hand. She remained silent for a while, then said quietly, "It's all right, it doesn't hurt anymore." Hearing that, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. The smaller Neph's domain became, the fewer people there were for her to heal and empower. Therefore, the amount of pain she experienced was diminishing alongside her strength, which made a small part of him happy. He hated himself for feeling that way, though, because he knew that in the absence of pain, Nephis was tormented by anguish. Because the domain she had built was crumbling, and she would have never willingly chosen comfort over the well-being of her people. Nephis sighed and faced him, looking him in the eye. She remained silent for a while, and then said quietly, "It's all gone." He frowned slightly. "What is?" Nephis winced and looked away. "Ivory Tower, Bastion and Ravenheart, they are all gone from my soul's sea, and they were the last citadels there." He froze, studying her expressionless face with grim intensity. Nephis inhaled deeply. "The people who had been inspired by me are all gone too, not dead, just. I do not feel the sparks of their longing anymore. Their light is lost to me. It was such a brilliant sight, billions of flames shining in the darkness, but now only darkness remains. There's barely any sparks left to illuminate it." She exhaled slowly. "Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Jet are among those sparks. They are alive, at least, even if some are in a lot of pain. I can feel them longing to be delivered from the torment." Nephis paused for a moment, and then added in a subdued tone, "Point is, the longing domain is as good as fallen. The Dreamspawn and the King of Nothing rule humanity now. We seem to have failed to complete our mission on time." She was exaggerating a bit, but only a bit. The members of the cohort remained loyal to Nephis, and just those four were enough to constitute a powerful domain. But of course, their power was incomparable to the power of all of humanity, which Nephis had wielded before. There was the issue of how Sunny and Nephis would make it to the tomb of Ariel with her strength diminished so much. But more importantly, there was the abominable reality of all the damage the other two sovereigns were going to do to humanity in their absence. It was difficult not to feel defeated when thinking about the human domain being stolen from them by those two monsters. Still, Sunny shook his head. "The longing domain has not fallen. People are just under a mind hex. Once we destroy that hex, their loyalty to you and the immortal flame will be naturally reignited, and the longing domain will be as good as new. As for our mission," he gently nudged her fingers, "our mission has never been to stop the Dreamspawn from conquering a bunch of citadels. It is to prevent him from consuming humanity while attempting apotheosis. So, we still have plenty of time. Nothing has changed, you know that." Nephis offered him a pale smile. "Yes, I do." She turned and looked at the horizon. There, the tomb of Ariel loomed in the distance like a black scar. Chapter 2886, Young Supremes. Pathetic. Azarax was leaning on the rocks, hidden from the sun. Sunny was not sure if the ancient tyrant was aware that he had begun to shy away from direct sunlight as of late, but it was not difficult to notice. The towering skeleton moved his axe slightly, staring at the two of them holding hands with his empty eye sockets. "The two of you disgust me to the core simply by virtue of being who you are, but on top of that, you are an offense to the very idea of a supreme." He clacked his teeth. "A supreme is someone who submits to no one, at least not voluntarily. On the contrary, simply by existing, he forces others to submit to him. Therefore, two supremes can never coexist as equals. Ideally, one will kill and plunder the lands of the other. At worst, one will be conquered but stay alive. Azarax shook his head. Yet here you are, pretending to be love birds. How appalling. One of you should have killed the other a long time ago. He glared at them and spat. And how are you so ignorant and weak? Pathetic, truly pathetic. Is this what remains of the flame? If so, you shame your ancestors. Sunny gave him a cold look. The ancient tyrant was not entirely wrong. Compared to him, they were indeed ignorant in some areas and could be perceived as weaker than the dire enemies he had faced in the past. However, hey, you fossil, remind me, what were you doing 12 years ago? Azarax grinned. Hanging on the tree. Sunny nodded. In all your supreme glory. Do you know what we were doing 12 years ago, though? Trying to survive as mundane humans. It only took us 10 years to become supreme. How long did it take you? Azarax laughed. A dormant human becoming supreme in 10 years. Preposterous. Even I, the great and terrible Azarax, spent centuries climbing to the throne of supremacy. Stick to the truth, Shadow. You are a terrible liar. Sunny smiled. Oh no, I'm the most honest person in the world, actually, 2 worlds even. So let me tell you the honest truth. You've been around for thousands of years and you are still merely a supreme. Now that's truly pathetic. He shook his head. Plus, the previous rulers of our realm had similar ideas to yours. The world is too small for 2 supremes, gaining ultimate power through civil war conquest. Crap like that. Not only did it bring unspeakable harm to our world, but we killed those supremes together. I'd say that proves my point, no. Azarax just gnashed his teeth silently. Letting out a sigh, Sunny looked around the desert. As the sun rose a little higher, he sighed and spoke to Nephis. I don't suppose we will be able to find the black skull. Now that I think about it, it's a bit funny and a bit sad. So many people died during the Battle of the Black Skull, but the citadel they fought for ended up ownerless. The Skinwalker chased Mordred away, and even when he destroyed the Skinwalker years later, it remained empty somewhere out there, in the Nightmare Desert. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then spoke to Azarax. Hey, do you maybe know who that skull belonged to? It's a huge skull, entirely black with 3 eyes. Azarax glared at him darkly. 3 eyes. Must have belonged to one of that abominable girl's abominable kin, then. The Nephilim. The ancient skeleton spat on the sand. Only, of course, he did not have any saliva, or lips, or a tongue, or any other part necessary to spit, so it looked quite odd. Azarax spoke in a somber tone. 3 eyes. It's the sign of the void. It's the sign of the angels and of what angels touched. Nephilim were the same, even if they chose to hide their 3rd eye most of the time. Those horrid things. They joined our glorious army to fight against the gods, but even though we were glad to have their terrifying strength on our side, we weren't happy to be in their company. Sunny gave him a long look. Why did you all hate the Nephilim so much anyway? I never quite understood it. Azarax scoffed. Because they were abominations. They were something that was not supposed to exist. Their very existence went against the laws of everything. Things can be either divine or unholy, either of the flame or of the void. But they were both, and therefore, in contradiction to everything that is right, good, and holy. He glared at Sunny. But why are you asking me? You have one of those abominations right in front of you, holding your hand. You can just ask her. Sunny smiled. I am asking you because I'm interested to learn what you have to say. He remained silent for a few moments and then asked, what about Godgrave then? Was the giant skeleton lying there a Nephilim once as well? Azarax leaned on his axe. What is Godgrave? Did someone bury the gods? Sunny grimaced, then shook his head. No, it's just what we call that colossal skeleton. It must have belonged to a creature that was at least 10,000 kilometers tall. and someone still managed to kill it. Azarax laughed. That is impossible. There has never been such a giant in the world. Only the world tree could compare, but it obviously did not possess a skeleton, so it could not have been a Nephilim. In fact, I doubt that a creature like that ever existed at all. Sunny took a mental note of the fact that Azarax was not aware of the being whose skeleton had later become Godgrave. Did that mean that the ancient tyrant had been ignorant, or that the enormous skeleton was only created after he had been nailed to a tree? Curious. That thing definitely had something to do with the void, though. So Sunny was not sure that he wanted to know the answer. Chapter 28, 87 Inner Circle. They spent the day resting. Nephis meditated with her eyes closed, her face pale. Seeing her like this, Sunny was reminded of their times on the Forgotten Shore, the early days spent in the Crimson Labyrinth, searching for the city from Cassie's vision. Nephis used to meditate often back then, as well, learning how to cope with the pain of her flaw. She was not in pain at the moment, but being defeated and losing most of her domain must have hurt just as much, if not more. But he knew that she would be, if not all right, then at least the same. That was Nephis, after all. She did not know how to stop. No matter how hurt she got, she continued to push forward with the same blind determination, utterly devoted to her seemingly unreasonable goal. If he asked, she would say that it was just pain. She had grown used to pain even before they met, and that was why no amount of anguish could faze her. That said, her stubbornness did not mean that she was inflexible. On the contrary, Nephis could adapt to almost anything, becoming whatever she needed to become in order to overcome the obstacles facing her. At the moment, that meant that their present strategy had to change. Sunny fought on the ground, surrounded by his shades and protected by his shadows. As of late, there was also Azarax and his deathless army to support the Shadow Legion in case an especially tough enemy revealed itself. Nephis was alone in the sky, though. Dodging the arrows and javelins of the cursed prisoners of Ariel's hell was already difficult enough, but there were also beings capable of flight among the deathless. It did not really make sense, since nothing supported the weight of their skeletal bodies in the air, and yet it was true. With her power severely diminished, Nephis could not stay alone in the sky anymore. So they decided that from tonight forward, her role was going to change. Instead of attacking the deathless from above to make the passage of the Shadow Legion easier, she was going to be among the shades on the ground tonight. Neph's role would be to heal the shades as they were being damaged, which would allow the Shadow Legion to move much faster and face far greater threats. And if her help was needed, she would always be able to aim the blessing at their enemies and join the fight. Which meant that Sunny would be the tip of the spear today. He was glad to be, but the tactics he used would need to be shifted to a more aggressive approach. Despite his irritating personality, Azarax is quite useful. It was not just that the ancient tyrant was powerful or that his thralls were strong. The most beneficial thing about him was that his deathless warriors could move ahead of the Shadow Legion, serving as a robust meat shield. Well, perhaps a bone shield in this case. The point was that their presence on the battlefield diminished the rate of attrition among Sunny's shades and allowed the Shadow Legion to be more effective. What do you think we will find there? Neph's voice distracted Sunny from his thoughts. At some point, she had opened her eyes and looked at the distant silhouette of the tomb of Ariel. Her voice sounded even, but there was a dark undertone to it. Sunny hesitated. Eventually, he shrugged. There is no way to tell. The real Great River was bound to be entirely different from the one they had encountered in the nightmare. That was because there would not have been a twilight in the true tomb of Ariel. Daron's people had only entered the seed of nightmare, after all, not the actual pyramid. It was only the Serpent King himself and a small number of his champions who had. So there would be no city of the outsiders on the Great River. There would be no army to lay siege to Verge, even if it had ultimately failed. This absence would affect the cities of the river people as well, changing everything Sunny and Nephis knew about their civilization. However, there would be no plagues either, because the members of the cohort, too, had only entered the nightmare version of the tomb of Ariel, not the real thing. The forces of the defilement would not have been led on a terrifying conquest of the great river by the 6 heralds of the estuary, and so the cities of the river people could still be intact. Sunny did not believe that they were, though. He sighed. But I am certain that it will be bad. His opinion was based on one simple fact. It was that he had encountered many nightmare creatures from the tomb of Ariel during the chain of nightmares. The fact that they had been able to escape the dream realm in great numbers hinted at the fact that the civilization of the river people had fallen after all, and that there was nothing but corruption in the Great Pyramid anymore. And there was something else as well. It was the vile thieving bird. If it had really made a nest at the heart of the tomb of Ariel after escaping the nightmare and returning to life once more, then there was no telling how its presence affected the great river. That loathsome bird was a unique existence that had been hated both by the gods and by the void beings, which meant that it did not really belong to either side. That made it highly unpredictable. From what Sunny knew, the vile thieving bird was only interested in shiny things and anything that had to do with Weaver, so there was no telling what it would do. There was a high chance that it had left the tomb of Ariel already, even if Sunny believed that it hadn't. There was also a chance that it simply waited in the estuary. Alternatively, it could have already destroyed Verge and eaten the first seeker. It could have stolen the eyes of every human in Fallen Grace or Weave. It could have even stolen all 7 suns from the skies above the great river, just to add them to its collection of shiny things. So Sunny did not know. Nephis smiled faintly. Worse than this. He chuckled. Listen, I might be a bit oblivious at times, but even I am not foolish enough to say something like no, things just can't get any worse aloud. Things can definitely get way worse. He looked up. Do you hear that, universe? I've learned. The sun was already setting, so Azarax emerged from the deep shadows at the base of the rock formation and put his fearsome axe on his shoulder. Deep in the shining carapace of his glass armor, the black skeleton seemed to be absorbing the scarlet radiance of the sunset. Prepare yourselves, waifs, the night is coming. Sunny sighed and rose to his feet. Nephis followed his example, her simple white tunic fluttering in the rising wind. All around them the sand rippled. The deathless warriors subjugated by Azarax rose from beneath the dunes, forming a crescent formation in front of the 3 supremes. Then, an army of shades rose from Sunny's shadows to stand behind them. The wolf and his pack, the obsidian wasps, the great beasts of Godgra. V and the Usras of condemnation, the immortals of the eternal city, and more. Saint and Slayer moved forward to lead them. Serpent slithered across the dunes like an onyx river, his chilling hiss reverberating under the dark sky. Sunny inhaled deeply, feeling his strength grow as deep shadows shrouded the world. He divided himself into 7 avatars and reached into the shadows, preparing to encase each in a fearsome shell. Azarax was already walking forward to stand at the forefront of the joined formation of the Deathless and the Shades. Tonight is going to be different. Tonight we will taste the true meaning of dread, the true horror of Ariel's hell. His grin seemed to grow wider and more vicious. That is because we are close to the inner expanse of the desert. Here, only the most elite armies of the Demon Legion and the Divine Host clashed for the right to rule hell. So tonight, we will probably face the worst fiends who dwell in this God-forsaken land. The blessed land. Supreme, sacred. Have you ever faced sacred beings in battle, Shadow? Sunny shook his head. No. Azarax scoffed. Unsurprising. You wouldn't know the dread and horror of earning a deity's wrath. Sunny interrupted him in a calm tone. I did kill a few cursed beings, though, including a cursed tyrant. No, wait, two cursed tyrants. One was alive while the other was already dead, but I still killed both. Azarac stared at him silently for a few moments, then turned his skull to Nephis. She shrugged. I did fight a few cursed ones, but I only ever killed one, a demon. She paused for a moment, and then added in a calm tone. What about you? The ancient tyrant remained silent for a while. Eventually, he just looked away and stared at the desert. Well, anyway, you're out of luck, because if we do encounter one of the sacred beasts of the High Commanders tonight, the darkness nestling in his eyes seemed to grow deeper. You'll get a chance to face a sacred being who cannot be killed. Let's see how strong you are then. Sunny, all 7 of his incarnations, looked at Azarax at the same time. He lingered for a moment and then sighed. If we do encounter something like that, it won't matter how strong we are. He smiled. What will matter is how swift we can run, and we can both run faster than you, so who is really out of luck here, huh? With that, he commanded the Shadow Legion to march forward. Another night in hell had begun. Chapter 2888 Other Side of the Coin. 2888 Other Side of the Coin. The deathless were already rising from beneath the dunes, ready to descend upon those who had invaded Ariel's hell in all their unending fury. Sunny and Azarax took their places at the head of the battle formation, while Nephis remained at the back, standing among the shades like a flash of pure white flame in the sea of darkness. Just before the battle began, Sunny glanced at the distant, but not as distant as before, silhouette of the tomb of Ariel. At that moment, he thought he heard something. An echo of a distant, indiscernible whisper that crawled into his ears and disappeared, as if it had burrowed into his brain. He stumbled slightly. Azarax gave him a contemptuous glance. What shadow are you afraid? Sunny remained motionless for a moment, then shook his head. The incarnation who was closest to Azarax did, at least. No, I thought I heard something. Didn't you hear it too? The black skull of the ancient tyrant just stared at him with its empty eye sockets, then turned away with a snarl. Get your head into the game. Sunny smiled darkly. What the hell was that? Of course, he knew what it was even while asking the question. It was the call of nightmare. The Great Pyramid was built from numerous enormous blocks of black stone, and each of those blocks was a seed of nightmare, just like the one that had been knocked free and sent flying by some titanic blow eons ago, ending up far away in the desert. The block of stone Sunny and his cohort had used to enter the nightmare about the last days of the river people. All seeds emanated the call, and all awakened were susceptible to the call. In fact, the more powerful you were, the more maddening the call of nightmare became, drawing you forth to challenge the seed. Actually, Sunny had never known if the call of nightmare was simply something innate to the seeds, or if it was a function of the spell meant to push Awaken to grow stronger. Now that he was not a carrier of the spell, but still suffered from the maddening melody of the call, though he knew that it was the former. Which was an interesting philosophical question to ponder if one had free time. Why were all awakened drawn to the nightmare seeds? After all, it was only the carriers of the nightmare spell who could destroy them by challenging the nightmares. For everyone else, touching a seed simply meant surrendering themselves to corrupt iron. Perhaps that was why the seeds emanated the call. Maybe they were meant to lure living beings into becoming twisted by corruption, like enormous flytraps emanating a sweet scent. Or maybe it was the reverse side of what the puppeteer had once told Sunny. According to the giant moth, all nightmare creatures were drawn to the flame because of a maddening contradiction within them. They longed for the flame and wanted to either possess or destroy it, because only then would they know peace. Perhaps the awakened were drawn to the void for the same reason, as well. And the call they heard was simply an expression of that innate, primordial longing. That was the philosophical question. Sonny, however, did not have the luxury of free time to ponder it. Instead, he had to contemplate a far more practical matter. With so many seeds of nightmare constituting the tomb of Ariel, millions of them, quite likely, just how deafening the call of nightmare would become by the time Sonny and Nephis reached it. Would they even be able to withstand it without going mad? I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Sonny shook his head, as if trying to shake the whisper out of his ear. I have 7 heads and they are all in the game. Worry about your own head, fossil. Azarax laughed. I've never beheaded someone 7 times. I have something to look forward to now. Thank you, Shadow. In front of them, the endless horde of Deathless was already advancing to descend upon the invading army like a flood. Sonny exhaled slowly and sent all 7 of his avatars forward. One step at a time, the battle washed over him, drowning out all unnecessary thoughts. Azarax had been right tonight. The oppressive force of the Deathless felt much heavier. Sonny and Nephis had already been fighting in the Nightmare Desert for weeks. Not a single night had been easy, and their fatigue accumulated. Their enemies, on the contrary, only kept growing stronger and stronger the deeper into Ariel's hell they went. The Deathless were, naturally, a terrifying foe to face. After all, it was in their name. Fighting creatures who could not be killed was something that only a madman would do, and yet Sonny and Nephis did just that, night after night. The undead warriors couldn't be destroyed, but they could be rendered harmless. To achieve that, each had to be dismantled bone by bone, and even then, the black bones tended to assemble back together after some time. So they had to crush the bones into dust, even if each of those bones was as tough and durable as a steel weapon of a high rank would have been. Added to that was the chilling skill and cunning of the Deathless warriors, as well as their eerie ability to cooperate with each other and instinctual understanding of military tactics. The most deadly thing about the Deathless, however, was their will. To most people, the undead prisoners of Ariel's hell and Sonny's shades would seem quite similar. But actually, they were the opposite of each other. The shades were shadows cleansed of their mortal vessels and their sense of self, while the Deathless were mortal vessels who had been denied their shadows, and therefore their deaths. As a result, they were just as void of personhood, but at the same time far more aware of their own selves, and therefore in possession of a quiet but powerful will. More than that, their will was vast like an ocean. Sonny had already encountered that phenomenon while fighting the Black Millipede tribe. Back then, none of the Millipedes had possessed a will powerful enough to threaten him, not even the queens, since he outclassed them. However, there were simply too many nightmare creatures in the great swarm of their ghastly tribe. Their weak wills fused together, forming a vast and alarming force that could crush and wash away anything, least of all a lone enemy. Sonny had withstood the harrowing immensity of the Black Millipedes' collective will, the spirit of their species, because he was a supreme titan, and because he was cunning and cautious, eroding it away bit by bit before finally forcing a decisive battle. However, the Deathless were far more powerful than the Black Millipedes had been, and he was pressed for time on top of that. So, even with 3 sovereigns, Sonny, Nephis, and Azarax, fighting side by side and supported by 3 supreme shadows, waging a war on the Deathless was a daunting affair. They had made it this far into the desert due to their strength, determination, and skill, but most of all, due to their ability to adapt. Their ability to learn. Chapter 2889 Ancient Grudges. 2889 Ancient Grudges. The Deathless were growing stronger the deeper into Ariel's hell they went, yes, but Sonny and Nephis were learning how to fight them better, as well. There were the mundane lessons of how to dismantle the undead warriors faster and more effectively. There were the broader lessons of Dev. eloping better strategies and implementing better tactics as well. Most importantly, Sunny and Nephis were learning about the nature of the Deathless, and therefore about their weaknesses. One of those weaknesses, for example, was the tenuous grasp the undead warriors had on their aspects and powers. Most Deathless had either lost them entirely or could only use them on a shallow level, as if using muscle memory to do something that they did not understand or remember anymore. As a result, fighting the undead horrors was an exhausting, but mostly straightforward affair. It was combat in the purest of forms, a clash that relied solely on physical prowess and martial skill, even if the physical power involved in that clash was obliterating and terrifying enough to destroy lesser realms and reshape the very landscape of hell. It was a physical clash shaped by the underlying battle of warring wills, of course. Even then, Sunny and Nephis had found ways to overcome the tyrannical vastness of the enemy's will. The secret to doing so lay in the fact that it was not just two wills that clashed with each other, their will against the will of the Deathless. Instead, it was actually three wills struggling to subjugate one another. That was because the Deathless were not a monolithic force. Even if they were united in their determination to obliterate the invaders, the undead warriors who had once belonged to the demonic legion were still opposed to the undead warriors who had once belonged to the divine host, and vice versa. Even consumed by the curse of Shadow God, the two great armies still struggled against each other. Their resentment ran so deep that even after forgetting themselves, the Deathless still carried an overwhelming hostility toward the enemy. The thousands of years that had passed since the Doom War did not diminish their animosity toward each other one bit. If anything, it only made that animosity far greater. The Deathless seemed to forget their strife when faced with a new enemy, but that was only an illusion. In truth, both sides still harbored a deep resentment for the other army, even while they were trying to eradicate the invaders. That division was not noticeable in their movements and seamless tactics, but betrayed itself in the turbulent expanse of their will. In other words, there were powerful undercurrents in the vast ocean of crushing will the Deathless wielded, and those undercurrents clashed and collided with each other, creating a state of chaos and discord. If one knew how to make use of that discord, how to slip through the cracks in the insurmountable mountain of the enemy's will, they could overpower it with far less effort than would have been needed to summit the mountain through brute force. So that was how Sunny and Nephis managed to make it halfway to the tomb of Ariel despite facing a seemingly endless horde of ancient, undying, immensely powerful foes. Tonight, however, it all felt different. The power of the Deathless they faced had taken a qualitative leap. The billowing ocean of murderous will they possessed felt deeper than ever before. Their presence, too, felt different from before. It was colder, crueler, and far more focused. Let's think positively. The 7 incarnations of Sunny were the vanguard of the battle formation, serving to break the momentum of the advancing Deathless and soften them up for the marching army behind him. He moved like water, being elusive at times and exploding with crushing power at others. His mind had entered the state of battle clarity and turned into a diamond under the pressure of controlling 7 supreme bodies in a ferocious, deadly battle. Every second, he unleashed a hurricane of attacks and withstood a storm of blows, breaking and weakening the Deathless while attempting to remain whole. His shells were damaged and torn, but at a slower rate than his ability to repair them, so he could continue to fight. Some distance ahead, Azarax was rampaging among the undead warriors. He had grown to tower over the dunes, clashing with the most powerful of the enemies as the desert quaked and groaned around them. Unlike Sunny, there was nothing elusive or flowing about how the ancient tyrant fought. His battle style was all about dominance and oppression, explosive force and relentless aggression, which was not to say that it was brutish or lacked sophistication. On the contrary, Azarax channeled his merciless, cruel fury in a chillingly calculated manner. As Sonny watched, he lunged forward to clash with a towering black skeleton clad in the rusty remains of bronze armor. The ancient tyrant created a false opening by lowering his enormous axe, then ducked under the enemy's rusty greatsword. At the same time, he hooked his opponent's leg with the beard of the axe and pulled it back, sending the black skeleton falling to the ground in a cloud of white sand. In the blink of an eye, Azarax was upon his fallen enemy, bringing his foot down on the undead warrior's chest. He pressed the deathless champion into the sand and brought his axe down on his skull. As a shockwave rolled from the point of impact and the skull of his adversary cracked, however, it did not shatter. Azarax had left it in one piece on purpose. Because a second later, when the ancient tyrant removed his foot from the enemy's ribcage and dashed forward to meet the next opponent, the deathless warrior slowly rose from the ground and joined the formation of the undead warriors who followed the deathless sovereign's commands. Sonny was trying to keep up. How do we think positively? Well, let's think about it as training. Training to finally kill Yuri's that vile bastard. Unlike Azarax, who could subjugate the deathless by defeating them, Sonny could only dismantle them completely, or at least severely damage them and leave the rest to his soldiers. So, every clash took him much longer. But hey, there's 7 of me, so who's to say which one of us is accomplishing more? While Sonny and Azarax fought in the front, their armies followed behind, soaking the brunt of the undead horde's assault. The deathless following Azarax were in the first row of the formation, assembled loosely, while the soldiers of the Shadow Legion were positioned behind them. The skeletal warriors were the first line of defense, and the shades were the sharp blades that lashed out from behind them to bring the enemies down. Well, most of them, at least. The wolf was not someone who respected or had a need for a defensive formation, so it ravaged the enemies wherever there was an opening, crushing their black bones between his mighty teeth. From a distance, the battle formation of the invading army looked odd, almost comical, even. It was as if an army of living beings divided itself in two, with the blackened skeletons of the soldiers moving forward while their inky souls fell back. The enemy was much stronger tonight than it had been before. But the speed with which the invading army advanced was not at all slower. Chapter 28, 90 Proper Healer. 2890 Proper Healer. The speed of their advance did not diminish. That was because today, Sonny employed a much more aggressive approach. His shades were not cautious anymore, and neither were they trying to preserve themselves at all. Instead, they intentionally ignored the blows that rained down upon them in order to deliver the adversary as much harm as possible, as quickly as possible. This complete lack of self-preservation went against most underlying rules of combat and gave them a fearsome advantage against the deathless. Of course, it came at a cost. The price of this speed was destruction. And yet they were not being destroyed. Once a shade received enough damage, the formation of the Shadow Legion would instantly shift, allowing it to fall back and for another shade to take its place. The wounded one, meanwhile, would reach the rear of the formation, where Nephis moved among the shades waiting for their turn to advance. She would lay her radiant hands on the torn and tattered surface of the returning shade and heal it, allowing the silent warrior to rotate back to the line of battle contact soon. In that way, the formation of the Shadow Legion continued to revolve, with fresh and nearly uninjured shades constantly attacking the adversary. Look at me playing the general. Who could have thought that he would command an entire army one day, back when he was crawling through the mud with the rest of the grunts in Antarctica? Sonny was glad to see his latest strategy work. However, he knew that it was unlikely to last long. That was because, while Nephis healed the shades, she wasn't bringing fire and destruction upon the deathless from the sky. Their focus wasn't split, and the undead warriors further behind the contact line were not being torn apart and damaged by her flames. The pressure was going to mount the longer the battle continued, and his best hope was that the increased power of the Shadow Legion would balance out the absence of Neph's incinerating flames. But if it did not, that was all right as well. After all, Nephis could always join the battle again. With the longing domain in shambles, her power was diminished, not gone. She was still a supreme titan and a wielder of a divine aspect. She was still a descendant of Sun God. So even in this weakened state, she was a terror to behold. It was just that they needed to find a way to use her powers in the most effective and efficient way. Nephis had almost always fought on the front line, not the most common role for a healer, but also not something that was unheard of. Tonight, they were going to see if she could do just as much damage, or perhaps even more of it by staying back. She was in a unique position to do so, after all. Usually, those who would be fighting on the front line in her place were people, and unlie. Her people could not heal their own wounds, so they died. Neither the deathless thralls of Azarax nor Sunny's shades could die, though. Therefore, Neph could allow herself to stay back without paying a bloody price for it. So far, it was working really well. It was working splendidly, even so much so that Sunny could not help but wonder just how much more fearsome the Shadow Legion would have been if he were still bonded to Nephis, and could therefore share in the power of her soul flames. Perhaps he would find out, one day soon. Their small army advanced forward in a devastating storm of violence. Just like during every previous night, the Nightmare Desert was being ravaged by that storm, silently enduring the deafening mayhem of the battle and the inconceivable fury of forces unleashed by each clash. Saint fought on the left flank of the battle formation, while Slayer fought on the right. The former was just as methodical and indomitable as always, while the latter was just as malevolent and vicious. No, if anything, Slayer had become even more ruthless than usual. She had come around a lot ever since Sunny first became her master, but during these weeks in the Nightmare Desert, she slowly returned to her former feral self. Perhaps the hell of Ariel reminded her of her days in the Shadow Realm. One was a desolate wasteland of obsidian dunes, while the other was an endless desert of white sand. One was populated by the shadows of the dead, while the other was populated by undying skeletons. It wasn't difficult to imagine that Slayer felt right at home here in hell. The difference, of course, was that now she was of a higher rank and had regained her aspect. So, instead of stalking and hunting her prey, Slayer was simply tearing it apart. When needed, she used her bow and arrows. Most of the time, though, she fought by assuming the shapes of the beasts she had once slain, and there seemed to be a myriad of forms she could take, choosing the most lethal one depending on the situation she was in and the enemies she faced. Sunny, who was notoriously bad at recognizing extinct animals, saw all kinds of harrowing beasts in these last few weeks. Most of them were powerful, mythical creatures of the distant past, of course, but still. He was almost glad to have been born in the time when most of the planet was a lifeless desert. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that humans had survived when all these strange, terrifying creatures were just walking around as if it was no big deal. Take a mongoose, for example. Hey, Shadow. Azarax had just finished stomping a skeletal, deathless beast into dust after shattering its skull with his axe, and was now looking ahead with a grim expression. I think we are about to feel some agony. Sunny did not need to be warned, because he had felt it himself. Out there in front of them, the dunes were moving as something rose from beneath them, sending rivers of sand flowing down from its enormous form. But that was not what made him tense. Instead, it was the fact that the world itself was changing. The currents of will were twisting, as if a vast whirlpool was forming in its boundless, oppressive ocean. You just had to open your jaws and say it, didn't you? Sunny's voice was full of resentment. The ancient tyrant's warning was coming true. It seemed that they had stumbled upon a sacred foe, after all. Chapter 2891 Deathless Spirit. 2891 Deathless Spirit. A giant slowly rose from beneath the dunes, erasing them. As rivers of white sand flowed down from his rising figure, his shape and appearance were slowly revealed. The being who had changed the underlying currents of the world with his mere presence resembled a human, a skeleton of a human at least. He towered above the desert like a terrifying monument, a tattered robe of fluttering ivory fabric obscuring his ancient bones. Those of the bones that were in sight were black, like the bones of other deathless, but also different. That was because they were inlaid with strips of pure gold, which framed his cheekbones, empty eye sockets, and rose above his skull like a crown. In his hand the giant was holding a white staff, one that might have been carved from the trunk of a sacred tree, or perhaps fashioned out of the spine of an enormous serpent. At the top of the staff, a clear crystal was emanating pure white light, set in gold. The moment the heavy gaze of the giant skeleton fell on Sonny and the Shadow Legion, he felt as if something pressed him into the ground. A few of the severely damaged shades simply collapsed, vanquished by the mere weight of that gaze. Damnation! Sonny stared at the deathless spirit, momentarily frozen by the oppressive power of the fallen deity's presence. Azarax was staring at the enormous skeleton, as well, his jaw set grimly. A moment later, he opened it and said, It's him, the wandering Archon." Sonny finally composed high. "Himself. What are his powers? What concept does he command?" Azarax remained silent. "Answer me, damn it." Finally, the ancient tyrant turned to look at one of Sonny's incarnations. Strangely enough, it seemed like his usual confidence was gone. He spoke in a distant tone. I don't remember. Why don't I remember?" Then his empty eye sockets were suddenly full of anger. "Who cares what powers he wields? It's a damn spirit, Shadow. Even if he lost his aspect, his will alone is enough to be a problem." Sonny winced and studied the battlefield. That's true. With the arrival of the wandering Archon, the fragile balance on the battlefield was broken. His tidal will was like a guiding force that subjugated the collective will of the deathless, not intentionally, but simply by virtue of being so overpowering. It was a single source of intent that gave shape to the tumultuous vastness of their murderous determination. As a result, the cracks Sonny and Nephis used to resist the deathless horde were gone. Their will could not overcome the enemies anymore, and so, the world was being bent and twisted against them. The deathless grew stronger, faster, and more durable. The silent warriors of the Shadow Legion and the undead warriors following Azarax, meanwhile, grew slower and weaker. Their weapons missed more often, the sands shifted beneath their feet, and the blows raining down at them found their marks with greater ease. Sonny's expression turned grim. They had to deal with that sacred skeleton. But that was easier said than done. Sonny was wary of cursed beings, but he was not particularly wary of the wandering Archon. That was because it was the unnatural powers that made nightmare creatures of the cursed rank, the dark gods of the dream realm, so dangerous. The deathless only had a tenuous grasp on their powers, at best, so a deathless champion of the sacred rank was not as frightening. All he possessed was raw power and the terrifying immensity of his will. However, Sonny and Nephis were both supreme titans, and had Azarax as an ally as well. By all accounts, the three of them should have been enough to slay a cursed one or two, especially if those cursed ones were mere beasts. However, the deathless could not be killed, and therein lay the problem. They could not slay the wandering Archon, so they had to dismantle him bone by bone. And completely obliterating a sacred being was far more difficult than simply killing them. Looking at the towering figure of the deathless spirit, Sonny made a tentative prediction that if the three of them, Nephis, Azarax, and himself, joined forces and poured everything they had into the battle, they would be able to destroy the terrifying creature before it destroyed them. The problem, though, was that the wandering Archon was not alone. There was still a great horde of deathless warriors around them, and these undead horrors would not stay still while the champions of the invading army assaulted their god. If all three of them focused on battling the sacred prisoner of Ariel's hell, the Deathless would swiftly overwhelm their army and attack them from the rear, making an already deadly clash simply impossible to win. So that meant that instead of destroying the wandering Archon, someone would have to stall it until dawn. "I'll take him on, Shadow." Azarax seemed to have regained his previously indomitable confidence, and was now looking at the deathless spirit with a dark anticipation. In truth, he had probably never been rattled by the appearance of this powerful foe. Rather, what had robbed the undead tyrant of his confidence was the fact that he could not quite remember who the wandering Archon was. That was perhaps the first time he realized that there was something wrong going on with his mind. Something wrong with it apart from the damage caused by spending thousands of years nailed to a tree. That was. Sunny gave him a dark look. "You will do no such thing." Azarax was powerful, powerful beyond compare, even having been made so by countless years of bloodshed. However, that power of his would be of little use against an enemy that could not be destroyed and could only be contained for a time. His aspect was that of a conquering warlord, not a brawler. Apart from that, if Sunny was honest with himself, he would have had to admit that he was alarmed by the implausible notion that Azarax could actually win that fight. In the unlikely event that he did, there would possibly be a sacred vassal following him around, and that was not something Sunny wanted to see, tempting as it was. That only left him and Nephis then. "Sunny." She was already near them, having advanced from the rear of the battle formation. Sunny turned to her, and for a brief moment they looked into each other's eyes. That brief moment was enough for them to have an entire mental conversation without saying a word, though. Nephis was willing to key on the wandering Archon. She was eager, even, wanting to prove to the world and perhaps to herself, as well, that she was still Nephis of the Immortal Flame clan, that she was changing star, with or without her longing domain. However, Sunny did not think that she was the right choice for this particular trial, either. Both of them were badly matched against the Deathless spirit, and against the Deathless in general. Neph's powers lay in controlling flames and summoning destruction upon her enemies, but the undead warriors did not burn easily. So, destroying them took her a lot more effort than usual. Nephis had incredible staying power due to her ability to heal herself, true, which meant that out of the three of them, she could last the longest. And yet, the number of tools she could use against the wandering Archon was quite limited. Sunny, on the other hand, he was nothing if not versatile. Nephis excelled in healing and destruction, but he had all kinds of tricks up his sleeve. So, for a task that involved containing a powerful enemy without being able to obliterate him, he was the best choice. His domain was just as robust as it had been before, too, so he would not have to fight a sacred being in a weakened state, like Nephis would. Letting out a sigh, Sunny looked away. "I'll stall the Archon. I'm the best equipped to handle a battle like that and possess the strongest domain among us three at the moment. You two continue pushing forward. Nephis, take my place in the formation. My shadows will support you, so clear a path forward. Azarax, you do what you do. Get as far away from that thing as possible, as fast as you can. I'll buy you some time and rejoin you before dawn." If he survived. The undead tyrant stared at him solemnly. It seemed like he was regarding Sunny with something that resembled emotion for the first time. Eventually, he looked away and said, "And what are we supposed to do if a second spirit rises from the sand?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. Did he just? He clenched his fists. "Hey, fossil, I am going to tear your damn jaw off. Can you stop running your mouth, fool?" Shaking his head, Sunny headed in the direction where the wandering Archon was already taking heavy steps, walking towards them. If a second spirit shows up, deal with it. Smack it with your damn axe, why don't you? Better yet, smash him with your skull. There doesn't seem to be anything inside it anyway. Azarex laughed. Look, now, you are finally starting to resemble a real supreme. Sunny cursed at him. That damn bastard. I am going to come back and kill him right after I kill Euries. He gave Saint an order to assume command of the Shadow Legion, and commanded his shades to follow Saint. By then, Nephis was already descending upon the Deathless in a whirlwind of white flame. Azarax dashed forward to rejoin the fight, his heavy axe crushing bones with each blow. Now, it was up to Sunny to make sure that they would not have to deal with the Deathless spirit. This is probably going to hurt. He called upon the wolf. Chapter 2892, Big Bad Wolf. 2892, Big Bad Wolf. What was the best way to fight a sacred enemy? Of course it was to be sacred yourself. Sadly, Sunny was not a spirit yet. However, he did command 4 sacred shades: Puppeteer, Abundance, the Rat King, and the Wolf. The Puppeteer Moth was technically the most powerful of them, being a tyrant. However, its powers did not lend themselves well to direct confrontation, or rather, not as well as those of the other sacred shades. That was the very reason why Sunny had managed to defeat the Spirit of Doubt and was alive today. Abundance and the Rat King each excelled at many things, but facing a single, overwhelmingly powerful adversary was not one of them. The wolf, however, the wolf had been a spirit of primal fury, cunning, and hunting. It personified the concept of the wolf, and wolves were exceptional hunters. They were known to bring down prey much larger than themselves as well. Apart from that, the wolf had been a cursed demon, a being of a higher class than both Abundance and the Rat King. So it was Sunny's best choice to battle the wandering Archon. The problem, of course, was that despite being sacred, the wolf was a sacred shade, and shades did not quite possess a will of their own, and even if sacred shades were somewhat different, they still could not compare to real spirits. The shadow of the will they could exert was far less potent than that of living beings, sacred or cursed. There was a cure for that, though, a partial cure, but a cure nonetheless. As the wolf launched itself into the horde of the Deathless, barreling toward the distant figure of the wandering Archon, it was surrounded by all 7 of Sunny's incarnations. And then, all 7 avatars turned into shadows, wrapping themselves around the shadow of the primeval predator. 1, 2, 3, 4, see. Then, with each shadow, the power of the wolf increased. More than that, it became a direct conduit of Sunny's own will. That will was supreme, not sacred, but it was the will of a titan. It was empowered by spirit weave as well, and when it was being channeled by a sacred shade, the result was truly fearsome, not quite as fearsome as having a true sacred being attack the enemy, but still terrifying nonetheless. As Sunny wrapped himself around the wolf, he fused with it on a deep level. As always, he was instantly overwhelmed by the vastness and unfathomable depth of a sacred being's consciousness. It was so overwhelming, in fact, that Sunny could not contend with all of it. Instead, he had to limit his perception to a narrow band, only focusing on what was important. All around him, the will of the wandering Archon churned and flowed, drowning the world. If there was one silver lining in all of it, though, it was that even if expressing their will seemed as natural as breathing for the spirits, the Deathless did not possess enough of themselves to wield it with a fine level of precision. Sunny, however, knew how to wield his. Even if the natural affinity of his will, death, was meaningless in a battle against the Deathless, the fact that he was adept at wielding his will like he would a weapon gave him an advantage. The wolf flew through the horde of undead warriors, followed by his pack. Some of the shadow wolves were brought down and vanquished in that mad dash, but most made it through the mass of deathless by following the leader of their pack. The wandering Archon was already near. It's good to learn. The deathless spirit raised his staff and brought it down. It seemed to fall slowly and looked too far away to hit Sunny. But the space itself was torn apart and twisted by that unhurried blow, and a split second later, the wolf was only a single moment away from being erased from existence, as if it had never existed at all. That not knowing death means not knowing salvation. Sunny pulled the sacred shade into the shadows, stepping through them to appear behind the deathless spirit. Ignoring the laws of space, two could play that game. Not knowing death means that one's suffering will never end. I would have loved to teach this bastard a harsh lesson about unending agony. The wolf lunged into the air, aiming to sink its fangs into the enemy's throat. Sadly, the Archon was suddenly facing them, the horrifying gaze of his empty eye sockets pressing Sunny into the ground. But no, they weren't empty. Two golden discs were set into the eye socket like enormous gold coins. An eerie radiance was spilling from behind those discs. But something tells me that the deathless know that better than I ever would. Instead of the towering skeleton's spine, the wolf could only bite into his arm. The shadow of the primordial beast pressed down onto the sleeve of the ivory robe, aiming to crush the black bone beneath. It pulled the Archon down, jerking its head sideways with terrible force to tear the entire forearm off. At the same time, two wills, the elemental will of the deathless spirit and Sunny's sharp, deadly one, clashed with each other, sending an invisible, imperceptible, inconceivable shockwave spreading through the fabric of the world. They were competing to see which one of them would get to lure the universal laws of existence to their side. Come on, come on. In the end, the bones of the wandering Archon did not shatter. The obsidian fangs of the wolf cracked instead. In the next moment, the deathless spirit calmly brought his staff down on the enormous beast's back. The blow fell on the spine of the wolf with the weight of an entire realm, almost managing to snap it in half. The wolf survived the attack by releasing the enemy and allowing the force of the impact to throw it down, rolling over the dunes in a whirlwind of white sand. A few moments later, it was already on its feet. The wolf was ready to continue the fight, a terrifying growl escaping from its maw. Sunny was in a sea of pain. Because the moment the Archon struck his shade with the staff, a net of cracks spread across one of his cores as well. He suppressed a tortured groan. Yup, it hurts a lot. Chapter 20, 893 Empty Deity. 2893 Empty Deity. The deathless spirit towered above the shadow of the wolf, and in the darkness of the night, he seemed like a black mountain that obscured the distant, radiant ocean of stars. He might not have been stronger than the sacred shade, but his will was far superior. Sunny was not even sure that calling it superior would be the right word. The difference between his own will and that of the Archon was like the difference between a clear brook and a vast sea, like the difference between a stone fortress and the boundless expanse of the wide world that surrounded it. The Archon did not possess a weakness that Sunny could silly exploit either. In the battle against abundance, Sunny had been able to lock it in space and slowly poison the enormous godworm with his death will, but the Archon was deathless. In the battle against the Rat King, Sunny had been able to destroy the single rat that was the source of the terrifying swarm, thus cutting its connection to the puppeteer, and watched the rats devour each other to satiate their maddening hunger. But there was no single weak spot that could be used to destroy the Archon, and no one was in control of him. In the battle against the wolf, Sunny had been able to grasp the concept wielded by the enemy and personify its opposite. That allowed him to hold out long enough to use the cursed demon's own terrifying power to fuel the grand spell he had woven in advance, thus destroying it. But there was no spell that could help Sunny against the Archon. And the Archon did not seem to wield any concept either. Or rather it did, but it was of no help to Sonny. After exchanging the first blows with the deathless spirit, Sonny had gotten a better taste of his will, and what he found was that the ancient horror seemed similar to Azarax, the plague of steel, in some regard. There was almost nothing common between them, except for one thing that mattered most. Azarax was supreme, and therefore his will had an innate affinity, just like Sonny's will was innately tied to death, while Neph's was connected to desire and longing. What of the plague of steel, then? What affinity did his will possess? What concept did he personify, or at least would grow to personify if he ever underwent apotheosis? Sonny had racked his brain about it for a while, observing the ancient tyrant closely in the ferocious battles they fought. The answer he eventually arrived at was, needless to say, quite surprising. The deathless sovereign's will expressed only one concept, and that concept was himself. The natural affinity of Azarax, the plague of steel, was to nothing more and nothing less than Azarax himself. Perhaps he was too arrogant and full of deadly ambition to tie the concept of himself to any greater force. After all, as far as Azarax was concerned, there was no force and no element that was greater than him. In the end, all of existence, including all the elements and forces contained within it, was meant to submit and bow down before him. The Archon was very similar, albeit for a different reason. The deathless spirit was not overcome by an insatiable lust for conquest, but whatever it had been, whatever concept he had personified, whatever kind of apotheosis he had undergone was washed away by the curse of Shadow God and the merciless passage of years. Now he was an empty, fallen deity that personified nothing but himself. Whatever made him, the wandering Archon had been erased and swallowed by oblivion, and so he wielded no power but the power of godhood itself, the power to reshape the world according to his will. On one hand, it was a great relief. After all, Sonny still remembered his terrifying experiences in Ariel's game, especially the days that were mysteriously missing from his memory, the days of the battle against the eerie snow demon that had infected their minds. He also remembered the cursed demon abjuration, which had come close to wiping out all of humanity during its battle against Nephis. So it was a boon that the Archon did not remember how to wield his powers, whatever those powers might have been. At the same time, it put Sonny at a disadvantage, because there was no concept for him to counteract or channel the opposite of. There was nothing for him to exploit, and so all he could do was try to match the deathless spirit in a contest of brute force. Luckily, the wolf was not helpless in the fight against an overwhelmingly strong enemy. Yes, the Archon was far greater than it, towering above the giant beast like a dark mountain. But the Archon had been a human once, or at least a creature that resembled humans. And there were very few things humans feared more than a predator stalking them in the night. After that first clash, where the wolf received a devastating blow, it changed tactics, channeling all the cunning and ferociousness of a primeval beast. At the same time, having become one with the wolf, Sonny reshaped himself in the image of a wolf and sharpened his will for a focused, singular purpose. That purpose was to force a concept upon the hollow deity of Ariel's hell, on the spirit who had been the wandering Archon once, the concept of prey. When the deathless spirit and the wolf clashed for the second time, the world rippled and twisted like a piece of crumpled paper. The nightmare desert shook. The wolf did not manage to bring down the Archon, but this time it managed to escape unscathed, if only just barely. A split second later, it was already moving through the shadows, ready to attack the enemy again. Time was flowing and the deep, ageless spirit was focusing on the wolf, instead of turning his attention to the Shadow Legion. So, even if Sonny was in pain after enduring a heavy blow to his soul, he was accomplishing his mission. Out there on the battlefield, the Shadow Legion and the undead warriors serving Azarax were making their way forward. However, their pace had slowed down to a crawl, and they were suffering casualties at a far greater rate than before. After all, Sonny's absence could not be ignored. Not only had he acted as not one, but seven deadliest champions of the invading army, splitting the tide of the Deathless before they could reach the battle formation, but he was also the commander of the Shadow Legion. Now that he had to pour all of his attention into the battle against the Archon, his shades could only follow Saint. And Saint, despite her War Master attribute, was yet incomplete. She was a mere devil after all, so her ability to lead armies was going to remain rudimentary for as long as she did not rise to the class of tyrant. Added to that was the fact that the deathless spirit's will was still fueling the undead prisoners of the Nightmare Desert with indomitable resolve. The world itself was playing favorites, assisting the deathless while obstructing their enemies. Nephis was not there to heal and mend the wounded shades anymore either, since she was fighting on the front line. So the invading army was suffering. The shades were being slowly whittled down and vanquished. Even the undead warriors of Azarax were starting to be destroyed, just like Sunny and Nephis had dismantled and obliterated the Deathless before. The Deathless were not dismantling the turncoats. The curse of Shadow God would probably restore them, eventually, but not nearly fast enough to be of use for the expedition to the tomb of Ariel. Azarax seemed to have pushed himself even further than before, rampaging among the enemy like a spirit of inevitability and destruction. However, even his terrifying strength was not enough to turn the tide of this losing battle. Nephis had to get involved and fill the great chasm left by Sunny's absence, somehow, even if she possessed only one body, not seven, and could not control the Shadow Legion at all. So that was what she did. At first, she simply summoned the blessing and entered the melee, serving as the spearhead of the slowly advancing formation. Her sublime swordsmanship revealed itself in all its glory, and as flashes of brilliant white light illuminated the dark mass of the charging Deathless, her lithe figure could be seen moving between them, cutting one after another down. But of course, that was not enough. Even channeling her flames through the blessing to unleash incinerating rays of pure light was not enough, since the Deathless were too numerous and too powerful, resisting the devastating power of her burning soul with daunting efficiency. Having dismantled another skeleton and crushed its skull under her foot, Nephis stopped for a moment and looked over the endless horde of the Deathless, her gaze turning cold. She closed her eyes for a heartbeat and exhaled slowly. When she opened her eyes again, they were full of immolating white flame. A soft white radiance ignited under her skin. Then it grew brilliant and blinding, until there was nothing soft about it, and as Neph's tunic collapsed into a whirlwind of white sparks, she assumed the form of the spirit of light, of a being whose body was woven out of pure radiance and flame, not mortal flesh. When she did, the night of Ariel's hell did not seem so dark anymore. That radiant form, however, was not Neph's true and full transformation. It was merely a shell that contained the boundless ocean of her soul flame in a radiant vessel. And now Nephis chose to open that vessel, unleashing herself upon the world. Chapter 2894 Ocean of Flame. 2894 Ocean of Flame. Suddenly the darkness retreated, and a titanic, billowing pillar of roaring white flame escaped into the vastness of the sky, washing over it like an immolating flood. The fire churned, and if one glanced closely, they could glimpse a vague, flowing silhouette of something colossal being drawn by the moving flames, appearing and disappearing in the dance of fire, before they were blinded by its pure radiance, of course. As if the flame was a living thing that moved with purpose and otherworldly intent. Right now, its intent was to devour the Deathless. The boundless ocean of flame descended upon Ariel's hell like a white inferno, swallowing a vast swath of the undead horde in front of the advancing army. The desert was drowned by the sea of fire, which stretched all the way to the horizon. Countless Deathless were trapped in the inferno, burning in it, being gnawed on and shattered by it. Their figures were like black candlesticks melting in the light. The visage of Changing Star, unleashed, was both radiant and terrifying. Sadly, even her true shape was not powerful and devastating enough to wipe out the prisoners of hell, especially now that her domain had been broken, and her will had lost the weight of billions of souls that used to empower it. The weaker of the deathless were destroyed, and those of them on whom Nephis focused her incinerating will were being slowly turned to ash. But most of them, while damaged and burned by the flame, continued to move. Some, those who were powerful enough, fought against the living flame, dealing it invisible wounds. Nephis healed those wounds and endured the agony, scorching them in turn. The rest waded through the ocean of flame, blinded, still overcome by the desire to obliterate the invaders who had dared to enter Ariel's hell. Their black bones slowly ignited like embers, and then turned incandescent, shining with an angry red glow in the sea of fire. It was then that saint, whose fearsome armor and jade body were all but impervious to elemental attacks, emerged from the flame and slashed the nearest deathless with her black blade. The adamantine bones, which had been nearly indestructible before, parted in front of the dark sword like butter. That was because, even if they were not destroyed by the soul flame, they were rendered softer and far more fragile in their incandescent state. Saint did not stop even for a split second, instantly dismantling the deathless warrior before moving on to the next one with measured, indomitable steps. Behind her, the figure of Azarax emerged from the flame as well. The ancient tyrant laughed, his glass armor shining like a terrifying beacon. His axe fell, splitting a deathless beast in half, and his boots stomped the fallen creature into dust, a swarm of red embers shooting to swirl in the overheated air. Luckily, neither the undead vassals of the ancient conqueror nor the shades needed to breathe. Otherwise, their lungs would have turned to ash already. The rest of the invading army moved behind its champions. The white flames flowed, opening a path to them. A few seconds later, the two forces clashed, and this time, the deathless fell far more easily under the blades, claws, and fangs of the invaders. The Shadow Legion marched on through the white flame, which parted in front of it like an immolating sea. It seemed to be working for now. But even in the depths of her agony, Nephis knew that she would not be able to maintain that fearsome assault for long. That was because she had lost most of her domain, and therefore, the vast torrent of spirit essence that used to flow into her soul was replaced by a thin stream. She was burning more essence than she was receiving, and even with the fire empowering her soul, she would exhaust her reserves of it soon. Before that happened, they needed to leave the deathless spirit and the vast expanse of his insurmountable will behind. Far away, engaged in a ferocious battle with the deathless spirit, Sunny could only vaguely see Nephis and the Shadow Legion advancing in the distance. The nightmare desert was illuminated by her radiant flames, and dark figures clashed in the sea of white radiance, indistinguishable from each other. His shadow sense was going haywire from all the chaos and mayhem of the cataclysmic battle, so he was having trouble determining which figures were friends and which ones were foes. Their army was advancing at a good rate, though, so it seemed that Nephis and Azarax had a handle on the situation for now, at least. At first, the Shadow Legion was behind him. Then, it was far to the side, circling around the area where Sunny and the Archon fought. And then, it was finally ahead of them, slowly making its way closer to the looming shape of the tomb of Ariel. There was not enough distance between the Shadow Legion and the Deathless Spirit yet, though, and there wouldn't be for a long time. So, Sunny had to continue fighting. It was tough. The Archon was a terrifying enemy, an enemy that Sunny had no business fighting, really. And even if the wolf was cunning and elusive, attacking from the darkness only to retreat moments later, aided in its predatory dance by Sunny carrying its weight through the shadows, The damage they had received was slowly accumulating. The giant figure of the wolf was frayed now, surrounded by a billowing cloud of gray smoke. Sonny, meanwhile, was in the throes of agony, several of his soul cores already covered in cracks. Every time the wolf was a little bit too slow to evade the Archon's attack, his entire being shook and quaked, barely surviving the terrifying tyranny of the fallen deity's unfathomable killing intent. Sonny could endure a lot of punishment, but there was a limit even to his endurance. For now, Soul Weave was preventing his wounded soul from collapsing and his cores from crumbling, but if the battle continued in the same manner, he would suffer a loss or even be outright destroyed. Unfortunately, the battle had Oh, go on. He had occupied the deathless spirit for some time now, minutes, perhaps even dozens of minutes, but dawn was still hours away, which meant that Sonny had to continue fighting against an undying god of hell for hours more, and he was not sure that he could manage that. Think. The wolf clawed at the looming figure of the Archon, adding more rifts to his tattered robe. It bit onto the white staff of the deathless spirit, leaving deep grooves in it and ripping one of the golden ornaments free. It leaped into the air and sank its fangs into the giant skeleton's jaw, dislodging it from the joints. Now the Archon's jaw hung crookedly, which only made him look more terrifying. The eerie glow emanating from behind the golden coins covering his eyes grew more intense, and Sonny felt something cold grasp his heart. The Archon twisted space and time, answering to the ferocious attack. Sonny felt a ghastly pain first, and only then felt the deathless spirit's bony fingers rending through the wolf's hide, leaving a ghastly wound on its side. And on Sonny's soul as well. I don't think I am going to survive until dawn. Even if he used the chain enchantment of the curse, it would only buy him a little bit more time. His mind spun furiously, trying to come up with something, some trick, some devious scheme, or even some bold gamble to turn the tide of this brutal battle. Was there some application of his aspect abilities that he could use, some revelation he was failing to grasp, some memory he could summon to turn the tables? Memories. He remembered every memory in his soul arsenal, and every enchantment those memories possessed. He also remembered every instance of using those enchantments and what the results were. Sonny had created most of those memories himself, so he knew what they were capable of very well. That was why he knew that there was no memory that could truly help him defeat a sacred being. Not really. That was because memories did not usually possess a will of their own, and were therefore only as powerful as the will of their masters. In the battles between beings of lesser ranks, that did not matter that much. But when one fought against a deity, any memory could be easily rendered ineffectual simply by being denied the power to reshape the world in accordance with its design. So, even if Sonny had forged a sacred memory for himself, it would still be fueled by his supreme will. Unless there was an adversarial will opposing him, it could still work just fine if it was designed well enough to push against the universal laws of existence. But if Sonny had to fight someone like the Wandering Archon, even his most powerful memories would probably prove to be unreliable. Forge myself a sacred memory. The wolf received another blow and was thrown into the air, collapsing on the sand with a terrifying impact moments later. Sonny let out an anguished groan and focused on the deathless spirit. Suddenly, a completely mad idea found its way into his mind. Sonny had been known to entertain an outlandish idea or two, but this one was really, truly mad, even by his standards. But is there a reason why it shouldn't work? Actually, there were a million reasons, but Sonny did not need those. He only needed one reason why it could work. His will would do the rest and make the remotely possible become inevitable. Hopefully. In any case, he knew that he was not going to last long against the Archon, and this was the only plausible, albeit deeply mad, idea he had been able to come up with. Let's try it then. What's the worst? No, I'm not finishing that sentence. As the wolf staggered to its feet and glared at the deathless spirit, baring its fangs, Sonny secretly allowed one of his incarnations to separate itself from the sacred shade. He hid in the darkness, watching intently, and when the wolf lunged forward to attack the Archon again, quietly assumed a human form once more. Looking around in hesitation, Sonny took a deep breath and reached into his soul sea. He needed to retrieve something from there, as well as summon a particular memory. The shadows flowed up his body and extended from his torso, turning into 2 additional pairs of hands. If brute force doesn't work, try sorcery. He summoned Weaver's Needle. Chapter 2895 Just Crazy Enough. 2895 Just Crazy Enough. Sonny stumbled on that particular idea, while lamenting how unreasonable the situation he had found himself in was. No, really. It wasn't enough that he had to fight a minor god. That malevolent deity just had to be an undying one on top of that, a sacred foe who literally could not be killed, because he was not a living thing to begin with. Shadow God had taken his death, and therefore stole away his life as well. The concept of a living being was a complicated one in the world of the nightmare spell. Take Sonny, for example. Technically, he was dead, but in the broader sense he was still a living being. So was Jet, who could be considered one despite being physically and functionally a magically reanimated corpse. There were all manner of nightmare creatures out there, as well wraiths, ghosts, and specters of all kinds, golems and automatons, walking suits of malevolent armor, and things that could not even be described, let alone understood. But all of them would still count as living beings, and for one simple reason, because they could be killed. They had shadows and they had souls. The deathless were neither dead nor alive, though. They had lost their shadows, and no matter how Sonny looked, he could not determine if they had souls either. So, by all accounts, those cursed by Shadow God were not living beings. They weren't ideas or concepts, either, because what constituted them was solid matter. What were they, then? Well, by method of elimination, the answer was simple. They were things. There were all kinds of ways to challenge that statement, but for Sonny, it sounded good enough. The deathless were things. They were no different from items. Cursed things that were controlled by malevolent wills, but items nevertheless. So then, what kind of memory could help Sonny deal with a sacred thing that had been cursed by Shadow God? He had been considering that question feverishly while at the same time wielding his will to push back the oppressive authority of the sacred thing in question. He even asked himself what kind of memory he could have created to get himself out of this situation, if he was good enough at weaving to create memories on the fly. And then it suddenly hit him. If the deathless were things, if they were no different from items, then did he really need to make a memory to survive the battle against the wandering Archon? What if he made the Archon into a memory instead? The question was so preposterous that Sonny instantly threw it out of his head, concentrating on finding an actual solution. However, once the idea rooted itself in his mind, it refused to go, and a few moments later he found himself coming back to the same question. I have finally lost it. I have, haven't I? But what if he hadn't? Technically, nothing was stopping Sonny from turning a deathless into a memory. A memory was simply an item enchanted with the rudimentary spellweave, after all, which allowed it to be disassembled into soul essence and stored in its master's soul, as well as summoned back to be reconstituted as matter. The deathless had neither a shadow nor a soul. They weren't living beings and were things instead. So if Sonny could just create a rudimentary spellweave, anchor it in a sufficiently pure soul shard, and attach it to the black bones of one of them, then theoretically, he could dismiss the deathless as he would a memory, and keep it stored in his soul in a disassembled state. It was just that attaching a spellweave to a moving, sinister, murderous skeleton was not exactly something that could be accomplished easily. And normally, there would be no reason to, after all. It was not like turning one of the deathless into a memory would give Sonny control over it. It would only allow him to dismiss and summon the skeleton like he would a memory, and nothing more. Once the deathless was summoned back, it would immediately attack Sonny once again. It would probably destroy the spell we've rooted inside of its bones as well. But, to hell with it, I am going to try. Sonny was already in quite a desperate situation, and he neither wanted nor planned to control the Archon. All he wanted to do was get rid of him so that the Shadow Legion could escape, and Sonny himself could survive. He was sure, almost sure that if he did manage to dismantle the deathless spirit and draw him into his soul sea, the thing was not going to destroy his soul from within. That was because, unlike shades and shadows, a memory was not an actual thing when dismissed, not the items it became when summoned. Rather, it was an idea of that thing, a blueprint used to reassemble it from essence. So the Archon would cease to exist as a thing within Sonny's soul sea. Most likely. I guess we'll see. Steeling himself, Sonny sent one of his incarnations away from the wolf and summoned two things. One was Weaver's Needle, and the other was a sacred soul shard stored in the replica of the Nameless Temple. Sacred shards were not at all simple to come by. Sonny had procured a few in Ariel's game, and a few more were unearthed by the forces of the human domain here and there in the dream realm. However, most of them were gone now. He had used some to survive the death game, while the rest became anchors for the defensive arrays he and Cassie created to protect key citadels of humanity. The one Sonny summoned was the last in his possession. Now, how the hell do I even do it? As 6 incarnations of S. Unni were empowering the wolf in its battle against the Archon, his battered soul drowning in agony. He tried to calm himself down and think things through clearly. Come on, come on. The deathless spirit's staff brushed across a tall white dune no more than a few hundred meters away from him, erasing it from existence and making Ariel's hell shudder. Sonny crouched low to maintain his balance and gritted his teeth. In theory, it was simple. Weaving took a lot of time and concentration, so it was not something that could be done in the midst of a battle, at least not by him, and he was the best and only weaver in existence. Memories could not be woven or unraveled on the fly. But that only held true for proper memories. A rudimentary one, no different from the very first one Sonny had ever created, could be created quite easily. All he had to do was weave the fundamental enchantments that the nightmare spell used as the basis of all memories, and then connect them to the item that was supposed to become a memory. No, not even all of the rudimentary enchantments. Sonny did not care if the Archon could passively mend himself while stored in his soul. In fact, he would very much prefer if the damn deathless couldn't. He did not need the memory of the wandering Archon to possess a title and a description, either. All he needed was to imbue that thing with the quality that allowed it to be dismissed or summoned, as well as make himself the being in control of when that happened. So, first of all, he needed to weave strings out of shadow essence. He needed to anchor them in the sacred shard and create the rudimentary enchantment of summoning. Then, he somehow needed to embed the shard and the weave into the Archon, while staying alive, no less. Well, as alive as someone who was technically dead could be. Nothing to it. Smiling weakly, Sonny began weaving ethereal black strings out of his essence. Usually, he would weave a considerable length of the shadow string before beginning to weave it into a sorcerous pattern. But right now, there was no time for that, so Sonny wove faster than he had ever before, his 6 hands moving in rapid harmony. As soon as there was any length of the string at all, he immediately threaded it through Weaver's Needle and anchored it in the soul shard, then continued to create more while beginning to shape the familiar pattern of the summoning enchantment. Sonny had created this particular pattern so many times that he could weave it with his eyes closed. Weaving it while simultaneously battling a deity, though, was proving to be a challenge. Most of Sonny's mind was preoccupied with the battle. He assisted the wolf while at the same time straining all of his being to resist the boundless will of the Archon. That was already almost beyond his limit, so he hardly had mental capacity for weaving as well. And yet he had to manage somehow. So he did. Chapter 2896 to work. 2896 to work. Luckily, the wolf was a lethal and ferocious being even without Sonny's direct control. In fact, if Sonny attempted to issue the sacred shade commands to tell it how to fight, he would only be getting in the way. The wolf had more battle experience than he did, was a better hunter than he was, and understood its own capabilities better than Sonny could ever hope to understand them. The Archon was too fast, too strong, and too beyond the scope of normal understanding for Sonny to be in his element while fighting it anyway. The laws of existence were bending and twisting around the deathless spirit, rejecting the very notion of common logic. Time, space, and even causality had become unreliable at best, making the Archon immensely deadly and unpredictable. One moment he was taking an unhurried step. A split second later, he was already upon the wolf, raising his terrifying staff to crush the sacred beast beneath it. At times, his blows arrived before they were delivered. Time itself hastened or slowed down, or even seemed to flow in reverse on occasion. Sonny was rattled. Luckily, the wolf was not. It did not try to understand or predict the Archon and the results of his actions. Instead, it acted on pure instinct, reacting faster than Sonny could even realize what was happening. At the same time, the wolf was calculating and cunning, steadily evading the deathless spirit while never letting him get distracted and turn his attention to the distant Shadow Legion. With Sonny's augmentation and assistance, the shadow of the wolf was putting up an admirable fight against the Archon. It was so fearless and ferocious, in fact, that Sonny imagined that if it had been any other cursed or sacred beast, they would have stood a good chance of defeating it. The wolf would have long torn the creature's throat open and feasted on its flesh. However, the sacred being they faced today was deathless, and so, no matter how ferocious and fearsome the wolf was, all it could do was endure as its body was slowly being broken and mutilated. And Sonny, meanwhile, endured his soul being torn to shreds. Arg! The weaver's needle trembled in his fingers. He was not in good shape. None of his cores had crumbled yet, but they were all full of cracks, almost on the verge of being broken. The silent waters of his soul sea were undulating restlessly, while the replicas of the two citadels he controlled were quaking, fissures slowly climbing up their walls. It hurt like hell, of course. Just need to hold on a little more. The Shadow Legion was far in the distance by then, almost gone behind the horizon. Neph's fierce flames, which had illuminated the entire desert, were now a distant halo. The dawn was not yet near, but Sonny figured that he was perhaps halfway there. He had really managed to buy a lot of time, but sadly, not enough of it. And he did not think that he could endure 10 more minutes, let alone a few more hours. Not without losing a few of his cores at least, and therefore a few of his shadows. Who would it be? The youngest of the 7, lazy, or maybe their eldest, gloomy sibling, or perhaps both and more. Sonny gritted his teeth. Like hell. The weave was slowly taking shape beneath his needle, torturously slowly, compared to how familiar it was. It was funny, really. Usually, Sonny did not even pay attention to this part of the weaving process. He wove the rudimentary patterns almost unconsciously, relying on experience and muscle memory. But now, this simple weave seemed as difficult and impossible to master as it had once, a long time ago, when he attempted sorcery for the first time. Back then he was in a cage in the Red Colosseum, waiting for an overwhelmingly, terrifyingly powerful adversary, an ascended zealot, to come and kill him. Now he was in literal hell, fighting a fallen god. Sonny wasn't sure if one could call that a successful career. Get in shape, damn it. The wolf in Sonny's soul endured another blow. The giant beast fell to the sand, gray smoker pouring like a waterfall from its maw, while Sonny's hand trembled. As a result, the pattern he had almost completed came close to coming undone. Snarling, he ducked to let a piece of shrapnel moving at supersonic speed flash just above his head and grabbed the unraveling threads with one of his hands. If not for the flesh weave, he would have lost his fingers right there and then. But luckily, his body had been altered to excel at weaving, as were his spirit, mind, and soul, for that matter. So Sonny managed to keep the pattern together. It was almost finished by then, requiring only the smallest touches. Catching Weaver's needle with his teeth, Sonny used all 6 of his hands to finish the pattern, and even though his very being was swaying and reeling from the pressure of having to battle a sacred being's will, he finally managed to complete the familiar spell weave. Sonny let out a tired sigh, holding the radiant soul shard in his fist. Then he turned to look at the towering figure of the Archon. Great, now the worst part. He had to embed the soul shard, and the spell weave anchored to it into the deathless spirit. How was he supposed to do that? The wolf had barely managed to rise when another devastating blow threw it to the ground once more. Sonny felt his vision darkening and swayed, failing to suppress a tortured groan from escaping his lips. Damn it, crap, curse it all. He straightened with another groan and turned to look in the direction of the tomb of Ariel. The Shadow Legion had finally disappeared behind the horizon, and Neph's radiance was like a distant, pale line above it. Sonny was surrounded by darkness. He inhaled deeply. Fine then, let's do it. No point in dilly-dallying. With that, he looked at the Archon once more and stepped into the shadows. When Sonny emerged from them, he was standing directly on the shoulder of the deathless spirit. He was quite high above the desert, and the howling winds immediately crashed into him, straining to throw him down. The ivory fabric of the Archon's tattered robe was like a soft carpet beneath his feet. The ancient horror's skull was like a hill in front of him, and the golden crown set into the black bone was like a tall ridge. Naturally, only a complete fool would climb the body of a malevolent god. Standing on the shoulder of the Archon, Sonny was more or less surrendering himself to death. He could be squashed into a bloody puddle in an instant, or killed in a million other ways. The black skull turned slowly, 2 huge discs of gold staring at him like eyes. From that distance, Sonny could vaguely see the images etched into them. But because of the eerie radiance spilling from within the Archon's skull, he couldn't quite make out what those images showed. He wasn't sure that it would be wise to see them. The Archon's terrifying gaze descended upon him like an avalanche, making every wound on his body scream in pain, and every crack on his battered soul widened a little. Sonny forced out a smile. Hey, bastard, what gave you the courage to bully my wolf? The Archon stared at him silently, his dislocated jaw hanging in a twisted grin. Then he slowly raised a hand, as if intending to squish Sonny like an annoying fly. Sonny lunged forward, rushing toward the base of the deathless spirit's spine. Far below, the wolf growled and leaped into the air, abandoning caution to weigh the fallen deity's arm down. It was sent crashing into the ground by an inexplicable blow that came before the Archon moved his skeleton hand to deliver it, slowly crumbling into a torrent of shadows, but that bought Sonny time. As his 6 shadows appeared on the white sand, having been robbed of the shade they had been augmenting, he reached the spine of the deathless spirit and thrust the soul shard at it, through it. And then he did what he usually did when turning objects into memories. Using Weaver's needle, he attached the pattern to the unseen layer of the Archon's being, therefore connecting the 2 together. Bonding them. Did it work? The skeletal hand was already barreling toward him, obscuring the sky. At that moment, Sonny heard a voice. His own voice. It was the handy bracelet speaking. You have received a memory. Sonny was at best a heartbeat away from being destroyed. Dismiss. He was so panicked that he shouted the mental command out loud. In the next second, Sonny fell into a hurricane of white sparks, plummeting toward the white dunes. The shoulder of the deathless spirit, which had supported his weight, was not there anymore. Instead, a vast storm of essence sparks was pouring into his mangled soul. Chapter 2897, Ad Hoc Memorization. 2897, Ad Hoc Memorization. Sonny fell through the hurricane of ethereal sparks and hit the sand with enough force to send a cloud of it into the air. The resounding thump of his landing was quite jarring, but he was not in the state to pay it any attention. Ouch! He rolled onto his back with a groan. Above him, the blinding storm of essence sparks was obscuring the world. The sparks flowed in powerful torrents, twisting as they plummeted down toward him. Into him. The colossal whirlwind of essence was entering his soul, and all he could do was stare at it in a daze. He had actually succeeded. I can't believe that it actually worked. Sonny drew a shaky, hoarse breath. Then he exhaled slowly. But it did. It really had. Back there in the heat of the moment, Sonny had been desperate and daring enough to believe that it would, and because he needed it to, he unleashed his will to make sure that it did. It seemed that his insane idea had already been in accordance with the laws of existence, or at least close enough to how they were supposed to work for his supreme will to make up for the difference. And now he had a deathless spirit as a memory, safely stored in his soul's sea. Well, the safely part still remained to be seen. Sonny could not do anything with that memory, but the mere fact that the Archon had been memorized meant that he wasn't here anymore, and that was already a life-saving boon. Not only did it mean that Sonny did not have to have his soul cores shattered, but the will of the deathless spirit was not affecting this corner of the hell of Ariel anymore, which meant that Nephis and the Shadow Legion would have an easier time battling the undead horde. And speaking of the undead horde, the vast storm of essence sparks was finally beginning to thin out, most of it having already rushed into Sonny's chest. He could finally see what was happening around him, and what he saw made him let out a stifled curse. The battle was not over with the disappearance of the Archon. It was merely returning to being simply terrifying again, as opposed to completely unreasonable. The wolf had been vanquished back to his soul, so Sonny was alone, surrounded by countless deathless. They had stayed away during his battle against the Archon, but now the undead warriors of Ariel's hell were starting to pay him attention again. His other 6 incarnations had crumbled. Sonny had been so out of his mind due to the pain and the sheer lunacy of what he was attempting to do that he failed to maintain his avatars, so they reverted to being simple shadows once more. Now these shadows gathered around him, looking at his battered figure with concern. They did not look that well either. Each had been born from and innately connected to one of his cores, after all, so they had come very close to becoming homeless, and most likely to being destroyed. Sonny forced out a weak smile. "What are you looking at, fools?" The shadows glanced at each other. The happy shadow was just happy to be alive. The creepy shadow seemed fascinated by the idea of collecting malevolent undead as trophies. The haughty shadow could not believe that Sonny was so pathetic as to get them in that state, while the naughty shadow did not even care, staring in the direction where Nephis and the Shadow Legion had gone instead. The crazy shadow was mad. The lazy shadow could not be bothered to show a reaction, seemingly bored. As for the original invaluable helper, the gloomy shadow, it did not get a say because Sonny was currently using it to manifest himself. He could just imagine the exasperated eye roll, though. Maybe a slow, mocking round of applause. He sighed and slowly got to his feet. "Come help me up." The shadows wrapped themselves around him, and he instantly felt better, stronger. Sonny had little time before the Deathless descended upon him like an avalanche, so he briefly assessed his state. It was, in one word, terrible. His soul sustained so much damage that it would have long collapsed if not for soul weave. His cores were covered in cracks. His soul sea was turbulent and restless. And there, high above, an enormous sphere of light was orbiting the 7 battered black suns. That was the Archon, or at least a disassembled version of him. When Sonny stared at the radiant sphere, he felt a chill run down his spine. He did not sense any kind of consciousness or will in the memory, but it did have a presence, and that presence was full of malice. As he watched, a small spark of light separated itself from the sphere and drifted upward, dissipating after a few moments. Sonny shuddered. The memory of Archon wanted to be summoned, it seemed. Of course, Sonny had no intention of doing that. If he had a choice in the matter, the damn thing would never see the light of day again. But at the same time, it felt like there was now a ticking time bomb in his soul. Who knew when that bomb was going to go off? I'll probably have to travel to Shadow Realm, summon the bastard there, and run away as fast as I can. But for now, he needed to run away as fast as he could from other Deathless, not the sacred horror he had imprisoned in his soul. Sonny grimaced from the appalling pain that permeated his entire being and glanced at the undead warriors, who were already rushing at him like a tide. Then he took a step back and turned into a shadow, fleeing across the dunes from the deathless horde. He was a decent enough fighter and a proficient sorcerer. But if there was one thing Sonny was really good at, it was running away. He caught up with Nephis and Azarax just before dawn. As the sun rose above Ariel's hell, the Deathless stopped their relentless onslaught and retreated, burrowing into sand. The undead following Azarax did, as well. The battered soldiers of the Shadow Legion were motionless, standing among the dunes in eerie silence. Sonny rose from the shadows and walked the rest of the distance in the pale radiance of early dawn. He looked around, searching for his shadows. Saint's armor was dented and broken, her jade skin visible through the breaches. Slayer was nursing a few wounds of her own, even if her countenance was as cold and menacing as ever. Serpent had coiled itself and hid its head, towering above the desert like a mountain of onyx scales. Sonny saw Azarax as well. The ancient tyrant was sitting on the ground with his head lowered. As rays of sunlight fell on his mighty form, he moved slightly and burrowed his hand into the sand, staring at it absent-mindedly in subdued silence. Finally, Sonny's gaze fell on Nephis. She had regained her human form and was now sitting on the sand, watching the sun rise. Her face was calm and devoid of all emotions, her humanity having been burned away by the ferocious white flames. This was the first time Nephis had fully unleashed her aspect after losing the connection to most of the longing domain, so Sonny was a little concerned about her. Groaning and grimacing, he limped toward Nephis and sat down nearby. "Are you all right?" She turned her head and studied him silently, then gave him an indifferent nod. Raising her hands, Nephis pulled Sonny to lie on her lap and placed them on his chest. Her skin ignited with a soft radiance, and he felt her flames seep into his soul, mending it and washing away the pain. Sonny let out a relieved sigh. "Yeah." He was dead tired, and the soothing warmth made him feel sleepy. As he lay there, his head resting comfortably on Neff's lap, an annoying shadow fell on him. Opening his eyes, Sonny saw Azarax staring down at him with a grin. Well, that grin of his was eternal, and he could not get rid of it even if he wanted to. So Sonny could not blame him for it. The ancient tyrant scoffed. "Well, well, you really did survive a battle with the Archon, Shadow. Good job distracting him, and managing to escape him as well." Sonny blinked slowly. "Huh, who said that I escaped from the Archon?" Azarax tilted his skull. Would you be alive now otherwise? Tired, and embraced by a blissful warmth, Sunny smiled lazily. No, I did not have to escape because I wiped that thing out. There's no trace of it left in this desert anymore, not even a single bone. The Archon only exists as a memory now, so I suggest you forget about him. Azarak stared at him darkly. That can't be true. Sunny chuckled. Why, I didn't even need a weapon to deal with that guy. I did him in with a needle. In fact, I just told him something like, "You're dismissed," and poof, he exploded. Azarak scoffed. You're lying. Sunny simply shrugged. Nephis, meanwhile, brushed the hair away from his face and smiled faintly. He never lies. Her voice was calm and even. Azarak stared at them for a while, then shook his skull and walked away with angry steps. The sun was rising above Ariel's hell. A new day was beginning. The tomb of Ariel looked closer than it had ever before, but also insurmountably distant. Chapter 28, 98 Malign and Destructive. 2898 Malign and Destructive. Rain walked across the ashen soil of the Ebony Island. It was strange. The island looked very much like the Ivory Island, but was also completely different. There was no emerald grass, no clear lake, no grove of ancient trees, and no bones of a dead dragon either. Instead, there were ruins of mysterious structures buried in the ash, dark stone, and obsidian berths protruding into the chasm that separated the island from the rest of the chained isles. The pagoda itself was entirely black, as opposed to the pristine white of the ivory tower. In fact, it was so lusterless and black that its walls seemed to devour light, like a vertical rift in the fabric of the world. The 7 broken heavenly chains hanging from the stone slopes of the Ivory Island were nowhere to be seen, either. Instead, there were other chains, just as enormous and mighty, but new and shiny as opposed to ancient and weathered. These chains were quite mundane, and had been forged in the subterranean smelting plants of NQSC. Then, they were delivered to the chained isles through a dream gate, and used to connect the Ebony Tower to the rest of the flying islands in order to prevent them from gradually collapsing into the sky below. Now, the enormous alloy chains stretched over the vast chasm at the heart of the chained isles, drawn taut. The Ebony Island served as the nexus of the entire region, holding it up in the sky. Quite impressive. Rain could only vaguely imagine the amount of ingenuity, industrial might, and complex calculations that had gone into pulling the Ebony Island from beneath the sea of divine flames in the depths of the sky below, then turning it into the anchor of this fractured continent. It definitely took the efforts of numerous people, including a few saints and a supreme, to accomplish. And a bit of divine sorcery of the demon of destiny, as well. Humans might not have understood how it worked, but they seamlessly integrated it into their design nevertheless. The result looked no less magnificent and humbling than all the other impossible sights one could find in the dream realm, more so, even, considering what it represented. A flawless synthesis of ancient sorcery and modern engineering, as well as a brilliant example of what was possible when all kinds of different people, mundane and awakened, worked together to achieve a benign and constructive goal. It was an example of how the world was meant to be, but very rarely was. Rain focus. Rain flinched and turned her gaze back to where Cassie was kneeling on the ground, painting runes on the stone surface of the Ebony Island with a brush. Sorry. She was here to serve as Cassie's eyes, so there was no time to gawk at the sights. With Rain focused on the runes, Cassie was able to continue. As her brush glided gracefully across the black stone, she spoke in a measured tone. This rune doesn't have a meaning, but it expresses denial or prohibition. Adding it to a phrase changes the meaning, while adding it to a word often creates an antonym, but not always. Synonyms and antonyms are a separate topic, so we will not get into them right now. Which was probably wise, because it was a topic completely alien to Rain. At the moment, Cassie was creating a defensive array to protect the Ebony Island from the siege she believed was inevitable, similar to those she and Sunny had created before to reinforce a few other citadels, but also different, since she could not rely on his expertise anymore. Rain and Cassie had been at it for several days already, and since Rain had nothing to do but stare in the right direction, Cassie decided to give her lessons on runic sorcery as she worked. Rain was soaking the knowledge like a sponge. There was a lot of overlap between shaping and runic sorcery. After all, the latter was based on the former. However, there were also enough differences to make the two completely different from each other. There were no synonyms in shaping, for example. Everything only had one name, and every name was absolute. So, there could be no names that had the same meaning. There were more differences than that, of course. In shaping, there were only the names and their medium, the shaper. Runic sorcery, on the other hand, involved much more. There were the runes themselves which transcribed the names and the sorcerer who drew them. There was the canvas on which the runes were drawn, the tool used to draw them, and even the medium that transferred the runes from the brush to the canvas, unless they were carved, in which case there wasn't. The runes themselves were far more complex than the names, too, and there was an art to expressing the names through either solitary runes or combinations of them. Not everyone could fathom the names, but everyone could learn the runes and transcribe an approximation of a name they were not equipped to know. It was like an entirely new universe, but since Rain was a gifted shaper, she took to the runic sorcery easily as well. It was actually far more fun than learning the names. Cassie was still talking. This rune describes space. However, there are countless runes that describe space in the runic language, all bearing a slightly different meaning. So, if you want to transcribe the true name of space, you need to list them all in order, if you aspire to achieve a good result, that is. Rain studied the stunning weave of runes for a few moments, then tilted her head. But what does that element of the array do? Cassie smiled faintly. Do you still have that scarf of yours, in case of emergency? She could see Rain's own runes, so she probably knew. So she was only asking for the sake of being polite. After spending time with Cassie, Rain realized that the blind seer did a lot of things simply to make people feel comfortable in her presence. It was a habit born of necessity, both because of her disability and because people would have found it odd and disturbing to be around an oracle as powerful as she was otherwise. Rain raised a hand and touched the silk scarf wrapped around her neck and shoulders. Sure I do. Cassie nodded. This is what I am trying to do. Sunny designed it to lock you in space in case the Cloudville above Godgrave broke unexpectedly. Actually, he used the same kind of enchantment later to defeat a cursed beast, Abundance. And now I am trying to create a derivative runic enchantment that accomplishes the same thing. Rain frowned. You are trying to lock the Ebony Tower in space. Continuing to draw runes while pouring essence into the brush, Cassie shook her head. No, I am trying to lock space around the Ebony Tower. She sighed and turned slightly, facing the vast chasm. Mordred is putting on a brave face, but the Dreamspawn will push him back against the Hollow Mountains eventually. The mirror domain is simply not powerful enough to contend against the entirety of the human domain. Perhaps it would have been if given more time, but Mordred had attained supremacy less than a year ago. His domain is too young. Cassie shook her head. The war will arrive here eventually. This is where Mordred will make his last stand. And you remember why we had to run away from the Ivory Island, don't you? Rain nodded. Because of the Night Garden. Cassie smiled. No, not because of the Night Garden. It is because of the man commanding the Night Garden. His aspect allows him to manipulate space, so he is a walking nightmare for anyone planning to fight a defensive battle. She returned to drawing runes. The Ebony Island is a natural fortress because it is surrounded by a vast abyss. If Nightwalker is allowed to twist the space around it however he wishes, that advantage will be gone. So naturally, one of the functions of the defensive array I am creating is to reinforce space here and make it less malleable. Now focus. This rune. Rain looked at the expanse of black stone, where Cassie was drawing the runes, and concentrated on listening. In the process, however, she couldn't help but look at Cassie herself. Her chest tightened. Cassie did not look that well. She seemed to have lost weight, and her skin was unhealthily pale. Worst of all, the left side of her blindfold was soaked in blood once again, red drops rolling down her cheek from time to time. She looked fragile. Rain gritted her teeth. It was all because of that man, Mordred. Every morning, Cassie entered his quarters, where she cleansed his memories of the plague. And every morning she left with blood on her face, weaker than she had been the day before. It was because of the strain of using her transcendent ability despite missing an eye. But more than that, it was because of the strain of experiencing the memories of a sovereign. The Supremes were more than just humans, after all, and their minds were too vast for mortal people to fathom. And from what Rain was able to find out, Mordred of Nowhere was the most inhuman of the Supremes. Nephis felt the desire of countless people. Sunny shared his senses with his shades. The Dreamspawn was connected to his thralls somehow, as well, sharing in their thoughts and emotions. But the King of Nothing was different. He simply existed shattered across millions of vessels, each vessel representing an instance of his inhuman mind. So, that was what Cassie experienced every time she delved into his memories. She experienced being millions of beings at the same time. Needless to say, that demented kaleidoscope of perspectives put a tremendous burden on her own mind, which, albeit transcendent, was still human. And speaking of inhuman, Rain furtively looked up. Cassie was not the only one preparing the Ebony Island for a siege. Chapter 2899 Last Battlefield. 2899 Last Battlefield. The King of Nothing was preparing too. Only, unlike Cassie, he wasn't drawing runes on the black stone. Instead, he was simply bringing some of his vessels to the Ebony Island. Looking at them, Rain could not help but feel her stomach churn. Creepy, creepy, creepy. Mordred of Nowhere seemed like the most inhuman of the sovereigns for more than one reason. It was not just that his soul was split among millions of vessels. It was also that most of those vessels were not human. Instead, they were nightmare creatures. The chained island bordered the hollow mountains in the north and the glass hell in the west, so it was an important confluence point for the King of Nothing. It was also a gate leading south, across the regions of the Dream Realm conquered by the King of Swords decades ago, and over the Black Mountains, where the heartland of the Dream Realm lay. So there was always a constant procession of ghastly abominations passing through the Ebony Island. Some came from the Hollow Mountains, while some came from Godgrave. The latter especially gave Rain chills, because she still vividly remembered watching too many of her comrades being torn apart and devoured by the hideous creatures of the Scarlet Jungle. The nightmarish vessels of the King of Nothing came to Chained Island through one of the mirror gates and left through another, traveling toward the Black Mountains, where a fierce battle was raging across countless peaks. They had rarely lingered before, but now things were different. As Rain watched, a colossal abomination that resembled a hideous tick dragged its swollen belly across the ash, numerous revolting shapes moving beneath its gray skin in a nauseating pattern. Reaching the edge of the island, it turned to face the ebony tower and fell to the ground heavily, burrowing all 8 of its segmented legs deep into the obsidian bedrock. A swarm of eerie, transparent abominations, Rain recognized them as the crystalline insects from the glass hell, followed, carrying heavy plates of forged metal. Moving with flawless precision, they began constructing an iron cradle around the gargantuan tick, as if wanting to protect it from threats coming from neighboring islands. Looking at it, Rain couldn't help but feel like she was watching a squad of army engineers build fortifications around a fixed artillery position. On the other side of the island, something that looked like a hill of long black hair was laying on the ground. There was a ghastly abomination hidden under the mountains of black hair, though a thing that looked like a hybrid between a spider and an ape, its long limbs ending with enormous hands. A crowd of mundane humans was dismantling an ancient ruin near the monstrosity, all wearing the same absent expression. Dozens of them strained to move each enormous block of obsidian, piling them near the abomination. To Rain, it looked like soldiers preparing projectile ammunition for an enormous trebuchet. Some distance away, a swarm of nightmare creatures that resembled crystal wasps was spilling over the edge of the island like a glass river. They crawled down its inverted slopes and hid on its dark side, far away from where anyone could see them. They were stealth aircraft deploying to protect the island from aerial attacks from the sky below. Somewhere else, a dozen horned beasts were pulling a massive shape covered in black fabric across the obsidian. Rain was almost sure that it was meant to serve as an air defense battery. Things like that were happening all across the Ebony Island. In a few areas, groups of small abominations were planting scarlet seeds into the ash. The same was happening on all islands surrounding the Ebony Tower. Crazy bastard, is he creating minefields out of the scarlet jungle? Rain was suddenly covered in cold sweat. That loathsome jungle was only contained by the incinerating skies above Godgrave. What was going to happen if someone brought it away from that white abyss? Would it consume all of the dream realm like an unstoppable tide? She shivered. Well, probably not. After all, the Scarlet Jungle had existed for thousands of years, but never moved past the arm bones of the dead god. So, perhaps the King of Nothing knew what he was doing, after all. Rain stopped staring at those things. Rain flinched again and hurriedly looked back at the runes. She hesitated for a few moments and then sighed. The one in the basement is nice. The other one, though, is a bit of a horror show. Cassie smiled. He can hear you, you know. Rain coughed, then shrugged nonchalantly. Well, if he has manners, he'll pretend that he didn't. Cassie shook her head slightly and focused on drawing the runes. After a while, though, she said quietly, "It was north of here many years ago, when I first met Mordred." Her hand grew still, and she turned her head to face north, as if trying to see something in the distance. Now that was a horror show. It all ended with a battle between two saints. One of them died, and as a result of their clash, an entire island was destroyed. That is why there is only one citadel on the Chained Isles now, not two. With that, Cassie continued working on the defensive array and said somberly, "I wonder what will happen when two supremes clash here instead." Rain did not know how to answer. At the same time, inside the Ebony Tower, Mordred was leaning on a wall with his eyes closed. He was breaking the blockade on the River of Tears. At the same time, he was encircling Ravenheart. At the same time, he was battling vicious predators in Godgrave. At the same time, he was invading the Great Hive under the Glass Hell. At the same time, he was waging war on humanity in the Black Mountains. And much more. He was watching Song of the Fallen and the Princess of Shadows, too. Well, if he has manners, he'll pretend that he didn't. Still keeping his eyes closed, Mordred smiled. Cheeky girl. Finally opening them, he looked at the divine flames burning in the great brazier at the center of the dark hall. The white flames reflected in his mirror-like eyes, and for a few moments, it was as if white sparks were dancing in them. With a sigh, Mordred looked away from the flame and descended the stairs to the ground floor of the Ebony Tower. Then he descended deeper, underground. Walking to the large mirror standing in the circular chamber, he looked at the reflection of himself sitting there on the floor. Mordred studied his other self for a while, and then smiled. "Made a little friend, did you?" After a short pause, the part of him that was imprisoned in the mirror smiled. "I did. Then again, I doubt I would have been able to befriend anyone unless you allowed it. So, thank you, brother." Mordred scoffed. "It's just that I know how boring it is being trapped in a mirror. You at least got a whole miniature realm to enjoy and explore, complete with windows to the outside world. All I had gotten was a stone cell. Look, compared to our father, am I not generous? Am I not merciful?" The other part of him remained silent, then shrugged slightly. "I couldn't say. I never really had the opportunity to get to know him, after all. From what I hear, though, anyone would seem generous and merciful compared to our father." Mordred laughed. "That is true as well." Chapter 2900 Janus. 2900 Janus. Supreme Mordred stared at Saint Mordred, both of them reflecting in each other's eyes. One wore an expression of contempt, the other of wistful sympathy. One was the captor, and the other was the captive. Eventually, the captor said, "But you don't seem to hold it against him, do you?" He lingered for a few moments, and then smiled bitterly. "You know, it's funny. What was it that she said? The one in the basement is nice, but the other one is a horror show. Of the two of us, you are the one people tend to perceive as the better version. But they all fail to realize that even if I am not nice, you are the real horror show between us." Mordred leaned forward, almost pressing his forehead against the mirror. "I might not be entirely human, but you are barely a human at best. You lack so much. You can't feel anything, not resentment, not anger, not hatred, not the feeling of being hurt, not the feeling of being betrayed, not even the painful shame of being discarded. Which one of us deserves to be called the king of nothing, really?" He shook his head. "People don't seem to understand that a person who is a friend to everyone is loyal to no one. Your nice act is simply a facade that hides how crippled and inhuman you are. You smile blissfully at that girl, the Princess of Shadows. But if the Dreamspawn was here, killing her, you'd smile blissfully at him too." His reflection sighed. "You are probably right, but I like to think that I'd at least ask him to stop." Mordred looked at the reflection chillingly. "And yet if he refused to listen and tortured her to death, you wouldn't hold it against him. You wouldn't be capable of holding it against him. So how can they look at you and see someone nice?" He paused for a second and then smiled. "Maybe it's because you are so blank that all they can see in you is a reflection of themselves. No one really understands how empty you are, so they simply project their own image of what a human should be on you. And since people love nothing more than themselves, you receive their sympathy. Must be nice." Mordred took a step back and laughed. "Well, it's not like I need anyone's sympathy. And it's not like I would feel the inclination to do something if that girl was being tortured and killed in front of me, either. So I guess neither of us has that good of a claim on being human, which is just as well. Who would want to be human anyway?" He grinned. "In truth, I am only keeping the girl alive for two reasons. One is to have her as hostage in case I need to force Song of the Fallen to do something she doesn't want to do, or deter her from doing something that I don't want her to do. The witch knows to be on her best behavior unless she wants to see her little friend tortured, broken, and killed." His grin dimmed a little. "The other reason is insurance in case the Lord of Shadows does come back. Until the Dreamspawn is dealt with, it's best to have a cordial relationship with that man, and I don't think that he'll take the death of his prized pupil well. Having him throw a fit in the middle of a war against the Dreamspawn would be most problematic." The other Mordred studied the King of Nothing for a while, not saying anything. Eventually, though, he asked, "You don't usually feel the need to explain yourself to me. Why are you so talkative today, brother?" Mordred just stared at him, a subtle frown twisting his brow. Yes, indeed. Why am I so talkative today? His reflection sighed. It's because you are nervous, isn't it? You are. Mordred smiled. Why should I be nervous? I'm having the time of my life. An all-consuming war against the entire world with nothing impeding or constraining me. Ah, I am having a blast. You can't imagine how liberating it is to finally be free of the need to pretend to be something I'm not. To be free of the need to reflect all those people back on themselves so that they'd see me as one of their own. He chuckled. You know, that thing that defined us and our entire despicable clan, the lineage of War God. I used to think that it was severely misunderstood. They went around giving us titles like the Prince of War, the Princess of War, the Sovereign of War. But War God was also the goddess of life, the deity of technology and progress.